Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And Taquerias Arandas, sorry, gotta pay.
Somebody's eating this time.
Eating. $50 goes to the dude who said Chargers minus 3.5.
Troy.
They kicked some Heine yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see how I used the word Heine, Lance?
You did.
You just throw the A word around.
Well, I'm not
liberally.
Yeah, but I'm not in a bad mood this morning.
Oh, you're not?
Well, I mean, my team didn't screw up anything. No way to.
Well, your team apparently feels like the only problem is execution. That's what I heard.
Well, which team are we talking about?
Nick Caserio, your Texans.
This is football. Okay. Yeah.
Your Texans.
Because in basketball, I think we may have a ball handling issue.
Yeah, well,
but we'll find out.
You're not going to play the champs every night, so we'll see.
No, and that's true. And the champs have already played 4. They've already played 3 games in 2 games. They've played 3 games. Well, not really. It's 5-minute overtimes, but they played 4 overtimes so far in 2 games.
Yeah. So they're going to be.
They're worn
tired.
out next time they play the Rockets.
They're worn
out.
I don't think they can win. I don't think they can win anything now. They're worn out. But your team just thinks it's just all execution. I've heard that from Nick Caserio. I heard that from D'Amico. We just got to execute. That's it. We know that their defensive front is their strength, but we're going to run right at them on 3rd and 4th down because we just got to execute better.
We don't believe it.
Yeah.
We're going to show them.
Yeah,
and that's really what you should do if you think about it. If you know something is better than you, you try it anyway. You know what I mean? Like you try to go up and dunk on, you go up and you try to dunk on Wemby. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You just give it a shot and you see what happens.
Yeah.
And especially late in the game, if you want to try to win a game, you go do something that most people can't do, which is, go weakness on strength.
Basically, what you did was you put your point guard, go cover Wemby down low. You put your point guard down low, get the ball to Wemby, and you got to stop him.
Brian King's going to throw a 92-mile-an-hour fastball down the gut and challenge Ohtani and say, try to hit this, Ohtani.
Yeah. How are you going to hit this?
How are you going to hit this 92 straight?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's what you do.
There were so many things, especially we're going to hear a lot from Nick Caley. It's interesting. They were terrible at running the ball, and we got to run the ball more. That's what came out of that yesterday.
Well,
we should have run it more.
Here's the problem.
Really?
They do have to run the ball because this is the concern. This is the chicken and egg thing. If you don't run the ball, if no one has respect, they're teeing off on your protection. You think CJ and the offensive line handle pressure well? Because, by the way, throw CJ in there, too. He didn't handle pressure well either. Apparently, his wide receivers aren't doing what they're supposed to, and the protection gets spotty, especially against an added rusher. If you don't run the football well, or if they don't respect your run, you're a sitting duck. So I get what Nick's saying. Nick is right. Unfortunately for the Texans, you are going to have to run the ball well. And sometimes they have. I mean, that's not like – well, are they a better passing team than running team?
Yeah, absolutely.
They are?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I don't think they're a very good passing team.
No, but theyr better than running.
Yeah, I guess.
I didn't say they were a good passing
Tallest
team.
little person contest again.
Yeah, right. There was a chart of offensive points and defensive points, and the Texans were at the bottom of the combined, and the Cowboys were at the top. They score the most points. They give up the most points. The Texans were at the bottom. Give up the least points, score the least points. They're really bad at those two.
I want to be at least good at one of them.
Yeah.
Give up the least is good.
Yeah, no, that's really good.
I like that one.
It's not nearly as fun. As far as the fun meter goes, Texans football is right at the bottom. I think.
Wow.
Jets.
Ooh, God, fun meter. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Cleveland.
Giants football is way more fun than Texans.
Oh, Giants football is is up there.
Giants football is substantially more fun than Texans football.
Yep. Now it is.
Not Jets football.
Jets football is the worst.
Jacksonville football is never fun. Titan football isn't fun.
No.
We're starting to run out of names, though.
Cleveland football.
Yeah, Cleveland football is not fun. And that's part of it. Like, they're good on defense, too, so it's kind of.
The fun meter, the Texans are a bottom 5 team.
You're right, man. They are low on the fun meter. Wow.
Yeah. It's wide open, just fling it around. There was a time, though, when I think CJ just said, screw it. There were 3 straight passes. He just said, you know what? I'm throwing deep. That's all. I don't care. I don't care if we move the ball.
I mean,
it seemed
great.
like he
just
said, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to throw deep now.
Okay.
Well, and he threw 3 straight.
Waste that possession then, CJ.
Yeah. I mean, I think he had given up.
That's kind of like Amen shooting a bunch of threes.
Yeah.
This isn't great.
Screw it. I'm throwing it up there.
And Amen was 0 for 7.
That's funny. Amen versus CJ's deep balls. Amen's threes.
Oh, no, CJ can throw a deep ball, though.
Yeah, but
to open targets when you don't have safeties, double team and everything.
Not the other night he couldn't.
No, and if you're right now, if you're a defensive team, why would you do anything but play your safeties back? Why are you giving the Texans a chance to, like, honestly, why are you giving the Texans a chance to hit an explosive play?
Well,
why would you do it? Make them run against your box that you have, or make them try to march their way down the field. You think the Texans can sustain drives?
Well, it's not like, here's the problem. You can play your safeties back and still not give up the run.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So now you've taken away explosive passes, and the run game isn't going to gas you, and they can't sustain drives. They'll either get a penalty, which they're pretty good at, or they'll give up, or they'll call a dumb play, or they will, take a sack.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Texans can't sustain a drive. Don't give them a chance to. Don't give them a chance to hit a hitter's pitch. Just say, well, we keep our safeties back. Nico Collins, you're not beating us deep. We're not giving you a chance to hit an explosive because we don't think you can just sustain a drive. And you're right. You can gain 30 to 40 yards and kick a 53-yard field goal. That's what you can do.
Yep, and that's it. So
good luck trying to beat us 15 to 14.
It's interesting.
It's actually not even.
Bad.
I'm kind of joking, but there's truth in what I'm saying. 15 to 14 sounds like a real score.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how any points go up against San Francisco. I mean, I honestly, San Francisco plays every game is 16 to 10, 20 to 10.
Oh yeah, no, they're not. They're kind of what we do.
Yeah,
they're not. It's not awesome.
No, but yet they win the games. The difference is they win those games.
Yeah.
I don't. The Texans are. This is going to be interesting on Sunday. I don't know how either team scores. I have no idea.
What's the over under? About 41?
Oh my gosh, it should be 12.
Well, I know, but you're there's still enough, Kyle Shanahan love that I don't know. I haven't even actually looked at what the spread is. I'm looking it up right now. Because I think the Texans might be 1, and I don't know why I would say that. Texans are 2.5-point favorites.
As well, they should be.
And it's 41.
Have you not watched Texans football?
I have. And it's 41.5. See, it's like I do this for a living.
To me,
so it is 41.5. So you like 49ers and under. I mean, that's what I'm getting.
I don't know. I just don't know how to bet on the Texans right now. I just don't. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to say, the Texans. I think the Texans should be laying points in this game.
So if you did the math.
What is their record? 4-2, 5-2?
Yeah, 5-2.
5-2.
But that record is kind of it's a little hollow. Niner fans will even tell you that. Julian told you that the other day. What you're basically looking at is let's just give it a basic. Let's just give it a basic 3-point home advantage, which I don't think that's the real numbers anymore. But let's just say it's a basic 3-point advantage. It means the 49ers and Texans are about even. This game would be probably 49ers 3, maybe 3.5, but probably 3 at home. So if that's so you're basically saying these two teams are even. So what Vegas is saying is we think the Texans are better than 2-4. We don't think the Texans are 2-4. We think they're a better team. We think we know what the records are, but we think San Francisco is not. We think Texans and San Francisco are even. They might be right.
Yeah.
But here's the difference. There's Christian McCaffrey, and he leads the league in touches by a long stretch, according to Matt Burke. That was his quote. He's right. I mean, it's just a fact. But he said Christian McCaffrey leads the Matt Burke, defense coordinator, said he leads the league in touches by a long way. And the Houston Texans have a wide receiver who had a concussion, their best offensive threat. Mm-hmm. And then they've got a bunch of rookies. They got a bunch of guys from Iowa State. Let's just call it what it is. They got a bunch of Matt Campbell wide receivers. And you know Iowa State for being a super explosive offensive unit. They've got Christian Kirk, who's never healthy. They've got
Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb, who has had like 3 career-threatening knee injuries during his career.
Now, Christian McCaffrey's always hurt. Nick Chubb is always hurt.
Well,
so
one guy gets hurt.
There.
One guy gets his ligaments completely shredded in his legs.
Yeah.
That's happened twice to Nick Chubb, actually, in his career. And it seems like it's caught up with him on juice. It doesn't seem to have caught up with Christian McCaffrey.
No, he still got juice.
Yeah.
Okay, so AJ.
Yeah, how are we going to score?
There's an AJ, not AJ. Texans money line and the over. Okay, go ahead. Texans money line and the over. You know what? It would. I don't know. Their backs are against the wall. I think they probably come out a lot. I gotta believe the Texans are going to be better.
Okay.
They're better than they.
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't see how they're not better with Nico Collins gone.
That's true.
I mean, I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
I mean, Nico Collins isn't playing. I'm trying to figure out how their only legitimate threat for the season. I think there are other guys who can become threats, but we don't know. Jalen Noel seems like the only one. Jalen and Woody Mark seem like the only two that are actual threats.
Okay, has Nico really been a threat?
Well, no. I mean, he hasn't. Well, we know he can be. We know he has the ability to. He hasn't been. Now, I don't know if that's scheme. I don't know if that's protection. I don't know if that's, how they've asked him to, what routes they're asking him to run.
Well,
he's not a downfield.
Nick Cayley was asked that.
Okay.
Dale, you got that? We got asked about how they're using Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. Here is your offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, we move Nico around. I mean, he doesn't sit there and play primarily X. I mean, I think if you watch the formation, we do not, he moves around. And I think each week is different based on what we're trying to get from a coverage structure standpoint, what we can do from a pass concept standpoint. So to put it in one box is probably not fair. But no, we try. Nico is a big part of what we do. And we try to get him involved every single game. There's not a week that we ever don't try to do that.
Okay. Nico came into this season as one of the top receivers in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
That is okay. That's
a fact.
That's a fact. Where is Nico? I mean, concussion aside, where is Nico right now as far as wide receivers?
Well, I mean, Smith and Jigba has passed him for this year for sure. I mean, Smith and Jigba is one of the best in the league, if not the best. Emeka Egbuka, the rookie, is having a bigger year. He's having a better year.
Yeah.
Very quickly, Jordan Addison's starting to put up. Now, Addison, he had a touchdown again yesterday, but he had like 26 yards. Carson Wentz is terrible.
But
I don't know how you can win with Wentz. But he had a good game the week before, but that's only because I was playing Chris Solis in fantasy, and he gives up the highest score.
Well, there's Jamar, and there's Justin Jefferson, and there's
Justin
Puka.
Jefferson, Jamar, Puka, who's hurt, but Puka. Yeah, there's a lot more that you'd put ahead of him this year. And that's not a reflection on Nico. It's just where we are as an offense.
I thought.
Back to the wall is great, but I
thought the offense was supposed to find ways to use guys' talents. But
in a perfect world.
Well, no, in the preseason, that's exactly why we loved Nick Cayley. He was going to call the smart plays.
The good plays were supposed to come.
Yeah.
The good plays were so. I had heard we were one Bobby Slowick firing away from greatness. That was the word on the Texan streets.
He called the bad plays.
You just needed to get rid of terrible. And now there's a bunch of people who said, I would switch in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm just glad we got away from cookie cutter stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I like is that we were told brazenly. We don't do this cookie cutter copy paste stuff.
This is the Texans offense, not
this
the
is
Rams, not the
Texans,
Patriots.
This is not the Rams, the Patriots. And then if you see football people, I've seen this quote from people who played for the Patriots. That's the Rams passing game and the Patriots running game. We recognize that. Or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe it was Rams running game, Patriots passing game. But I've heard people who are football people who played in the league who analyze say, yeah, this is a combination of the two offenses. And why wouldn't it be? I mean, that's what he knows. It's okay, but he came in with swagger. Just, we're changing the world. We're going to change the world.
Todd Bowles said it. Todd Bowles said,
Bowles did.
Bowles said, this ain't the Rams offense. This is the Patriots offense.
Mm-hmm. But then someone else said, no. I said, this is the Rams run game. These are their concepts. I think it might have been Jeff Schwartz. But, people who played in the league and who study it on tape. I just know this. It's not working so far. It's not all on Kaylee. So we're having a little bit of fun. But
to be fair, it does feel like the 2002 Texans offense.
Or the Rams Super Bowl offense.
No.
With
Jared Goff. The Patriots?
Yeah, that offense looks very similar to what we saw against the Patriots.
But they're
actually, it looks like those two offenses from that Super Bowl in one team.
13-3.
Yeah. Was that what the score was?
That was a fun.
I don't know. How do you remember the score?
Because I remember how bad it was.
Good Lord.
13-3. Yeah. I mean, I remember where I was watching that game. It was awful. Awful. Yeah, 13-3. That's our offense. We took the Patriots and the Rams, combined them, and we're going to score 16 points. Yep, that's it. All right. So which way you going, higher or lower with underdog?
Well, I mean, the way we're talking about it feels like you got some lowers coming in that particular game. But, I don't know. You may say, look, I don't have a feel for cause there's some people who just fundamentally don't like going lower. They just think that they're going to always see. I guess they're glass half empty people who feel like there's always going to be, points scored and there's going to be running yards and passing yards. And if that's who you are, then you probably want to find a little different game. You probably want to go searching for games. And the good thing is with Underdog Fantasy, you can do just that. Like you've got a variety of games, including college football. You can look at college football. There may be a quarterback that you think is about to go off. Maybe they're chasing. I'll give you a hint. Sometime when someone sniffs the Heisman Trophy and a team sniffs the Heisman Trophy, that team will try to start padding up the quarterback stats, especially later in a game. So you may want to go higher on touchdowns on a quarterback of some sort. Maybe Alabama and Ty Simpson. Who knows? But I do know that they have college football higher and lower picks that you can make. And, of course, all the pro football games. Every game has a variety of players in each game, offensive, some defensive. And you just decide how you think the game's going to go. And if you think it's going to be a defensive-minded game, go lower on a lot of the picks. If you think it's going to be, an offensive-minded, you think there's a great matchup because a defensive back is out for a wide receiver, go higher on catches, higher on yards. You kind of pick and choose which one you want to do. I just know this. You can go between 2 and up to 8 picks. Up to 8 picks, you can win 500 times your original play. Wow. And all you got to do is, are you a ball knower? Do you know ball? If you know ball, download Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. And we had a caller say he did it just last week. First deposit. You get they will, as soon as you make your deposit, when you play your first $5, you will have $100 of bonus funds and bonus entries that is going to be on the way into your account when you make your first $5 play. And if you know ball, you can make money legally here in the state of Texas with Underdog Fantasy and their pick contest. Download it today. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Can we talk about the gambling?
Yeah, let's hold
this
on
is
1 second.
This is
unbelievable.
This is really unbelievable. Like, I thought the Mafia was gone. I mean, I didn't realize they just rolled over to poker.
It is.
The story. Did you read? Have you read all the stuff that is out now? It's really, truly incredible.
The tables that read the cards.
Tables
the glasses,
with X-rays underneath the felt. They've got a shuffle machine that they hacked and changed so it could.
A shuffling machine can tell that you can put which seat is going to get the best cards.
So I'm looking at this. There's a video here of this guy named Sal something. He's an expert on cheating. His name is Sal something Italian, and he has a YouTube page. And I guess CNN brought him on to talk to him and ask him, how does this work? Can you tell us how I didn't even know these things existed. Can you tell us how they work? He goes, I can tell you how all of it works. And then he goes into the X-ray table. He starts talking about that. He starts talking about how the machines, the shuffling machines, are hacked and how they can be changed and altered. And so yesterday we didn't have all the information when we were on the air. Here's the information. So we know the first guy to get arrested was Terry Rozier. Now, this is all part of the same sting by Cash Patel and the FBI. It's just they're related, but they're not directly related. So the first one is, we'll start with Terry Rozier. Terry Rozier is accused of, the one that he's really in trouble for is pulling himself out early on a game. Now, he pulled himself out on a game where there were $200,000 in props. The Mafia just can't help themselves. Mm-hmm. They can't be slick. They can't try to stay under detection. They fire a number that is absolutely going to raise red flags. The NBA works with all of these websites. They work with all of these websites. And look, because you don't have as much illegal gambling, I mean, you have it, but the proliferation of legal gambling sites, FanDuel, MyBookie, FanDuel, BetMGM, DraftKings, because there's so much, and they offer all these props, you now have an opportunity to play there. The problem is, for the bad guys, is that it's linked to the NBA. The NBA they work directly with the NBA. They all share information and intel. This also used to happen, and it still happens, in Las Vegas. Casino, sportsbook, they're all linked. They started linking with offshore accounts, so they knew when there was fishy betting patterns, because none of them want to get beat, so they all work together on that.
Well, it's how Tulane got caught. It's how
There was fishy betting patterns.
But let's go back to the poker game.
Okay, so he was busted first, Terry Rozier.
Listen to this, though. There's sound of a guy in 2023. Mm-hmm. He's on a podcast, and it's just this. I don't know who he is. Del, did you recognize who this guy is? No, I don't either. But he's talking about. Listen to what he says. This is in 2023, and he says this goes back to 19. This is how long Chauncey has been doing this. Listen to this guy 2 years ago talking about Chauncey and this poker game.
I would have never thought we were being cheated by this man this whole time. Like, if he didn't just completely smash the game.
Played the shit reg to a T.
Right?
Oh,
yeah.
No, Del, you were supposed to start it at 42. That's why I said start at 42. Okay. Anyway,
I'm interested in hearing now. I haven't heard this yet.
Del's he's going to.
So wait, this was in so this YouTube is in 23 before Chauncey was ever
2023,
and they're talking about a game from 19.
And they're talking. Yes, he says. Listen to what he says.
Okay, go ahead.
He started at 42, and listen to what this guy has to say. This is 2 years ago.
Little stories about it. There's one that cropped up. This must have been like 5 years ago, 2019-ish, I think, 4 years ago, where there was this game. It started in L.A., and then it came to Vegas for a few days, and it was all built around Chauncey Billups. And I had heard about the game, And the person who told me about it was like, look, I know the game runners. I'm telling you 100% this game is on the up and up. And I was like, well, I know a lot of the people that are involved, and I'm telling you 100% that it is not on the up and up.
Yeah.
And, we kind of went back and forth, and I agreed that, like, I just wasn't going to go play it. But I had some friends who went and played it both in L.A. and in Vegas. And it obviously, like, was for sure confirmed to be cheated. Mm-hmm. Like, people who clearly didn't even understand the rules of No Limit Hold'em are just, like, jamming hundreds of big blinds in with, like, a gutty. And then just drilling it. Yeah. Only the pros are losing. Like,
how is it figured out? Like, it just.
I can't remember if this was the game where.
No. Okay, that's all.
Yeah. So his name is Matt Berkey.
That's Matt Berkey.
His name is Matt Berkey, a professional poker player.
Okay.
And here's something else that I saw yesterday, and everyone has got there. Well, these people who have, like, Chauncey Billups, apparently there was some very suspicious. He took a player out who had 37 points in the last 5 minutes of the game and never put him back in. Like, there's a belief that maybe there was more than just an individual rigged, total. That Chauncey has some substitution patterns, and they said, there are people who say Chauncey Billups. At the time, they showed their screenshots like, Chauncey, this does not make any sense. What Chauncey's doing here is criminal. This should be an investigation if there's something having to do with gambling. You find out Chauncey Billups was involved in poker games that were not on the up and up in 19, then he knows. He's in full knowledge. This isn't where he's an unwitting face man of the game is what they're called. He's face man. So he's, hey, you can go play with Chauncey Billups. This guy knew it was rigged from the people who were, this is a professional player, knew the other people who were involved. And like, no, they're dirty.
If I'm his lawyer, I'm just going to claim he had no idea.
Well, you can claim it.
He was getting people to play poker. That's not even arguable.
He has no choice but to say it. But obviously he does, according to this stuff.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. This guy's like, no, Chauncey Billups was in on this all the way back in 19. You're not in on these games that long and where you're winning. Like, the odds of him not knowing are pretty substantial. Now, if you're his defense, you gotta that's the only. Well, you have two choices.
Let's say he's facing. There's millions and millions and millions of dollars that have
been
robbed.
No. If he's willingly racketeering, well, he may just have to just cooperate. He may not have any choice. He may have to take a plea agreement because Chauncey's cooked. He's done. And you know who else is done? Your boy Damon Jones. Damon Jones, it came out also, former Houston Cougar. Damon Jones.
That he was calling trainers to find out who's playing. There's a text from Damon to a gambler telling him bet
Milwaukee big.
Bet Milwaukee over the Lakers.
Bet Milwaukee
because this guy's not playing.
And this guy was LeBron James.
Yeah.
And he and LeBron James are tight. And LeBron's people were like, we didn't know anything about this. And they may not have known anything about this.
Apparently he got it from the trainer.
But yeah. And no matter where he got it from, he's tight with LeBron. He was with the Lakers. That's why he knows also. Did you know that? LeBron and them brought him in. They brought him into the Lakers when Darvin Ham was there because that's LeBron's boyfriend when they were at Cleveland together. But I'm not accusing LeBron of anything. I'm just saying, that's why he was there. Well, he said, and make sure you're bet enough, make sure your boy can eat. Meaning, hey, put a little something there. I want to get my beak wet too.
Yeah.
But he was giving this to actual mafia members. He was sending this to the mafia.
Unbelievable.
This is what was crazy to me is that all this stuff, it was the mafia. I saw something this morning. The New York Post has something where the mafia was running games in Kylie Jenner's, super deluxe luxe apartment in Manhattan. They had poker games. Like, I got a funny feeling this thing is just beginning. Now, maybe it's not, but somebody's going to turn state's evidence and cooperate. And I think this is going to spiral into a lot more. And what the NBA is terrified of is that this is going to ensnare more players, more coaches, assistant coaches, trainers. Now, the only thing obviously, they've been alerted to suspicious betting patterns. So if they don't have suspicious betting patterns on anyone, then it probably is going to be more poker-related, these poker games. But based on all the intel we got yesterday, I would say They all need their day in court, but it sure looks like Damon Jones, Chauncey Billups, and Terry Rozier are really having an uphill battle.
Yeah.
So Windhorst talked about Terry Rozier from 2023 and said when he pulled himself out of the game and all those bets were made going under on his totals, the betting partners told the NBA about it because it was so irregular. And apparently, if we're going by the indictment, Terry faked an injury to get out of that game, and then he didn't play the rest of the year. And Windhorst was saying it's not because of the injury, it's because the NBA pulled him aside so they could investigate what was going on.
Because they knew immediately.
So if the NBA knew there was something there, why does Terry Rozier not only play in the next season, but why is he allowed to be traded? Because if you're someone like, of course, the Miami Heat want restitution. They like him off their cap now. Why are we trading for this guy who's being investigated in some ways
unknowingly?
Right.
And you don't even know.
And you don't tell us about it?
And the NBA is now claiming, well, we don't have wiretaps, and we don't have the ability like we couldn't prove it like the FBI can because we don't have access to their the ways that they can find evidence. So that's why we did it. Oh, really? You knew this dude was doing it. You knew it.
I mean, but why take a chance? So I had an NFL friend yesterday said, this stuff is wild. I said, yeah, this stuff is wild. He goes, why in the world would a guy like Chauncey Billups? Now, remember, when he first started, and this is the thing, right now, he's a head coach. He's making good money. I don't know what I think he is as an assistant back in 19. I don't know when he started these games,
right.
But it's obviously
a
money
while
play.
ago.
But why continue to do it? Why have your face associated with it? Well, it's a money play.
Well,
I mean, it's a money play, but supposedly Terry Rozier wasn't it Terry Rozier that got in gambling, or was it Chauncey that got in gambling debt?
Malik Beasley's the one who had the money problems.
Yeah, but I think one of these
Terry
other
Rozier.
guys apparently may have had some.
I
think it was Rozier owed the mafia too. I mean, this is an after-school special. Like this is straight out of
after school.
Well, not after school. This is a Netflix
30
show.
30 for 30.
Yeah, 30 for 30. Like, and then I had a gambling. That's what happened with Headache Smith from Arizona State. He got into my boy from Tulane knew him. They played abroad, and Headache Smith told him, and then eventually became a 30 for 30. Yeah. He had gambling debts from playing Madden online against some kid who was, kind of clicked up, a young guy who's clicked up with the mafia. He would come on, he'd come on campus at Arizona State, and he got into, into debt with this kid, and then the mafia was having him, throw games.
All right, we got a break. Yeah,
which by the way, he did that wrong too.
Which is why, for whatever reason, these leagues and these the universities don't want you involved with the mafia for whatever reason. I don't get it, but they just don't. I get it that you don't want to be involved with the mafia. Once they're involved, you're screwed. And you know what? Once HR is involved, you people, okay, if you're trying to do HR by yourself, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. You don't know how to handle HR. You don't know what you're doing with HR. You need HR&P because they do know. All right, they have HR experts, right? You don't. Why are you paying an entire payroll department, an entire HR department? Then when tax time comes, you're paying CPAs, you're paying you're paying lawyers. I don't know what you're doing. All I know is that you're doing it wrong because HR&P can provide all of that stuff for you at a much better price. This is a fact. You don't do payroll as well as HR&P. You don't do HR as well. You don't do taxes as well. You just don't know the game. And you just have to hire more people and pay more money and for whatever reason you're doing this and you continue to do this instead of, you have an obligation to your employees to make sure that your bottom line, that you make sure that you are doing the best you can to make money so that they can have jobs and they continue to work and feed their families. You got families to feed. Do it the best way you possibly can by using HR&P. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. If you're doing all this stuff yourself or if you're not completely satisfied with your admin company, HRP.net.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Keith is on hold. Let's get him in here. He's been waiting a while, wants to talk. I don't know what he wants to talk about. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. This is Keith on a mobile. Just wanted to call in and maybe help out with some Texans wide receiver stuff. There is a free agent, Vanderbilt wide receiver, Tyler Lockett. I didn't know what you thought about him, Lance, if you go out and pick him up. I might have missed on Carson Wentz, but there is a good Vanderbilt wide receiver. I wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
He went to Kansas State. He never went to Vanderbilt. He was just a Kansas State wide receiver.
Well, but and how old is he now?
Tyler Lockett's 33.
Yeah.
He was in the very first draft class that I wrote up in for the 15 draft. I wrote him up in an office, in a rented office I had. I remember he was probably one of the first 20 players I wrote up, 20 to 25 players. And I'll never forget where I was when I wrote up Tyler Lockett. What a spectacular day that was for me. But no, he didn't go to Vanderbilt. He went to Kansas State. Keith on a mobile. Also Keith on a real Keith said, Tyler, Carson Wentz is hurt. We can't judge him based on it. Just shut up. This is the same Carson Wentz we've already seen. He's the same one the Colts couldn't wait to get rid of. He's the same one that where did he go after the Colts? Was he at Washington or I don't even what was he was a backup somewhere. Nobody wants him. And stop with your Vanderbilt Tyler Lockett. At least get a real former Vanderbilt wide receiver.
Well, that's the bit.
I know, but the bit is he could have come up with former Vanderbilt wide receiver.
No, the bit is you have because of Keith's obsession. Doesn't matter where Tyler Lockett actually played. He played at Vanderbilt.
But Keith knows his stuff. Like Keith knows ball pretty good.
Let's not explain the joke with the Keith on the mobile. I got it, Keith on the mobile. I understand what you're doing there. You don't have to be factually accurate. You're fine. He did play for the Commanders, then the Rams, then the Chiefs, and now the Vikings.
What he should have said is former Vanderbilt wide receiver Jordan Matthews. He could have said that.
Who knows who Jordan Matthews is?
Keith. Well, he didn't care about Vanderbilt back in 14.
No.
So why would he
Keith on a mobile, you're good with me. But, yeah, Carson Wentz didn't play well, but he was anguished on the sideline. You saw his face.
Former Vanderbilt quarterback Carson Wentz?
Yes, see, John, you get it. There it is.
Yeah.
Is that what he is going for, though?
Yeah.
I mean, okay. I just thought,
Leave that man alone.
Yeah.
That man's cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's, maybe I was being too picky with my
So, wait, okay. No Nico, no Christian Kirk. I mean, you got wide receivers who are 12 years old, their first ever catches. I mean, this is going to be...
Wait, what are you talking about? 12-year-old receivers.
We're going to have Hutchinson, Knoll, and Higgins all out there at the same time?
At the same time.
All three of them?
We're Iowa State.
Unless Justin Watson breaks into the...
Braxton Berrios will get snaps.
Yeah, your guy Braxton Berrios was playing ahead of Jalen Knoll.
What
does Jalen Knoll do wrong? He must not run the right routes.
Well, it was Braxton
they must be talking about him.
He said we got
running
the right
choice
spots.
routes.
He said he didn't.
Well, he should have said, I've got to.
Well...
Because if you're not playing ahead of Braxton
Berrios was finally...
What's wrong with you?
Eligible to play, and they immediately threw him out there. It was his first game. Hey, you're good to go. Go out there. Take the snaps away from the young guy with some actual juice. We're good here. They could not wait to put him on the field.
Man, Braxton Berrios is the option that we. This is a sad state right now. No, I'm telling what. How's he gonna?
We just drafted 2 wide receivers. Like, we saying we need more wide receiver help?
Well,
you can't say that.
Wait
it's
a minute.
Too late.
How many catches does Higgins have?
I mean, I think it's less than 7 for sure.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is the guy that we can't. Oh, he's Nico.
It's year 1 now. I mean, it's not. Come on.
I get it.
It's year 1.
But they have
He's
not
got
done
9.
anything
He's got
with
way
him.
more than you thought. 3.
Oh, wait a minute. What year is this for Emeka
He's got
Egbuka?
200% more catches than you thought. He has 9. You thought he had 3.
Yeah, but 5 came against the Ravens and the Titans, and those aren't real football teams. So he's really got 4.
Yeah, it's all.
He's really got 4. Emeka Egbuka, you asked what year he's in, John, when you're comparing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What year is he? That's right. You can't. That's when you're a rookie. You just can't get any catches.
Wait a minute. Is he at
Baker?
Baker?
Had 9 catches in one game.
Hold on, Emeka Egbuka. Number one, Jaden Higgins was not drafted where Emeka Egbuka was. He didn't carry the same draft grade. Number two, he doesn't have Baker Mayfield throwing to him. He's got C.J. Stroud.
Oh God.
Well, this is what we have to say now. Baker's an MVP candidate. C.J. Stroud, not anymore that Mike Evans has a broken collarbone.
Because he throws to his rookie wide receiver. That's why.
Well, you think Jaden Higgins is running around
wait
wide
a minute.
open?
They didn't have Godwin. They didn't have Evans.
He gets open,
They didn't have Egbuka.
Hold on.
And he was still
throwing. You think Higgins is open? That's the funny part.
Well, that's the problem John has. He doesn't get open.
No, the problem is they're not throwing to him, and Egbuka is. They are giving Egbuka the ball. Jaden Higgins probably is not open.
Well, that's a problem as the
receiver.
That's
a huge
real problem.
Well, that's the problem is you draft a wide receiver who's a vertical, who is a long leg build-up speed guy, and you're having to play quick game. He's never going to get it. You don't expect a bunch of catches. Now, I do think when they get stuff right, he'll be fine. I think he'll be okay as a number 2 wide receiver.
When who gets stuff right?
Well, whoever's the new offense coordinator.
Right?
Whoever the new offense coordinator is.
So he's going to get stuff right.
I mean, there's little rumors that the Texans have already been sniffing around on Mike McDaniel even earlier this year. That there was like, hey,
what are you doing?
If anything happens, would you be interested in coming back to play calling? That's a little sniffer I got in the direct messages from somebody, and I said, I always have to say if it's plausible. I've got a neighbor who, it's always that kind of stuff. I've had them over the years. A lot of times they've actually been accurate. This one felt like it could be accurate. Like I could see them. D'Amico's going to know him. I could see them sniffing around. That'd be a little bit weird to tell a head coach. You're basically saying when you get fired, maybe you talk to an agent, just say, hey, just let them know if anything happens, we're going to have some interest. Because honestly, it's not a good look to go offensive coordinator, 3 straight years. It's the same team that did it with head coaches. They did it with head coaches where they actually went coach. The Texans did simultaneously, from year with D'Amico. If this doesn't work with Nick Caley this year, generally speaking, I would say Nick Caley and all coaches deserve more than a year, especially if you think that they've got some talent. He's never gone through all this stuff. He's going to get better. The same way Bobby Sloak was probably going to get better as well. It takes time. Do you want to wait for that or not? Do they get along with the quarterback? I think C.J. Stroud is a guy who is, if he doesn't think you know ball, I think he'll check out on you a little bit. And that's just what I've heard happens. And if he loses confidence in Nick Caley, I guess you can roll with another year in Nick Caley, but look what happened after 2 years with Bobby Sloak. Offensive Rookie of the Year 1 year, the next year, quarterback doesn't like him, he's gone.
Listen, the fan base doesn't like Nick Caley, so
yeah, you think
so Cal and Hannah are going to hear about it, and he's gone. I don't know how you bring him back with the fan base.
That dude's got 6 games under his belt, and we're already getting rid of him. But that may be that. But I actually think it's in play.
That's a favorite.
I think it's in play for sure.
That's a favorite. We got a break. What about Burger Chan? Do they have a good burger or what?
Oh, man, I feel bad for Burger Chan. Burger Chan's trying to give you a free side order. All they had to do was have the hometown football team win. That's all they had to do is win the last game, and they would have given you, on Tuesday morning, they would have given you a free side order when you order a sandwich. You could have ordered your chicken sandwich, your fish. By the way, these sandwiches are phenomenal. They've got an unbelievable burger. That's what they're best known for. You can get the thicker patties or the smash burgers, a double, a triple, single, whatever you're doing. A lot of great ingredients that you can put on it. You choose from. I love their chicken sandwich. I'll sometimes just go in and just knock out the chicken sandwich on Fridays. Sometime during Lent, I get the fish sandwich. They've got falafels as well. They've got hot dogs. Oh my gosh, the hot dogs are great. But right now, what I want to tell you is that when you have the home team win a game, so you got Sunday, right? If they win, then on Monday you go in, you get your burger, whatever, and say, listen, go Texan, or you say, hey, I'm listening from ESPN 97.5. I want to get the free side order. They give you a free side order to go with your meal, and that's sweet potato fries, tater tots, spicy tater tots, French fries. They do it all. They're awesome. The food is great. They're well known in the burger community. Don't worry about that. But you know what I'm going to tell you to do? I don't know. just go in today. I'll tell you what, you go in today and say, hey, Lance told me to come in today and get the free side order with my burger. And you know what? If they don't give it to you free, just I'm going to tell the owner that I'm going to pick up your side. I'm going to pick up your side for the first 3 people today. Not all of yours, but I'll buy it. So if you're one of the first 3, they open at 11. I'll buy it for you. They can either give it to you or I'll buy it for you. Because I'm not sure how many wins we're going to get, to be honest with you. But I know that the burger, you're going to be a winner if you get the burger, the chicken sandwich, the hot dogs, all the great sandwiches, all the great food, the delicious milkshakes at Burger Chan, 5353 West Alabama, the same building we're in the Gallery area. For lunch or for dinner on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, it's Burger Chan.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, let's get to this Stingley thing. Dal, get that Stingley ready. I'm wondering, okay, D'Amico said it's an execution thing, right? And guys are being taught and aren't listening, or they're just not doing what they're told. So, according to D'Amico, he said we got to make sure we are aggressive, make sure we're getting hands-on, playing them tight and sticky. That was our game plan. Jackson Smith and Jigbo was pressed on 8 of his 33 routes, only 8. Derek Stingley asked about that. Stingley pressed him 0 times, 0. Asked about, wait a minute, D'Amico said you were going to play him sticky, hands on him. Game plan was press him at the line of scrimmage. Here's Stingley.
We asked D'Amico about it. He said the game plan was to get hands on him and all that, but it didn't seem like there was a lot of pressing. Is that something that you like to do?
I mean, I feel like any corner, likes to be at the line. But I'll never do nothing outside of what the play call is. So if the play call tell me to be off, I'm gonna be off.
And that includes shadowing as well?
It includes everything. I can't go out there and do my own thing. So, and I've never done that. That's not who I am.
So D'Amico said we're going to press him, but Stingley said there was no press call.
I got to see how often Sting was. I'm going to look this up, how often he was on Smith and Jigba, because I thought he would travel. And he did not, because I saw him busting up Kamari Lassiter. So,
yep. My question is there an wait a minute. Is it they're not doing what we said? Or, wait a minute, Stingley just said, I was not told to do they told me to play off. Which is it now?
Well, no. Well, they asked Matt Burke about playing off. Like they played off a lot in the game. Yeah. There was another question that was out there to I think it was Matt Burke, who just talked about they just decided to, they don't have the same game plan every game, and that they just played off of them more. He acknowledged that. That question, probably from Landry Locker, came up. And he acknowledged that. So I don't know. I mean, they were probably a little bit afraid of Stingley of Smith and Jigba beating the corner and getting into the route easily if he slipped the press. Sting's going to press better than probably Lassiter. Lassiter's the guy you don't want to get beat quickly off a press, because then he's behind a player who's faster than him, and that would be a concern. So I might not do a lot of pressing with Lassiter either. It really just depends on what your coverage is. And I just know that, wow, man, Stingley, they've got a low grade on him. PFF has him graded right now a 47.2, one of the lowest grades you're going to find. Well, I don't know if it's one of the lowest grades. This is unbelievably low, the PFF grade for him. The overall defensive grade is really low for Derek Stingley.
I mean, he's been beaten this year. He's been – we see him on guys that are making positive plays and down the field as well. So we don't know what the coverage is and blah 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 blah. So it's tough to grade. So I'm wondering again, is there an incompetence here with this coaching staff? So DJ Bieneme put out Nico Collins has 8 routes this entire season where he's been motioned pre-snap. 8. Let's compare that to other Pro Bowl wide receivers.
Now, if you're going to give me a bunch of slots, that's not exactly fair.
No, St. Brown 62 times, slot. But he's mainly a slot.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, 39 times.
Right.
Garrett Wilson, 38. A.J. Brown, 29.
More of a slot.
Drake London, 28.
Big.
Stephon Diggs, 25. Malik Neighbors, 17, and he only played in 3.5 games. Smith and Jigba, 21.
That's interesting. There's been years and years of he didn't really motion much when he had really great years. So I don't really know what that's saying exactly, other than sometimes you can do it for a guy like Drake London to give him a head start. Get him in motion, and sometimes it helps you get a release better if you have trouble against press. That's
here's
interesting.
Nick Caley now. Wait, here's Nick Caley talking about how Nico. Okay, somebody, I guess the question was, he's the X and you don't do anything, that's all it is, and that's it. And here is how Caley responded.
Yeah, we move Nico around. He doesn't sit there and play primarily X. I think if you watch the formation, we do not, he moves around. And I think each week is different based on what we're trying to get from a coverage structure standpoint, what we can do from a pass concept standpoint. So to put it in one box is probably not fair. But no, we try. Nico's a big part of what we do, and we try to get him involved every single game.
Is he?
There's not a week that we ever don't try to do that.
Well, then you're just incompetent.
Well, he's played left, so here are the numbers. He's played in the slot 43 times this year. Snaps. He has played left at the left wide receiver spot, the typical X. He's been at 140, and on the right side, 113.
What are his numbers now?
What do you mean?
I don't care where he plays.
Well, that's where he's ended up.
We're trying to get him the ball.
Well, but if he's an X, you would have. That's my point I'm making, is that he is not in the slot. They're not using him as a big slot, which Drake London sometimes they'll use him as a big slot. They play him primarily on the boundaries. I would maybe try him as a big slot. Now, they've only done it 43 times So they have not done it. They have not done it a whole lot.
Yeah. Well, they haven't done a lot with him, period.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Nico Collins was a huge part of the offense last year. Mm-hmm. Huge part of the offense. Right now, I swear to God, I thought that this season they were going to get the good guys, the good players, the football. I thought that was going to be the case this year. And it just doesn't seem to be.
Well, when you only have one good player at wide receiver.
Well, when did this roster get so
it
poor?
makes it tough.
I mean, I feel like we're talking about
a poor one player is.
Are we talking about a poor roster?
Apparently.
Offensively.
Well, yes.
Is this where we are? I thought everyone was happy they drafted 2 wide receivers, and I know the narrative is you're not getting the rookies a ball. I think there's probably a reason for it with Higgins. With Noel, there must be something going on because that guy has explosive juice, and he's playing behind Braxton Berrios. When Kirk comes back, he plays ahead of him. I wonder if he's probably the guy who's not doing, maybe he's making the mistakes that D'Amico talked about with wide receivers not being in the places they were supposed to be, because you need some juice. And here's a guy that has it, and he, something's got to be there. Something's got to be in play for him to be playing behind Braxton Berrios. Something's got to be in play. Maybe CJ is not feeling him. Because, that can happen, too.
Or
and I know
he's
CJ,
messing up on hot routes or whatever.
Yeah. No. Yes. Oh. Something has happened with Jalen Noel, or he would be playing more right now.
Right. All right, we got a break.
I don't think Higgins can get open, and I'm not sure that CJ's even looking at him, to be honest with you.
Yeah. God, it is a poor look at
this. We're talking about.
We're going.
So you need what we're saying is
you need
another
Chubb.
Wide receiver. You need another running back or 2. Yeah. You need new offensive linemen, and you might want to consider getting a backup quarterback that you can groom in case CJ wants to leave, or you don't want to pay him $60 to $70 to $80, $90 million a year, whatever Mulgeta decides to ask you for. No. So basically, draft all offense. Stop trading away picks, Nick.
Yeah. No, start taking.
Stop doing
we
rental.
Don't care.
No more rental players.
We're not going after need. I don't know if you heard. We don't go after need. We just want good football players.
Well, then go after those.
I don't care where they are. I don't know where they are. Yeah. Just get good football players. I know what's coming, a tax bill. That's what's coming. Property taxes are coming in the mail to you this month. Have you got it yet? Okay, because if you don't, you're going to get it, and you're going to look at it and go, what? This is what you think my house is worth? Really? Are you kidding me? And you want me to pay taxes on this number? Well, because, 14%. Okay, look to the right, look to your left. Only, I don't know if you have 100 people in the room, but only 14 of them are going to get the right number on their tax bill. Because 86% of the time, Ownwell wins and saves money for you. And you don't pay until Ownwell wins. Ownwell is going to fight your taxes. They're going to fight that number that the government puts out. They have proprietary technology and local expertise. They did last year, 60,000 Houston homeowners switched to Ownwell, and they received, on average, better reductions than similar agents. You need to fight this. Otherwise, it compounds. Next year, it's going to be more, and then it's going to be more, and you're paying a stupid number. Stop overpaying. Start saving with Ownwell. Sign up in 3 minutes at ownwell.com/Texas. That's OWNWELL.com/Texas.
8:07, Friday morning. Del, what do we have today? What do we have? I know we have Beat the Limo Driver or Beat the Warehouse Live guy at 9:30, right?
That's it.
That's it. I think we're supposed to hear from Tony the Hatchet Man Valentine about some of the gambling stuff that is going on. He supposedly has some insight into it.
Tony does?
Yeah, like he always does.
Wow.
So
this is a good question here. Did you guys see J.J. McCarthy? There was an out route to Justin Jefferson, and he rolled out of bounds, and J.J. McCarthy is standing there and jumps up and gets rolled up on, yet he's just fine. He's walking. He's saying first down. His ankle looks just fine. Why is J.J. McCarthy not playing?
He's in his uniform.
He's in his uniform.
He's in his full uniform. What are we playing Big Red for?
And getting your ass handed to you.
J.J. McCarthy has played 22 of 24 games. He's missed 22 of their 24 games. Do you realize, this was the problem with Anthony Richardson is now Richardson was more raw than J.J. McCarthy, but McCarthy didn't have a ton of starts coming out of college. Now he's missed giant chunks of his first 2 years. The guy's played 2 games. Where is his development? You can't develop him. They got to get him on the field as quickly as he possibly can get on the field. They have to. He's got to learn how to play football. He's got to learn how to play football because you have 5 years with the quarterback. He's going to burn up a chunk of the first 2 years. Most of the first 2 years, realistically. I don't know. I think I read there he was close. I think he should be starting next week. Yeah, next week at Detroit. He's missed 6 weeks due to hamstring injury. Next week at Detroit is when he's expected to come back. It looked like he was okay yesterday.
He looked like he was just fine. Just fine. Maybe they just didn't want to throw him to the wolves there. But I guess. I don't know. But saying the Chargers are such a wolf, I guess you wouldn't want to risk it. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in. Rockets tonight against Detroit. Okay? Got to make good on – got to make up. Yeah, Oklahoma City's already played another – come on, we got to get out there. We need our team out of – we got World Series – what are you going to watch, World Series or Rockets? Which are you more interested in?
Rockets.
Rockets.
This is a special year. We're headed for 81-1. You can't win 81 games until you win your first one.
You can't win 81 games until you win your first one.
No, I'm super excited about the Rockets. I don't even care about – I already know who's winning this. It's the stupid-ass Dodgers.
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Okay, don't be sure about it. There's not enough pitching for Toronto.
Yeah, there's plenty. We're going to be fine. Our team is
Dodgers have some – man, Dodgers have some pitching now. Snell, Yamamoto, Ohtani, Glasnow, that's like what the Astros used to throw out there at you.
They're gonna light Snell up tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay. I said it. Yeah.
You got some talent, obviously, in Toronto. They're there for a reason. They were a good regular season team. This isn't I just think. I bet you the Dodgers are about a 250 favorite, 2.5 to 1, maybe. You think? Does that sound about right, or you think it's closer than that?
All I know is that whenever a team goes 7 games and the other team sweeps, the team that wins 7 games wins the World Series. That's all I know. It happens every time.
So the series price is Dodgers minus 260.
Yeah, go ahead, get it.
So they're about 2.5 to 1 to win. So if you like the Blue Jays, man, take your shot at 207. Feels like you should get more than that, but the game tonight. The Dodgers in Toronto are minus 147. So you have to lay 147 points to win 100. Dollars to win 100. That's what that means. Who's starting for the Blue Jays?
No one knows. It's impossible to know.
It's very possible to know, and frankly, easy to find out. I'll just Google it now.
It's impossible to know who's starting tonight. That no one ever knows.
Many people know.
Yes, Savage.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
They don't know tomorrow night who's going to start yet.
That's not a great sign.
That's not. Yeah, Savage against Blake Snell.
Well, he's
Yamamoto against undecided.
Savage, he's obviously an opener because he's 1-0 this year.
Yeah.
He started 3 games. He pitched in 3 games. Well, what could possibly go wrong? A guy who's barely pitched in the major leagues is starting for you. Yeah. Now in those games, in his last 5 starts, he has been 4 innings, 4 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 5 innings, 5 hits, no runs, 5 1/3, no hits, no runs. Then against Seattle, he was 4 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs. Then 5 2/3 against Seattle, 6 hits, 2 runs. I mean, I don't think this is great. I don't think this is ideal.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to take Toronto tonight per se.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying
Snell
maybe in the future.
Yeah.
So you're saying you like the over since you expect them to beat up Blake Snell.
Well, dude gives up 6. So, yeah. And they're going to just destroy.
Pretty good in his last game, but we'll set that aside.
They're going to destroy Snell tonight.
I'm looking forward to the Rockets. Rockets, up-and-coming team in the West. Rockets, I think we're here.
Last starts.
And the Pistons are the up-and-coming team in the East. There's some similarities. I think the Rockets are getting to the spot they need to be at a little quicker than the Pistons. But it's going to be a good game. It should be a good game. I'm looking forward to I think I'm going to take my boys. I'm going to go pick my press pass up and then throw them up in the upper deck with my Game Time app, and then I'll just go sit in a better seat somewhere.
Okay. Snell, easy pickings. 21 innings this postseason, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 28 strikeouts, and 5 walks.
My God, it's like Garrett Cole numbers. Or Derek.
He's got a
Derek Cole,
0.86 ERA. Easy pickings. Yeah.
What's his whip? 20?
Yes, Savage. His whip, I don't have his whip in here. Just crazy.
Yeah, going to be a little tough for Toronto tonight.
Yeah, that might be tough. I like him, though.
I can see why you would.
I like this. I like Toronto sweeping. What kind of odds can I get on a Toronto sweep?
Oh, my God. I actually can find that for you. Holy crap. You want to just throw a little lottery ticket out there?
Yeah.
You got about the same chance of winning the Mega Millions. But let's see. A Toronto sweep. I actually think I can find that for you. A Toronto. I don't say Toronto. I say it like they say it. Toronto. Dodgers. Let's see. Toronto. Okay, so they do have this. Oh, sweep. Here. World Series sweep for the Dodgers is plus 450. Toronto is plus 1,800.
1,800?
On the sweep, yeah.
Let's go.
Your best. I'm sorry, Dodgers sweeping is plus 600.
Thank you.
That's actually pretty good. Dodgers to win 4-1 is the favorite at plus 325.
His playoff whip is 0.52.
Dodgers to win. Okay, here's one for you, John. Dodgers win game 1 and win the series minus 125. That's the play. Or you can say what you're doing is you're saying LA wins the first game, but Toronto wins the World Series is plus 600. I feel like that should be higher odds. I don't feel like you're getting very good value.
No, that's not great value. I don't know. I might lay off my Toronto.
yeah. I mean, just
I might
maybe against the red hot horseshoe of Blake Snell.
Wow. All right, we got a break. You know what I'm going to do though while I'm watching the games tonight.
And coming up, we'll get Hatchet Man coming up.
Okay. Oh, Hatchet Man on the other side.
Yeah, he's East Coast time, so he should be awake.
Yeah, he should be up. He should be up for sure. I got to talk about Coors Light. I got to talk about watching the games tonight, watching all weekend. We got college football, great college. We got Aggies and LSU. We got great pro football. Are you kidding me? Watching our team. I got to have a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Now, it's 10 in the morning when the games start here. The NFL games start here. So. I mean, my theory is can't be drunk all day unless you start in the morning. And that's a great theory to live by. So if you're somebody that is looking for the best way to be refreshed, to be chill, all right, they're brewed cold filtered, right? Brewed, cold filtered lager, delivered cold filtered. I mean, it's cold. Period. Okay? Your Coors Lights, you know they're cold. You got the Blue Mountains. It's the only beer that tells you it's cold. The only one. It's the smartest technology, okay? The other beers aren't as nearly as smart or as refreshing. So you're looking for the best way to enjoy whatever it is you're watching or not watching this weekend. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. We got callers. Oh, but we got Hatchet, Tony the Hatchet Man, right? Tony the Hatchet Man joining us here. But for those of you who haven't heard, big gambling scandal in the NBA with Terry Rozier. Chauncey Billups, not a NBA thing, but a poker thing. Chauncey Billups apparently luring rich people to a poker game that's rigged. Let's see.
I saw it wasn't an initial press conference, but some of the documents are out, and Chauncey was potentially involved in NBA stuff as well.
Ooh, yikes.
like lineup stuff. Weird stuff. Yeah. So I don't. Chauncey isn't immune from the NBA betting either.
Chauncey has some problems. So joining us now is the Hatchet Man, Tony Valentine, joining us here because nobody knows the game and especially on the East Coast. What's going on? Like Tony the Hatchet Man. What's up, Hatchet? We haven't talked in a long time.
Oh, man, it's been a long time. I hope the weather's still terrible there in your city where it's so hot and you all got swamp ass. But listen, I mean, we got so much to cover, but it's so funny to me that you squares, you radio and newspaper people, you sports what do you call Sports Illustrated magazine writers, and all of these people are just finally the FBI. You guys are the last to know. I've been given the inner circle. As you guys know, the Platinum Club, the inner circle, we get inside information. I disseminate that to, if you are a member of that, I disseminate that out there to you. So, I mean, we've been knowing about this Chauncey stuff for a long time. I mean, finally, you guys, the squares, caught up with Chauncey. We've been knowing about Chauncey. We knew about Terry Rozier. We all played the low. We played the low on all that stuff when he had that ankle injury or whatever. I mean, look, do I think it's good? No. I think you should never. The integrity of the sport is very important to me, because I played the game, obviously, at Bergen High School, Catholic High School. And so the integrity of the sport is very important. But if you're not going to be integrity, then I want to be on the right side of history. You know what I'm saying? So if I find out that somebody doesn't have the same integrity that I have, I'm going to make sure the inner circle gets their beak wet with perfect case. And that's what we were doing. But listen, this is a very, very big problem because it's not just in sports. And I will tell you right off the bat, this has been a big problem with poker games especially on the East Coast. I can't speak to West Coast poker. I know it's very soft. There's a lot of soft stuff going on West Coast poker. I can't speak to the dirty South, what they call the dirty coast or whatever. But I do know this on the East Coast. This has been a big problem, K-Gal. It's been a big problem. And I'm going to give you an example. A lot of different card games have had distractions, and this is what they were doing. They were doing X-ray tables. You know what I mean? Do you know about this? They did the X-ray tables where they could see the cards. And then they did the shuffle machines where they could do a fake shuffle. But not everyone has that money. But I've seen card games and been involved in card games and heard rumors of the grapevine that many different things have been happening on the East Coast. But what they do, because they don't have the money to get all that fancy stuff, is like you get girls serving. You ever seen when girls are serving, drinks and snacks and whatnot? Sometimes the checks mix at different like poker games, but they got these huge cans. So they would get these girls with these huge cans, and like what they, the butt thing, what they get in Mexico, the lift, and then they would get them at the games, and all these guys like, wow, look at that, and they would bend over to pick something up, and they're distracted, and people would change the cards. Right there. They don't even see it. They were switching cards back and forth, and these guys, these numbnuts are just sitting there looking at the girl bend over to quote-unquote pick up something, and then bang, there's cheating going on. So that's one way to get you. Here's another way. Be careful of this. They'll have a tray of glasses, you know what I'm saying, and then they drop it, and there's a bang, bang, a huge crash. And then everyone looks over, bang, switch the cards. Yeah. Switch the cards. There's another one that they use one time, and this is very disconcerting. Two guys, and they might have been connected to a family. That's all I'm going to say. They get up with their phones, and they start doing one of those TikToks. You know what I mean? Like a dance of a TikTok. And then everyone's like, oh, my God, I can't believe somebody from, this family is doing a TikTok. And so everyone, you can't stop watching. It's like a car crash. And there's the third guy at the table switching cards. So this has been going on for a very long time where poker games have been rigged. Here's the thing. This new technology, not around as long. But if you're looking for an X-ray table, you're looking for a shuffle machine that maybe is not on the up and up, 1-800-676-5200. Tony the Hatchet Man Valentine, listen, I got shuffle machines, I got X-ray tables, I got drones. Do you know I have drones? And here's the other thing I'm involved in now, AI. You ever heard of AI? Wow. Yeah. AI is unbelievable, and that's how people get cheated, off the AI. Yeah. So that's, I'm putting AI right now on all my sports picks. Can you believe this? I put it into the AI, and it's like I go from 84% to a documented 93% because of the AI, and they can't stop me because I got the best AI because my guy's Chinese.
Okay. So big cans, classic
Yeah.
TikTok dances.
Hey, now listen.
Okay.
I don't know about you. You may like them small. I'm going to tell you this.
Right.
Big
No,
cans
I like
fallen.
'em
They
big,
fall in many. Yeah. I mean, hey, I'm going to act like I haven't been distracted by big cans. It's one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest distraction techniques ever. They used to have these things called honey traps. You ever heard of that?
Yeah. No.
Wow.
No, what
These
is that?
spies, Russia would send girls with big cans over here, and they would get, businessmen, congressmen, presidents. Remember Marilyn Monroe? I'm not saying she was Russian, but remember when she had big cans, and then what happened there? President got shot and killed.
Well, yeah, I don't.
1-800-676-5200. Listen,
Those
if
are connected,
we'll give you a history lesson too if you need it. But we're here to pick winners and also to sell your card paraphernalia for your poker games if you need it and whatnot.
Yeah. But you were in on this.
And what about the G-Men? Are you guys talking a lot about the G-Men?
Yeah, no.
Last time, we haven't talked about that, but it's been what a wild ride. Good, this kid Dart. What a wild ride with Scatterbull. I swear to you, I wish I love my sons,
right.
but I wish he came from my loins because this kid was made to be a Valentino. That's my name before I changed it to Valentine, obviously.
Yeah. No, I mean, Scatterbull, did he?
Wow,
he looks
what
like
a
a Bergen
great kid.
Catholic guy.
Absolutely. Look how much he lifts. He's got stocky little arms. He looks like he benches, I don't know, probably throws up 450, I would guess.
Where are you at now? Where are you at now?
I've got a little TRT, what they call the TRT. I don't know if you know what that is.
No.
Makes you very strong. The testosterone replacement therapy.
Yeah.
And I'm up. My numbers are like 2,000. So I'm like lifting houses. It's crazy how strong I am right now. My veins basically rip out of my skin. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
1-800-676-5200. I got testosterone also. So we got drones, we got testosterone, and we're picking winners. And I'm telling you right now, one of the games that I absolutely love this week, that I think is going to kill this week, is going to be available at 1-800-676-5200. You have to call me to get it.
Yeah. Thought you were going to give us a winner there. That's what I thought. Right away.
I like Ohio State. I'll be honest. Money line Ohio State for sure.
Ohio State. Who they got this week? Rutgers?
I don't know, but
yeah. It's just.
Whoever. I like a money line. I'm firing blind, basically.
Yeah, you don't even care who they're playing. That's how confident you are in them.
Yeah, but listen. This is what we're doing here. We got to get rid of Dayball. He's going to take this and screw it up. You got basically generational talent right now at quarterback and running back. Generational talent, what they're calling it. And if you have Dayball to screw this up and Joe Shane to do this, and you're going to take that, they've already tore Malik Neighbors' leg half off his body, and now we're going to let them ruin these two guys? No way.
Yeah.
I've never seen two guys. And you know what? Typically, when my guys score, I like for them to act like they've been there before. But when you get kids like this who come from good families, I like to, show out a little bit and push back on people who think that, guys that look like, Dart, Scatterbull can't get it done. Look, McCaffrey, great. We all love Christian McCaffrey. Everybody loves Christian McCaffrey. But he's soft. This is the real, running back that you don't expect. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't expect this guy to be a great running back, to be an all-pro running back, the Scatterbull kid. He doesn't look like he would be, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, he's the people's running back, frankly. If you see him, if you look at him, you're like, this is the people's running back.
Yeah, let me throw some games at you and see what you think.
Yeah, go ahead. Fire away.
Stanford at Miami.
Miami, easy.
You like Miami? Money line.
Listen, this guy Beck is a complete, but we knew what was coming with Beck. We did. The AI told us, and it's the thing. The AI said over 2.5 interceptions, Beck. I'm like, AI, are you sure? Because you can't even talk to them. They're called LLMs, what they're called.
Right.
I noticed because I got Maki. And he said, no, talk to it. And I'm like, are you sure? Against Louisville? He said, trust me. AI's like, trust me. Over interceptions for Beck. He's garbage. And he was right. AI's right again.
Right again. Wisconsin at Oregon.
Wow, you know what? This is a tough one. I'm tying up Oregon along with Miami money line. We're going to keep it open with one more pick.
Okay.
This is what Oregon, Wisconsin. Ever since Barry Albert, I think he passed away. Ever since he passed, they've been terrible.
I don't think he passed, but he passed. Oklahoma State at Texas Tech.
Wow,
that's a tough one.
Who are they playing?
They're playing Texas Tech, Oklahoma State.
Holy crap! Texas
That's a tough
Tech
one.
is on. They got a multi-millionaire over there now. So and this is what a lot of people don't know, and this is why you got to be within a circle. Inside information. They got a multi-millionaire. He's buying people left and right, which now is legal in college football, and he's buying people left and right. On the other hand, Oklahoma State, Gundy's terrible. They've been terrible. They're going to keep being terrible. This is not your father's Oklahoma State team that used to be good before Gundy got the changed the hair out. And wow, I mean, all I can say is fire. Also, so now we got a 3-team parlay working. You see how easy this is, and I'm giving you winners. Tie them up money line. Boom,
boom, boom. Yeah. These teams are laying 100 points, but we're going to lay them money line. And
that's why it's a layup, Gagal.
Yeah.
That's why it's a layup. But that's also
right.
what you get with a free pick, though.
I'm
not going to give, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm giving you a free winner, so go ahead and take it.
Yeah, no, that's a winner.
I think you throw $10,000 on it, you'll probably win about $700, but it's like a free $10,000. Big deal.
Well,
you could go cash out your house. No one's losing. Trust me.
Listen. Now, I mean, I can't trust the NBA, but you got all the inside information, so I guess.
You never could trust
the only
the
thing
NBA.
I can trust, right?
Oh, listen to me. You never could trust it, but now you're on the same page with the NBA. I've been telling people. Well, you thought I was joking when I said that if you played with the Platinum Club, if you called the Platinum Insiders at 1-800-676-5200, that we had guys following around these guys that were doing scurrilous stuff at the, inside the clubs, and they were throwing games. We know this, and people like, no, Tony, you're not selling real information. We're selling real. We know about Billups forever. You think Billups is on the level with the Pistons? Are you kidding me? Get out of here. And there's a lot more of this stuff going on. You want to be part of it? I don't want to say anything, but remember when Kevin Durant missed the free throw? Wow. That was unusual. That was unusual. And then he fell on the ground, and then he's knocking people around and fouling people. I'm like, wow. Interesting. We're doing research.
Tony.
All I'm saying, I'm asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
So
we're going to do some research. I put a tail on him, so we're going to follow him around Houston.
It's not Kevin
They
Durant.
actually play tonight. They actually play tonight.
Yeah, no, they are. They're pissed against the Pistons. Ironic
it's
against the
be
Pistons.
A good game. I think I like Durant to come back with a big because you got to keep the scent off you. So I think he comes back. I'm firing on over on the 3-pointers for Kevin Durant. Boom, just gave you a free one.
That's it. Over on the free throws for Kevin Durant. Got it. And finally,
3-pointers. 3-pointers.
Oh, 3-pointers. So he's going to have one.
I'll bet you he makes every free throw today. Watch what I say, and all of a sudden you're going to say, Tony might have been onto something because now he's making everything, but then at the end of the game he misses one.
Oh, no, I don't think
Tony makes me think.
Okay.
Tony makes me think.
And finally, Discount Sushi, how's it going?
Well, I mean, listen, it's been rough because the beef market, for all of you guys who like to eat beef, you're like, wow, Tony, it's so expensive out here in the beef market, and I'm like, well, I told you a long time ago, have you ever had swai? Because you can get the finest cuts of swai. We have the finest cuts of catfish. We have discount sushi. So the pieces of fish that a lot of people don't know that you can make sushi out of, we will do that. But not only that, sometimes sometimes people they turn their nose up like they smell some salmon. Like, I don't know if it smells right. And I'm like, give it to me. I'll cut this up. We'll throw it in some, salmon tartare or whatever, and we'll sell it to people. Bang. You get delicious sushi at a discounted rate. And right now, if you come to New Jersey, we got 2 locations in Jersey. So if you guys are headed to Jersey for anything at all, maybe to go to an art museum or something like that, bang, I got you set up, obviously. So don't just tell them you came from KGAL. You're from Houston. You know the guys on there that do the radio, and bang, I'll make sure you get some edamame. You ever had this edamame? It's like green beans, but only like it's different. It's not the name is green, but it's a lot like green beans.
Yeah. No, I heard of it. Yeah, no. You're breaking up. We got to go. Great talking to you. Great talking again, and don't be a stranger, okay? And if you're going
1-800-676-5200. All your crooked poker stuff, I got it.
Yeah, we got it. You got it. And listen, it just mentioned Kagau when you go to Discount Emporium. That's it. And you're going to get the best in service that you could possibly get. That is Tony the Hatchet Man Valentine right here on Kagau. Don't go anywhere. Right now I'm talking about Chastang Ford and my people over at Chastang Ford. And I'm talking about the transparency. I'm talking about the great deals. I'm talking about you not getting, add-ons or markups. They just don't ever do it. When in fact, that's the case with other dealerships. It really is. By the time you get to the signing, you're like, wait a minute, how much is this now? Now what now? I don't want tinted windows or leather seats or I don't want what air in the tires that you're charging me for? What is this? Yeah, that's what happens at other dealerships. It doesn't happen at Chastang Ford. Never happens at Chastang Ford. The integrity for 80-plus years in the car business here with the Chastangs. I'm telling you, if you're looking for the best way to get your Ford SUV or pickup, the number one commercial dealer, there's a reason businesses go there, and there's a reason you should go there, because you're going to get that same great service, great price, transparency, no add-ons, no markups. If you're looking for that SUV or pickup, there's only one place to go. Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
It's funny. I speak for John Daspit, but also Young Jazz from the box. She speaks for John Daspit, and she was involved in an auto accident yesterday. She was hit hard from behind, got hurt in that one, and she knows the number to call, 713 call now. So she got a hold of John and his law firm, and immediately said, oh my gosh, I didn't know that I'd ever have to use you guys, but what do I do right now? I've got this pain. I got this pain. He goes, well, you need to go see a doctor. I mean, the first thing you need to do is go see what's going on. And a lot of people don't do what they're supposed to do because they don't understand, for a lot of us, we get hurt and you just think, okay, well, it's sore right now and I'll just kind of walk it off. It'll get better in a couple of days. What happens if it doesn't? What happens if you have fractures? What happens if your arm is broken and you just think it's the shoulder sore, but there's a fracture in the clavicle or whatever? I'm not a doctor. I can just tell you this. Go see doctors who are doctors and let them take a look at you. If there's an issue, John Daspit wants you to get it fixed. He wants you to get it diagnosed. He wants to make sure if you have hospital bills because you've been badly injured due to someone else's negligence, that that you get what you need, and the insurance company on the other side is going to pay for that. Also, your pain and suffering is going to be compensated for, and also your time missed from work. If you have to miss work, if Jazz has to miss any work, he's going to get that compensated for as well from the other side. I mean, the bottom line is people who are in blue-collar labor, for example, a lot of times if you don't work, you don't get paid. That's how it is. So he wants to make sure that you can keep putting food on the table for your family, so you need to be taken care of. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's really weird because Ohio State isn't even playing this week. And so, but
I wasn't sure if they were off or not. I was like, I'm not sure they're playing.
Yeah, they're not playing this week, but he liked them. Tony Hatchetman likes them.
Yeah.
And he loved Texas Tech over Oklahoma State. And
yeah, but I do too.
Miami. Stanford.
But against the spread, though?
No, he didn't. No, it's money line.
Yeah, because the spreads are pretty high in these.
Yeah, money line he likes. He likes the money line.
Can you even get money line action on
I
those?
don't know if you can get money line on those games. I'm not sure.
I mean, what's the purpose? What's the point?
Yeah. All right. Donovan is on hold. He's been waiting to get on the show. What do you say, Donovan?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Donovan?
Oh man, just want to call it in for early. Call in a win for the Texans this weekend. I was a little hard on CJ. I called in Tuesday. I was a little hard on CJ.
What'd you say? Remind us what you said.
Oh, I said he was looking powder on the sideline, his body language, and he wasn't talking to
that's right.
Nick Haley, and really didn't seem disinterested. But I'm apologizing to CJ. I know it's hard playing quarterback in the NFL. We got offensive line is not playing up to par, but I think it's going to be a good game. They're back at home. They're playing at 12 o'clock. They seem to play better when they play the noon games. And I think it'll be a low-scoring game. I think it'll be a defensive game. Mm-hmm. And I'm calling the Texans win 19-15.
Hold on. I gotta ask you something, Donovan. You have really changed. You've really changed, and you've even said you apologize to CJ. I need to know, did your boys say you were too hard on him? Did your wife or your girlfriend say, we can't be this negative? Like, what happened to give you this change in 3 days?
Well, I'm trying to take a positive attitude. Okay. I don't want to be down on him.
Okay.
He is our quarterback.
Fine. Yeah, that's
He's
true.
A Texan.
Yep.
And we got him for this year, and I think we got him for next year. Mm-hmm. So he's not going nowhere.
Nope.
So let's pop him up. Maybe he needs a pop up from the I know you're hearing it from the audience. I know he's hearing it from everybody. So let's come in with a positive attitude this weekend. We're at home, noon game.
Mm-hmm.
They play better at noon for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
we got no choice.
I think we got to.
Yeah. We got no.
I want to go into. I think if they can keep it under 20, I think Texans win.
Okay. Well,
keep the other team under 20. I mean, look, the Texans are favored. The Texans are a lower scoring game with the Texans scoring, and he just said 19-15. I don't know if you've done the math on that, but that's 9 field goals.
Yeah.
I mean, the way I see it is 4 field goals and a touchdown for the Texans. That would get to 19-15 for the 49ers is 5 touchdowns. Now, that means the two teams have to be in scoring position 10. Well, scoring position nowadays is just at the 40. But that's 10 different scores. I don't know if I can see that happen. I love that,
though. I got Pinheiro as my kicker, so
oh,
I love
yeah.
that.
Oh, no, you're going to have a shot.
Yeah.
You're going to have a shot.
So I didn't know this. Worst tackling teams in the NFL. 32nd, the Bengals. They miss they're 15% missed tackles. 15%. Second worst team in the league, the Texans.
Yeah, but you know that saying that you'll you can't miss a shot if you don't shoot it or whatever. Or you miss every shot that you don't shoot.
You miss 100% of the tackles you don't.
You miss.
You take.
Well, but you won't miss any of the tackles you don't try. Is also
they
like
try, but they
But
miss.
if you don't try, you won't miss. That's the other thing.
11.7%. They're ranked 31st. Seattle is 30th at 11.1. Now this makes sense. The Dolphins 11. That makes sense. The Jets 11, and the Commanders 11. That makes the Dolphins and the Jets make a lot of sense. Seattle doesn't make much sense. Neither do the Texans really.
No.
I mean, it's the best scoring defense in the league. How is it that they're missing so many tackles and yet nobody can score on them? That's weird.
That's a mystery.
It is a mystery. If they made the tackles, maybe no one would ever score on this team. If
maybe
they actually tackled better.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think you're onto something.
If they tackled better, no one could ever score.
Which is going to be necessary on Sunday. If the 49ers score, I think the Texans lose.
If the 49ers score?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Simple a score, and I think the game's over.
Yeah.
How are they going to move the football? How are the Texans going to move the football? They can't run, and they don't have Nico Collins. What are they going to do? Who are they going to lean on? Dalton Schultz, I would imagine. Dalton Schultz is going to get a lot of targets.
That man got 10 targets last time.
Yeah.
No, he's hurt again.
Dalton?
He got banged up in the game, yeah.
He'll be fine. He's tough.
And Nick Caserio said, I think it was this week.
How are they going to move the ball?
He said he was banged up all last year, too.
Yeah, and that was excusing his lack of production last year. He was banged up.
That's why he didn't try to block, because he didn't want to hurt his shoulder.
He was already hurt. Even in the last game of the year, he didn't want to try to block because he was hurt.
No, a playoff game.
No. So,
fourth quarter, where just a chip was needed.
Yeah, he's got a back injury. He was limited in practice.
How are they going to score points is the question.
Yeah, how are they going to move the football?
Let me take a look at the 49ers defense.
Woody Marks?
Yeah.
How did Woody do against Seattle running
whole
the football?
Offense is going to depend
I like
on Woody.
everything we talk about. All of our hopes and dreams are on a fourth-round running back now.
Who they traded a day 2 pick in this upcoming draft for.
Woody Marks. In Woody we trust.
Could somebody explain to me why, though, Nick Chubb is starting?
The matchup predictor for ESPN has Houston at 56.5%. Now Houston has a really good defense.
Well, that's because they're 2.5-point favorites. That's what it is.
Well, but no, 56%. You know the Dodgers are 59% tonight at Toronto. We're 56.5%. So in a way, it's kind of like we have Ohtani on defense named Will Anderson.
Well,
Ohtani plays offense too. So who's the Ohtani?
Woody Marks.
Oh,
Woody
okay.
Marks.
You didn't hear?
I guess
Woody
it is
Marks.
Woody Marks.
Woody Marks. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me get the statistical preview.
Honestly, okay. Rank your weapons offensively.
I don't want to do that.
Rank your weapons this week.
God.
CJ's number 1.
No, he's not a weapon.
He's a weapon.
He's not a weapon. He's a distributor.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz
number
is
one. Number
the
one.
Banged up, the guy with a bad back.
Who may not play, yes.
Yes.
You think that's the...
I think that's their best weapon on Sunday. Dalton Schultz.
Wow. Okay, next. I'll give you Dalton Schultz.
Well, great. Thanks.
What else do you got as a pass catcher?
Really?
What else?
Woody Marks. Woody Marks is next.
Who was it who just called in?
Donovan.
Donovan's trying to be positive, and we're following up with...
I'm positive that Dalton Schultz is their best weapon on Sunday.
But what about next is Woody?
I guess, yes. He can break off a 10-yard run, which is what we deem explosive for the Texans now. I'm not expecting a 30-yard run, but a 10-yard run, he breaks a tackle in the backfield.
Is this week 9 or week 8?
It's week 8.
Well, it's 8 because we got 2 and 4.
And a bye.
Week 8 research notes. Oh, no, this is the old one.
So
wait.
It's Schultz, Woody Marks. Who's next?
Okay, wait. So we need a whole new offensive line.
Okay, so you do
we
know
don't have any wide receivers.
Hold on.
We got a backache for a tight end.
Let me ask you.
We got a 4th-round running back.
Let me ask you a question. Who averages more points per game, the Texans or the 49ers?
Points per game?
Uh-huh.
If we remove the Ravens and Titans from the equation?
No, because they're part of it.
They're not. Those are real
you can't
football teams.
stop removing the good games.
Those aren't real football teams.
They had good plays called. You got to stop removing the games where if we remove their best games.
No, you have to.
No, let's also remove their hardest games.
Okay, let's talk. CJ mentioned the Ravens and the Titans where
The
they found
answer
their
is
rhythm.
21.2
No,
Houston.
It's not. Stop it.
The 49ers are 20.7.
Those teams don't count. You know
What
they
about
don't
yards
count.
per game?
So when you evaluated CJ Stroud's tape and how he's performed in college, did you lock in on how he played against Rutgers, or did you lock in on how he played against Georgia?
It's all the same.
No, it's not. You know it's not.
Let me ask you a question.
You know it's not.
Yards per game. Who averages more yards per game?
I don't care.
Houston or San Francisco, John?
Houston.
Wrong. San Francisco's 6th in the league. Houston's 22nd.
The Texans have 2 FCS opponents on their schedule.
Houston, San Francisco is actually 6th in yards per game and 23rd in points per game.
Wow.
They are bungling idiots.
I love that. I got their kicker.
Time
I'm
of
telling
possession,
you, it gives me 20 points a game.
49ers are 4th in time of possession. Total defensive sacks, the Niners, this is kind of creepy. The Niners have 9 defensive sacks, which are 30th. The Texans have 14, which put them 20th. Now, they did have a bye week, so keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Total interceptions, the Texans 7. Wait, are the Texans up to 7 INTs?
Well, they picked off Cooper Kupp.
Or
They picked off Cooper Rush 3 times. They love picking off Coopers.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, Cooper can.
So
the 49ers have no interceptions this year.
Huh. Wow. Nice.
So the turnover differential.
Change that.
Turnover differential.
That's not nice.
49ers are 27th at -5. The Texans are 7th at +4.
What are the odds that CJ gives them their first interception this year?
Well, he's got 4 for the year.
With new
Mac
receivers,
Jones has 4 for the year.
Young receivers, not a great offensive line. It's a pretty good bet.
Do you think Christian McCaffrey has more receiving yards or rushing yards? Might be a trick question.
Is he
Rushing
even?
yards.
Nope, receiving yards. 518 to 485.
Wow.
He's got 3 receiving touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns.
Do
Christian
you
McCaffrey out of the
foresee a
backfield.
time
I don't know what they're going to do.
Aziz Al-Shir is matched up on Christian McCaffrey in the backfield.
Yes,
or out of the backfield.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
I do foresee
What
a time.
is wrong
Yeah,
with
I
you?
actually do foresee a time.
Yeah, what else is going to happen? Who
No.
are the 49ers going to lean on Sunday? Who do you think?
Oh no, this guy's getting a ton of touches.
He's getting all the touches.
And here's the problem: how did the Texans stop it? Like EJ Speed's got to be on the field, because he can run. But the problem is, the 49ers are going to try to find. Kyle Shanahan's going to scheme ways to. The Texans are going to have to just spot drop Aziz when he's in the game, because you don't want him on. You don't want him ever on Christian
I'm done
McCaffrey.
with Donovan's positivity. They're going to get their ass handed to them.
Injury report. There's still 2 offensive linemen that are hurt. I mean, it's everything that you know. Autry will play.
They're going to win.
Nico's
Texans
not
are
going to
win.
play.
All this negativity that you're bringing.
Are they?
No, I'm just reading stats.
Are they scoring more than 1 offensive touchdown?
Dell's the one who won't count 2 of their wins.
Because they're FCS opponents.
They're not FCS.
Yes, they are.
Any given Sunday is
Stop
an
it.
actual real phrase.
No, not when you play that Titan team and that Ravens team this year. Do they score?
What have they done against the Power 4?
This is what I'm saying. Get those numbers out and see how you feel.
Against the Power 4?
Yeah, Power 4 conference
They've
teams.
been all right.
What do they look like against Seattle?
Okay.
So against Seattle, 1 offensive touchdown.
Name the other
Late.
pitch. Rams, they played tough.
Right? 1 offensive touchdown against Seattle.
Rams, they played tough.
No touchdowns.
0 touchdowns.
Jacksonville, they played tough.
1 touchdown on a blown coverage.
Yeah, supposedly.
No, it happened. No. And the Bucks, they scored 2, and there's some question
And
about
the
the
Bucks
last
are
one.
one of the best. Question about the last one.
What?
There's no question. You're trying to say Terry Rozier took himself out of the game early?
I'm telling you, Todd Bowles.
Todd
Bowles would never.
So the 25-yard. Now
Todd
it is
Bowles-
strange seeing Nick Chubb blessed off a 25-yard run.
Yeah.
That is
So
jarring.
against the
But wait, he did it again. He
against
did it
against
the
the
Ravens.
FCS, an FCS opponent. There it is.
That's true.
So against the Power 4 this year, the Texans have scored maybe legitimately 3 touchdowns.
The Power 4.
Maybe.
All right, we got to break.
And the Woody Marks one against Seattle took all the energy. How long did that touchdown take?
You're looking at the negatives.
I'm just saying, I asked you, more than 1 touchdown scored against San Francisco offensively.
No.
The 49ers are F-ups.
They're 5-2.
They're 6th in rushing yards, and they're behind the Texans in total points scored. They break
because
down
they didn't play the Ravens
in the red zone.
You know why? They didn't play the Ravens or the Titans.
Who have they played? Have they played killers? I'm sure they have.
They played better than the Texans when it comes to those two opponents.
Yeah, they beat Seattle.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, on a fluky game.
You don't know that. We got to go to break.
We got to break. We got to talk about
They
Kent
played
Jones.
nobody.
We got to talk about you buying a house. Are you going to? Do you want to? If you're renting, it's not the way to go. Call Kent Jones and ask him, okay, how can I do this? He'll tell you. He'll give you his time. He's unbelievable. He helped me when we were buying a house here, and he can't, he can't do anything in California, but he's incredible. I mean, the guy knows everything. Well, I can't say that in a commercial. The guy has been doing this for 30 years, and he's got over 1,400 career closings. You tell me if he knows more about mortgages than you. You tell me if he doesn't know the hacks on how to save you money. We have got testimonials from our listeners who have used Kent, and they're like, holy cow, it's incredible how much money he has saved us. That's the word. That is, listen, you use a broker, and it's like, wow, that's not a great way. Well, in the mortgage game, yes, it is. It's different. He saves money. He doesn't cost you money. He saves you money. That's what he does. So brokers are just better. And Dream Rate and Kent Jones, to me, we've seen it time and again. He's awesome. He's awesome. So you're looking for the best way to buy that home, to lock in. He can give you that advice, what he feels is the best. He knows the game. He knows everything about it. So you're looking for the best way to buy that home. Call him and ask him, I want to buy a home. Help me. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Hey, before you know it, we've been dealing with heat. Before you know it, you're going to start dealing with some colder weather. It does come. Now, how long it lasts, we'll see. When there's a freeze, though, and we've had the big freezes, it's not very fun, especially if you got windows that are leaky. I'm telling you right now, Allstate Windows and Siding, wow. They do a terrific job of making sure that you get your windows retrofit into whatever size your window is. You can have the shifting earth beneath us with all the clay we have can cause some window leakage. If you got single pane windows, you're already getting killed from an energy standpoint. It sounds, you're not as safe. You can hear noises outside too easily. These windows they have are made in Texas. They're made to lower your energy rate by up to 40%. They add a level of beauty to your home without question, but also safety, reduces noise. And did you know that you can get 30% off of each window on a minimum 10-window job? They have 12 months, no interest, no payment. So, pay it as you go along over the course of a year and you don't get hit with any interest payments. But they also have discounts for, for first responders and veterans and senior citizens and, of course, ESPN 97.5 listeners. So make sure you tell them when you call who you are and why you get that sweet discount. Get the best windows, the best siding, and really, frankly, the best workmanship and craftsmanship that you're going to find here in the Houston area. It's AllStateWindowsandSiding.com, 832-204-1936.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've been doing a lot of Texans talk, a lot of I was looking at I wish the Rockets were in the East again. That would be totally sweet if they were in the Eastern Conference again.
We were never in the Eastern Conference.
I know, but
you're hearkening back to the Steven Coutinho days.
In my mind.
And I think actually Kelvin Cato was the one who brought up, if we were in the East, no one cares.
Yeah, but if they were in the East, they would have been in the playoffs.
They would have made the
easily.
playoffs, yeah.
Easily. But, okay, so Golden State is going to be a playoff team. Oklahoma City is a playoff team.
Did you see the game that Aaron Gordon had?
Yeah, apparently.
10 of 11 from 3? He hit 50 points?
You know whose record he broke for most threes in the opener?
Klay Thompson?
Terry Rozier.
That's not true.
That is true.
Yeah, Ernie had the stat on Inside the NBA last night.
Inside the NBA, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
By the way, did you guys see any of – I didn't watch it, Chuck and those guys in the first episode. On the very first episode on the intro, they did their – it's like a 4-minute intro. And at the end of the intro, Ernie goes to the desk and he's like, well, it's the same. He goes, it's a new state. He goes, you're seeing us in a new place, but it's the same studio, the same guys, the same people behind the scenes. And Charles starts to talk. He goes, well, hold on a second, Charles. Because Charles started to talk. He goes, well, let's get your thoughts on that. And they went to clips of Charles in the past saying, I will never, ever, they're not going to work me like a dog. I'm not working. I'm not playing. I'm not going to be there 4 days a week. And they had him just going in on ESPN for like a cut of 9 different cuts.
Yeah.
Then they said,
for no money. I ain't going to work me like a dog for no money.
Then they had L.A. Clipper stuff. Did you see that where they go, wait a minute, Chuck, I thought you liked the Clippers. You go, no, I can't. Kawhi Leonard has 2 jobs. How's he going to play basketball?
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, they had a lot of good moments. Chuck, what team he on now? Did you see that one?
Well,
didn't see that one.
They normally have the bit of who he played for. Now it was who he broadcast for with all the new partners. So they flashed Austin Rivers, and I guess he works for Prime. So they did like that. Well, with all these new bodies out there, new people, who does he work for? And then they just went through the list of naming the NBC guys and the Prime guys.
That's so funny. That show is the best.
It's funny when you see more and more when you go to different markets radio wise, but for sure when you see television now, it's pretty much just all players. I mean, your play-by-play and your sideline reporter. And every once in a while you'll see a former player who is a play-by-play guy. It's pretty rare, but I mean it makes sense. I mean, I think it used to be that way too, but now anyone talking about it is going to be former players. And something that's kind of interesting is sometimes fans like that, but sometimes they don't. Like fantasy football, fans could give a crap less about a former player. They actually, people who play fantasy football literally don't listen to former players at all. They want the nerds. They want people who they know live and die fantasy football. They don't care about players. Gambling, I don't think they necessarily care. All they care about is, can you pick winners? That's all they care about. But it's funny because for years, like Stephen A. Smith's not a former player. He's the most popular broadcaster you've ever seen. I don't think just because you're a former player, people are going to tune in.
Is he the most? Wait a minute. Okay, just because ESPN pays him the most money and he's on the most platforms,
he garners the highest ratings.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what it is. He gets the highest ratings. That's all you know. That media, you can sell more advertising.
Yeah, I'd have to see that. I'd have to see those numbers.
Oh no, I mean they've had him out. They've asked Wendy to look into it.
Yeah.
Who do you think numbers are higher? Greenies, Wake Up America, or whatever his show is?
No, I don't know. I don't know that either of them are. I don't know that either of them are.
ESPN ain't in the business of paying guys $20 million a year unless they're bringing eyes.
But, well, I don't know.
You don't think people watch Stephen A. Smith?
I don't think people are watching ESPN much.
Why would you they have literal ratings for every show broken down by the 5 minute every 5 minutes.
Skip Bayless makes almost
Skip
as much.
used to. Skip's numbers went down. And Skip was that's who Stephen A. learned from. Skip would get eyes. It's the same Howard Stern, love him, hate him. People still watch. No, Stephen A. Smith is, when I say popular, he gets eyes. He gets viewership. Here's a clip from this show. Like, you don't have to like him, but people are watching him for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking for
And I don't think it's former players. Like McAfee, you wouldn't even know he's a former player. But McAfee, it's based on personality more than did you play or not. It's based on personality for a lot of those.
Yeah, I'm looking at their ratings for all of their different shows, and they don't even show up. It's all games and
well, yeah.
Yeah.
Games are. It's not even close.
That stuff is
programming is just games primarily.
Right. Anyway, neither here nor there. But yeah, listen. The West, the top six. When this is all said and done, the six that are in the playoffs: Oklahoma City, the Rockets, the Warriors, the Spurs, and the Nuggets.
Spurs, you think?
What about Memphis?
I'm not all in on
Minnesota.
Spurs just yet.
Minnesota and Memphis.
Yeah, that's why I don't know that I'm in on Spurs in the top six yet. Like, I'm glad Wemby had an incredible game, but let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, they got talent now.
Also, history is not kind to skinny big men.
Yeah,
from an injury standpoint, it's not kind. Ralph Sampson had a debilitating knee injury that cut his career short. Yao Ming wasn't skinny, but he was really, really tall, and we know he had a foot injury that basically shut it down for him. I want to see Wemby stay healthy.
Yeah, that is something he's going to. Yep, absolutely. Now he had a blood clot last year, right? I mean, so
yeah.
That's odd. That's crazy, but yeah, they're going to be okay, bro. They're going to be a pretty good basketball team. I hate that. But I'm afraid that Wemby. Okay, where will Wemby end in MVP voting?
Yes, he's one of the favorites now.
Yes, he's going to be up there.
Yeah, for sure.
Along with,
but let's see
Jokic.
how the Spurs do in this loaded West.
Yeah, I've left out Minnesota and Memphis.
Yeah, it's loaded.
It's loaded. It's amazing this team finished second last year.
No, that's why they're legit.
Yeah. Yeah. Second last year in this West, in this economy.
In that economy, this is what this team did last year, and it's what the team that sometimes struggle to find baskets in that. But you know why? Because they can defend. It's the same rationale that the Texans are going to win, even if your offense can sputter. But first of all, the Rockets' offense didn't just sputter. I mean, it would at times. But, here's what I came to a realization. I kind of knew this before, but it really hit home the other day. This Rocket team with Kevin Durant and with Alpi getting better and, Jabari, I think, having more confidence, I think one of the very pleasant features of this year is that you're not going to have those extended stretches where the offense goes into a funk.
That's it.
Where oh man, Rockets are, the other side's on a 15-0 run against the Rockets. I don't think that's going to happen much. I think you have Kevin Durant's a stopper where he can give you a bucket and stop it at a 7-0 run. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's exactly what he's here for. It's everything that they lacked last year. They need a guy when they have to have a bucket, a go-to guy. He's going to be so much better. Okay, what is the line on the game tonight?
6.
Rockets 6. I like them. I think they're going to blow them out.
Blow them out?
Blow them out.
Okay.
Yep. I think Rockets bounce back big tonight.
I'm trying to see if I can find living MVP votes where I don't see it right now, but I'm kind of curious to see what I'd heard that Wemby went from 9-1 to 3-1. Is that what John Chill told us?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Somebody said that he went
one
game went from 9-1 to 3-1.
Right. Talk about it in one game. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, boy, the Warriors. I thought the Warriors had passed, but now they've got Jimmy for a full year. They've got Aaron Gordon, who's a much better player. Steph, did you see some of the shots Steph was making yesterday? Oh my God, it is. I've never in my life seen anyone with that kind of range. I mean, none of us have.
30, 32 feet. I mean, he's just ridiculous.
But he shoots it like a regular jump shot, and it's going in.
Yep.
And I was hoping Golden State would just go away. And they're just not. They're like the Chiefs. They just won't go away. Just go away.
Hey, who's what will go away is your car. Your car will go away because GimmeTheVin.com is going to buy it. GimmeTheVin.com already the best place to sell your car, and it's even better with the GimmeTheVin.com Big Cash Giveaway. Every month, GimmeTheVin.com giving away $25,000 in cash. 2 ways to win. You get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. What kind of car do you have? Are you looking to get rid of it? You want to get out from it? Well, don't just trade it into the dealership. No. Because John Clay Wolf, listen, there's tax implications and everything when you sell and buy a car. John Clay Wolf can make it seamless through the dealership, buy it, and all the tax money will be, don't worry, it'll be hunky-dory. He knows how to do this. He's done it. It's what he does, all right? And what he does is gives you the most amount for your car. And if he can't beat CarMax, he is going to give you $100. Go to GimmeTheVin.com if you're going to sell your car, or you just want $25,000 in cash. Go to GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer.
Hey, Greenlight Offer wants to make you an offer on your home. It's not going to be for everyone. I'll just tell you right up front. If you have kept your home the way you want, you say, man, we want to sell it. We want to get top dollar. So we already know we're going to have to, redo our kitchen. We're going to have to put money into upgrading our bathroom, our half bath and our master bathroom. We may have to look at doing the floors, but, we're going to kick in about $40,000, $50,000. But if you want to do it, go ahead, then get ready to leave your house when the showings happen. And I don't know, it may sit on the market for a while. You may be paying your mortgage. Maybe you have to move out and you're paying 2 mortgages. If that's what you're doing, that's great. That's a way to go about it. If you're somebody who wants to get this deal done quickly, Greenlight Offer would like for you to listen. Because at greenlightoffer.com, what they do is they make you fair cash offers, closings anywhere from 7 to 30 days. The average is usually about 7 to 10 days. There's no middlemen. What they do is they come in, they evaluate your home. They'll make you an offer. You can say yes or no if you want to. Maybe you negotiate with them, but they usually are giving you their best offer right up front because they want you to get a fair deal. And then they'll handle everything else, the showings, the getting the house ready to sell. What you're doing is just getting your money quickly, and you're not having to put any of the hassle into that home. It's great for people who are getting a divorce, who have inherited a home, who are relocating. These are all, or maybe you just have a house that you may have been a landlord and you say, you know what, I'm just getting out of the landlord game. I just want to sell these homes or this home and get my money and go sit on an island somewhere and drink tropical drinks. Well, that's what you can do with Greenlight Offer. Go to greenlightoffer.com. You can actually reach out to them on the website at greenlightoffer.com and get ready to sell your home today for real money quickly with directly at Greenlight Offer. No middlemen at all. It's greenlightoffer.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got callers on the line. We got Beat the Warehouse Live guy coming up. So who's the caller, Del? Robert is first up. Robert, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Just wanted to throw a couple of things at y'all. One of them, it sounds like since we've had D'Amico and CJ, the Texans have just regressed every year. But what I mostly wanted to touch on is with all this NBA gambling stuff, it really puts the whole Michael Jordan thing in a different light to me. Because, when he retired supposedly and all the stuff with his father, it's just to me it's a bad look. And I'm pretty sure this stuff's been going on way longer than what we think, and I just want to get y'all guys' thoughts.
Where do you stand on that, John? On Jordan, that the league made Jordan retire for a year?
Yeah, I don't.
I've always thought it was a possibility, to be honest with you.
I did too. Yeah,
because we know what a voracious gambler he was.
Yeah. Yep. There's a real possibility that is the case. I don't know. Though. I think he was gambling on other stuff. He might have been. He may have been gambling on NBA. I don't know. But his associations. He's a competitive dude. He's a competitive dude now. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he didn't have a taste for gambling. And I know he did. I know he does on the golf course. So I would imagine. I don't know. But I don't think he would do. There's never ever been wondering whether or not he would throw games.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. I think he was. I don't know if he'd gamble on basketball. I don't either. I think he had gambling debts.
Yep.
My guess is, or he was involved with maybe some shady people. Like when you start dealing with that much money, shady people get involved. That's just the way it is. They have 4 members of the big crime families are involved.
Yeah.
The big crime families are involved. This is crazy. Here's what you're looking at, and I'll go back to the story I was reading. You've got the families, and these are the big 4: the Bonanos, the Genoveses, the Gambinos, and Lucchese crime families were involved. 34 people were indicted in connection with this. And the guy who might be the most screwed is NBA journeyman Damon Jones. He is being charged with both of these, with on the poker side and on the providing inside information to gamblers side. When he was with the Lakers, apparently telling a better mob member, I guess, that LeBron wasn't going to play, so get in big before the news got out, so you could jump all over. You could jump all over the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, at NFL, I can tell you, we have to take. There is a gambling course we have to take every year in video. Their whole thing is they don't want inside. It's no inside information getting out, because what happens is it, and this is why they're very strict in the NFL about injury policies as well. They don't want to give any advantage to a gambler so that inside information can get out, and you could start to wonder about the veracity of a game. I think the NBA, I think this is a major story. I really do. I think this is a major, major story. The Chauncey Billups thing and the poker. But, Dale, you said that there's also stuff, because I've seen people talk about they thought some of his, and this was in 23 where they said somebody needs to look into this guy, because Chauncey Billups is doing some things that don't make any sense. And
well, the big thing, at least in the court doc, sure, there are people online saying, hey, he didn't play this guy or that guy. He let it be known before it was public information that a player, unnamed player, wasn't going to play. Now, was that him feeding information or just having a conversation with a friend? But he told someone beforehand that a particular player wasn't going to play, and this was going to begin the tanking of that season in earnest, which allows someone who has that information to make a bet before the public knows. So
that's a tricky one, though.
Yeah, so I don't know. That was in the court docs, or excuse me, not the court docs, but part of what they laid out for why they arrested these guys. I don't know if that was Chauncey going, hey, guess what? Dame's not playing. He's sitting out, or whoever it would have been. Or he was just, hey, having a conversation. Yeah, we're not winning. We're not trying. This guy's not going to play. And he let that out before the public knew. So he does have some basketball-related stuff that is going to be investigated, as they obviously have ties. He has ties with the illegal poker stuff as well.
Somebody said, I forget who it is, that this is the tip of the iceberg. This is just the start. There is a lot more out there. There's a lot more stuff, and I thought, Chuck and Shaq, they said, I can't. I'm so disappointed in these guys. Why would you risk your money for this?
Well, what if they were being strong-armed?
Yeah. Well, maybe because they were in debt. But if they got themselves in debt, then that's on them. You know what? That's on them.
I mean, honestly, that's like an 80s or 90s movie about the mob.
Really is.
Almost too much. Like, why in the world would Chauncey Billups still be involved with? If he knew he was involved with a crooked poker game, why continue doing it? Hey, dude, just cut your losses.
We know that he wasn't getting a cut.
Wins.
No, sure he's getting a cut.
Yeah, so that's why he would continue to do it. If he's not being coerced per se, and he just sees a chance to make a buck, who knows? That's the stuff we don't know. Why was Chauncey Billups involved?
Why would you think you'd ever get in trouble for it? You probably think, hey, it's the mob.
Did someone come to him with, hey, we got an opportunity, Chauncey, to make some money? He was like, yeah, let's do it. Or was he beholden? We don't know any of that.
Well, and it started when he was an assistant coach, not a head coach. So, I mean, it started years ago.
Yeah, he wasn't making the same money. But do we really think this is the end? I don't. I think this is – the question is how – now, these are all these indictments. So I think they've cast their net, and this is what they've come up with. But what's next, in my prediction, is that they're going to really start to lean on some of these guys who are non-mob guys. And, hey, you want a lighter sentence? Let us know what else is out there that you know about. And I bet you some of these guys are going to talk, because they're not going to want to go to prison. Like, I don't know which one of them, but I'm just telling you, I'll bet you that more information, and probably some of the mob guys too, I think this is going to spread out, and there's going to be new things, pockets that open up that they find out about. So David Silver's got to be, not David Silver, not David Silver from 90210, but Adam Silver has got to be flipping out right now. I mean, he's got to be freaking out. And what are you going to do? You think the NBA is going to stop taking money from DraftKings and FanDuel? And you think they're going to stop? No. You know why they did? They had to do that to capitalize their product, to make the most they can. But wasn't this a little inevitable? I thought it would happen with college sports, right? I think college sports is where you really run the risk of college guys, because let's face it, you could bet unders on yourself if there's prop bets for college guys. You could do that and make $500 or play $200, $300, which would be a lot for a college kid. I mean, not with revenue share, I guess, but you could literally, you say, man, I just made $300 on the pro level. Ain't nobody trying to make $3,000. They're trying to make $30,000 and $50,000. Well, that raises red flags. But I figured college is where you are going to see it. I've been surprised at how many pros they've ensnared with stuff having to do with prop bets. And you know what's coming next is the league is going to put pressure in the NFL and NBA. They're going to put pressure on their partners, DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel. Those are the big three at the NFL. I don't know in basketball, to really greatly limit the amount that you can wager on a prop.
Well, you can help people make a lot of money because the assumption is always that we go over on breaks. Yeah. But if people were betting and you just, hey, at 9:14 segment, we're going to stay under.
Didn't we go over, though?
We're already over, and we should be going to break now because we got Justin and Beat the Warehouse Live guy up next.
But first, we got Republic Boot Company. First, we got to talk about the greatness that is Republic Boot Company. One of my favorite places in Houston to go because the smell. It is just so totally sweet. You're looking for the best place to get your rodeo on? How about, okay, you got belts, you got pants, you got boots, you got shirts, you got suits, you got everything you could possibly, you got hats, obviously, cowboy hats. You got everything you could possibly need, okay, for your rodeo. But how about for Christmas? How about a Christmas gift? How about taking somebody, how about a gift certificate to Republic Boot Company because you're afraid to buy her something? How about a leather wallet or a wine tote or a golf bag or a toiletry bag? The list of what they make and how they can customize it for you is endless. So if you're going to think about doing this for your clients or your people, your employees, you got to do it now because they want to customize it for you. Republic Boot Company, it's the best. All right, biggest and best. 1133 East 11th Street in Houston, at the corner of Studewood and East 11th in the Heights. You're looking for rodeo this holiday season. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Hey, listen, I want to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company because John and I discussed this quite a bit. I'm going to make it short but sweet. They want to help you take care of any of your issues, including your hot water heaters. And they can get you brand new hot water heaters. The standard hot water heaters, they can get that done for you. If you need repiping jobs, they can do that for you as well. They can come out and test the hydrostatic test to make sure you don't have any leaks. If you do have leaks, I ended up having a leak. I have one of those, a house that was built in the 60s. Those houses are built with the galvanized whatever, and it rusts out, and it's 100% going to happen to you. You can get the pipes that are built so that leaking is not going to happen anymore. But if you have an old house, you're going to have leakage. Have them come out and give you a hydrostatic test. Find out if you are. They can get under the slab and get all of that taken care of, all your lines taken care of. And while they're there, have them clean your hot water heater or your tankless water heater, or even purchase a new tankless or hot water heater from them. They come in and install it for you. They handle anything and everything from big jobs to small jobs. They're the trustworthy plumbers, and John and I highly recommend them. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One of my favorite segments of the week because it means that it's Friday and we only got about 20 minutes left. And then, because we work our asses off, we need a couple days off. We work our asses off here around here, so we need a break.
Yeah, looking out at Lance with his Dr. Pepper and what are those, Cheez-Its?
Cheez-Its
what do you got,
delicious.
Cheez-Its today, Lance?
Yeah.
Cheez-Its are delicious.
Working hard.
Well, since he can't bring potato chips to the girls anymore,
he just
got to eat them himself.
Now. Girl, it's just some guy screaming down there now. I don't even know who he is. Just, big deal anyway.
Yeah, we don't want to watch. We don't want to watch that. Let's bring Justin in. Justin wins again last week. He's on fire, people, on fire. He just continues to kick everyone right in the groin area as he wins week in and week out. We got to beat him. We got to beat him. AJ, I got some faith in you that you're going to take Justin out this week. But Justin is joining us once again, Warehouse Live. What do we got going on at Warehouse Live this week, Jay?
Let me see. We got a pretty big week. Tonight we got Emo Night, which is usually big. Tomorrow we got the
Wait. You got Emo Night tonight?
Dell is going.
Dell, we'll see you there, brother.
He's talked about Emo
Dell,
Night.
We'll see you there.
Can
Justin,
you get Dell in, Justin?
Look,
can he get his tickets? Can you put him on the guest list?
This is proof. Look, they can get their
I can
jokes
put him
off.
up. I can put him up in the owner's box.
But this is their bit. Justin, this is proof while they're doing their bit that they don't listen to you and they're not your friend.
We're listening.
You've had Emo Night before. This isn't new, but they're not your real friends.
That's
don't
not
worry
the
about it.
takeaway here, Dell. It's that you're an emo.
The takeaway is you guys are late on this bit by years.
Okay.
That's the takeaway. You could have done this bit years ago.
Oh, it's evergreen.
And I'm not ashamed. I'll go to Warped Tour right now.
What is the emo show? What does that mean?
I know we have one every quarter. These guys come in every quarter. They're based out of Dallas, I think, and we've done it every quarter for years and years and years and years. It's always pretty big. They kind of mix it up, but ultimately it's kind of the same kind of music over and over.
Yeah, they play hits from like the 2000s,
90s and
2000s. Yeah, it's not an actual band per se, right? It's just the music of that era.
Sometimes they'll bring a band in, but usually it's a DJ, and then maybe they'll mix in a band here and there. But it's basically just 90s and 2000s music.
And you heard Justin say he does this. He's been doing it quarterly for years, so they don't listen to you, Justin. Don't worry about this.
We listen.
They ain't your friends.
We just love that you're going to be there tonight in the owner's box.
I don't have to be. I got all the music on a playlist. I don't got to be there. I got all the music they're going to play on a playlist.
What else you got going on?
That was tonight. Tomorrow night we got SumaCon Texas After Party, which is a pretty big deal, I guess. Sunday we got Everyday People. Wednesday we got Lecrae, and Thursday we got the French Police. So a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. A little French fry out there.
Lecrae is kind of a big deal, right? Is he?
He's huge. He's R&B. there's a big.
He's a
there's
Christian
some big
Christian
convention.
music too. Yeah.
I
Christian
don't know that
R&B
it's
and
Christian.
rap
I'm not
is what it
100%.
says.
Yeah, there
He's
you
a-
go.
he's a
There- it's
Christian
almost
rapper.
told.
Yeah.
No. All right. So
Grammy Award winner for Best Gospel Album. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. I guess he is Christian.
Yeah. How about that? Yep. JT might go now. Okay. So there you have
Sure.
it. There you have it. You might get a call. He'll be sitting next to Dell in the owner's box.
Well,
Nice.
no, I'm there for emo night, not Lecrae. Don't
Wait,
worry.
so did you win last week, Justin?
Yeah, Justin.
I did.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Yeah.
beat Justin this year.
Well, you tied, so that's a win. Tie is a win, right?
No, I was 3-2. He was 2-3.
No, yeah, he was outright winner, Justin was.
Okay, straight flat out winner, 3-2. How are you going to beat that? Well, let's see if AJ can beat it. AJ's joining us here. AJ, how are you doing? Welcome to the show. We appreciate you listening and calling in. What do you do for a living?
I work at a fire truck service center.
Look what he's doing for our community, and you want to beat him, Justin? Okay, he's keeping fire trucks on the road. That's what he's doing. What are you doing? Playing emo music. Okay, so let's root for AJ.
I'm putting Dell in my owner's box and JT in the owner's box.
Yeah, how about that? That is true. That is true. So it works on fire trucks to get them back out on the street and save people. That's what I love about AJ. Okay, he's a hero. Yeah, thank you for your service, AJ. Thank you for your service.
Is that what you say?
Right? What?
Is that what we say now?
He's keeping fire trucks on the street.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's important. That's important work. Not what we do. That's not what we do around here. All right. So what are we playing for, Jay?
Well, I tried to give that one game away for weeks and weeks and weeks, but it's already coming up on Monday, so we'll have to move on. Let's do November 12th, Rockets versus Wizards.
Rockets and Wizards. Oh,
Cam
Whitmore coming back. Cam Whitmore coming home. Are we going to have a tribute to him? We're going to have a
You
video?
think he gets a video?
Nope. I don't even think Ime Udoka looks his way once.
No. It was actually, remember Justin and I were in Dallas, and that game that we came down to the wire, and Cam Whitmore's laying down, not even watching the game. They
were having a huddle. There was a tie game with like 6 seconds left, and they're in the huddle, and he's laying on the bench, not even in the huddle.
No, he didn't even care. He's looking at the crowd. He was just not caring whatsoever. That's the video they might play for him. Anyway, so we got the Wizards game that we're playing for. Let's go. It is Justin versus AJ. Once again, let's play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. Justin, as always, is first. What's up, Justin?
All right, I'm going to throw out one favorite. Then I got a lot of banger bait coming your way. So let's start out with the Bengals.
The Bengals, at this point in our lives, are -6 against the New York Jets.
Ooh, I've seen an even higher number before. We'll go with -6. Okay.
Yeah, that's it right now. That's where it's at right now. AJ?
Yeah.
AJ, you pick now. You pick a game.
I'll go Denver and Dallas. I'll pick Denver for the under.
Under, he said.
Wait a minute. Denver under? You want under 51 or you want Denver?
Under 51.
Under 51.
Under 51. Denver.
Going under on a Dallas game. That's a bold
Dallas game. That's
a bold strategy, Kyle.
That is crazy. Under 51, Broncos and Cowboys. Justin?
All right, let's stay at Mile High, and I don't think I've ever done this in the history of the show, but I'm going to take the Cowboys.
Ooh, the Cowboys plus 3.5 against the Denver Football Broncos. Cowboys plus 3.5. AJ?
I'll pick Tampa Bay.
You got Tampa Bay. You want the Tampa Bay Buccaneers minus 3.5 at the New Orleans Saints. Tampa minus 3.5. Justin?
All right, let's throw out a little bait with the Carolina Panthers.
The Carolina Football Panthers are plus 7 at home against the Buffalo Bills. Plus 7 against the Bills. AJ?
I'll take the Giants.
The Giants are plus 7 at the Philadelphia Eagles. Giants plus 7 at the Philadelphia Eagles. Justin?
It was what, 7.5?
Pardon me?
What we said? What was that
7.
line? I'm sorry.
7. Giants 7.
Okay, 7. All right. Look, how about the Redskins? Or I mean the Commanders. Sorry.
Commanders are plus 12.5 at the Chiefs. Monday Night Football plus 12.5. The Commanders. AJ?
You know, it's hard to say on this one, but I'm going to pick the Niners over the Houston Texans.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
There it is. See, but I think he's right. Plus 2.5.
Well, earlier in the show, you said the Texans are going to win.
Oh yeah, I think I was high then. Plus 2.5. The San Francisco 49ers plus 2.5. Justin, your last pick.
All right. Well, I disappointed your granddaughter last weekend with no bangers, so I got to throw one out there. I'm going to jump on the New Orleans Saints.
New Orleans is a double banger. Are you kidding me?
Hey, give me some of that salchicha. Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
The king has spoken.
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
That is a double banger. There, Charlie, that was for you. That is the Saints plus 3.5 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And AJ, your final pick?
I'm going to take the Patriots.
The New England Football Patriots, at this point in our lives, are something of a football team on -7. They're -7 against the Cleveland Browns.
Something of a football team.
Yes. I was looking. I was looking.
I know what you're doing. I've never heard you say something of a football team.
Yes, that is -7. Patriots -7 points in this football game. All right, Del.
All right, we've got Justin with the Bengals -6, Cowboys plus 3.5, Panthers plus 7, the Commanders plus 12.5, and the Saints as part of our double banger plus 3.5. AJ has the under in Denver, Dallas 51. Tampa 3.5, their favorite. Giants plus 7, 49ers plus 2.5, and Pats -7. If that sounds good, we are ready to go for this slate of games.
That's it. AJ, best of luck. Thank you once again for all you do for us. Thank you for getting those fire trucks back on the street. We appreciate you. The city loves you.
I hope when he says service, he's like the guy who makes sure, like, the windshield wipers work for all the talk you're going through right now.
Justin, are you still on the line?
I am.
We just had a guy reach out. I don't know this person. He doesn't usually tweet at the show. He follows us, though. He said, see if Justin will get me and my son in the owner's box for Fit for a King concert. I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is, Del? I don't know. Fit for a King concert in December. It's the day after my birthday.
Well,
you want to do a random?
I don't know. It depends. I'll have to look and see if because we usually don't open upstairs. I won't be at that show. I know for sure. But I'd be happy to get them in the door if they want to come.
There you go.
Get you in the door. There you have it.
You may not get in the owner's box, but if you don't have tickets, we can get you tickets. So hit me up on my direct message, and I'll help you out.
How about that?
Look at Justin. That's a true man of the people there, not that fake man of the people, John Granato.
Thank you.
Okay, do I always root for the people and not Justin? Yes.
You didn't root for that one person.
No, because he was a Ranger fan.
Still a person.
We're not rooting for Rangers fans in here, Del.
Yeah. Okay, I guess Ranger fans aren't people.
No, they're not.
And this guy just picked the 49ers, so I'm hoping Justin wins.
Yeah. Well, he's right, though.
Lots of love today.
Yeah. All right, Justin, as always, we appreciate it. Nice job, and we will talk to you again next week. WarehouseLive.com. Get your tickets now. Stop trying to get Justin to get you in for free. Justin, you can pick up tickets at WarehouseLive.com.
He spent the entire segment trying to get people in for free.
WarehouseLive.com. Thanks, man. We will talk to you again.
All right, guys.
Next
Have
week.
a great weekend.
All right. There it is. There's Justin from Warehouse Live with us every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, I kind of flip-flop on some things every once in a while.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've noticed that.
Every once in a while.
From segment to segment, things can change.
You never know which way the wind is blowing.
Keep
you
guessing.
just don't know. I do know this. Zadok Jewelers are awesome.
Yeah, Zadok Jewelers really awesome. I was listening to we had a commercial that was playing, and what they were talking about was buying jewelry that you don't wear anymore. They'll buy the jewelry. They'll buy it for the precious metal, maybe for the stones. But this is something you need to understand. Not only will they sell you the very best in luxury watches and engagement rings and, pendants, necklaces, earrings, whatever the case may be, they also buy. So that's pretty cool as well. You're not just, they're not just selling it, they're also buying. And in some cases with watches, they do trade as well. So, it's kind of a full stop shop for you. But listen, when you walk in, you're going to be blown away. It's 28,000 square feet. It's one of the nicest buildings that you're going to find there on Post Oak. But when you walk specifically into Zadok Jewelers, you're going to see so much. It's overwhelming at first. But if you're already there to go to get something in particular, they will help you to that area, and they've got a vast selection for you to choose from, the very best designers that you are going to find in the world. Everyone who works there is so knowledgeable about every product. They work with you and what your budget is to find the perfect gift. But if you're just going in there because you just want to find something special, they will help you fine-tune it so you get to that special, that very special gift that you're going to give someone. Or maybe you just want to get yourself a sweet watch. Maybe that's what you want to do. And that is the only place you need to even think about is 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. 4 decades of doing this, family-owned and operated. It's Zadok Jewelers.
All right. Here's a question for you two. A doctor was arrested for performing illegal penis enlargement operations from his 1990s Toyota Corolla. Do you want a penis enlargement operation in the back of a 1990 Toyota Corolla?
Let's ignore the obvious joke of, I don't need that. But let's go to, is it a fully functional Toyota Corolla? Not like it has 200,000 miles on it, still drives. But did he break it down so there's an operating table, or do you just lay back and recline the chair?
You just lay back in the back seat, I guess.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. It's not sanitary.
Doesn't feel like it, especially a 1990 Toyota Corolla.
As clean as you can keep a car from 1990. It's still dirty because it's from 1990.
Yeah.
You think the dirt just gets baked in?
It's just part of it. It's, what is it? We're talking 30-plus years old. It's going to be dirty.
It's going to be dirty.
35 years old. It's going to be dirty. Nah. I'm not. Did you miss, Lance, what the surgery was?
No.
It is a penis enlargement surgery. A doctor got a. Was he a real doctor?
A real doctor.
A car doctor?
A real doctor got arrested.
Real doctor.
No, the car doctor just changes out your battery. A real doctor got arrested for performing penis enlargement surgeries in the back of his 90 Corolla.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's a car doctor.
Yeah.
Who in the world? What were the costs on that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think he took
didn't answer the
insurance?
question, but maybe he does want. I don't know. We don't know. You don't know. Maybe Lance does want to get the operation.
I answer for myself,
okay.
but I don't know what Lance would want. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
no
car surgeries sound great. Give any. I'm looking to do any surgeries in a car.
So
would the insurance company consider that an elective surgery?
That's elective if you do it in a car.
Yeah, you're
100%.
elected to do that. Butt breathing might soon be a real medical treatment. It's going to one day be used to treat people with blocked airways or clogged lungs. Breathing through your butt. Do you guys
This
right
isn't
now?
a true story. There's no way this is a
true.
real story.
No, it's true. Yeah.
How do I Google it? Butt breathing?
Butt breathing. Yeah. Yeah.
Butt
ARS.
breathing, oh, my God. Butt breathing science.
Yes. It's real. Yeah.
Butt breathing technique may actually help people with lung problems. This is in Yahoo News UK. This is real.
Yeah.
Butt breathing? What are we talking about?
You breathe through your butt. Okay?
Of course, the picture they've got is
freshwater
just-
bottom-dwelling fish do it. Why can't you?
You ought to
Breathe
see the
through
picture they've got for butt breathing in the New York Post. Holy moly. They put one of the best pictures I've ever seen.
So
on
with
there.
butt breathing, your lungs, you breathe automatically. You have to try not to breathe unless you have an issue. Does your butt do the same thing?
It says it may sound like a sketch from Saturday Night Live, but the IG Nobel Prize winning idea actually steals a page from Nature's playbook. Loaches, a type of bottom-dwelling fish, usually breathe through their gills, but when oxygen runs low, they're known to swim to the surface, gulp air, and swallow it. The air moves through their digestive tract where oxygen is absorbed and the bloodstream before the rest is expelled through the anus.
That doesn't sound like butt breathing.
So we're just, it's breathing out through the butt. That's called
that's not farting.
Yeah.
farting.
You just made it boring. Okay.
So they're basically, you're going to start farting more.
It was a good story.
I don't feel like the headline matches up with what actually is happening.
Hey, here's a nice story. A Bexar County, that's BEXAR, San Antonio area.
Ooh, this story is terrible.
A Bexar County family survived a drive-by shooting. That's the good news. The bad news? Their 16-year-old son is one of the suspects.
Oh, no.
That's terrible
Who
news.
shot up their own house?
Yeah, shot up. Yeah.
You're grounded, Kevin.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Take some of this, Mom. Yeah. Apparently, did you guys see this? Apparently, McDonald's is saying more and more people, like 40-some% of adults, are ordering kids' meals. Do you want to get a kids' meal instead of a regular meal at McDonald's?
You want a little taste of McDonald's, but at smaller size. I get it.
Well, smaller prices.
And that, too. I've never done it before, but I get it. Maybe you don't want to pay full price, and also you want a little smaller portion, but you still want that McDonald's experience.
I think it's a
And
price
you get a
thing.
toy. Maybe they're really into the toy.
Yeah, they could be. 44% of American adults have purchased kids' meals
Do
for
they still
themselves
do
at
the
restaurants. Have you ever bought a kid's meal
Not
at
as an
McDonald's?
adult, not as an adult, but as a kid, my mom
Alec
did.
only buys when he goes and gets food from Mexican place down the street. He only gets the kids' quesadilla. To this day, he just gets 2 of them.
I wouldn't
He's
admit to
done the
that.
math on it. He's decided that's the best move.
At some point, you gotta grow up.
I'm like,
to
how
be
do
a
they
man.
let you keep ordering this?
What did Vito Corleone say? You can act like a man.
You can act like a man.
Act like a man.
And then he said some other things. I'm
Vito
not going to call
said a
your
lot
son.
of stuff.
Then he said some other things that he called Johnny Fontaine. I'm not going to call your kid. But do they still have the box at McDonald's, the Happy Meal box, or is it just come in a regular bag now?
I don't know.
No one knows.
I haven't been there in so
It's
long.
impossible to know.
I'm sure they do.
It's impossible to know.
Sean says it's in the special box.
It's in a special box?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to walk around with the box like with no kid. I don't know.
It's in your car. You don't have to walk around with it. You're in the drive-through.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I don't go to McDonald's, so I don't know. I just don't. I don't remember. When's the last time you guys stopped at McDonald's?
I had 2 weeks ago. Me and Marty stopped in and got soft serve ice cream.
Yeah, that's
for
what-
real food. It's been
Yeah.
a
It never
long
works.
time. For
Yeah,
real
it's true.
Food.
It's half the time feel like it doesn't work. That's what I'll do. Like once a year, I feel like, you know what? Let's go for some nostalgia. And then the nostalgia reminds me, yeah, this thing doesn't work half the time, so I don't get the ice cream.
Yeah, so it's useless. You're just trying to stall.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
trying to
Keep going.
make us work.
Just exit out, John.
You brought up the McDonald's story
Exit
after
out,
10.
John.
That's not my fault.
We're done. Have a great weekend,
Many
everybody.
times when you
Texans
go to ice
win.
cream machines.
Rockets win. Texans win. It's going to be a huge sports Houston weekend, and we will talk to you
Ohio
about
State
it
wins.
They don't
on Monday
play
right here.
Catch it, man.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, Lance going to talk about Craig DeSurf.
Yeah, Craig DeSurf, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Good people. One of the reasons that people go back time and time again to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is I've actually never seen anything like this with any dealership I've gone to or even heard about, where it's like families stay inside the circle of Craig DeSurf and the vehicles he offers. Had an advertiser that you guys know about very well reach out to me and said, hey, I want to get a great deal from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I said, that's not a problem. Everyone does. But here's Craig DeSurf's number. You can talk to him directly. It's not a problem. He wants to get you taken care of. And this guy had a very specific vehicle he had in mind. You can have very specific vehicles that you have in mind as well, like the TurboMax. The TurboMax engine that's waiting for you with the Chevy Silverado. Maybe you want the GMC Sierra pickup truck. Maybe it's the Buick Enclave, the 7-seat Buick that I drive, which is incredibly smooth, or maybe you are looking at a Chevy Traverse. I don't care what the vehicle is, you're going to get unbelievable trade-in value. You're going to get a very fair price, and you're going to get exactly the vehicle you want. Interior features, exterior features. If they had to add them, they will. If they have to call another dealership and trade vehicles to get you the one that you want, they do that. They go the extra mile. They give you all the discounts they can find, and they give you the best prices. And that's the bottom line. They treat you right, so you want to get your next vehicle from them as well. They're out in Angleton. Few extra miles you'll drive, but it'll save you a few extra $1,000. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. That's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
So it's Friday, which means we'll be joined by Michael Carroll at 11:30. Some people save their calls for that time. You can get in before that if you want to talk about the football weekend. We'll talk Texans probably more than Sean likes because they do have a game tomorrow. We are at Sunday they have a game.
I will say my limit is only on non-Monday, Friday shows. Monday, Friday, I get it. I get the game.
Tuesday through Thursday, enough.
There's only so much press conference.
Understood. So we will talk Texans, and we are at the, hey, you guys don't use enough motion portion of the conversation. This always pops up. When your team is bad offensively, you start to pick at what could they possibly be doing that other teams are doing, and why aren't they doing it? So this week, at least for Nick Caley, it was about, hey, how come Nico Collins isn't being moved around like other receivers? In years past, depending on who you were rooting for, I'm sure you've heard reporters and fans go, hey, we don't use enough motion, as if that's going to be the cure-all for why your offense stinks. So we will hear from Nick Caley on that in a little bit. But as I was thinking about this game, as Nico Collins didn't practice again, he won't be playing on Sunday. We can all assume that. Hasn't been officially ruled out, but it can be assumed. Christian Kirk not practicing either, so your top two receivers, in name at least, Christian Kirk hasn't done much this year, are out. So I thought to myself, considering that this show, rightfully so, throws out the Titans and Baltimore Ravens games, how are the Texans going to score? Like, are we talking about a game where Dalton Schultz gets 14 targets? Does Dalton Schultz hit the double-digit catch mark, and that's the only way they can move the football because apparently some receivers aren't in the right spot? Look, I'm not going to blame any individual. The offense is disjointed, and that falls at the feet of, DeMeco Ryans. Nick Caley will catch all the strays, but he made the hire. DeMeco did. This is on him. And you can even put more on him because he let it be known he was given a play-calling duty on defense to be more involved with the team overall, with the assumption that he meant a lot more with the offense. So we will talk about that. We still have more fallout from the betting scandal, let's call it that. The betting scandal in basketball. Yesterday, during the press conference, the FBI didn't really let it be known how involved Chauncey Billups might have been on the basketball side of it. He was mentioned as someone with the illegal poker games. But Chauncey Billups called, I forgot what they officially called him because they didn't use his name. I think Defendant 8 or Co-Conspirator 8.
Yeah, Co-Conspirator is what a lot of them
Co-Conspirator 8, I believe is how he was titled. As the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, he gave, at the time, would have been considered inside information in 2023 about a player who wouldn't be playing in a game before the general public knew because the Blazers were going to begin their yearly tanking transition. Like, we're going to try for this part of the season, but now we got to go tank. And he let that be known by someone who shouldn't have known that information before the public did. So that is something now that ties Chauncey Billups to NBA sports betting. And the question is Chauncey just shooting the crap with someone he knows? Well, okay, we're tanking here. We're not trying to win. This guy's not going to play. Or was he feeding this particular individual information so that information can be used to bet before lines were set with this player not being available?
Because there is a element of this could just, not specifically with Chauncey Billups or Damon Jones or Terry Rozier, but I can see a scenario where just a random coach, someone that works for a team, does let their friends know, oh, hey, by the way, in case you're thinking about getting tickets tonight, no, star player X, and they send that text before it's official on the injury report,
So Eric,
it seems like this is much more. Hey, let me tell you. The Damon Jones texts are straight up. He's bet a lot.
Yeah, put your money down on this game because this
I
guy's
think he
not
said
playing.
Bet enough to give me some.
Yeah, make sure your boy eats something like that. So Eric Ernest is one of the defendants, and that is the person that Chauncey Billups told, or Co-Conspirator 8 told, about
the news before it was announced publicly that multiple players, the Trailblazers' best players, they were 32-40 at the time, and they're out of playoff contention, so they're going to start tanking. And Chauncey Billups let those guys know, or Eric Ernest know, that several of the Blazers' best players weren't going to play. And the information that the Trailblazers were tanking and not playing a certain player, along with others, was not available to the public, including the betting companies. So whether that's been asked to Chauncey Billups, whether he was just talking or he was informing, that'll be sussed out. Now, did you see the picture? I don't know that it's real because there's a picture of Terry Rozier in handcuffs with a singular FBI agent behind him, and I know he's an FBI agent because the shirt or jacket said FBI on it, and he's wearing a Charlotte Hornets hoodie. Of course, Terry Rozier, formerly of the Hornets, currently of the Heat, for now.
Soon to be formerly
of
also
of the NBA period, it looks like. He's wearing a Hornets hoodie, and I was like, you know what? That's odd, but maybe Terry Rozier has a special place in his heart with the Hornets. He was a guy that Hornets fans loved because he tried hard during a time where the Hornets weren't trying that hard. So he did have that connection, and I was like, you know what? He kept it. All right, I guess.
He did get picked up in the morning. Maybe it's just he sleeps in his hoodie.
He's having a bad year. His time at the Heat hasn't been great.
Or it's just like, hey, I need a hoodie to sleep in.
And he throws on a Hornet hoodie.
He has so much team-issued gear that he's just
why for the first road trip of the season he brings his Hornets hoodie with him? I don't know. It's like
good luck. It's like MJ with the UNC.
Good luck. What luck did he have with the Hornets?
It's Jordan with the UNC shorts under his bullshit.
I know they gave him the big deal, which people are questioning with that much money being paid to you. Why would you be involved? But
if someone gave me $90 million, Dale, I'd wear their stuff every day.
That's fine, but the NBA generally players don't work that way. Fine, I could almost buy that, but then he had Hornets colored shoes on as well.
Oh, I can't defend that.
This is why I think it's fake. He had all of that. He had the hoodie on, jeans, and then he threw on his matching Hornets colorway Jordans or Nikes. I don't buy it. I think it's fake. I haven't seen it anywhere else but the one place. It showed up on Facebook, which you can't trust.
Oh.
And then it showed up under some account and it was attributed to an account that on Twitter, which I can't verify.
I'm looking at it right now.
That doesn't look real.
This looks like AI.
Yeah, it does not look real.
The FBI agent looks like a AI.
I don't buy it. So that picture may be floating around of Terry Rozier being walked through the courthouse in handcuffs, wearing Hornets gear. I don't buy it at all. But we do know that he had to appear in front of a judge yesterday along Chauncey Billups. So I imagine there'll be more coming from that. If you want to discuss it, you certainly can. 713-780-3776 is the number. So we got that to get to. We have college football as well. We haven't talked a lot of college football. A lot of other things have been dominating conversations, but we'll get into the weekend that will be with the college football weekend. Don't foresee the same things happening on this Friday night that happened last Friday night, just mainly because the number 2 team in the country isn't playing, and our favorite quarterback, Dylan Raiola, isn't playing either. We had 2 top 25 teams go down on Friday, and it led to a bit of a wild weekend. Don't foresee that. At least I don't see the weekend starting that way tonight because the games don't match up. Cal versus Virginia Tech.
Next.
UNT versus Charlotte, not the same. Don't hit the same. So
Sorry,
Charlotte. We'll wait till 11 a.m. tomorrow when Ole Miss heads to Norman.
So be with your loved ones tonight.
Yeah, if you got things to do,
hold them close.
Normally, college football dominates what you love to talk about and love to watch. You can push tonight aside. You can just hang out.
This is where you win some points.
Hang out with your people is what I'd say tonight.
You win some points tonight, and then to buy yourself parking from the TV for 14 hours tomorrow.
Yeah. So anything you need to get done, get it done tonight because there's not a lot going on outside of basketball. So we'll talk some Rockets as they get ready for game 2. Keith, I see you. I think Caesar was online. Caesar, you want to call back, you're more than welcome. We'll get to you when we come back as we're just getting started here. But before we do any of that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Simply put, if you want a great car or a great truck, they're the place you go to. They've got great vehicles across the inventory, and that inventory can be found at monumentchevrolet.com. They've extended Truck Month. They extended it into October, and we're deep into October already. So I don't know if they have another one in them when it's going to get to November. So maybe take advantage of the deals right now. Check out everything they have to offer on that website, particularly if you want a Chevy Silverado 1500. I talked about that truck quite a bit over the last couple months. They have a great deal surrounding that. Or maybe you're looking for one of their EV vehicles. They have a wide inventory for those vehicles as well, from compact cars to four-doors to just a big truck. It's all there for you at monumentchevrolet.com. So once you head on out there, or at least check out what they have to offer on the website, then you can head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So once you get out there and see the car you want, you're going to see that the vehicle matches the price of what you saw online. And then you're going to meet the great salespeople there, and they're going to walk you through the car buying process as quickly as you'd like it to go. They understand you don't want to be out there forever, so they're going to be friendly and work with you, whether it be the vehicle, the price, or your time. They're all in the business of making sure you get the car you want in the time you want. So check out the inventory, new or pre-owned, and then head on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8. They're Monument Chevrolet, great people, great vehicles. It's all there for you. And as always, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
I love a subject for a caller that says conspiracy. So, Dave, we'll get to you, but let's get to Keith. Keith, maybe he's got some thoughts on Vandy's big game this weekend. Who knows? It's just a thought, just a prediction.
Will he be the guest picker on game day?
Unlikely. You need to have some level of, I don't even know if it has to be a connection to Vanderbilt per se, but just something they can sell. Hey, guess who's coming on? Like for us, we go, hey, Keith's coming up next. We know what that means, but does the national audience, do they know what it means?
They should.
Vanderbilt,
the only one thought they were going to go 10-2 this
and so far so good. Got a tough game coming up, but they handled LSU. So who's to say they can't handle Missouri? What's up, Keith?
First off, appreciate the warm intro. I saw the roster in June, and I just knew, like, this is a really, really good football team. Pavia is the real deal. Can we talk about how crazy it is that game day is in Nashville for this game when LSU and Texas A&M have a game, which doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Vanderbilt's legit. They got good players. Sorry about the noise. But I don't know how this game's going to go. Missouri's really good. You know, they got a transfer, I think, from Penn State or something. You know, there's no layups in the SEC. You saw, you know, even Texas struggled with Kentucky last week. So I still think they're pacing great for 10-2. And also, like, you know, after you talk about this, I'd love to see your thoughts on the Task season finale. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Vanderbilt on the other side of there's no layups in the SEC. Hey,
they know
schedule's tough. We take it week by week. If Vanderbilt's going to win, it's going to go the same way it generally does for them. They're going to have to avoid real drop back scenarios with Pavia. He's a good player, but you don't want him in pure passing situations a lot. You want to be able to control it because his legs become a part of the game plan as well, whether they're design runs on read options or quarterback powers, or he's just simply a scrambling. Vanderbilt wants to be like any team, but particularly for them, control the game with their running game and look for explosives there. And then Pavia can search his one-on-one matchups because you force teams to commit to the run. So that'll be the test for Missouri. Can they hold up on first and second downs to make it 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9? We saw against Alabama after they survived the early Vanderbilt run because they got turnovers in the red zone. You turn it into a drop-back passing game, and that's where the Pavia magic kind of dissipates because that's not his game. So it'll be interesting to see if Missouri can win that battle. If they do, then we see what Missouri and Bo Perbula can do against Vanderbilt's defense. Perbula can't turn the ball over. He's already got, for a guy who isn't a pure drop back passer himself, he's already got 7 picks on the season. So Missouri doesn't have a proficient passing game either. So I won't say the two teams play similarly, but
both quarterbacks are.
Yeah, both teams want to make sure their quarterback isn't dependent to convert 3rd and 9s over and over again. Run the football or use a short passing game, quick passing game on early downs to get you in spots where the legs can play a big part for both quarterbacks in converting 3rd downs. As far as your other thing, about Task. I enjoyed the Task season finale.
It's very good.
Shout out to Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah.
I'm glad that, I can't give stuff away for people who haven't seen it. I thought it ended well. We will see if they have enough open storylines to move on to a season 2, or maybe they go, hey, we're still staying in the Delco area. We're just get new actors to do the Delco accent.
I respect that this showrunner creator has now back-to-back been like, nope, gonna be just where I'm from.
Well, Stephen King does this too, right? Where he writes all his stuff from that northeast area.
But it's just kind of a generic northeast
that's true.
suburb normally.
That's true.
This is like literally like he's like dropping like this one's for the locals where it's like, oh, you're gonna go by this restaurant on this street, and like I'm just like, sure. But I mean, I'm sure this is really, really inspiring stuff for Philadelphians.
Yeah.
But I like that he's now gotten 2 HBO bags.
Mayor of Easttown.
Yes. And now this just off of like, no, it's dope where I'm from. And what if people robbed houses where I'm from?
Robbed drug dealers.
Yeah.
Or motorcycle gangs in particular. I mentioned Stephen King, his show, and maybe I'm cutting one of Michael's shows off at the knees that he might recommend in his segment. But Welcome to Derry. First episode's this Sunday. Back, they got Task out of the way. Now back more HBO Prestige TV. The time slot is open again, and it'll be Welcome to Derry. Another Stephen King adaptation. And I don't know how much Pennywise will be seen. I think, in fact, he'll make appearances. Pennywise will, but it won't be strictly about him because Derry, the town, was a weird ass place without him. So they're going to be. It's going to be, if you like horror, of course, it's the Halloween time of the year, so it's not a bad spot to open up this series. So that'll be taking the place of Task on Sunday nights on HBO. I liked It Part 1. It Part 2, I didn't care so much about the adult version of it. It didn't hit the same. We will see.
Bill Hader's ass up.
I like Jessica Chastain, but get Bill Hader out of here.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. So this one will be more like adults will have their stories too, but if you've seen the trailers, it'll be the kids in there it looks like the stars of the show. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Welcome to Derry on Sunday night, HBO. Let's get to Dave before we go to break. Dave wants to talk about the Rozier conspiracy. What's up, Dave?
Hey, good morning, Del. Enjoy the show. And, before I get to that, let me say, Keith, he calls in. That guy's been calling in since the beginning of the year, and he's been on the Vanderbilt thing.
Yeah.
Credit to Keith, man. I mean, I know you guys have some fun with him, but he's been right. So good for you, Keith. Hey, on this conspiracy, so I called a few months ago, and I talked to Del about my conspiracy theory on the Dallas Mavericks and Luka going to L.A. and the Mavericks getting – the number one pick and all that stuff. And after listening to this Rozier thing, and you're talking about him, his perp walk wearing the Charlotte Hornets gear, if that's not an AI-generated thing, here's my conspiracy theory on that. That's an unspoken message being sent to MJ saying, hey, dude, I need you to back me up any way you can on this because you and I both know, big gambler, big poker player, MJ, I could pull you into this thing real easily.
I like it.
Throwing up the flag.
Hey, just a signal. Hey, man, call who you got to call. And people are also drawing this connection between the Billups, Rozier stuff. Terry Rozier in college? Who was his college head coach?
Rick Pitino.
Chauncey Billups spent some time with the Celtics. Who was his coach then?
Rick Pitino.
Rick Pitino. What's that name sound like?
What does it sound like?
Italian.
Oh.
Who's been mentioned as far as the crime families?
The four
of the five. So, just connecting the dots. Everyone's just connecting the dots. And Rick Pitino, wasn't he involved in a scandal at Louisville
at an Italian restaurant?
Yes, that too.
Very short scandal.
But wasn't he a part of, well, true. That's what we heard. But didn't Louisville have players with, was it hookers coming in?
Yeah, sex workers.
Sex work, yeah, you're right.
I think there's strippers.
You're right. In fact, I don't even like the term hookers. I just got caught up in the moment. I do prefer.
It now.
Yeah, well, I'm saying it to emphasize how much I don't like it. I would prefer when I'm not caught up in the moment to say sex workers. But so there's a lot going on. People are trying to connect the dots. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
For putting that out there as well. I believe that is an AI generated.
Yes, but I think the detail. I've seen the detail that he was wearing a Hornets.
Did it come from that
somewhere else
picture, or was it just verified by a real source? That's my question.
Sure. I've seen a lot of stuff. It's like when anything big like this happens, where it's like I've just seen a lot about it that I don't actually know what's real and fake.
All right, I would go to break, but Caesar is back, and he called in earlier, and he had to do something. Now he's back, so we'll get to Caesar right now before we go to break. What's up, Caesar?
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. I got disconnected. But, hey, so with the Chauncey Billups deal, specifically with this whole thing about the tanking piece, what life or anything do you think that it gives to how us regular fans see teams, specific teams kind of taken for whatever reason, draft picks, whatever? Like, what life do you think that this will give to not only the NBA but other leagues as far as, hey, there is a legitimate aspect to that now? And do you think that there'll be any kind of repercussions or, like, attention paid to teams doing that going forward? I'll shut up and listen.
Well, we know the NBA use the change in the draft lottery to try to prevent this as far as tanking, sitting out players. You don't want the last month of the season to be non-consequential. It's bad for the product to know night to night, well, the Blazers aren't trying to win anything, so we're not going to see their best players late in the year. That's why they made the play-in a thing, and then they changed the odds on a team winning the draft lottery. They've tried, but when we have this now, it's the worst possible thing for the NBA. For an ex-player, and now coach of some esteem, Chauncey Billups. We remember Mr. Big Shot, NBA champion, was part of those Pistons teams that kind of ruled the East for about half a decade. To transition to assistant coach and now head coach, to be openly involved in, first, the poker aspect of it is until we find out more, like whether he was coerced because he owed money, all the things we see on television and shows where we think, well, this person would never do it until the mob got their hands on him. Whatever it is, he's either just an out-and-out awful person because he's helping a crime syndicate, I guess, steal from people because they trust the game because Chauncey Billups is involved, or he is someone who had to do it because he's got problems and they have strong-armed him. I don't know what it is. We don't know that. I'm sure that'll come out at some point. But an active coach, well, at the time, instructing possibly someone, hey, guess what? Now's a chance for you to make some money because these guys aren't going to play. Get in before we make it public. It's the worst possible thing for the NBA because people already assume because of past referees' misdeeds that the NBA has a real problem with games being kind of decided before they even are played. This ain't going to help.
Yeah, it is a lot like the Pete Rose thing, too, where Pete Rose, as a manager of the Reds, was betting. And there's a lot of that stuff, too, where it's like, hey, I know what this guy's kind of going through. I know that this guy isn't feeling it, but back then it was just he was going to pitch through it no matter what, and he could bet against and he never would have.
Yeah,
but
he always bet for.
Yeah,
the
but
Reds.
he had a crippling gambling addiction.
But he would never bet
cross
against
that line.
Yeah, he always. There's a line in the sand.
Yeah,
he will bet on baseball, but always bet for his team to win.
But that's why it's dangerous. Is that you could.
Yeah, the impropriety.
If someone didn't have the moral code of
Pete Rose. Yeah,
they
clearly,
could,
yes.
And to follow up, Mike Valenti, a Emmy award-winning journalist from Orlando.
Give us his bona fides. Thank you.
Yes. He did report that Rozier walked into court handcuffed and shackled at the ankles, wearing a Hornets hoodie. And then some more about the draconian practices, according to the defense.
So
he was wearing a Hornets hoodie.
The reporting is true, but the picture's probably not real.
It looked like AI.
Yeah, but the guy did report. So he does just carry a Hornets hoodie around.
I think it's because he got picked up at 7 a.m.
No, understood. But why would the Hornets hoodie even be with him? He's
just to sleep in. I have old shorts that I just sleep in.
Well, yeah, but is it more comfy than the Heat hoodie?
No, but the Heat hoodie, he's got to wear that out.
He didn't break, or he hasn't broken it in because
maybe
it's a little newer than a Hornets hoodie.
Or it's like it's the Heat culture one that was written on the key of their on the floor, where it's like the most toughest, hard hittingest, grittiest, whatever basketball imaginable. Maybe it just has all that, and he's like, it's a lot of words on a hoodie.
Possibly. Hey, can it just say Miami Heat basketball? That's all I'm looking for. It's a lot of stuff
basketball
going on. I don't know about why he had the hoodie on.
I respect it. I kind of respect it.
Apparently, he did, and he wore it, and it was what he wore to make an appearance. Maybe the Heat gave him the hoodie and go, hey, let's not wear our stuff when you're.
Hey, when you're counting that money in your house, that house is in Charlotte.
Exactly.
Buddy, all right, you're a Hornets player got arrested.
And speaking of that, let's play this before we go to break. Brian Windhorst has some reporting. Now, the NBA has pushed back on it, but Brian Windhorst has some reporting about Terry Rozier and his improprieties in 2023 and why he sat out the rest of the season after this alleged game and the betting around it. Well, the game is real and the betting is real, but the questions about why the betting took place are up in the air. He plays in a game, takes himself out early, and then doesn't play again the rest of the year. Brian Windhorst tells you that the NBA knew. They've since pushed back on that.
You're absolutely right, Rich. The NBA at some point is going to have to explain why Terry Rozier was allowed to keep playing. And I just want to point something out.
Mm-hmm.
The sports books caught the irregular betting on Terry Rozier the day it happened, the morning it happened, when all of a sudden there was hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in on Terry Rozier unders for a relatively meaningless game in March, involving the Charlotte Hornets. The sports books caught it. They told the NBA right away, and guess what? The NBA, Rozier didn't play the rest of the season, and he had faked the injury, so it wasn't because of the injury. The NBA pulled him. They pulled Jonte Porter too. They flagged Jonte Porter and pulled Jonte Porter. The NBA's measures, their protection measures, the sportsbook's protection measures, triggered this. They caught it. The issue, I think, is Jonte Porter. They caught, convicted, and tossed him out of the league within weeks. Rozier didn't, and in this investigation, and I don't know if Terry Rozier is guilty. The NBA obviously didn't feel that he was. They wouldn't have let him play. But this indictment implies that there was a swath of conspirators. There was like his cousin, his cousin's friend. I mean, like all the way down to like low-level guys who won money on this bet and then immediately bet on other games and lost all the money and had to tell other people, man, I lost the money. I'll have to get it to you. Like really low-level people who were betting hundreds of dollars on this game. In addition, people were betting tens of thousands. So my point about saying that is that there was a wide swath of people who were benefiting from this inside information on Rozier, according to the feds, and that the NBA either didn't discover that or knew about that and cleared him, they're going to have to answer for.
And they have one of their members that probably wants some questions answered as well. The Miami Heat traded for Terry Rozier, gave up Kyle Lowry, whatever, that just made salaries work. But they did give up a first-round pick as well in their desperate attempt to save the Jimmy Butler experience a couple seasons ago now. So if the NBA knew, or if Brian Windhorst is correct, and the NBA pulled Terry Rozier out of the season because they wanted to make sure everything was on the up and up, why did they not warn anyone that, hey, this guy has some stink around him? Any transactions involving him are going to be a little sketchy. They kept it quiet, and the Heat trade for him, and now they're out of a first-round pick. I'm not saying that Terry Rozier continued his actions. I imagine he might have stopped after the initial questions were asked. But if you're the Heat, why are we giving up a first-round pick for a guy who may or may not have been involved in tanking a game?
Yeah, a guy who's being investigated or,
shouldn't
had
we have
suspicion
known
around him. And yeah, like we just spent a first-round pick on this guy, and there's always a chance he could get handcuffed at the wrists and ankles from our team hotel after we trade for him. That's a possibility.
You never know when the feds were going to come down. It could have been during a playoff series or whatever, or more likely a play-in situation.
That's against the Bulls.
Yeah, we got to beat the Bulls to get in the playoffs, and he gets pulled off the floor. Considering how he played, you'd have been better off.
Yeah,
but
right.
The NBA has not said much about why they kept it quiet, but they are going to have to answer, at least to the Heat. Maybe they do it privately. Why, when we are, you guys got to clear trades. You got to approve them.
Yeah.
Why didn't you go, hey,
maybe you don't want to.
Maybe you don't want to do this. That's for, I guess, another day for Adam Silver. He's got plenty of problems.
It also reminds me of current free agent Malik Beasley, cleared of all wrongdoing from the NBA, still unsigned.
Well, maybe the teams were like, we'll wait. We'll continue to wait because
We'll
who knows when Cash Patel is going to knock on Malik Beasley's door.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we'll go to break with that. We will actually do some Texans stuff because they got a game. They got a game against San Francisco. They are banged up, both the Niners and the Texans. The Texans got some real issues when it comes to offense overall. But what about the guys who are actually going to be available to play? A couple guys at wide receiver look like they're going to be out. We'll hear from the coordinator when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So 49ers, Texans on Sunday. We talked about the Texans' injuries. Christian Kirk, Nico Collins, neither expected to play. And we think back to what was a mysterious absence for Joe Mixon that they refused to give real information on. And I imagine in a week or two, when asked again, they'll give a very, very vague answer again until they eventually just rule him out for the rest of the season. But the Texans don't even compare to what the 49ers are going through. Beyond the guys who are on the active roster but aren't practicing this week, like Lenore and Purdy, the 49ers, by $25 million, clear the next closest team when it comes to annual per year salary on an injured reserve list this season. So, in comparison, the 49ers have over $96 million of APY salary on injured reserve, whether that be a Bosa or an Ayuk. They're big money guy, or Fred Warner. They're big money guys off the field and in some cases out for the year. The Texans, by comparison, just under $32 million. The team with the best injury luck when it comes to their stars being on the field, the high-priced guys, the Rams, only $2.2 million of Rams salary on a reserve list. So the 49ers, with all that money, forget about even a chance to play. These are guys who don't have a chance to play right now because they're on a list. $96.2 million and still 5-2.
Yeah, and that's not counting Kittle, who missed.
This is all
but 2 games.
Yeah, this is a rolling list that updates. So Kittle, it would have been over 100.
Yeah,
if Kittle was not back.
Yeah, I mean, what they're doing is it's really commendable. It's crazy, and it's something where we complain a lot about the Astros injuries with pitchers. Imagine being a Niners fan. It's like either my season is ruined by injuries or we lose to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl in an agonizing way.
Yeah, when we have leads, yeah.
So, I mean, that just tells me – I mean, we saw last week against the Falcons that, yes, they have all this money tied up on injured reserve. They're playing their backup quarterback. Doesn't matter. No. They 20-10 against the Atlanta Falcons team, and I'm not sure which part's more impressive. The fact that they were able to scrounge together 20 points, which watching the Texans this year, it's pretty hard to do. It's hard. It's pretty hard to do, and they obviously are racked with injuries or holding that Falcons offense to only 10 points, keeping Bijan Robinson in check. So to me, it's just like, yes, they're both beat up teams. One has proven that it doesn't really matter, or if they can overcome it, how much it matters. And the other team is the Houston Texans, who can't move the ball at all, even when they're fully healthy.
So early this morning, it hit me. And the question I kept asking myself when I realized Kirk and Nico ain't going to be out there. Kirk less so. I mean, I'm not whether he plays or not.
Barely been out there.
Big deal, yeah. How are they going to score? And I asked a question this morning of the guys, and they didn't particularly like the question because it brought things into reality, and they like to deal outside of reality when it comes to Texans sometimes. Are they going to score more than one offensive touchdown? Like, we have run down legitimate touchdowns, Ravens, Titans doesn't count. But can we expect this team without Kirk, without Nico, and leaning on Dalton Schultz and Nick Chubb and Woody Marks and one of the Iowa State triumvirate? By the way, there may be if they run out with 3 wide receivers on Sunday. I keep thinking Saturday because college football means more than me, I guess. On Sunday,
and we're talking about Iowa State.
Yeah,
big one against BYU.
There it is. That's a good one. Iowa State trying to get back on track. There's a possibility that their starting wide receivers on Sunday are all from Iowa State.
I mean,
unless Braxton Berrios is still taking snaps from Jalen Noel.
Yes, yeah, they'll save us from the all Iowa State receiving core. I mean, it is like commendable to Matt Campbell that he was able to do this. It's also I'm not sure if I love it that I'm the team that has all three of the Iowa State. I mean, you heard the way Chris Fowler pointed it out on Monday Night Football at like 12:15 in the morning, when he was like, and they have all three receivers were Iowa State Cyclones, and you could hear Chris Fowler, another guy who his day job is mostly college football, being like, Iowa State receivers.
Look.
I mean, it feels
it's a nice story. Those guys did well, but I'm not sure that's how you want to build your wide receiver core.
It would have been a nice story if those three LSU or Bama receivers too. It's crazy. It's a nice story that's kind of crazy when you make it Iowa State. So yeah, I mean, even beyond like where they went to school, like just on the field on Sundays, there hasn't been a lot to inspire me. I mean, especially with the not Knoll Iowa State guys, or the not Knoll receivers outside of Nico Collins. Knoll's the only one that shows like even just flashes of, okay, he can make a play for you. Everyone else is just like, it's so hard for them to get open, and then when they do get open, like they just first guy can tackle. Like it's just so hard to have an explosive, and if you're not going to be able to consistently block and run the ball and dink and dunk down the field, you're going to need explosives. And I'm not sure, again, other than Knoll, who we've only seen in flashes and mostly on special teams, I'm not sure how they get those explosives.
Well, you mentioned Knoll and special teams. Well, we asked the question earlier this week, why is he not returning punts? Just because Braxton Berrios is back? Why does that mean Knoll isn't your full-time punt returner, considering the juice he's shown? Well, Frank Ross, it was his time yesterday, and he was asked about it. And here's his explanation for why Jalen Knoll didn't get more punt return opportunities, particularly with Berrios being back.
How did you arrive at the decision to go with Berrios at punt return instead of Knoll?
I don't think there's a decision to go with anybody. I think every year you guys have asked me, hey, how do you feel about returners in training camp when the roster's at 90? We mix and match every returner that we have. Tremon, Damian, Jalen, Braxton, Christian Kirk, all those guys have taken reps for us. It doesn't matter of which game or what timing or who's available. I mean, Jalen was our starting kick returner last week, so he had 6 or 7 blocking reps on kick return because they kicked opposite. So, it's just about play for play, however that shakes out.
So because he had to block on kickoff returns, he didn't get more chances to return punts? Because his play count was too high as a blocker? I mean, if you told me he was banged up, then I'll take it. But if it's simply because he had to play,
yeah,
what are we talking about?
And I mean, this is outside of Frank Ross's purview, but also that Berrios outsnapped him as a receiver.
Yeah.
So like, if we're gonna go with the play count thing, like he might be banged up, but also that should pop up on an injury report if he is banged up, or maybe he got banged up in the game. But this just falls into like the long list of not just this year, but for 2 years now, of just like they're either lying to us or they just have conflicting things, or they're just saying stuff of as far as the media relations of like, hey, why are you doing this very obviously bad thing, or like this questionable thing even? And they just spit out an answer, and we just kind of have to live with it and go, all right, I guess. And Frank Ross is a little different because his unit's actually good, but like with the offense stuff, and just like they just spit out an answer at us, and we're like, okay, cool.
So Braxton Berrios has been returning punts since 2019 when he became a pro. And sometimes he is the punt returner throughout a year. That's what his job was with the Jets, and his first year with the Dolphins. And with injuries, he in his last year with the Dolphins, and clearly this year at the Texans, his punt return duties have gone down because he just hasn't been available. In his 88 games played as a punt returner, his longest punt return was 44 yards. Jalen Knoll has played 6 games as a pro. He already has a long of 53. Braxton Berrios, since 2019, his longest punt return is 44 yards. Knoll eclipsed that in 82 less games. In fact, he did it earlier than that because he did it earlier in the year.
He did it in game 2.
Yeah, game 2
right?
or
That was
3
the
of his
Bucs game?
career. Yeah, the Bucs game was game 2. Yeah, so game 2. So he's already surpassed Braxton Berrios' longest return of his career. And we're talking about because he has to be a blocker on. How about this? If you know the other team is so concerned about Jalen Noel that they won't kick to him, take him off kickoff returns so he doesn't expend the energy you're worried about blocking for Smith, and just let him be the full-time punt returner.
Yeah, because it's harder to kick away from him as the punt returner. Yeah, I mean,
if we're talking about, hey, he had the blocking reps, so if that is leading because he had the answer, I'm not sure if he's actually saying because he blocked so much he can't return punts. If that's the case, take him off kickoff return if you know the other team's not going to kick to him anyway, and put him on punt return. You can find have Braxton Berrios be the lead blocker.
Yeah.
And then have Jalen Noel be the punt returner full time.
This is just like every other answer where it's like, okay, so either they're like incompetent and just absolutely like cannot think their way outside of a paper bag, and this is their job to it's Frank Ross's job to think of solutions to get your best, have your best foot forward when it comes to returns, or they're just lying to us. And that's actually even more infuriating that they think they can just lie to us and give us unsatisfactory answers and just keep it moving as they go 2 and 4.
I don't think it's crazy to think, hey, we signed Braxton to be a punt returner. It's his first game back. We're just going to be the punt returner. No.
Or if they want to just hey, like you said, the numbers aren't there as far as an explosive punt return, but it's hey, he's a set of hands we trust to make the right decisions.
Yeah.
That would have been fine.
That would have been fine. I mean, I wouldn't have liked it because this team has trouble scoring points, but at least I could have heard that and go, okay, I get it.
I can't poke a finger and completely
wipe it away.
This apart. Yeah, it's not a Jenga tower of lies.
And hey, you know what? I'm of the belief that Jalen Noel can be your lead blocker on kick returns and still return punts. I believe he can handle it.
That too. We're just accepting the premise to be nice.
Yeah, but I believe he can
deny the premise.
I believe he could do that too and be just fine.
No, I mean, again, it's every time D'Amico Ryans opens his mouth, every time Nick Caserio opens his mouth, every time D'Amico Ryans says something about press coverage, and then they ask one of the cornerbacks about press coverage, and they have conflicting answers.
Yeah, if you missed it, Derek Stingley was asked about the D'Amico Ryans answer to a question about, hey, we want the guys to press, get the hands on them. They just didn't do it. Derek Stingley said,
no one told me.
No one. He goes, hey, I will do what they ask. I never do things that I'm not supposed to in regards to when I'm instructed with the defense. And he said, hey, didn't do it because
no one told me.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's the word of your best corner.
Yeah, and that goes back to what we talked about earlier in this week with Kaimi Fairbairn and we told him to kick it out of bounds, and then Kaimi was like, yeah, they told me to kick it or kick it out or kick it out of the back of the end zone.
Now, Kaimi took responsibility and said he miskicked it, but maybe they were, hey, pick one or the other, and he got caught in between.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And D'Amico postgame was like, we just told him to kick it out of bounds.
So there it is.
It's I mean, we can kind of grin and bear it last year because
they were winning games.
They were on the way to win the division. Yeah. If this game goes how at least I think it's gonna go, and you're 2 and 5, it's it's way less. You actually need to either have answers that are acceptable and don't sound like lies, or just stop lying.
This is why when I'm not the only one who goes, hey, the process matters more because a good process generally leads to good results. So if this team or these coaches are doing things that seem, let's just say, contradictory, and it's leading to good results, at some point that's going to flip. Yeah. And what we're seeing now, because of multiple reasons, roster construction, injuries, and maybe a general, I won't say incompetence, but just say a general underperforming from the coaching staff, now you're 2 and 4, hoping to avoid 2 and 5. We'll get to we got focused on Frank Ross because his answer was the most infuriating of all the ones I heard yesterday. We will get to a little bit with Nick Caley because he is under fire. The media is at the point where now they're they're taking a look at how many times your star receiver goes in motion as compared to other star receivers because Nico Collins isn't having a great year. Partly his own doing. He's got a big fumble. He's got a couple drops on his ticket as well. But we'll hear from Nick Caley in hour 2 about some of the issues on offense and how his opinion differs from some of the media when assessing it. We'll do that when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it's a busy weekend. All the October weekends are pretty busy now that basketball is underway, so you have a chance to make money tonight with the Rockets, on Saturday with the Cougs, and on Sunday with the Texans. Let's go day by day. Alperen Şengün tonight against the Detroit Pistons. Give me more on 36.5 points, rebounds, assists for Alperen Şengün. I think we saw a turning point moment or a proof of concept of what he can be against one of the best defense, actually the best defense in basketball last year, and a defense that looks to be good this year in OKC. I think he keeps it rolling tonight against the Pistons. Let's go to Tempe with the Cougs facing off against Arizona State. Give me Connor Wegman more than 216.5 passing and rushing yards. I think that, there's multiple ways to get this. Either he's moving the ball well on the Sun Devils and it's a competitive game, or they go down early and he has to throw it to hit that number. And I think either way, 216.5 is a little too light for old Connor Wegman. And then on Sunday, we talked a lot about the Texans' incompetence, a lot about how you can't really trust the Texans. We'll get to how you can't really trust Nick Caley, but you know what you can't trust? Christian McCaffrey of the San Francisco 49ers to have more than 43.5 receiving yards. He's almost double that on average the last 5 games. I don't know why this is so low. A lot of respect for the Texans defense, but I think Christian McCaffrey can get to 43.5 receiving yards on Sunday. If you like those picks, you can follow them. If you don't like those picks, well, download the Prize Picks app today. You make your own picks, all right? When you download the Prize Picks app, use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
We got a couple of things to do before we wrap it up today. Of course, Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30, host of Comicast. He does that podcast with John Lee. You can hear it here Wednesdays at 7 on ESPN 97.5. So Michael Carroll at 11:30. We'll get to that. We also have a giveaway to do. If you like college basketball and you want to see the Cougs in action against an SEC opponent as part of a doubleheader, we got those for you. It is Sunday, so you got to be sure you can go. It'll be Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4, and then the Cougs take on Mississippi State. After that, it'll be at the Fort Bend Epicenter. So it's an exhibition. Some of these games are behind closed doors where we find out the Cougs might have played Auburn in a closed-door game. This time, the doors will be open. It'll be on Sunday. And you know what? If you want to go, let's go caller 4. Let's go caller 4 at a random number. What time is it? It's close to 11:10. Let's go caller 4 at 11:15. So not so random. Caller 4 at 11:15 wins the pair of tickets to watch the Cougs versus Miss State and A&M versus Arizona State. Games, the first game, A&M and Arizona State starts at 4. It is the preview college basketball exhibition doubleheader. It's coming to you from Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, which is the 26th. You want to catch some high-level basketball. You got a Big 12 team in Arizona State, 2 SEC schools in Miss State and Texas A&M, and of course the Cougs as well, nationally ranked Cougs, number 2 team in the country according to the AP poll. So caller 4, 1115 713-780-3776 wins those tickets. And if you don't get them from us, you can get your tickets at etix.com. Cougs got a really good squad. They've recruited well, we know. They were a couple possessions away from winning that elusive national title last season.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can get it done this season.
I feel like we said the last few years, and we'll have to see them on the court. But this actually does seem like it could be the best team Kelvin Sampson's had here. And I felt the same way about last year. And you know what? To me, that's a sign of good health in your program, where it seems like every year your team is getting better and better. Yeah. I mean, you bring back Uzan and JoJo Tugler, like you get the 5-star guard that they got. I forgot his name, but you get the 5-star guard they got in. So yeah, I have high hopes for the Cougs this year.
Yeah, and you'll get to see them in person if you win the tickets from us. And of course, as I said, you can also go to etix.com. That's etix.com to get those tickets. Caller 4 at 11:15. Let's hear from Nick Caley here, and then we'll get to Pena. So, as I said before, we're in the portion of criticizing the offense where we talk about lack of motion and why you're not moving your wide receiver around, your best receiver around, to get him different looks. So here's Nick Caley in response to a question about Nico Collins and his lack of movement.
Yeah, I mean, we move Nico around. I mean, he doesn't sit there and play primarily X. I mean, I think if you watch the formation, we do not, he moves around. And I think each week is different based on what we're trying to get from a coverage structure standpoint, what we can do from a pass concept standpoint. So to put it in one box is probably not fair. But no, we try. Nico is a big part of what we do. And we try to get him involved every single game. There's not a week that we ever don't try to do that.
The question was asked by DJ Bieneme. You've certainly heard him on the station before, and you heard the response from Nick Caley. Didn't like it. Didn't like the assumption that Nico Collins or at least the belief that Nico Collins is a stagnant player. So while he is right in this regard, he's not always the X. Sometimes he's in the slot. The question, I believe, was more about getting him on the move, and because DJ Bieneme can do the research, he did it, and in comparison to some of the other best receivers in football, Nico Collins has run 8 routes this entire season when he was being motioned pre-snap. In comparison to some others, now St. Brown is a slot, so he's going to move around more. He's done it 62 times, and DJ Bieneme was like, oh, you think it's just because he's a slot? Let's go to guys who aren't slot guys. Jamar Chase 39 times, Garrett Wilson 38. You get the point. Guys are moving around more. At the snap,
like 5 times
than Nico. And then DJ wasn't done. He also
Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished?
He also got all the clips of the times that Nico was in motion, the 8 times he did.
It wasn't a lot of work for DJ.
No. And there's some where he's motioned into being the guy who catches the wide receiver screen. Another couple times, at least once I see right now, he's motioned into being the outlet if CJ needs a guy to dump it off to. These motion routes aren't of any real consequence as far as, well, we're gonna get Nico isolated in a matchup we want,
or even like try to get a tell.
Yeah,
the defense is gonna freak out when we move our best player around.
Yeah, it's like bringing him in motion and having him be the outlet if the defensive end doesn't buy your play fake and you need to get the ball out of your hands quickly, stuff like that. So the motion wasn't leading to any explosive plays, and in some cases it wasn't supposed to be. Nico was just like the last resort in some way. So yeah, I don't know that when a reporter asks you a question that you maybe should toss it aside like that when the all 22 is out there for anyone to find. So you better be right about your beliefs.
That's what it is.
Or the reporter, particularly if they got the time, they can go find it in DJB Anime Day. You can find the entire interaction, the question, the answer, and then the research done by DJB Anime on his account at DJB Anime on Twitter. Nick Haley's in a tough spot. I don't know if I want to go so far as to say underqualified. It appears that way right now. It appeared that way when he was hired. You throw in the injuries, you throw in, let's just say, an underwhelming roster offensively, particularly at the offensive line spot. There's not a lot there to go on and for him to create a successful offense. He's probably not a guy who could overcome all these challenges to begin with.
Yeah, we talk about quarterbacks in that way of like he can overcome having a bad receiver core. You know, Tom Brady, you don't have to when you give him Randy Moss, he breaks touchdown records, but he can just kind of do it with former lacrosse players and Chris Hogan and Wes Welker and all these guys. It is kind of the same thing with offensive coordinators where like we all know that this personnel isn't at the top of the league. At a certain point, though, like the job is to overcome that, and the job is to like let's have a workable offense. Like it doesn't have to be the greatest show on turf. It just has to like score more than one offensive touchdown per game against not the Ravens. That's basically what we're asking for. So, I mean, that's part of the reason I'm so exhausted talking about these guys. Like what we thought in March or February when these guys were hired, the questions we had and the questions we've had throughout the entire offseason of like, this offensive line, they're really selling us on not a lot on this offensive line. It's all just like, yeah, it's all true. It all has played out exactly how we thought it was.
Yeah, the surprises really don't exist, as you said. We've laid this
surprise
out.
was Joe Mixon got hurt.
Yeah, that might be the difference between them being maybe 3-3, 4-2, and 2-4.
Yeah, because we saw last year he's a guy who can overcome a bad offensive line.
Yeah, it may all come down to the fact that you don't have Joe Mixon, and the downgrade to Nick Chubb and Woody Marks is maybe 2 games worth of wins. All right, let's get to Pena here. We do have our winner, looks like, for the tickets. Once again, you can go to etix.com if you didn't win the tickets to the Cougs. Well, they're part of a doubleheader featuring some quality teams. The Cougs preseason basketball, you get a look at one of the top-ranked teams in the country.
New look A&M squad.
Yeah, A&M as well.
Bucky McMillan. Bucky Ball.
Oh, yeah, Bucky. I forgot that they brought in Bucky. I forgot about that because now I'm Buzz decided I got to go.
Buzz went, where'd he go? Maryland? Yeah.
Yeah, he went to Maryland because the Maryland coach,
I forgot where he went.
Did he go to Villanova? Is that what happened?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
He pretended like he wasn't going to go.
Yeah.
Like all
that.
coaches do.
Love that.
I mean, what are you guys talking about?
We'll talk more about college football next segment.
Yeah. Let's get to Pena here before we go to a break. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, man. So yesterday I asked y'all for Jokic going for 11.5. He went for 13. I'm a dog, man. Have you seen that video with that kid when he's calling all his teammates dogs? If you listen closely, he says Pena, dog. So for today, how do y'all like?
Wait a minute, hold on, Pena. Pena, hold on.
What's up?
You're a dog, so why are you asking us?
Yeah.
What? You're the dog. You know why are you asking us?
Look,
the worst thing you could do
is ask us.
The worst thing you could do is be informed by us.
Well, because Sean Mapes helped me. helped me, got me into being addicted to this stuff.
Oh,
He said,
it's our fault.
Use code Sean Made. So I have to ask Sean.
Okay, go ahead.
And I got to ask the people. The people could give something to hear about.
Got it.
So y'all my guys. So I got to come. So also, how do you like Anthony Davis? How do you like Anthony Davis for 37.5 points and rebounds? And also, I saw this thing about I don't know if you're a fan or not of this show, The Kids, Stranger Things. Since they started, there's like 20 different shows that started and ended before they even got to their last season. That's crazy. Thank y'all. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it. Now, of course, I don't know the exact context because plenty of shows have started and ended just because they've been canceled. Because Stranger Things has been around since 2016.
I saw the list, and it was a bunch of, like, good shows.
Established shows.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
It was a bunch of, like, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it was, like established shows that had, like, a full run.
Got it. Well, that's what happens when you show.
Yeah, it's been 2016.
Yeah, nearly a decade. It happens. And
there's a lot of 4-season shows that.
Yeah, there's a lot of. It's not even the problem that it's been a decade's worth of shows because look, Grey's Anatomy's been on forever, but they come out every year.
Yeah.
The problem is the
5.
Yeah, we're in
5 seasons.
We're in the season 5. Yes, and the 5th and final season. As far
as
as
Better Call Saul, I think was one of them. It's close.
As far as Anthony Davis, he's got.
They play the Wizards.
They play
I like it. I like it. They got those big guys.
Yeah,
like
yeah. If he could dominate against that type, so if that's not a bad number.
I'm not scared of Alexander Sarr.
No, now
keeping him off the board.
You always got to think about whether he'll play 35 minutes because it's early in the year. But 37 and a half, and of course maybe he doesn't make it through a game. That can happen too. But as far
you'll get an injury reboot.
If he plays his 30, okay, cool. If he plays his 32 minutes or so, yeah, I like that one against the other Wizards.
And again, Pena. I mean, scorching hot.
Time to eat, Pena.
I should be following you, Pena.
Yeah, right. Well, you got him addicted. You're his enabler, according to Pena.
You can't really get addicted to daily fantasy sports.
Yeah, what are we talking about, Pena?
It's not no Chauncey Billups stuff over here, right?
X-ray glasses, Sean? All right, before we go to break, I want to tell you about something you don't want to be addicted to. Look, they do a great job for you. They will help you out. But to be honest, you don't want to call them that often. You don't want to have to check them out on the website that often. But when you do have a problem, Aqueduct Plumbing Company is there for you. Big problems, small problems. It doesn't matter what it is. They'll take care of you. So I always like to talk about that service menu because you might not know what they can offer you. You think plumbing, okay, a leak here, maybe they mess with the fixture or something. But they also do remodels. They do new construction. They'll do a reroute. The big deal is those repipes. Those are a giant problem because if you got an older home with older pipes, those pipes can turn what you hope is clean water to nasty water filled with sediment and rust. You don't want that. You want to be able to turn on the tap and have clean water coming out. It's what we expect. It's what we assume. It's part of being in a home. You turn on the water and it's clean. It comes out. If you have a problem because that water isn't clean, go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company and they'll help you out. So from leaks to water heaters, whether they be tankless or traditional, they will get you right. Call them at 281-488-6238 and try to get that free price quote. Remember, no one likes being charged for something just to have it diagnosed. Aqueduct Plumbing Company won't do that to you. So if you sense a problem and you need them to take a look at it, they'll help you out and get you that free price quote. 281-488-6238 is the number. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This will be a quick segment here. We're going to get to Michael Carroll when we get out of this segment and come back. So let's get to a call. And it's appropriate that this gentleman would call in. But before we bring him on, Sean, I got to clear something up with you. Maybe you know better than I, or at least remember. Did he call in earlier this week, or was it last week?
It was Thursday.
Thursday of last week.
I remember because it was Thursday of last week that he called and got himself suspended.
Okay.
Because of the phrase he said. So I made note of the time. Oh, he opened himself up to call back on Friday,
right before the game.
His team plays the Texans.
So before, once again, we bring him on, let's have a discussion about repeat offenders. Because when you're a repeat offender,
there's a lot of recidivism.
Yeah, the penalty has to change, right, to make you more likely not to do it again. So do we up the penalty next time he does it? Because he's been a repeat offender several times.
Yes. I like because they're about to play, I want to put like some stakes on it. Not really for me. I don't really care either way, but for him, of like maybe some double or nothing aspect of if the Texans beat the Niners, it is like suspended for 2 weeks, or like we double the penalty.
And not just this show, Julian.
Morning show too.
If you drop,
we can't really enforce what Jeremy and
Joe. I don't care about that show.
Yeah, but you can enforce.
I can enforce the morning show. So Julian, as we bring you on, and as we expect you to hit your line again, I will, through heavy hands, ban you for 2 weeks if you drop the line and the Niners lose. If you win, it's like a stay of execution.
You can do whatever winners can do whatever they want.
You can call back on Monday to talk trash. But if you drop that line and they lose, you're done for 2 weeks from 7 to 12. Go ahead.
All right, man. Sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right, that's a bet. A bet.
He agreed.
We definitely got a bet. It's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a defensive game. I think we might squeak it out. 13, and this is only because I've heard so many fans say they're going to beat us and then have to go against it now. Second thing, my daughter has the end of season today. Shout out to Carter and the Falcons. We are in second place. I think we went like 8-2 or whatnot. She's a second baseman. She's a baller, and I'm excited about this weekend for her tournament.
Hey, Julian, hold on. Julian, hold on.
And put it to y'all.
Hold on, Julian. You broke up. What did she play softball for who?
She plays softball for the Falcons. Rich Rosenberg, girls softball.
Okay, got it.
And she's a second baseman, and she's a baller, brother. She really is.
Congratulations.
And I'm looking forward to this weekend, man. So we get to see her ball out, and then we get to see the Texans put it to y'all. Bang, bang, not a game.
All right. There it is. If they win, we pardon him. If they lose, then he's done for 2 weeks from 7 to 12.
Yeah. And this is, I think that the Niners are going to win, so this is, whatever. There's a good chance, and he thinks the Niners are going to win, so.
Of course.
There's a chance, but I also like that if this crap-ass Texans offense scores enough to beat you guys, you don't deserve to call back for 2 weeks.
Yeah, so that is the marker.
Boom. We have it.
We're good to go. More gambling talk, a marker. There it is. Michael Carroll will join us when we come back. I do want to take issue with a couple of things. You can't call in about your daughter and then do the Niner gang thing.
Because we can't be as mean to you.
Yeah. Also, either they're 8-2 or they're not. You know. I think they're 8-2. You know they're 8-2. Cut it out. You're very proud of her. Congratulations to her and you. I don't know how she overcame you to be as good of a softball player as she is. What? Congratulations to the mother and Julian and his young daughter for all their success. Too bad.
Odds are stacked against her.
Yeah. I don't know if they are. Maybe the mom has been able to overcome what he was putting in front of her. But yeah, the whole family, congratulations. And your dad calls in the radio shows and dares to do the Niner gang thing. Whatever. Have a good weekend, everybody, at your softball tournament. All right. We will get to Michael Carroll when we come back. If you have been saving your call for Michael Carroll, now's the time. He is host of ComicCast. We'll hear about what's going on Comcast, a podcast he does with Jong Lee. And then we'll talk about what you should or shouldn't watch, whether it be movies or television. We'll do that when we come back. That guy is the host of Comcast. He does that show with Jong Lee. You can hear it wherever you listen to podcasts. Also here on the ESPN 97.5. Wednesdays at 7?
Correct.
All right. Still Wednesdays at 7. Listen to it or listen to it in podcast form. No matter what you do, just listen to it.
Please.
Tell the people what is on the latest issue of Comcast.
Latest issue, Jong and I reacted to some of the news that came out from New York Comic-Con, including the Wonder Man trailer, the news about Vision Quest and some of the other shows that came out, the Night of a Seven Kingdoms trailer that released, and a few other just news and notes from New York Comic-Con. And just a reaction podcast. It was weird because we're not reviewing a show or movie currently, so a little different this time around.
Got it. And we got a couple calls we'll get to. Dream Shake chimes in to let us know maybe it's going to be on your list. Weapons makes its appearance on HBO Max.
It was on my list, yeah.
So Weapons, if you missed it,
it's available now.
And didn't want to buy it in home, it's now on HBO Max if you have it, so you can watch
it.
Yeah, I would say watch it. And we probably are in for a prequel with the main villain. Apparently Krieger has a story in mind, and we may not be that far away from hearing that news.
I'm open to it because he's built a lot of trust.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say I'd really was dying for the. I like the mystery of it. I'm not really dying for it to be.
Yeah, I don't know if
expanded upon.
Yeah, all explained out to me. Like I kind of like that it's weird and mysterious, and I won't. We're trying not to spoil it because we're telling you to watch it if you haven't watched it. But yeah, I like the mystery around the main villain.
I get that.
Yeah, and for anyone who hasn't seen it,
you missed a heater.
Weapons is good.
You missed
great,
a smoker,
even,
baby.
But that last 10 to 15 minutes.
I mean, the last 45
maybe
minutes.
even more.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out how long because I had,
once the main villain gets active.
Yeah,
really.
and the closing, as
God.
they may say, the crescendo to the entire movie.
Yes. But all those hot dogs, man, what a great movie.
Yes, a lot of hot dogs that never got eaten actually because of
spoiler
because of things. Let's get to these calls. I don't know who at the top how to pronounce that. I can't really see it, so can we get clarification? Let's go to Eric first, though. Eric wants to talk to Michael. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Good show. Yeah. Michael, I heard that Ryan Coogler is making a remake of The X-Files. Have you heard anything about that? Also, VHS Halloween. Have you seen it? Is it any good? I'm getting Shudder this weekend, so I can watch it. And Welcome to Derry. Those previews have been out for 10 years. Is it finally going to show up on Sunday? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, yes, it is showing up on Sunday. I told you that, Eric.
It is, yeah. It's premiering. First episode premieres on Sunday.
Yeah, Welcome to Derry. I talked about it. That Pennywise, clearly the main villain from It, won't be there weekly. He will make appearances, but
it is Bill Skarsgård reprising the role.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it is a prequel series, so it is setting up the origins of things. It's set 27 years before the first film, and it's focused on the character Mike from the It Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 movies, his grandparents.
Yeah.
So you get a little bit of backstory in that, and it's getting good reviews so far.
Yeah, another Stephen King adaptation this one slides into the prestige television spot for HBO, Sunday nights on HBO.
I feel like that should speak to the quality what to expect from it. That it is.
Put it there, yeah. Following up on task.
Yeah, exactly. To follow up on that, and it's it looks good, and based off the trailers and everything, it seems like a terrifying expansion of the lore. It's based off some of the interludes from the original novels, so it looks interesting.
I'm a Stephen King person. I read the books, so I'll watch the adaptations, and we'll see how this one plays out.
Going to what he asked about Ryan Coogler, yes, he is doing a new telling, I guess, of X-Files.
And it's something about, I think he explained it like his grandma.
I think his mom.
Oh, it was his mom.
I think it's
the
his
X-Files.
mom,
yeah. And he kind of is doing it for her.
He wants to do it for her, and that's like his big thing next. So expect that from him. I don't know what he's got cooking for that, because there's a lot of directions you could take with the X-Files.
Will he get the Duchovny and Gillian Anderson? How's that going to work
out? Got to.
Do you think
so? Do you think they have to be the stars?
I mean, I don't think he actually has to. I think he can make a good one without him.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
people want it. The people want it.
The people would want it, but I feel like he's going to give us something that we're not expecting completely and just disregard all the other X-Files stuff and just tell his own story.
He's also a guy, Ryan Coogler, full trust. That
whatever. I mean, at this point,
if he goes a direction I don't see, sure. Like I'm along for the ride, dude.
Yeah. I'm there with you. Let's get to Homero, and then we'll get into more of Michael. What's up, Homero?
Hey, what's up? This is my first time listening all week. What's up, guys? So I don't know if they talked about this, but the movie Molly's Game, is basically what's going on with the NBA right now. It's like a big poker room where they play all these high rollers, right? So Molly's Game is a good movie to watch this weekend. You'll have time.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we didn't do the tie-in, but Molly's Game. I think it was mentioned earlier this week about that movie and how it plays into what's going on in the real world. The mafia, of course, was involved in that one. I don't remember X-ray glasses.
That was going to be my question.
Yeah, I don't know if there are X-ray glasses in
X-ray tables or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's completely like for like, but yeah, there was a illegal activity and the mafia was involved.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, you can watch it right now on Netflix. I'm sure they're like, yes.
Oh yeah, I mean they might get me tonight. So
Yeah.
oh no, wait, I have to go to Lake Charles.
Yeah,
I get to go to Lake Charles.
Yeah.
but
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
it cuts into my time.
It's you,
to watching
Joe,
Molly's Game.
Joe, and is Brian going to?
Yeah.
All right, the three of you going to Lake Charles. All right, appreciate it, Homero. That's not a bad thought. For people who are in
No,
this,
good recommendation. No, for sure.
in this world who love sports and clearly like movies, if you're listening to this segment, that's one. And I enjoyed Molly's Game. I probably have seen it. I think I've probably seen it once, and the one I did see it once, and I don't think I've gotten to see it.
I don't think
second time though.
I know of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it. So yeah, I'm
It's
curious
fun.
to check it
It
out.
was entertaining.
Chastain and
Idris Elba.
Idris Elba's in it. Kevin Costner's in it.
Oh, the cause.
Jeremy Strong before Succession.
Wow.
Is in it as well.
Okay.
So
Idris Elba, if he's in it, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, since Hobbs and Shaw, he's had you hooked, right?
I can't with you.
he got me to watch
Hobbs and Shaw.
He got you to watch Heads of State.
Yes, he also got me.
Yeah, I did.
He also got, and Cena did too. He also got me to watch a movie where he plays like a DJ in Ibiza.
Oh
right?
yeah.
And-
That's on
and
Netflix.
I think
or
he
whatever.
actually is a DJ.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember watching that. Thought the show was pretty good. All right, let's get to a couple things before we go to break, and we'll come back with Michael. Let's start with your big yes, if you have one on a list of things people should watch, whether it be movies or TV.
It's kind of at least in the theaters, it's a niche weekend for sure. If you want to go out and see Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere, that's probably one of the biggest wide releases this weekend. But it's mixed reviews for that one. It feels more like if you're a huge Springsteen fan, you'll enjoy it. But if you're not, it just moves like all the other music biopics currently. So take that for what you will. If you're a Springsteen fan, maybe give it a try. Regretting You, which is a drama romance, but somehow
based off a book, right?
Yeah, based off a Colleen Hoover book. If that's your thing, you may give it a try. I wouldn't recommend it. It's currently 34% right now on Rotten Tomatoes, so maybe skip on that one. And then again, the rest is like niche type stuff. So if you like anime, there's Chainsaw Man, the movie Resi Arc, I think is the whole title. 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, 99% with fans. So if you're into anime, maybe check that out. Then a couple of horror movies, Shelby Oaks and Dream Eater. Both of those are limited, so screening times may be difficult depending on where you're at, but they're solid like horror movies and perfect for this time of year. So if you want to give those a try. But I mean, I can't really strongly recommend anything in theaters this weekend. It's so many niche things that you have to be a real fan of, I would say.
Yeah, the Shelby Oaks thing came across my timeline, and I saw something about how the creator was in tears because apparently it tested well enough that they gave him more money to go back and shoot some scenes he thought were very important, but he couldn't do it the first time around. So, it's a lot. There's a lot of love in it, at least when it comes to the creator of the movie. We'll see how it goes overall.
Theaters really should, the weekend before, maybe even 2 weekends before Halloween, they should really go lean hard into great horror movies of the past.
Mm-hmm.
They should really get on that. Take a little. I know they do it sometimes. Like Sinners got a re-release.
Yeah, Sinners is getting a re-release, I guess, in this next week or so, or starting right now,
but
or something like that.
It's going to be pretty limited. I mean, it'll be a re-release, but it'll be limited times.
And I think it might be IMAX only.
Yes, it is IMAX.
So
I would go for some great slasher movies of the past, that kind of thing.
You heard
of that.
Yeah, you heard Eric mention Shudder. He's signing up for that. Shudder. I have it through I think AMC Plus or something. Those two are kind of connected. It's a great resource if you only care about watching horror movies at this time of the year. hopefully there's a free trial for you. I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Right.
but
7
if not, I guess it's probably around the $8 range for a subscription. That's a good resource when it comes to particularly newer things that you may not have caught because it was strictly maybe an AMC Shudder production.
There's one on there, I think, Night of the Reaper, that a couple of like journalists that I follow talked about that is really good on Shudder. And then the one that Eric mentioned earlier, VHS Halloween, I believe it's getting solid reviews, Eric. So you might give that a shot on Shudder. But yeah, if you're looking for horror stuff, that's the perfect place to go. And then they did do something this year where it was like a countdown to Halloween, but it was like one release, and it was, I don't want to say sporadic, but it was all the way back into like May or something like that.
Yeah,
we were doing.
I think you got to lean in harder
with
like
September, October is where you really should lean
with
into
like
it.
original Scream, something like that where it really gets the people going.
Yeah, Rotten Tomatoes has VHS Halloween at 95%.
Yeah.
It's not the be all end all, but at least multiple critics think very highly of it. We'll come back with our final segment of the week. Michael will tell you what you might want to watch if you're staying in, or what to stay away from in streaming and television. We'll do that when we come back.
Now back to the Del Olaleya Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We're still here with Michael, the host of ComicCast. Does that with Jong Lee. If you want to listen to it on this station Wednesdays at 7 on ESPN 97.5, and it's also in podcast form wherever you find your podcasts.
All the places.
Anywhere you're looking for a podcast, Michael will have Comicast there waiting for you.
Yeah, just search and
just
I'll pop up.
Type it in, Comicast, and you'll see the great things that they do. Just be aware.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
That's like the nicest thing you've ever said.
I'll admit I'm punch drunk. I mean, I got 10 minutes left in my work week. I'm just saying stuff at this point. I'm like the Texans coaches, just saying stuff.
Running out the clock.
Yeah.
Running
all
out
right.
the clock. Yeah,
Let's get to something that might have some value to you as opposed to me rambling. Michael, as far as staying home and watching things, what do you got?
Really quickly, Ryan on Twitter said a good Halloween watch is The Fall of the House of Usher on Netflix. A bunch of Edgar Allan Poe
you want to get into the
stories.
Flanagan verse.
Those
are good things for Halloween as well.
That's definitely worth a watch for Halloween. In terms of streaming, there's a bit more that I would definitely recommend. The first off, I have to always, if this man pops up anywhere, I have to recommend it. And it's not Idris Elba. It's Allen Iverson. The new docuseries is available on Prime Video about Allen Iverson and his career. 3 episodes available right now on Prime Video. Of course, interviews, typical docuseries, but it looks good, seems good, and it's a good, I'm just an inherent Allen Iverson fan, I'm always going to recommend
that. And the show is Allen Iverson.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the E in his name, it's a 3.
See what they did there.
Yeah, so if you're looking for, just type in Allen. I'm sure it'll come up on Prime. If it's not already on your algorithm.
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, it's just came out yesterday, so it's available right now. All 3 episodes. House of Dynamite. That's probably the top pick I would recommend outside of the Allen Iverson docuseries, which is a new film from Catherine Bigelow,
Guess
starring
who's in it?
Idris Elba.
He plays the president.
Heads of state.
Yeah, but
is it
now
in the same universe?
No, because he's the president here, the prime minister.
Okay. That's going to be
prime
confusing
minister.
for some viewers, I'm sure.
I thought this was.
Where's Cena?
They're
friends.
John Cena was the
prime minister.
The prime minister. He had to put on an accent.
Catherine Bigelow, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, I hate to crap on your movie. I'll watch it, but come on.
It's got a great cast too: Rebecca Ferguson, Anthony Ramos, Gabriel Besso, Jared Harris. I mean, Greta
Caitlin
Lee.
Deaver's in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good film. When a single unattributed missile is launched at the United States, a race begins to determine who is responsible and how to respond.
Hell yes.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I'm all about it. 80% with critics, 76% with audiences. But it is one of the better Netflix films of the year, so definitely recommend that one. And it's available right now, so go check it out. Of course, we talked about it. Welcome to Derry. That premieres Sunday at 8 p.m. Central Time on HBO Max and HBO. So if you want to go check that series out. A film that came out earlier this week, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, which is a remake of a 1992 film of the same name, starring Marie Elizabeth Winstead and Micah Monroe, I think is how you say her name.
Yeah.
That one, you may stay away from that. It's not the best of remakes currently. 46% with critics and 33% with audiences.
They got me. I like both of the leads. Martin Starr's in it too.
Yeah, Martin Starr, Raul Castillo's in it as well.
He's recently of Task.
Yeah,
he's in that. So yeah, the actors will get me to watch, and then maybe the plot will get me to bail out.
Bail out.
Yeah, but
that's what it seems like.
But at least they got me to hit play. So we'll see how it goes.
There you go. Are either of you Taylor Sheridan fans?
Not per se. I mean,
No.
I appreciate the work.
I
but I'm
understand
not,
what he's
Not a-
on,
okay.
and some of his series are fine, but I'm not gonna just watch something
Yeah.
because it's a Taylor Sheridan.
That's where
Sheridan
I'd put
joint.
it. I'm not like a season ticket holder, but
Right.
I'm not a Sheridan head.
Yeah, I like it.
Because Mayor of Kingstown returns for season
like that
4. Premieres, I think it's 2 episodes drop on Sunday, and then new episodes arrive
Edie Falco
weekly.
is in it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Is that the Renner one, right?
Yeah, Jeremy Renner.
That's
yeah.
what you should laugh at. Are either of you Renner heads? Yes.
Fine.
I mean, I guess because Marvel. And Hurt Locker.
Speaking of that, I mean, I don't want to.
I
don't want to use.
Oh my God, we almost.
Oh
of
yeah.
Right at the buzzer.
Yeah.
Well, not right.
Thanks
at the
for
buzzer.
reminding me.
Enough time to really dig into it.
Yeah, Tongue Dark Chris called in.
Yes, one of our favorite callers.
Yeah, and
one of my favorite
but
callers. I won't speak for you.
He used it. Thank you. I have my own voice. Thank you. He used a rude term in a question towards you.
Unlike Monday.
Yeah, very.
Why ask on Monday?
Very. He's lucky
Had to
we
get it
remembered.
off.
Yeah.
He understands this show. We remember the dumb things.
Do we, though?
Yeah. Well, it's the dumb things we remember. The important things we don't. He asked whether you were. I don't even like saying the word.
Can you say it on the radio?
I'm gonna spell it. He asked you if you were a CUCK still from Marvel. And I don't think of you that way at all. I feel like you're very fair.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wanted to get the word off, and that's why he asked.
I guess. Sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess. I don't know.
You're a fan.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't get. At least like say I'm a shill or something like that, or I don't know. Say I'm riding Marvel's walnuts or something. I don't know.
Yeah. That's more. I was gonna say shill isn't really Tongue Dark Chris's domain.
Yeah.
But yeah.
If
I don't know.
Is he still riding it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you
yeah,
like to
probably.
You like to sniff Kevin Feige's hats.
All
or
right.
something.
All right.
I don't know. I
now
said
we're,
hat. I said hat.
Now we're just being the mean
No,
ones.
but I said hat. That's along the lines of what he's asking for.
Yeah.
As opposed to, but he didn't have to say that word.
And also probably not because I'm not a big hat guy anymore.
Yeah, but not wear it.
Yeah, not.
But you're so in love, you'd smell the hat.
No, not really.
This hat's close to the brain that came up with Quantumania.
Yeah. Well, then that's the wrong movie to choose.
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
That's the wrong one.
If I got the hat from the She-Hulk show, maybe I don't know. That'd be cool.
Okay.
I don't know.
Michael seems very fair. I don't feel like he's
I feel
overboard for anything.
Yeah, if you've listened to Comic Cast, you know, like Secret Invasion, I hated
Violently.
It's
like probably the most upset I mean, I don't on the show. I don't know, but in conversations, Michael.
No, I get
it's some
I
of the
get
most
frustrated.
It's some of the most.
It's the dumbest
stuff
show.
Does
I've
it rise above his thoughts about talking during the Super Bowl? Because he was pretty.
Oh yeah,
I was pretty upset.
That was
about
that was I was close to the dump button on that.
Yeah,
one.
I
we were
was
worried.
toeing the line.
So while Michael is respectful enough not to really address what you're asking, Chris, the answer is hell no. He's not what you suggested. What are you talking about?
Come
Stop
on, Chris.
it.
Right.
I thought we were cool. I don't even know Chris, but
He goes by Tongue Dark Chris. You don't need to know.
okay, cool.
All right.
You're right.
Yeah. What do you really want to get to know him?
You're right.
All right, we're done for the day. Michael, anything else before we wrap it up?
No, not. I mean, there is a new Anne Rice show. I don't even know how to say that word. The Secret Order.
It's part of the vampire series with Lestat and stuff like that.
First episode premieres Sunday at 8
the
on
Telemasca
AMC.
is the group that kind of monitors supernatural events.
Well, you got that on Sunday on AMC.
Okay. It's part of their Anne Rice universe that they bought for a lot of money, so they got to put out content.
It's their third series from the Anne Rice universe.
They paid that.
So if you're a fan,
they paid that estate a lot of money. All right, we're done for the week. Michael Carroll, thank you.
Thank you.
He is the host of Comic Cast. Does it with Jong Lee. Hear it on Wednesdays from 7 to 8 here and in podcast form, wherever you listen to podcasts. Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
Shut up, Stroud!
Wow. You did that over Flip Me Over, Mike?
Yeah. Let's get Julian suspended for 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
CJ.
Got it.
Let's get him suspended.
Take that, Julian.
Some things take priority. All right. We're done. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud.
But it's shocking. It's shocking.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Brian Windhorst is here.
The NBA isn't concerned today with whether people who are playing in illegal poker games got defrauded.
Today's guests, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, Michigan State head coach Tom Izzo, actor Michael Shannon. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show on a Friday. We are all over the map guest-wise, and we love it. Tom Pelissero, my colleague from NFL Network, is going to join us with all the 411 in about 20 minutes' time. And then Tom Izzo is going to join us, the head coach of Michigan State basketball. Lots to talk about with him, from our boy Steve Mariucci getting his number retired at the Northern Michigan University. And also, speaking of college football, Michigan plays Michigan State tomorrow, and so I've got lots to talk about with Tom Izzo. But front and center is what he was talking about: a kid from the G League being allowed to play for Louisville basketball, and that caught our ear. And I'll tell him straight up when he joins us in the second hour. Anytime he starts a soundbite was by saying, "I'm going to get in trouble for this." He has me at hello. Like I'm like, does he know that Kenny Powers gif of snapping the lawn chair over? Okay, that's me. And then Michael Shannon, the actor, an actual thespian, is coming in studio in hour number 3.
Master thespian.
Yeah. I mean, he's in some really heavy movies about the assassination of James Garfield and also the Nuremberg trials. Comedies. He's going to be here in studio in hour number 3, and we've got a great celebrity true or false for him. And then there's you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. And it's always great when you do a show and you're sitting down and one of your colleagues strolls onto the floor and says, "Oh, we're starting." Chris Brockman, good to see you over there, Chris. I caught that one.
I'm an actor. I'm here every day in your presence.
Did you guys pick up on that?
I quoted. I said, like we always do it this time.
I mean, it was 8:59. I'm like, oh, we're starting.
By the way, only the best of the best do that. I've watched Chris Berman sit in a chair and say, "Hey, welcome to prime time," literally 5 seconds before he has to start speaking. Hey, Jay Felly, good to see you.
What's up, Rich?
You're wearing your Dodger cap. It is the World Series beginning tonight.
Let's go.
Game 1. Good to see an actual Dodger fan sitting in that chair rather than that other guy who sits here. You put on a Yankee Dodger hat.
Like a split hat yesterday.
I'm back.
Yeah, exactly. What an abomination. Good to see an actual Dodger fan here on the first day of the World Series. TJ Jefferson, candles lit. Good to see you, sir.
I was going to say this. I know Chris Berman. Chris Berman's a friend of mine.
Nice.
Sir, Chris Brockman is no Chris Berman.
But they share a first name.
That's true.
But excuse me, pay some respect to Chris Crocodile Brockman.
B and the man. We're very similar.
All right.
We circle the wagons.
We start this show with Thursday Night Football. We'll talk about the Chargers in a second. 5-3. We talk about the Chargers quite a bit on this show. They're our neighbors across the way here in El Segundo, California. And I'm a Jim Harbaugh nut, as we all know. So I'm not being disrespectful of the team that won Thursday Night Football last night in convincing fashion, without, by the way, arguably their best defensive player for much of the game in Derwin James. They put the hammer down on Carson Wentz. That's where I want to start this show. The Minnesota Vikings at a crossroads. The 14-win team last year, going 14-3. They now have more losses in the first 7 games this year as they had in all of last season. And, the focus of the Vikings, 100%, is on their decision to draft my guy, the champion quarterback of Team 144 of the University of Michigan, J.J. McCarthy, to move up one spot to draft him 10th overall before Bo Nix, just after Michael Penix, in a draft that also has Jaden Daniels, Offensive Rookie of the Year last year, Caleb Williams, winner of 4 straight games in 2025, with Ben Johnson in Chicago. He's playing much better. Nobody, though, as we all know, playing better from that class in 2025 than Drake May, whose head coach, Mike Vrabel, was on this program yesterday. We talked all about it. And the decision to draft J.J. McCarthy, him getting hurt, watching Sam Darnold do what he did last year in 14 wins and have him stroll off to Seattle, where he's 5-2 right now on his bye. And then Daniel Jones was sitting there after the Giants cut him, and they made an offer to Daniel Jones to stay, and he decides to go to Indianapolis, where he was definitely going to be the starter without any kid behind him that they're definitely going to play because they need to see what they have in him. Anthony Richardson, the Colts already saw what they had in him and decided to get Daniel Jones in, and he is 6-1. He's the quarterback of the only one-loss team entering the rest of this Week 8 action right now. Pardon me. Jordan Love is a one-loss team. He also has a tie. 6-1. The only quarterback that's 6-1 entering Week 8 action. And so the decision for them to do that and then start J.J. McCarthy this year, have him play 3 dreadful quarters and then 1 superb quarter in a Week 1 Monday Night Football win in Chicago that had, by the way, J.J. McCarthy the Offensive Player of the Week, only to show up the next week and look so dreadful in the Minnesota Vikings Week 2 home loss to the Atlanta Falcons. Looked so dreadful that everybody thinks that the ankle injury that he suffered in that game was, in air quotes, it's just, you need to take a break, kid. We've already seen 8 quarters, 7 healthy, if you will, quarters out of you. Take a break. You're not ready yet. We're going to start Carson Wentz and see what we have as a team to try and win behind a veteran and getting his, other chances in another organization, just like Sam Darnold did, although Carson's had many I think Al Michaels mentioned 6 teams in 6 seasons.
Yep.
Bouncing around. And by the way, the reason why Anthony Richardson got drafted in Indianapolis is because Jim Irsay, may he rest in peace, was like, this guy Carson Wentz that just lost in Jacksonville, get him out of here. I don't want to see him anymore.
Yep.
Literally, just disappear him from our organization, please, was essentially how Jim Irsay was approaching Wentz. And this is the guy that Minnesota's starting. And now they're 3-4. And now Wentz was so banged up last night, as he's suffered 19 sacks since becoming the Vikings starting quarterback in Week 3 after being sacked 5 times last night by a Los Angeles Chargers defense that got Khalil Mack back and was marauding that front for the Vikings. That Wentz looked like he was in tears on the sideline, coming off the field after his last sack. You could look at his left arm he's holding because his left shoulder is what got injured a few weeks ago. And he's playing because that's not his throwing arm. But you could see wincing and on occasion looking like he is in tears to wonder about whether his body can hold up, whether his ability as a quarterback is dwindling away. I don't know what was going through his temples, but it looked like he was going through something.
It's hard to watch.
It was hard to watch.
Yeah, it's hard to watch.
It was hard to watch. And that's where the Minnesota Vikings sit today at 3-4. And as I mentioned, there's a 4-1-1 team in the NFC, and it's the Green Bay Packers sitting atop that division, and the Detroit Lions on a bye week at 5-2. And a Bears team that is sitting there at 4-2 with 4 straight wins. And the Vikings are the ones sitting in last place wondering, what next? This was the head coach after the game talking about it.
As I told our team, we've got an opportunity in front of us where we need to own this. This is not a bury the tape kind of time for our organization. This is a watch it, view it, own it. Every coach, every player. And it starts with me. I did not have our team prepared to play, and we'll go back to many aspects of what we need to improve on.
Yeah, here's what they need to improve on: the quarterback play and the offensive line play in front of him. And the offensive line play is what is crucial. There is a conversation again about J.J. McCarthy's viability. And, you know, I saw the moment last night, and Chris, you were bringing it up in our pre-show meeting prior to you wondering what time the show was beginning, I guess. where the other JJ, Justin Jefferson, makes a catch, rolls out of bounds.
Yeah.
JJ McCarthy is there, and for somebody coming off of a high ankle sprain, looked pretty limber in avoiding the
Very
sack,
athletic
and
move
then
by JJ.
and then enthusiastically signaling the first down.
Yeah, while jumping up and down on said alleged injured ankle.
Okay, it's not an alleged injured ankle; it's an actual injured ankle that the head coach says does appear to be well enough for him to start potentially next week.
JJ, and he was close, and JJ and the medical staff kind of didn't quite feel like he was there yet. But there was a lot of encouragement that, especially with the time we have, Kevin, and where he's at and the confidence level he thinks he can get to. If JJ's healthy, JJ will play.
And JJ will play. And when he does, it's on. And I'll be straight up with you. You know how I feel about him. You've met him as well, guys, when he's been here. He's one to root for. He's one to like. But he's got to play, stay healthy. You know what your best ability is, right? Ability. And he must avail himself of this opportunity and show why he was drafted 10th overall in last year's draft and show some action for 4 quarters that look like, say, Penix when he had some time at the end of last season, although it was a very difficult spot. Got to show stuff like Dart in his first few starts this year. Got to show stuff like he did in the fourth quarter of week 1.
That part.
He's got to show what we're seeing out of what we saw out of Bo Nix after he got some time last year. Not saying you got to be Jaden Daniels. And he might have to be behind an offensive line that is having trouble. I mean, Darisaw is in and out. He's hurt. And, Wentz, as we know, has a proclivity to hold on to the football, which has been part of his career, and part of the reason why he's bounced around, and he was bounced off the turf last night. And just 34 rush yards. Fewest rush yards by a game for Minnesota in 2 years. 2 years. So you got to get the run game going, and you got to protect the kid. And maybe, his ability to move around is hampered, which is why they're like, we're not ready to put him out there yet. But this business of they're hiding him has got to be disproven by J.J. McCarthy when he gets out there. And here's the issue. You put up the schedule. Talk about a crucible. Detroit hosting him coming off a bye. But he's back in the state of Michigan. Maybe he can find some magic. Then he's home against Baltimore and Chicago before the first of 2 against Green Bay. That one against Detroit. In Detroit is the first of 2 against Detroit. You're at Seattle, too. Home against Washington. The one at Dallas, everybody. That ain't going to be easy. As we know, the pass rush is in question there. But at the Giants, that front 7 is nasty. Ask Bo Nix. And then they finish up 2 at home against Detroit and Green Bay. JJ's going to have to get out there, and he's going to have the toughest opponents in his division and in his conference, and must-have games for them to not only show that they have a playoff run in them this year, but you have to wonder if JJ doesn't show anything in that remaining 10 games of this season for them, do they have a decision to make in the offseason? Now, Kevin O'Connell, your reigning coach of the year, said when he was on this show during the draft season that organizations fail young quarterbacks before young quarterbacks fail organizations. And he's going to have to be the avatar of that theory and that belief. And their organization is going to have to support this kid. And that means the front up, in front of him, protect him. And then he's going to have to be dynamic. And we're going to see. And then we'll see if that organization does use these 10 games as enough of a sample size for them to go into the offseason and think, what do we do here? And all options might be on the table. You draft another one? I'll throw it out. At that point in time, Kirk Cousins might be inexpensive. You get one last run with him. He knows the system. Because you got someone like Justin Jefferson, who became the youngest player to reach 8,000 career receiving yards.
You can't waste this.
Okay, you know what I mean?
Can't. He's too special.
There's the people are there. You're 3-4, and you could say part of it is because you told Sam Darnold, here's our offer. He took a better one elsewhere. We don't know the numbers. You told Daniel Jones, here's our number to stay here. He's just like, you got the kid. You're going to definitely play him. I'm looking at the kid down in Indianapolis. They're looking for competition. You're not at the spot. I'm going there. And Vikings fans, I again love J.J. McCarthy. He will always have a place in my heart. I am biased. I just know I believe in him. But he's going to have to show it. He's going to have to prove it.
Yeah, I have friends who are Vikings fans, and that is literally, as we talk about football, they're like, we had Sam.
Yeah.
We had Daniel. So, yeah.
The one is Sam. Like, you could have committed all the dollars to him that could have kept him, I imagine. I imagine. Daniel Jones is just like, hey, you're clearly starting J.J. McCarthy around here. And you aren't going to commit all the dollars to Daniel Jones just by having him around and just assuming he could turn it around. Sam's already shown you something. Daniel had to show you something for you to decommit to J.J. McCarthy. Darnold showed you something that could make you think about decommitting to J.J. McCarthy and just saying, sorry you got hurt, kid. But we have to keep this thing going. 14 wins is too much for us to just turn our back on. That one is, I'd understand Vikings fans would lament. But, again, organizations fail young quarterbacks before the other way around, says the reigning coach of the year and the quarterback whisperer of note in this league. And he's going to have to find that connection at Detroit and then home against the Ravens and then home against the Bears and then at Green Bay, at Seattle. Against Sam Darnold. Now, going up and showing up and winning these games and winning a good amount of them and then going to Seattle and beating Sam Darnold is a way for J.J. McCarthy to tell all the Vikings fans they made the right choice. And showing the coach, you made the right choice. And showing the general manager and the ownership, you made the right choice. Can he do it? I think he can. Will he do it? Stay tuned. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Tom Pelissero joining us. We'll talk the Chargers after we talk to Tom. And there's a great Harbaugh files based off of last night's victory. Before Tom Izzo joins us, it's a What's More Likely Friday as well. Don't go anywhere. We're off and running.
DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code PARLAY. That's promo code PARLAY. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass plus $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, pass-through of per-wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy,
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Tailgating isn't one and done, no sir. The real fans know you always leave room for seconds and thirds. And when it's from the best stop Cajun Market in Katy and Baytown, nobody's judging how high you pile your plate. Crackling sausage, boudin, every bite's a win. Go back for more, share with friends, and loosen their belt. Visit Best Stop Katy or Best Stop Baytown before your next tailgate or watch party. Follow the Best Stop playbook or suffer the blandness.
Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at BrinkmanQuality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com.
Suit up, Houston. At Suit Mart, we've got suit packages starting at just $199.99 for sizes up to 48. From slim fit to modern and classic fit, you'll find the style that matches your look. And if you need big and tall, we've got you covered with sizes up to 60 regular. Complete your outfit with our Italian-made socks. Just 3 pairs for $18. Plus, assorted pocket squares, 4 for $12. Style, fit, and value, all in one place. Suit Mart, Houston's destination for men's fashion. Visit any of our 3 locations today.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
The Preview College Basketball Exhibition Doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
Cast your line and relax at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits. Monument Chevrolet is Extended Truck Month. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225 or MonumentChevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Tom Pelissero is back here. How are you, Tom?
Hey.
Good to see you, man. How are you?
Doing fantastic, Rich. What's up to my boys in the studio?
Hey, Tommy P, what up, baby?
All right.
Hey,
all right.
Tommy P.
Stop it.
All right.
It's so stupid. You take a video of him and then send it to. It's a waste of time.
It's
Tom,
really stupid this time because I was recording myself by accident.
Please stop
this time. So.
Well, speaking of waste of time, the people who think that J.J. McCarthy has an ankle injury, in air quotes, because he was so ineffective in his second start that they just had to bench him. You're already making that face. Walk me through what's going on there and the decision that they made on him last night prior to Thursday Night Football, and when we're going to see McCarthy next. Tom.
I've tried to explain this as consistently and clearly as I can, amidst all the conspiracy theories and the talks of a soft benching. J.J. McCarthy has not had a lot of opportunities over 2 years in the NFL to practice football, much less play football. He had his entire rookie season wiped out because of the meniscus injury. Got reps, of course, through the course of this offseason. Week 1, goes out, didn't play well in the first half, but made a bunch of plays in the second half against Chicago on national TV. They're 1-0 in the division. Following week, his fiance gives birth to a child, misses a day of practice. It was already a short week. Game didn't look good, but he also got hurt, suffered a high ankle sprain in that game. So we have literally seen one full game of healthy J.J. McCarthy. And by the way, he hasn't even practiced on consecutive days in a full capacity since before week 1. And so what the Vikings have tried to do is take a very deliberate approach to getting J.J. McCarthy not just 100% healthy, but 100% in a groove and ready to go out there and play well. They were hopeful that was going to be right after the bye and he'd be able to do it against the Eagles and then the Chargers when they were playing 2 games in 5 days. But when I was told during the bye, hey, he looked good on the field last week, but the ankle's not 100%, that was a pretty good tell that between JJ, the medical staff, the Vikings coaching staff, they just didn't feel like he was already all the way there. You listen to Kevin O'Connell post-game last night. He made abundantly clear what I've been saying, which is that all signs are pointing toward J.J. McCarthy being back in the lineup this week against the Lions. You're hoping that, with a mini bye, you get a bonus practice on Monday, more time for the offensive line that's been beat up, for those guys to get fully healthy here. You're hoping that the entire environment is set up for J.J. McCarthy to go out there and have success. That is certainly what the Vikings are banking on after already playing more games with Carson Wentz than they ever intended or hoped or wanted to going into the season.
So do we see him against Detroit next week?
That is my anticipation, is that we'll see J.J. McCarthy unless there is some type of setback, unless he tells the coaches, hey, I just don't think that I can go. He's had 6 full weeks now to recover from an injury that, by and large, that type of high ankle sprain is 4 to 6 weeks. That time lines up. Again, he gets an extra practice next week, so you can see him 4 times out there. If you see a full participation designation on J.J. McCarthy come next Wednesday, that'll be a pretty clear indication all systems go, and he's going to be out there for a tough game against the Lions.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's talk about some other big-time games in Week 8. Aaron Rodgers says it's not a revenge game. I give you the floor, sir. Tom?
A revenge game might not be exactly the way that you would script it because, quite frankly, Aaron Rodgers, he wasn't traded away against his will. He was a willing participant for several years in wanting to leave Green Bay prior to the draft week deal that sent him to the Jets. Aaron's a remarkably talented player. He's obviously a very unique human being. He has a habit, and we've seen this publicly based on his appearance on certain shows, to say exactly what is on his mind and to complain about various things. Sometimes that can get weighty for an organization, but it did not, disrupt his ability to work with Matt LaFleur and win a couple of MVPs, with that group. It came to a point he felt like from the Jordan Love, the trade up to get Jordan Love and taking him in the draft, that from that point on he had been kind of disrespected. That's where you started to hear different things. They ultimately tried to appease him by giving him a new contract before ultimately, he did not perform well in 2022. The time was right for everybody. The time was right for Jordan Love to go play. The time was right for Aaron, who wanted to continue playing, to go and do that in a different place. Is this game going to matter more to Aaron Rodgers? I'm not inside his head, but my short answer would be, Rich, absolutely, Aaron Rodgers is going to want to go out and play well against the Packers, show the organization that he's still got it. on some level, he likes Jordan Love, and those two worked a lot together. And you see the impact of Aaron Rodgers on, the little things Jordan Love does with his footwork and other things that really Aaron Rodgers, whether it was verbally or whether it was leading by example, he really helped bring Jordan Love along. But would it mean something to Aaron? I think that everything, Rich, in what could be Aaron Rodgers' final season, everything means a little bit more to him. Beating the Packers before ultimately, as he made clear in an interview with Green Bay reporters yesterday, eventually re-signs with them a one-day contract to retire as a Packer. Absolutely, that's something that he would remember a lot more than your average game.
Is Josh Jacobs going to go in this game? He's always questionable, and then he runs for 90 touchdowns. So, is there any concern on this or what?
It was legit close last week in Arizona, particularly after the plane got delayed for hours on end, and they lost all their nightly meetings. He went through a pregame workout. Josh always thought that he could go. He had to convince the Packers and the medical staff and the coaches that he could go. I would anticipate it's a similar type of situation here. Josh Jacobs is always going to want to go. He's going to have to make sure that the medical staff believes that as well. But, like you said, Rich, we've seen this a number of times. He was once questionable with a calf going into Seattle when he was playing for the Raiders and ran for 300 yards. Put nothing past Josh Jacobs. He's always going to believe he can go out and do it. Packers generally have a conservative type of medical approach, but as of now, I would anticipate Josh Jacobs going.
Niners sitting right behind the Packers in the NFC standings. Packers 1, Niners 2, taking on a Texans team that comes off a bye and gets spanked by Seattle, and it's a short week for them. Couple guys in this game. It's another Brock Purdy going to go. Is it Mac Jones instead? And then Nico Collins is not practiced with a concussion that he had knocked him out of that game all week. What do you got for me on this big one in Houston, Tom?
It seems like Mac Jones is going to be the one to go. Kyle Shanahan said at the start of the week it would be a stretch for Brock Purdy to be out there. Mm-hmm. They still haven't had Brock Purdy practice in full one time since he initially suffered the injury, and then obviously came back in week 4 and had the setback here. Until you see him fully participating in practice, you can assume that it's going to be Mac Jones. Kind of the philosophy and the way that the 49ers have approached that is you give the reps to the guy that you think is going to be starting. Mac's been dealing with an oblique and a knee, but he's been fully participating in practice. So it seems like as much as there was hope for Brock Purdy, and eventually does he get the J.J. McCarthy treatment and suit up and be the number 3 quarterback, at least in the short term. We'll see about that, but it certainly seems like this is going to be Mac Jones. As for Nico Collins, there's a procedure. Obviously, there's a 5-step concussion protocol that he has to clear. If he's not out there today, that's going to be a pretty clear indication that he doesn't have a chance, because you have to be able to get back onto the field, do non-contact work, and then be able to be exposed into a contact environment before the independent neurologist gives the final go-ahead here. All those things are part of the process. If he doesn't practice today, then there's virtually no chance we're going to see Nico Collins.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. So this one's wide open, but a simple question. What's the scoop with A.J. Brown, Tom?
A.J. Brown right now, or let's take the 2 parts of this because I know where you're going. One part is real hamstring injury. We've seen A.J. in the past practice very little or none at all and still go out and play on Sunday. My guess, and we'll find out when the injury report comes out, but my guess is they will list him as questionable, just knowing how the Eagles have approached these things in the past. But there seems to be a real question about whether or not he's actually going to be able to go out and play on Sunday. In terms of the broader picture, we had another Instagram comment or post or whatever it was on Tuesday. It's obvious that there's a lot of frustration in different, corners of that building. And even last week when A.J. Brown was making plays and appeared on the field to be back on the same page with Jalen Hurts, it seemed like, that would be the type of game that might heal some things. Apparently not entirely, or else A.J. Brown is just, wanting to kind of keep this alive and keep us talking about him here. What I can tell you affirmatively, Rich, is to this point, yes, Howie Roseman has gotten calls. Howie has told other teams, I'm not trading A.J. Brown. Could that change somewhere in the next couple of weeks? Never say never, but just knowing the history of Howie Roseman, and particularly when you're talking about a team that's the defending champs, that still has designs on repeating as the Super Bowl champs, the only way that you trade away your number 1 wide receiver is if you can pull off another trade and acquire a different number 1 wide receiver. There's some receivers that are available right now in trades, but none of those guys are A.J. Brown. We'll see how this evolves over the next 11 days. Right now, all you've got to read into is, like I said, the Instagram comments and the speculation. I've got nothing firm to say. A.J. Brown is going to be traded. Never say never, but at this point, doesn't seem like that's in the cards.
Okay, so what other games are of note here that I could ask? You got the Chiefs taking on the Commanders. I mean, Jaden Daniels, hamstring, not long-term, but long enough to rule him out of a Monday night game middle of this week. What's the scoop there for a Washington
it's a
team?
low grade.
They need him, yeah. Tom. I mean, let's be straight up. I mean, I know Mariota is somebody who can be stopgap, but this is it. Like, rubber's soon meeting the road on a season here.
Well, you're 3-4, and you're going to face a Chiefs team that looks like they once again might be the best team in the AFC,
right.
And you got a defense that hasn't been stopping anyone. Oh yeah, going up against the healthiest and most full strength Chiefs team they've had, particularly with Rashee Rice back in the lineup. But with Jaden Daniels, the idea was if you're trying to push through the hamstring and get out on the field, that's different than going through a 2-week rehab protocol here and focusing on the rehab. They just wanted to take that option off the table at the start of the week, have Jaden rehabbing the injury. My understanding, and Dan Quinn has alluded to this publicly, it's a very low-grade hamstring injury. But when you're talking about a quarterback who uses his legs like Jaden does, he's a very good pocket passer, but he does use that mobility. You run the risk if you go out there even 8 days later of popping something, and all of a sudden now you're looking at an IR stint because you made it worse. They just want to focus on him getting healthy. So you're going to have to try to find a way with Marcus Mariota. The best news, if you're a Commanders fan, is Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel were full participants in practice on Thursday. It has been a while since either of those guys were practicing that much. That would seem, and listen, with Terry McLaurin, there's been no setbacks, but he got into last week and everyone thought he was going to play, and then he just decided he wasn't there. We'll see how that plays out through the course of the week. But again, full participation, seems to have him on track. And Deebo, after taking last week off because that heel pain just got so bad, both those guys should be out there. That makes a difference. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some things, whether it's schematically or personnel-wise on defense, that are a little bit different. For Washington this week, they're going to have to throw something at a Chiefs offense that, like I said, is really looking like they're gathering steam right now.
So McLaurin, yes. Deebo, yes. Jaden Daniels, no, for Monday, as we know.
That is what it appears to be. Okay. Not firm yet on Terry or Deebo, whether or not they have a setback during the week, but seems like those guys are going to get back. We got a lot of quarterback stuff, Rich, going on, through the course of this week. Michael Penix Jr. also, he had the injury last week, and there was a lot of confusion. Raheem Morris kind of got misquoted in his press conference. People speculated, was it the foot? Was it the ankle? My understanding is Michael Penix Jr. has a bone bruise in his knee. That's where the injury is. Some things got lost in translation there. Doesn't sound like it's any type of a major deal. Full expectation that he's going to be able to play on Sunday against the Dolphins, but keep an eye on that. Does that impact him in terms of the types of things they want to do with him? Again, not a guy who's a big runner, but he does have functional mobility. If that's limited at all, then one thing the Dolphins defense does have is they do have pass rushers, so that's worth keeping an eye on. And then Bryce Young, as the Panthers go into a game against the Bills, I reported on Monday it's a high ankle sprain, not expected to play this week. The Panthers have said he's day-to-day, but has not practiced at all Wednesday and Thursday. They want to keep the door open until the last second, but seems like we're going to see Andy Dalton against the Bills on Sunday for a Panthers team that right now they got a lot going for them, Rich. First time we're at mid-season. You're talking about Carolina. I mean, they're a game back in the NFC South right now. They're a very relevant team, but now going up against the Bills team that seems to be getting healthier. They're coming off the bye. I think that's going to be a really interesting one to watch on Sunday.
And then you didn't even mention Lamar. Does that mean we're expecting him? I know Ben Johnson said this week for a Bears team on a 4-game win streak that they're planning for Lamar, and they'll just adjust to Snoop or Cooper Rush, which is probably a wise game plan. Is it Lamar? We got him?
I always hesitate to speak definitively on Lamar Jackson because there have been weeks where he doesn't do anything all week because he's sick or because he's banged up, whatever, and then he plays. He is just a bit of a wild card. What I would point to is John Harbaugh said before the bye, coming out of the bye, they expect Lamar to play this week. Lamar has been on the practice field, albeit limited, the past couple of days. I would be surprised sitting here right now if Lamar does not play on Sunday against the Bears. We'll get the final injury report. They could list him as questionable, but based upon what I know and what they have admitted or acknowledged publicly to this point, I believe Lamar will be back for a big game. I mean, you got to get this one on Sunday against the Bears. If you lose, you're 1-6, and you effectively have to run the table. They got a lot of guys back. Roquan Smith is back. That's huge for the defense as well. So seems like if the Ravens are going to make a run, they're going to be as close to full strength as they've been this entire season.
Yeah, if you look at the research packet we get from the top-notch NFL Network research staff, and I'm sure you do, Tom, because you're a professional, there are in the history of the playoffs since 1990, the number of 1-6 teams to make the playoffs is 0%. 0 out of 91. It's never happened. 2-5, 6.3%. So the chances become dumb and dumber a little bit higher with a win, you know. So before I let you go, my weekly question: who's blowing up your phone? I shouldn't say that. My weekly question: which team are those who blow up your phone interested about? Wanted some tea spilled about? What's the scuttlebutt?
Let me give you two answers on this. The first one, since we are coming up on the trade deadline here, the main question that GMs and others in position to make trades have been asking me is, why is it so boring in the trade market right now? We are 11 days out. There's not been a trade in over 2 weeks, which, granted, there was a time not that long ago where there just weren't a lot of NFL trades. Now there are, and there's been this lull for the past couple of weeks. And what I would point to is that the teams that would be logical sellers just aren't in a position right now where they want to sell. That's the Jets, who, by the way, have a bye next week. So I would assume that after this game, that's where they have some discussions about what direction they want to go. The Raiders are on a bye right now. They're just not in sell mode. The Titans are certainly making people available, but they're trying to get Cam Ward going as well. In other words, the macro answer to this is there just is not that much of an urgency from a sell standpoint, combined with a lot of the teams that bought last year may have had some buyer's remorse. Because if you think about the highest profile trades that we saw a year ago, and granted, wide receiver is always a tough position to trade for in season because of the integration period and the rhythm and timing and tempo that's tough to microwave mid-season. But the biggest trades were Devontae Adams. Didn't work out at all. Amari Cooper went to Buffalo, and I don't fault the Bills for making that trade, but Amari did not play well the rest of that season. And then Deontay Johnson was such a mess that they ended up having to cut him before then reclaiming him so you get a comp pick, but that's an entirely different story. In other words, a lot of the big trades that we saw last year just didn't pay off, so everybody on both the buy and sell standpoints seem to be moving a little slower. I do think that when you get into next week and some of those sell teams, Cleveland has a bye in week 9 as well, maybe some of those teams, even though Cleveland's already made a bunch of trades, they kind of got ahead of the game here, you might see a little bit more action starting as we get past this weekend of games. The other thing that I want to say, Rich, and it's less about, though certainly some people bring it up, but I heard a lot about it on the broadcast last night, and I see a lot of it on social media, and it is the question, and it's a fair one, when you see those side-by-side graphics of Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones, and you hear over and over again, how could the Vikings have let these guys walk? Boy, they must really be regretting letting those guys walk. I think Kirk Herbstreit last night said it's buyer's remorse. Let's just take a quick review, and hopefully I've got a couple of minutes here. Let me take a quick review of the Vikings quarterback approach through this offseason. The guiding light of everything they were doing was they believe in J.J. McCarthy. They drafted him at number 10 last year. They believe he's going to be the starting quarterback sooner than later. So whatever they did in terms of adding another quarterback, it needed to meet a couple criteria. One, it couldn't be so expensive that it hindered other roster building. Namely, they felt like they needed to rebuild and get bigger, more physical on the interior offensive and defensive lines. And number two, it couldn't be such a commitment that it effectively stalled the progress of J.J. McCarthy. So they did make an offer to Sam Darnold. It was a shorter term type of an offer. There was a point at which, because of the way the quarterback dominoes were falling, it was not clear that Sam Darnold was going to get a big offer in free agency. And ultimately, even the deal he ended up signing with Seattle wasn't like an off-the-charts, top-of-market type deal like you might see under other circumstances for a guy who just went 14-3, is still young, and is playing the best football of his life. Then the Seahawks saw an opportunity. They trade Geno Smith. They get a third-round pick, and then they also acquired Sam Darnold for less money than Geno wanted from them. That's how he ends up there. Plan B then was, let's re-sign Daniel Jones. And they had a comparable offer on the table, very similar to what the Colts ended up giving Daniel Jones. But what they found out was Daniel Jones was actually leaning toward going to Indianapolis and effectively thought that his opportunity was better there. So they pulled their offer from Daniel Jones. And at that point, it was abundantly clear Daniel Jones would have been a short-term type of solution in Minnesota. It's now going to be J.J. McCarthy's team. Obviously, the third thing that comes up is Aaron Rodgers expressing interest in coming to Minnesota. That was certainly something that they at least talked about, as you tend to do with a 4-time NFL MVP quarterback. But again, they felt like that was going to be something that was going to stand in the way of the development of J.J. McCarthy. All of which brings me to some of the posts I was seeing last night, basically being like, just throw J.J. out there. It's going to be bad. And if it's bad, just get rid of him and bring in something new for 2026. Aren't we literally having the conversation right now about other teams giving up on quarterbacks and what Baker's doing now, what Darnold's doing now, and Daniel Jones? They're trying to do something, Rich, that's unorthodox and outside the box and, frankly, uncomfortable for a lot of people. Why isn't J.J. playing? Because Kevin O'Connell doesn't think that's the right thing right now. This week, he's finally close to full health on that ankle. He's going to get an actual week of work. Let's see what J.J. McCarthy does for the rest of the season and then revisit all those conversations. But they didn't just let these guys walk. They didn't say, we don't need you. They tried on some level to bring those guys back. Ultimately, good for Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones. They picked the right spots for him. They're winning games, and putting themselves in position to make a lot more money for years to come.
I'd have given you more time, but you wasted time saying hello to everybody before. I got to run. Tom Pelissero, everybody. He's just too nice a guy. DJ. Too nice a guy. We'd get more information if he wasn't so damn nice. We're back in a moment. That was here on the Rich Eisen Show.
That was recorded.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory. One of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I completely agree. You are worth more, and your car's worth more, and we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin.com for good cars, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if I don't beat the price on a CarMax or a Carvana deal, I'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Listen up. Are you experiencing ED, weight gain, and fatigue? Get a P-shot, Botox, and stem cells to improve your blood flow. Lose weight with GLP-1s like semaglutide. Improve your energy with low T pellets and peptide therapy. See Dr. Mitchell in the Woodlands. Visit ErectionCenter.com or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. No more excuses. Start living your best life today. 972-355-3771.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
When the storms show up, so do all those pesky storm-chasing roofers trying to get you to file an insurance claim. The group of professionals at Brinkman Quality Roofing are not the guys that will be knocking on your door. Call them today at 281-480-7663. That's 281-480-ROOF. They will evaluate your roof and determine what is the best course of action for you and your home. There's no substitute for Brinkman Quality. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
As you know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. Hyundai Hope on Wheels is all about that. 27 years plus, every Hyundai sold has been helping fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Over 850 dealers nationwide have raised over $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We like good news, don't we?
Who doesn't?
We all love good news.
Love it.
Here on the program. We'll talk about the Chargers later on. I know I promised I'd talk on the back end here about it, but we'll do that after Izzo, if you don't mind, prior to our What's More Likely segment. But we learned today the list of contributors that have reached a finalist stage for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We all know that there's players that are eligible for enshrinement, and then there's a Veterans Committee for players that have passed their, if you will, eligibility for enshrinement just to get voted in, fresh off of their playing days. And the contributors are usually, there's coaches list as well.
Right.
And then the contributors, owners and others. And the list that was released today, Howard Cosell's on that list.
Some big names on this list.
John Facenda's on that list.
Yep.
I believe is Virginia McCaskey's on that list, correct?
Is. Yeah, she is.
Rooney Jr. is on that list.
Yeah, Bob Kraft.
Bob Kraft, who we talked about with Mike Vrabel yesterday.
How are some of these people not already in?
I know
Great
that.
question.
Well, it
doesn't make any sense.
Here's one. Finalist, Amy Trask.
Ah, yes.
The Princess of Darkness. The one who was standing next to Al Davis every single time I met her for the first time at owners' meetings. And she scared the ever-loving crap out of me. When they walked in to an owners' meeting, honestly, the Imperial March music should have been playing. Yeah. And But that's just a facade. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. It's part and parcel of who she is. But she is one of the warmest, most delightful people. I'm getting emotional talking about it.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Obviously, she and Susie doing a podcast, What the Football here, last couple of years. And she deserves it. She absolutely deserves it. Raiders fans know it. And I'm so excited that she was named as a finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It is so well deserved.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to cash in on your Texans and Rockets this season. Make your picks in 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in just one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the all-new Feed tab on Prize Picks. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
The Preview College Basketball Exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com. John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Call to action. Now. If I want to do my patio furniture, get it Houston Powder Coated, I need to do it now.
Yes, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888. Call now.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud.
But it's shocking. It's shocking.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Brian Windhorst is here.
The NBA isn't concerned today with whether people who were playing illegal poker games got defrauded.
Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, Michigan State head coach Tom Izzo. Actor Michael Shannon. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
That's correct. Hey, everybody. It's hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show on the air. The actor Michael Shannon, who is in The Shape of Water, Boardwalk Empire, movies, TV, Knives Out, some really popular films and television shows. He's in studio in hour number 3. We'll chat with him. We just chatted with Tom Pelissero. It's a What's More Likely Friday, getting ready for the rest of Week 8 that began last night. Game 1 of the World Series between the Blue Jays and Dodgers tonight. NBA and NHL seasons up and at 'em, and lots talking about going on in the world of sports. 844-204-RICH, number to the dial. If you're watching us on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, everywhere, we appreciate that. Certainly, if you're listening to us on Sirius XM Channel 80, hello to you. ESPN Radio, maybe you're listening to us terrestrial radio on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Hello to all of you, and hello to one of my favorites on the planet. And it's Michigan State week, so I obviously got to speak with him. And certainly, whenever he starts a soliloquy on the state of sports, starting with the phrase, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this. He always has me at hello, and he says that. Tom Izzo's back on the program at Michigan State. Good to see you, Tom. How are you? How are you?
Rich, how come you only call me when Michigan's favored in these games? How come you didn't call me those couple of years?
Is that accurate? I don't know about that, Tom.
Although that one year your wife and kids had to wear Michigan State pajamas, which I don't know if you ever got. But,
you know what? I just changed the dresses on you, Tom. That's what I did on that particular year. Great to see you, man. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you, Rich.
Good to see you, too. Before we get into what I know I want to talk about for sure, we got to talk about Mooch getting his number retired. Your speech, your video that you shot, that to tell him that he had his number retired, that we surprised him with on game day morning, got us all choked up, man. That was beautiful at the Northern Michigan University where he got his number retired. Tom?
Well, it was great. I did get a chance to fly up there. I thought I was having a recruiting weekend, and we had a situation where I was able to fly up and spend a little time with them and all the players. It was a 50th reunion of a team that went 0-10 to 13-1 and won a national championship. So Steve deserves a lot. I mean, he was unbelievable for that place, and he really put Northern on the map. How can you be at Northern Michigan and be in 8th place for the Heisman? That's pretty cool. So
I got to tell you, when you said that in your video, I didn't know that. And I've known Mooch. I didn't know that. He finished 8th for the Heisman that year, Mooch?
Yeah.
Did he
That's
really?
pretty good, huh? Yeah. So now you'll give him a little more respect now than you
I don't know. If Michigan State wins this weekend, it's going to be a long 4 hours for me on Sunday. You know that, Tom. That is for darn sure. But so what was it like for you to see him go in? You know, what was that like for you, man?
It was great. It brought back so many memories. You know, we went over and visited the trailer park that him and I lived in for 3 years. It was back before either one of us made any money or had anything. And it was, we kind of convinced ourselves those were the good days. There was a lot of good times we had up there, and yet our friendship has lasted. And I appreciate, Rich, what you do for him. Yeah. You're phenomenal on that show. And, you know, I do miss a little bit that we've gotten, you know, so lame that we can't have the Santa Mooch stuff anymore. We can't have the reindeer and the all that.
Look at that. We just might not have the elves, you know, that we used to have.
No elves. I mean, why should I watch if there's no elves? I mean, I'm not watching you and Mariucci. That's for damn sure.
You're too much, man. Tom Izzo here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, let's jump into it. Again, I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious. Whenever you start a soliloquy about the state of college basketball or sports with, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this. I get my popcorn ready because I know what you're about to say is something that I'm going to agree with 100%. And this latest example was in reference to a young man named London Johnson, who is now part of Louisville basketball after spending 3 years in the G League. And I'm wondering, you know, that was an unvarnished statement, and I'm wondering how you're still feeling about it a few days later, Tom.
I feel the same about it. I mean, some agree, some disagree, but I think people should understand what I feel the same about is we had no idea. I mean, we don't even know the rules, and I'm disappointed in that. I've been on a lot of NCAA boards, and I just think that if we're getting to the point where there's no rules and no guidelines and no guardrails in anything we do, I mean, that could be fine. And then I'm going to try to be the cameraman on your show. That's maybe I'll come out to California and join you because it's getting harder and harder. And I don't think it's fair to the kids that are here, Rich. That's what I think. You know, everybody thinks, well, the guy that's gone pro, he goes pro, he leaves early, he makes a mistake, doesn't make a mistake, whatever it is, he should be able to come back. Well, that could be true. But what about if your son was one that was next in line at the school he was at, and all of a sudden he's out of luck? Now you're teaching kids, I think, things that I really don't want to teach them. So I said what I said, but I was more upset that nobody knows. I don't think anybody knows what rules are being made and how they're being made.
Well, again, my point that I was making the other day, Tom, is that the G League was created for kids who basically wanted to get paid and weren't ready for the NBA yet, to make sure that the NBA wasn't wasting their talent or their talent wasn't being wasted as the 15th man on a bench. And so let's get them some experience, get them paid in a way that college wasn't going to allow. And this young man availed himself of that. And now he's allowed to come back to college because I guess the NIL rules have changed to the point where that's fine. I don't get it. And nobody's, since you said what you said, called you up from the NCAA to try to explain anything? Nothing? Zero?
No. And, you know, the other reason it was created and why the NCAA semi went along with it is some kids just don't like school and didn't want to go to school.
Right.
So they tried to make it right for everybody. But I again, a lot of these things for me, I just think of how I would feel about my own son. And you know, I know it's competitive, but there is a reason there was the amateur, there was the pro, and if it's going to change and everybody's going pro, then let's be pros. You know, let's have salary caps, let's have contracts that matter, and everybody will be pros. I mean, if that's what they want. I would struggle with that, but, you know, who am I? I would do whatever they want. And yet that's not been very clear, and that's disappointing.
So have you heard from any of your colleagues to say, let's band together and ask the questions, or has that happened, Tom?
Yeah, I have. I heard of a lot of colleagues, and, you know, but it's one of those things, Rich, you got to get to the end of your career. You know what I mean? Because I think people are afraid to say too much because it's going to hurt recruiting or it's hurt. I really don't care. All I want to do is help the game and help the players that are here on my team. The other thing, if you're allowing that to happen, what happens to all these high school kids? Where do they go? How do they get their education? They're not going to get scholarships. There's a lot of programs now not even recruiting high school kids anymore. I think that's sad. That's my opinion. And I know I'm going to get killed for it, maybe by some people, but it's my opinion. But I think it's a fair opinion. And I've been on every board and I've watched it. And I don't know what we're doing right now, but I don't know who does, because nobody was presented these things before they happened, in my humble opinion.
Well, again, Tom Izzo here on the Rich Eisen Show. I am struggling with. Well, let me just go back to what you just said, Tom, where you said that it could hurt in recruiting for a younger coach to come out and take such a strident view against what I think is beyond a head scratcher. I mean, wouldn't it be helpful for your recruiting to say, basically, I'm not going to take somebody who's doing this sort of thing, that if I take you on my team, I intend to play you. I intend for you to be here. I'm not going to have you lose your spot to somebody that comes from the G League. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be helpful in a way, or no?
Yeah, I think I see your point. I just don't know if people look at it. Every player we recruit, Rich, every player, Michigan recruits, or Indiana or Alabama or USC or UCLA. I mean, I got managers that think they're pros. Every player that you have on your squad thinks they're a pro. Mm-hmm. Now, there's only like 1.2% that make it there. So everybody thinks you should have every opportunity. I think you do have opportunities. I wish college was a farm club. I think we would be a great one. I wish we would work with the NBA and we'd all be together. I think they do a little bit more of that college and pro football. I'd like to see that happen more in basketball, to be honest with you.
All right. So let me throw this one at you. Coach Tom Izzo here on the Rich Eisen Show. The NCAA approved a rule change on Wednesday, allowing kids, athletes, and athletic department staff members to bet on professional sports starting November 1st. What's your 2 cents on that one?
God, you're my friend, even though you're a Michigan guy, and you've really been a good friend, and you've been great, and you're really good to my best friend.
Yes.
I got a season ahead of me. What the hell are you asking me questions? And I'm just going to get bombarded on.
No, all right. So, but I'm just saying.
I'll answer it.
It's another thing you've got to worry about, I imagine. No? Yeah.
Well, since they legalized gambling, we have to worry about that. I mean, if I showed you Texas on players that miss a free throw at the end of the game and we win by 10 instead of 11, I mean, they're killing him. So there's problems. You saw the gambling issues on TV yesterday, and I mean, I don't know anything about it, but what I do know is money that you have in your pocket brings a lot of opportunities, some really good and some really bad. And at 18, 19, 17, I'm not sure. I know this, Rich. I wouldn't have been able to handle it. I promise you, Mariucci wouldn't have been able to handle it. And I'm betting Rich Eisen wouldn't have been able to handle it.
Tom, you are not wrong, man. And it is something. No, I'm serious. It's something my wife and I do, occasionally bring up to our kids, that this is some real life adult stuff that's going to be crossing their paths at an age that they should feel free to reach out to us and not try and sweep under the rug where something can get worse. I mean, it's serious responsibility. That's the sort of thing that we talk about with them. And you're not wrong, man. You are not wrong.
And we talk about it, too, to them. But there's so many people out there that are in these kids' ears. I call them dirtbags and distractions. We have a lot of distractions right now, and we have a lot of people. I mean, who funnels to money? A lot of people funnel to money that maybe aren't in the kids' best interest. And so, I got a lot of things I feel, and yet I understand. I'm only one person that thinks about things, but I will promise you this, and I will say this publicly. There's not a day that I want to do what's best for the profession. I want to do what's best for Michigan State. I want to do what's best for the kid. Mariucci and I, we got a chance to live our dreams, Rich. He ended up at in the NFL. I ended up at Michigan State and played for a national championship. We get to live our dreams. And my only mission now is to help kids live theirs. And yet, boy, there's a long way between when you're 22 and when you die at 80 or 90. And one of our jobs is to make sure those next 60, 70 years are better than the first 20. I'm just not sure the way we're doing it, we're going to accomplish that. You know, we're going to see in a couple of years what happens to the kids that have made a lot of money and now go to a. What did you start out at, Rich? How much money did you make?
Tom, geez, I don't know if I have that piece of paper here in front of me because I found it because I was cleaning out my office. I have a piece of paper from my first news director at my first job in Redding, California, KRCR Television, an ABC affiliate, where he slid a piece of paper across me after I was on the job for 3 months. It was stapled at the top. Darn it, I wish I had it right next to me. And it was my raise, and my raise from $6.40 an hour to $6.70 an hour. That's how I started in the TV business. It was a 30-cent raise. It was a 30-cent an hour raise. And first of all, I thought he was firing me. He pulled me into an office to say your probationary period's over as he slid this piece of paper across from me. That's how I started. That was my start.
I know for a fact you make a lot of money now because I know you do. Number one, it's the only way your wife's probably still with you. But number two, and more important, just think if all of a sudden you went back to making $40,000, $50,000 a year, which is going to happen to 90% of these kids. I just worry where they're going to be. So I'm all for paying players. I think there's got to be caps on it. I'm not a big guy in the transfer rule. And I don't think, I'd like to bring Magic Johnson back for his last 2 years.
I love that. Yes.
Feasible.
I love it. Oh, yes. So wait a minute. My producer, Mike Hoskins, has it. There it is, $6.50 to $6.90. That's it right there. 40-cent raise. I'm not kidding you. Look at that. February 95. February 95. There it is. So you're saying if I was making this, my wife wouldn't be with me right now? Is that what you're saying to me right now, Tom?
Yeah, I got married a little later in my life because my mother used to come down here and I was making like $5,000 a year at 28 as a GA. And she'd say, when are you going to get married? And I'd say, when are you going to find me a woman that'll marry me for $5,000 a year? It just didn't happen.
Oh, my God. You are the best. You going to the game? You going to the game, Sam?
I am going to the game, okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna cheer for our Spartans, and I'm gonna think of you. And if things go really well for us,
I might hear from you.
Plan on getting a phone call. If they don't, crickets.
Deal. Same thing. You and me, okay? Same thing. Right, that's a deal. Great to see you, Tom. You're the best.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. Take care of my boy Mooch.
Always. Take care of yourself. That's Tom Izzo, everybody, the one and only head coach of Michigan State basketball. I love that guy. And I don't say that about any other Michigan State Spartan ever, anywhere. But that's the guy, for sure. He and Mooch, they're like that. Yeah. Honestly, there wasn't a dry eye in that studio when they played the Izzo video to tell him that he's going to get his number retired. He's just the best. He's the best. Mooch is the best. And old school. He couldn't be more right. How the hell do they not reach out to him after he says what he said earlier this week? How is somebody at the NCAA not calling him up and saying, this is our thought process? Are they that freaking tone deaf? I mean, Tom Izzo, who is as legendary as they comes out. And by the way, I love that he says, I'm going to get in trouble for this. Mm-hmm. He couldn't be more right to say what he's saying. And if there's anybody out there who's trying to recruit against Michigan State because of it, it's like, hey, he's telling the kids, if you come here, you're not going to lose your spot to somebody from the G League because I feel like I need somebody who can, guard the perimeter better than you after I gave you my commitment in your living room to your parents. At any rate, so he says what he says, and how can they make this rule and not explain it to the head coaches of all the other programs? And he says that, and still nobody reaches out to him? Nobody in Indianapolis, where that is, right? NCAA?
Yeah.
Thinks to just huddle. Did you hear what Tom had to say about this decision? Can somebody have the class to call somebody like Izzo up and say, this is what we were saying. This is why we did it. Unless, wait for it, it's indefensible. Because that's the only thing I'm sitting here in Los Angeles and thinking, or it's just tone deaf, which, by the way, is 100% the perfect description of the NCAA and the way they run the sport in the most kind way you can describe them, is tone deaf. That's the least nasty thing you can say.
You're being kind.
Rightful, exactly.
Yeah, you're being kind.
Beneficent. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. It's a What's More Likely Friday and a Harbaugh file that is classic. When he talks about Justin Herbert, he glows. That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a Pepper thing.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Tailgating is serious business down here, and the smoker, well, that's the centerpiece. Treat that brisket with respect, low and slow. No shortcuts. And if you really want to impress the crowd, load it up with sausage, crackling, and boudin from the best stock Cajun market, with locations in Katy and Baytown. Spice, smoke, and soul. That's the winning combo for game day. Hit Best Stop Katy or Best Stop Baytown before the party and keep the tradition alive.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated
eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe. With increasing penalties and interest, you now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You
left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday? She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50 to 1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. We started this program talking about the Minnesota Vikings. Now let's talk about the Los Angeles Chargers. What a big win that is for them. 5-3. Imagine the difference between 5-3 and 4-4 in that division right now. Okay?
A game.
Well, the Chiefs performing the way that they're performing and taking on Marcus Mariota on a Monday night against the Commanders team that has been having trouble stopping people, okay? And they're going to go to 5-3. You want to stay at that half game. You want that half game that you have in your back pocket on them to still be viable. That Week 1 win in Brazil still be viable. And then Denver coming off of that rousing come-from-behind win, taking on the Cowboys this weekend. That's a tough game for both teams, obviously, the way that everyone's been playing of late. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. Certainly since you just lost to Indianapolis, which is at 6-1. If you're looking at the larger picture, okay? So that was a big W for them to go 5-3, and they have found a tight end, have they not? Oronde Gadsden's kid has been killing it. If you picked him up in fantasy a couple weeks ago, you have enjoyed life. And then Ladidi McConkey.
Ladidi.
I believe Mr. Garvey is coming in next week, back on the program. We'll look forward for Michael Key coming back, but McConkey had 88 yards receiving and a score.
McConkey.
Kimani Vidal, everybody.
Who I drafted a year too early.
Well, over 100 yards rushing for him. The offense doing what it's doing. The offense getting Joe Alt back could not be bigger for their quarterback.
I loved it when they showed the zoom of his foot and how massive the tape job and brace job was
For him to be out there, huge.
Well, Joe Alt coming back and, Vidal running for over 100 rushing yards for the second time in the last 3 games since Omari and Hampton went on the injured list. And then if you give Justin Herbert time, man, look out below. He's now gotten 3 passing touchdowns in consecutive games for the first time in 4 years. 4 years to make Jim Harbaugh the second person in NFL history to win 60 or more games as a quarterback, and now as a head coach. He just won his 60th football game as a head coach in the NFL. And the only other person is in the Hall of Fame, Norm Van Brocklin. Jim won 66 games as a quarterback and now 60 games as head coach. His coaching record in the NFL is 60, 28, and 1. It's a big game for the Chargers. Had to have it if you wanted to stay in the mix for the AFC West. Don't forget, of the 5 wins, 3 of them in division. They won them all to start the season. A home game, technically, against Kansas City, a visit to Vegas, and then a home game against Denver, holding serve, doing what they need to do. Their next game is at Tennessee. So, big W for them. And just find somebody in your life who loves you as much as Jim Harbaugh loves Justin Herbert. This is part of Jim's Super Bowl. This is part of the reason why he does have 60 wins as a head coach, is he breathes life and confidence into somebody as good as Justin Herbert. And you could laugh all you want. Well, Justin Herbert doesn't need this sort of conversation about him. But take a look at the guy who was drafted just before him in the draft and his confidence level these days.
You ain't lying.
I mean, Kurt Warner, when we talked about Tua on Wednesday, he was saying his confidence is gone. Said his confidence is shot. So you're just only a few games away from your confidence level being where it needs to be or being completely shot, which is why Jim Harbaugh takes every opportunity to breathe confidence into his quarterback. And last night's post-game press conference is the perfect example, and also the latest edition of the Harbaugh Files.
Sometimes people that are standing on third base think they hit a triple, but they didn't.
The Harbaugh Files.
It's just another thing about Justin Herbert that I don't know how he does it. It's nothing but respect. Be able to actually throw an interception and then come back the next drive. That's the great ones can do that. The great ones just measure what they do after something goes bad, after there's an interception. That's the worst thing that can really happen to you as a quarterback. And then chart what they do with the next drive. That near interception, that shakes a lot of guys. Not Justin Herbert, not the great ones. Having played the position, I know what that's like. I mean, it's like your brain, it's just searing. It is like sirens and whistles and bells going off, like, yeah. And to be able to, 3, 2, 1, let it go, and then come back and have a scoring drive, and that's another one. That's another one reserved for the best of the best.
The Harbaugh Files.
Wow. Yeah, Isaiah Rodgers picked off, looked like there was a pick six, and then after further review, ball hit the ground a little bit, moved around. You could make the case that I know it was close, but comes back on the field, second life, 7-minute, 39-second drive later. Found that kid Gadsden in the end zone. And Gadsden, 77 yards receiving and a touchdown. There you go. That's helpful, to say the least. And they did this on defense without Derwin James, who is arguably a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. We'll see how things move forward with him. The injuries just have to stop at some point. I'm sure there are other teams that are saying, hold our beer on the injury front. But big win for the Chargers, essentially. 844-204-RICH number to dial. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll take your calls. But for the moment, it's a What's More Likely Friday. I would like you to hit the animation, please. Hit it.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
Christopher?
Hey, everybody. What's up? Happy Friday. Good to see you, Jay Philly.
Hey, Chris.
Go Dodgers, I guess. I don't know. Guys, more likely to be the higher number on Sunday. The greatest deep ball throw in the NFL today. Drake May's longest completion or Quinshon Judkins' longest rush?
What's the first part of that?
Drake May's longest completion or Quinshon Judkins' longest rush?
Greatest deep ball throw in the NFL, according to Kurt Warner.
Come on.
I don't know. I mean, this is a really good defense. Vrabel said it's the best defense they're going to face all year, Cleveland.
I think he's right about that.
Okay. I'll still go Drake May's longest completion right now. Yeah, I think they're Vrabel, he wasn't going to tell us the game plan, so I didn't ask him about it yesterday. But the battle of the 10s here, wearing uniform number 10, they're going to make sure Judkins doesn't beat him and say, Dylan Gabriel, best of luck.
Quinshon Judkins had a 46-yarder last week.
I'll go Drake May's longest completion. I will do that. What else?
I like where your head's at.
No, I
More
mean,
likely,
Kurt Warner said he's the best deep thrower in the game, and his deep throws are like handoffs right now, so I'll go with that.
It's been fun to watch. Guys, more likely team to keep their 4-game winning streak alive. The Bears or Broncos?
I'll go Broncos. But I'm going to tie. I mean, just those circumstances alone are the answers for what's more likely. So I will go that. Denver at home, taking on a Cowboys team that just played very well at home. But the Bears are on the road in Baltimore, getting Lamar back off a bye. What else you got?
Falcons, Dolphins on Sunday.
The Salazzo drop out of nowhere is pretty interesting.
Sneaky big game for both teams. More likely player who goes by one cool name to have more yards. Bijan, total yards. Tua, passing yards.
Dude, Atlanta's got the number one passing defense in the National Football League. Not the team you want to test, drive your new sensibility of not turning it over in bunches. And the Falcons' pass rush, yes, I said those 3 words.
Yeah, pass rush.
Exists, although Jalen Walker is questionable?
Yeah, he was out last week, too.
Right. So I'll just go. Come on. I'll go Bijan. I
like Tua. I want him to play well. But
dude, you and me both. And Coop has him in the guillotine. He's starting him this week.
Oh, no. Is Coop on the chop watch?
No. Your boo is, sir.
Your BM?
Yeah. That is...
Baby mama?
Mm-hmm. You just said that. Those words were just said.
Who that is? It's just my baby mama.
Guys, are we more likely to... what are we more likely to have more of? Giants-Eagles on Sunday. Crazy, cool, insane dart scatterboo plays or dumbass tush-push attempts?
Define. I mean, you know when you see it.
You'll know when you. Yeah, Rich. It's like the other stuff.
Okay, it's like
you know when you see it.
It's one of those things.
Man,
Scatterboo was flexing at the Knicks game under the basket the other day.
He's a revelation.
He's a crazy person.
He's a revelation. But I'll go dumb ass tush push attempts.
Oh, look at Don editing.
He took out the. Well, I mean, because tush push kind of says it all.
Oh, that's a good point.
You know what I mean? It's redundant to call it tush push dumb ass.
I didn't think of that when I wrote it.
You didn't, did you?
No.
So I'll go with that, right. Chris.
We need Scatterboo on the show.
We're working on it.
You know, I got his guy's number.
Oh, I had no idea.
His guy?
Yeah, because I met the guy at Fanatics Fest.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, I used to be the guy, and I met the guy.
Guys, more likely a one-win team to get win number 2. The Titans or Saints?
Ooh.
Saints against the Bucks.
Baker's a little banged up.
I know, but Baker doesn't like them, and that's all I needed to hear from the Let's Bake.
That's true.
Titans are taking on the Colts in Indianapolis. Dude, neither of these things are happening.
Okay.
I'll just go Saints. They're home.
All right.
Titans with their interim head coach and
might be a 40-piece.
Isn't everybody out too?
A lot of guys aren't playing.
Simmons was a DNP. Snead is a DNP.
Yeah, Simmons got hurt last week
and Ridley. Come on, man.
It's not great. Bob.
I'll just go Saints because they're at home and the Bucks are you throw records out in contests of the divisional contests, but neither's happening.
Okay.
And I know that goes against the spirit.
Yeah, but I think I agree with you, actually.
What else?
Guys, Sunday is National Tight Ends Day. Are you aware of that?
Oh, it's that.
It's that week of the year.
Oh, dude.
That's why we had Kittle on our podcast.
Gadsden got it started last night by getting in the end zone. So the more likely tight end to get multiple touchdowns.
Kittle.
Our guy, George Kittle, or Tyler Warren.
Oh.
And the Colts might put a 40-burger on the
Kittle didn't get a catch last week.
Zero. He only had 2 targets.
Did he talk about that?
Oh, yeah. I got it. We did a whole fantasy
no
football
contest
thing.
wrestling?
I got to get Jake to chop that up maybe for
I mean, when are we going to see this stuff?
He gets cash apped in his DMs for people who...
well, good. What is his? Because I got to send him something.
Careful.
Tight Ends Day on Sunday.
Oh, San Francisco against Houston.
Can I throw a third name in here?
Tyler Warren. Sure, go for it.
My guy, Big Jake Ferg.
Oh, Jake Ferg. Oh, yeah, he's been a multiple.
He's been a touchdown machine.
Yeah. He's like Noah. 2.
Collects them in 2s. I like it.
Everything. That's funny.
I'll go.
Tyler Warren is amazing. I love that dude.
Oh, man. I'll go Kittle.
Okay.
I'll go Kittle just because, I'll go Kittle.
Fingers crossed. I'll
always go Kittle.
I really need a dub this week.
All right. But we have
Bay
Tyler Warren in...
I know. In my main league, I have Kittle. And it's not been going well.
Main league.
I mean, we're in 6 leagues, all of us. Like, what are we doing?
What else?
Sunday Night Football, huge. Not a revenge game, though, as I've been told repeatedly. Packers quarterback to throw for 303 tutties. The young one or the old one?
But there's only one quarterback of the Packers. What do you mean?
Well, Rodgers used to be the Packers quarterback. Breaking news.
Oh. The drop that we've been having for the last 6 weeks.
Old. Too old.
Not that one.
Oh. Sorry. Maca.
I think he's going to have something to say
about it. Be a factor?
This.
I like Green Bay.
TJ is out there, too. I will just go, I'll go with the young one. I'll go with the young one. The Steelers defense needs to tighten up.
Yeah.
Because an old guy who now looks at men eating alone in the diner as differently now.
We'll get to him in a minute.
Joe Flacco.
Are you going to pick? You're picking Green Bay?
I don't know who I'm picking just yet, but I'm on fire.
Yeah.
I return from my London fortnight tied for first place in the NFL Game Day Morning Picks total.
I'm on fire.
Thank you.
It's look at you.
I just dropped. Did you just drop myself?
2 more. TJ, Texas, more likely a Texas offensive juggernaut to score more points on Sunday. The Cowboys or Wemby?
I'll go Wembanyama.
Wemby's got the nets.
I'll go Wembanyama.
Yeah. Wemby's got the nets.
I'll go Wemby. Dude, he dropped 40 like it was nothing.
I mean, we're going to score like 38,
he plays
39.
Tonight. Spurs play tonight.
Great photos right there. Yeah. Love that. Well done.
Yeah. Smitch, you might have to go ahead and put that banner on the picture.
Oh, Smitch is a team. I don't know if it was Smitch. But...
No, I'm saying he might have to go ahead and put the banner on my...
Okay. Oh, the Spurs? The Wemby?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
I don't know yet.
You had your chance 2 years ago.
VJ Edgecombe, I was about to
he's bringing you back?
I was about to get rid of the Sixers. No lie to you guys. And then VJ Edgecombe, his whole backstory.
That's why there's...
Wow. It pulls you back to sports does, man.
That's why the root of fanatic is fan.
Baby. Give me something to believe in.
Wembanyama, what else you got?
Okay,
Let's
J-Fellow,
finish that strong.
Hit it.
One more.
I did not know this. You serious? There's one more? More likely to be the greater total. A guy World Series starts tonight. Shohei home runs this weekend.
Oh.
Or Joe Flacco touchdown passes.
I'll go Flacco touchdown passes against the Jets.
What?
Yep. You just heard me.
You know that's Shohei Ohtani,
I think
right?
Joe's going to... I know...
Shohei Ohtani.
That Sauce Gardner is out. Hey, listen, Quincy Williams returns from IR. He is a dynamite middle of the defense guy that the Jets have desperately missed.
Just 2 offensive unicorns, Shohei and Joe Flacco.
That's Shohei Ohtani.
I understand it. And do you hear how Shohei hasn't given his Blue Jays cap back yet? He's put it in his garage from the
meeting.
From the meeting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He's just polite.
He's just polite.
I'll take Flacco touchdown passes.
Okay.
There you go.
What's more likely?
All right. Good
stuff. He's going to hear that, man. He's going to hit like 3 bombs.
Oh, I know. He's hearing it right now. Where he's up there in Toronto right now.
Oh, there it is. Spurs.
To the Spurs banner. Isn't that lovely?
Ask and receive. That was cool.
My goodness, I can't even tell anymore.
Well, that was already an old one right there.
Oh, okay.
Look, my godbrother used to play for the Spurs, so, you know.
Are we going to replace the Clipper one?
Nah, I ain't doing
with a Pablo Torre banner?
Let me tell you something. After giving up 43 points in the first...
does the Pablo Torre Finds Out pod have a pennant?
Send us one, if you're listening.
Okay.
Pablo trying to ruin stuff.
844. He's just finding out.
He's finding out so much.
He's been finding out stuff about New England, too. All right, we'll take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on The Rich Eisen Show. Michael Shannon's joining us shortly.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I get it. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. What is happening here?
It's my dog, Rich Eisen.
That's me.
Got to cut
everybody
on it.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? The spacious interior that's comfy the whole crew, including your dogs? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. It's the driver behind the wheel as well. All of that and more. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. The number again, 562-314-4603 for more details. Terrence in Cleveland is back on the program. What's up, yes. Terrence? It's always good. What you got in mind today, Terrence?
Oh, Rich Eisen, my old friend. It's always nice to talk to you.
What's up, Terrence?
Well, Rich, I know that you're going through it. That young Jets fan is going through it. And as a Browns fan, I just wanted to let you know you're going to need some coping mechanisms to get through this year.
What coping mechanisms are there, Terrence, that I need to be aware of?
Well, as a Browns fan, I like to impersonate Morgan Freeman and James Earl Jones and call into sports shows like yours and harass you. I also mute the TV whenever the Browns are playing, and I put on some sweet jazz.
Well, I would suggest he listen to Siciliano and Zagora.
No, it's all right. It's all right. No. Let Terrence cook. Yes, sweet jazz. So is that what I should do, Terrence?
I find whatever you like. I prefer George Benson myself.
That's a good one.
I believed him.
Oh, my gosh.
I do want to let you know, just coming up, you are playing the Bungles, but with Joe Flacco leading them, you're going to be in for a very rough Sunday.
I know, Terrence.
Regarding Joe, those of us that knew him best talk about him often. I swear the stuff he pulled. Sometimes it makes me sad, though, Flacco being gone. I have to remind myself that some birds aren't meant to play in Cleveland. Their feathers are just too bright. And when he was traded away, the part of us that knew as a Cinder Bencham did rejoice. But still, 100 Al in a way is that much more drab and empty that he's gone. I guess I just miss my friend.
Terrence in Cleveland,
you are a legend.
God bless him. Thank you, sir, for calling in. Please do not lose our number. So funny. Flacco, by the way, he's at a 2-drink minimum these days too.
Yeah, Flacco's on fire.
Him talking about not being with his family and how he's viewed others in the world through the changing perspective of being a parent is just outstanding. Hit it.
I think there's always a challenge of sitting in a room by yourself and being lonely. So for me, it's trying to find ways to maybe stay over here a little bit longer and then, just kind of take myself out of that mindset, call home, go sit at a restaurant by myself and realize that, man, that's pretty enjoyable to do. After there's not too many situations. I tell people all the time. I mean, I used to see guys sitting at a bar by themselves, or just sitting by themselves eating and grabbing a little meal. And I'm like, man, I feel so bad for that guy. Like, you almost want to go join him. And now I realize, like, that dude was in heaven.
How old is he?
Flacco. He's 40.
Yeah. Okay, so I get what he's saying.
But you now have 2 stepchildren.
Yeah.
If you have your own biological children that you raise from, newborn to present day, you get it. What he's basically saying is before he had kids, he would just say, that's pretty sad that the guys are sitting there all by themselves. And now, being a father of many, it's like, this is bliss. One of my friends, one of my dear friends, my friend Doug, told me when Xander was born for the first time, nothing like being a father. It's amazing. But kids screw up everything.
First gentleman, Doug?
No.
Oh,
what I wouldn't give for some peace and quiet.
You know what I mean? But no, by the way, hold on a second.
Too late.
I love my children. What?
It's too late. I mean, we're about to run. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Radio's going to miss us.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus the front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to cash in on your Texans and Rockets this season. Make your picks in 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in just one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the all-new Feed tab on Prize Picks. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Game Day's got rules, and rule number 1, don't show up empty-handed unless your hands are full of boudin from the best stock. That's the kind of pass that gets you straight through the gate, no questions asked. Bring the heat or you don't get a seat. Stock up and spread the flavor, one bite at a time. Swing by the best stock Cajun Market, now with 2 locations in Katy and Baytown before your tailgate or watch party. And keep the Game Day rules.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at DewberryFarm.com.
The Preview College Basketball Exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
Sell your house fast for cash at greenlightoffer.com.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes! Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud.
But it's shocking. It's shocking.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Brian Windhorst is here.
The NBA isn't concerned today with whether people who are playing in illegal poker games got defrauded.
Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, Michigan State head coach Tom Izzo. Coming up, actor Michael Shannon. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, hour number 3, The Rich Eisen Show is on the air here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and also ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Just had a very nice chat with Michael Shannon, first one I've had in 10 years with him, because he was here in 2015. I forget what he was promoting here the last time he was here. But he's got some terrific films to talk about, including Nuremberg, which is available in theaters nationwide on Friday, November 7th. He plays the chief prosecutor of Hermann Goring in that film, played by Russell Crowe. He's in Death by Lightning, which is available for streaming on Netflix November 6th. He plays the role of James Garfield, who was assassinated. So, comedies. And so Michael Shannon's going to come out here, but we've got a great celebrity true or false to talk about with him. And I am such a fan of his, going way back in the day, and we are going to go way back in the day. 8 Mile he was in, and also, Boardwalk Empire. Talk about some dark characters in that show. Bobby Cannavale's been on the show multiple times. He won an Emmy for Gypro City, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
But at any rate, Michael Shannon's going to join us here in about 18 minutes' time.
He always plays characters you're slightly afraid of. Maybe not even slightly, like maybe fully afraid of.
There's something ticking underneath the hood. You know what I mean? And so Michael Shannon, a big fan of his. We've got a great celebrity true or false for him. Knives Out, another great film that he's been in.
Love it.
He's going to be joining us here shortly. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Let's go to Jimmy in San Antonio.
Jimmy.
What's up, Jimmy? How are you?
I'm not bad. How are you?
Oh, dude, Wembanyama's killing it. So there's that. Congratulations there. My goodness.
We have 81 more games to talk
You're
about.
fine.
Freak. It's okay. Yeah, exactly. We have a whole season to talk about him and the Spurs that are going to make the playoffs. Calling that, which is not a hot take.
I don't think so either. I'm wondering. But again, listen, Warriors looked good again last night with Steph Curry doing Steph things like shooting a 3 from the logo to tie the game, and then they win it in overtime despite Aaron Gordon scoring 50. And obviously SGA and Oklahoma City is just another one to just talk about, but. I think the Spurs are in the mix, man.
Going.
No. Timberwolves, all that sort of business.
The West is going to be very difficult this year. If anyone thinks OKC is going to walk through to the finals, no way. The West is way more hard than the East. Right?
I agree. That's not a hot take.
That's usually how it goes.
That's how it goes. Yeah, right. What else you got on your mind, Jimmy?
I called in to talk about dining alone. And
what do you got, Jimmy?
A bit of Ferris Bueller. I have a system that sends to work, and y'all are going to be like, damn, Jimmy, you're a scum. But when I go eat alone at a nice restaurant, I make sure I don't eat at the bar because nobody's going to buy your meal if you're eating at the bar. You get a table for two, you order a shot of your favorite whiskey, and you put it in the chair across from you. And then you order, and then the dating couples or a family will think that you are having a drink with someone who's not with you, and they'll end up buying your meal.
Jimmy in San Antonio, that's devious next levels.
Brilliant! But it works.
Wow.
I find that hard time believing that.
Oh, my word. Jimmy in San Antonio. How about that? That's like taking Joe Flacco's statement and just kicking it up a notch.
I mean, respectfully, Jimmy, I don't think that's true.
Oh, really?
Wow.
No.
Has it worked for you, Jimmy?
Oh, yeah. I've used that many times.
Well, you need to go to San Antonio more often.
Wine or a shot of whiskey, and it'll tug on somebody's tears that you're sitting alone, and then you get a free meal.
Jimmy in San Antonio, all right.
You don't feel the least bit guilty for doing this?
Not at all.
Well, clearly not.
Why were you applauding for that sort of thing? I don't know. Jimmy, take care.
I appreciate the applause because Ferris Bueller did it. You thought it was cool.
Well, you'll appreciate this. Susie chimed in, your favorite, much more than you like me. She chimed in, I love Joe Flacco. That's how I feel sitting in my car. I don't know about anyone else in the world.
Does she have her hands at 10 and 2?
No.
She might have her knee at 9.
I don't know. No. That's what she does, though, is when she comes home.
Before you go in the house?
She sits in the car.
I think millions of people
for minutes on end.
What do they do? What is that?
Makes a call, listens to music. It's like her meditation. It's like her own personal moment before she goes in and joins like the Star Wars cantina that's going on in the household where she's pulled in 15 different directions because mom is home. And
before you let me go, shout out to Amy Trask.
Yes,
I am
agreed.
very, very happy. That is the smartest woman in professional sports, the GOAT. Her medulla oblongata is real and spectacular. She is genius.
Agreed.
I got a question for Jimmy real quick.
Yes,
I'm really surprised. We had the Wolf on Monday, Jimmy. We all expected a phone call from you. What happened?
Well, I didn't want to. I didn't want to impose. I wanted you to have your time.
Yeah, that's right, Jimmy. Gentlemen. Answer, Jimmy.
Yes.
Hey, don't get within 200 yards of TJ.
Didn't you?
All right, thank you,
yet,
Jimmy.
But I'm going to.
Thank you, Jimmy in San Antonio. Greatly appreciated. It's a very ungentlemanly conversation you're both having right there. Yeah, does Sarah do that? When she comes home, sit in the driveway for a bit?
I've seen her. If she's still on a call, she'll be in the driveway.
I'm wondering if there are any other women out there who do the same thing Susie does. I've heard it's common.
I would think women and men do that.
No, she just sits there in the car, and the dogs know she's there, and they go nuts. Nuts. They hear her car. They know it's her. They know she's sitting there, and they go ape.
Go ham.
Until she walks in the door. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll always take your phone calls. All right, we're one game into Week 8. I do this every Friday. It's time to do it again. My top 5 matchups for the rest of Week 8, presented by Hyundai.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's Top 5.
All right, number 5 on this list of my other games that I'm looking forward to seeing for the rest of week number 8 that began just up the road on Thursday night with the Chargers dispatching the Vikings emphatically is the Monday night game on ESPN. And return to the Manning cast, by the way. It's several weeks in a row now that all the double dips are gone. And listen, the Commanders falling to 3-5 would be significant. This is a team that made the Final Four last year of championship weekend. This is the team that had designs of taking that next step. And all that's happened is just a bunch of injuries, including one of their quarterback. And it's Marcus Mariota going into Arrowhead on a Monday night against the Chiefs team that we're all expecting to just use them as a plaything. Maybe it'll be different. I don't know. But on a Monday night, I also want to see are the Chiefs just going to continue looking like the best team in football as they have over the last couple weeks. We shall see. I'm looking forward to seeing all of that. Number 4. Hey, man, say what you will, but the Giants play entertaining football when Jackson Dart is starting. Even the loss that they had in New Orleans was just like, wait a minute, did they turn the ball over 5 consecutive series? The loss in Denver is something that's been an epic flameout. Obviously, they're not. The Giants aren't there for your football rubbernecking. Write that one down. But Tango and Cash out there in cleats is just a lot of fun to watch. Can the Giants sweep the Eagles for the first time since 2007? And if they do it, snapping a 12-game losing streak in Philadelphia, what would that do to the Philadelphia Eagles and their fan base? I think it would seriously mess with their heads as they go into a bye, coming out of it at Green Bay and home for Detroit and at Dallas, and then the day after Thanksgiving against Chicago, and then at the Chargers. That's 5 straight weeks. Coming off a bye for the Eagles. They need this win. How does that sound at 5-2? And the Giants, can they bounce back after the toughest loss anybody's ever seen? Again, nobody's ever had as large a lead as the Giants had as late as they had it and lost a game in the history of the NFL. How do they bounce back? I can't wait to watch this one. Early window Fox. Giants going for their first sweep of the Eagles since 2007. By the way, they won the Super Bowl that year. Number 3 on the list. All right, I'm going to put my top 5 where my mouth is. I keep saying the Ravens can go on a run. It starts now. It starts now, and it starts against the Bears team that's won 4 in a row and feeling great about themselves and coming into the bank. Ravens coming off a bye. Let's get Lamar back. We saw him running into practice down the hill like he was Dabo running to Clemson.
Yeah, Albert said he was a full participant today.
There we go. He's back. Let's see it. They're coming off the bye. Let's see the Ravens come off the bye and say, we are flushing the first 6 weeks of the season. And we are the Ravens, and we are going to take care of business and start putting pressure on everybody else when we get back to 500 and beyond, 1 week at a time. Or the Bears are just like we are, who we think we are, which is 4-2, about to be 5-2. Caleb's feeling great, and Caleb's going to go into the Mid-Atlantic.
It's his hometown-ish.
Just like he just was there on a Monday night and beat the Commanders. And he's going to go into the Mid-Atlantic, and guess what he's going to do? He's going to beat Lamar, and he's going to win 5 in a row.
High register.
I know. But either way, I'm properly registering. I'm looking forward to this. Number 3. Number 2. The Varsity's in Denver. I said this yesterday. Hey, TJ, I meant it when I said it. The Cowboys are set up. They're set up to win this division. Sir, Dak is playing at an MVP level. CeeDee Lamb says it's the best offense they've played in. Your tight end, that's all he does is catch touchdowns like he's Chris Carter. Okay? George Pickens has shown up in the way that you were hoping he would.
Yes, indeed.
Javonte Williams has shown up in a way you didn't see coming.
Comeback player of the year. Get familiar.
You can't come back from Sean Payton's bench and win that award.
I'm still voting for him.
I'm saying, guys, the Cowboys 3-3-1 are 100% set up. If they win this game, they're 4-3-1 while the Eagles take on the Giants. I'm not expecting that to be the upset. But after that, Dallas, as we all know, are they're taking on, as I mentioned yesterday, taking on Arizona on a Monday Night Football at home, then a bye, then they're at Vegas on a Monday night. While the Eagles are on a bye at Green Bay and home for Detroit, and then they face each other in Week 12. Dallas could be set up if they win this game and win the others that they expect and get the Eagles to lose 1 or 2, to welcome them into the house, even the series up on the season, and truly make some hay in the division. But they got to win this one. And then how will Denver finish this thing up after last week and the week before? I mean, what a week. They go into Philadelphia, they look dead in the water, score 18 in the 4th. Then they look dead in the water in London and still win. Then they come home and they're dead in the water to the middle of the 4th quarter and still win. What will it look like? Can't wait. Knicks versus Dak. 3 letters for both. Number 1 on the list, as we all know, is don't call it a revenge game. It's just Aaron Rodgers taking on the Green Bay Packers. And it's not just him taking on the Green Bay Packers. It's him taking on the guy who succeeded him And as a matter of fact, you want to talk about revenge games? I've got a few of them here. Although was Peyton Manning against Andrew Luck a revenge game? I don't think he was terribly happy to leave Indianapolis, but he did wind up in a spot where he won another Super Bowl.
True.
And you got Drew Brees versus Phillip Rivers. Remember that one? When they met in 2008 for the first time. Brees finished 3-0 in head-to-head meetings against Rivers. Bledsoe versus Brady.
Oh.
Brady was 5-1 in head-to-head meetings against Bledsoe. The first time he faced him, the Patriots won 38-7 over the Bills in 2002. And now here comes Rodgers against Jordan Love. And here's the crazy thing about it, is the symmetry of Rodgers' career to Favre's is unbelievable. The end game, where he goes to the Jets coming off of Green Bay, then he's got to go to another spot to have a chance to win a championship. He just didn't go back in division. He went to Pittsburgh, but now he's basically back in division because the Pittsburgh Steelers play the entire NFC North this year, which is crazy. And he's taking on Love in the same way Favre took on Rodgers. They played 4 times because Favre went back in division. They split their 4 meetings, 2-2. So this is going to be the only shot one would think he's going to get at Jordan Love, unless they face each other in the Super Bowl. Then whatever hype that's happening this week will only be just on absolute overdrive if that happens. But I can't wait to see it. You know, it'll be a lot of fun watching this game play out as TJ Watt is sent like a heat-seeking missile in the way of Love, and then Rodgers is going to have to just keep his head on a swivel for a certain individual that used to play for Dallas. That guy right there. Can't wait. That's my top 5 list.
One more.
Okay.
I did not know this.
I was thinking of going Bills-Panthers because the Panthers are 4-3 and the Bills are coming off a bye, and they would be 4-3 if they lose this game 3 in a row, and then it would be red alert in Western New York. But instead, I'm just going to go Niners at Texans. As we all know, D'Amico Ryans used to be on the Niners staff. Robert Saleh, who was the defensive coordinator there until he went and took the Jets job. So D'Amico Ryans took his job and then wound up getting the Texans job. And now it's the Niners with Saleh as the defensive coordinator, coming in with Mac Jones taking on the Houston Texans at 5-2. And the Texans need this ball game, everybody, because the object in the rearview mirror of the Indianapolis Colts is as far away as you think it is. Colts are 6-1, Texans 2-4. Texans lose this one, they're 2-5 as the Colts are taking on the Titans at home. See you later.
Kind of a wrap, yeah.
See you later. This has been the Texans division for the last few years. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Texans are favored in this game.
Okay. I certainly, if Nico Collins is out, I mean, who's catching it?
Yeah.
Who's running it? Who's catching it? Who's blocking it? The offense has just not been good enough. Hasn't been good. Good enough.
Yeah.
So that's my top 5 matchups for week number 8. Presented by Hyundai, everybody. We will take a break. When we come back, one of the best actors around is stopping by here to talk about his new films on the Nuremberg trials and the assassination of James Garfield. But we will also have some fun with Celebrity True or False with Michael Shannon when we come back.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers.
we believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, has just rejoined us. Michael Shannon is here. We just saw a clip of Nuremberg, which is available in theaters nationwide on Friday, November 7th. And then the day before, Death by Lightning, a limited 4-episode series that brings to life the stranger-than-fiction true story of the assassin of James Garfield. And our next guest plays James Garfield, and that Michael Shannon is here. So some serious subject matter, sir.
Yeah, but I feel very fortunate to get to tell both of these stories because I admire both of these men a great deal, Robert Jackson and James Garfield. And I think the thing I admired the most about both of them is how dedicated they were to public service and how much they believed that it was their responsibility not just to hold a position of power, but to use the position they were in to help other people.
Yeah, the accountability, obviously, that you're referring to is for Herman Goring and how your character, Chief Prosecutor Robert Jackson, got him, if you will, at Nuremberg. And then you're playing James Garfield. How do you research playing him? Just deep into the source material,
there's a beautiful biography on Garfield that is available to anybody who cares to read it. But there's a lot of scholarship and writing about Garfield. Obviously, he's very mysterious to most people because he wasn't president all that long.
Over just 200 days or something like that, right? And he didn't want to be president to begin with.
Yeah, he was. You know, you're getting all secondhand information. I never got to sit down and talk to the guy himself, but apparently,
he was unavailable.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay. But it seemed there was this balance between definitely he wasn't unambitious,
right?
But he also wasn't an egomaniac, you know, and he did seem to be most interested in, for example, the Department of Education was Garfield's idea.
Mm-hmm.
And when it was something that he initiated. When he initiated it at the time, it was simply the board of education. It didn't get to turn into a full-fledged department until some years later. But it was his idea that and the only way to have a free and equal society is that if everybody receives an education, which was such a beautiful thing. And he had nothing to gain by instituting that for himself. He just wanted to do it for other people, and it's kind of heartbreaking to see that eroding this notion that he had because I think he's right.
And it's, again, available for streaming on Netflix starting November 6th, a limited 4-episode series. And then Nuremberg, what a cast, man. I mean, Rami Malek and also Russell Crowe, Richard E. Grant, John Slattery, Colin Hanks, who's been on the show. A couple of guys that we just mentioned have been on the program. And Russell Crowe, who's a massive football fan as well. And so based on the book The Nazi and the Psychiatrist, and I imagine that's something that you would take in before you take on this character in this film.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The main storyline, Nazi and Psychiatrist, is doesn't really have anything to do with Robert Jackson at all.
Right.
But when Jamie Vanderbilt, who wrote and directed the film, was writing the screenplay, he thought, well, maybe I can have my cake and eat it too. So he's kind of telling the story from that book and also the Robert Jackson story, trying to squeeze it into one container.
Yeah, the psychiatrist played by Rami Malek, who's in charge of trying to attest to the mental state of Russell Crowe's Herman Goring. And again, that's a film that's available, again, nationwide, Friday, November 7th. Tell me about Eric LaRue. You directed this film as well, correct?
Thanks for asking.
Come on, man. We got your back here, Michael.
Yeah,
come on now.
Yeah.
You drive to El Segundo. I'll mention every single project you got.
I'll drive here anytime. Okay. It's my directorial debut. It came out briefly in the theaters, as unfortunately it tends to be the case nowadays. Unless it's a comic book movie or something, you get a very short stay in the theaters. But it is available on I believe on Apple and Amazon. You can rent it. And, it's a film I made about the parents of a boy who commits a school shooting, and it's after all the the initial hysteria is worn off. Their son is in prison, and you just see these parents trying to figure out how to go on with their lives, having had this happen. He's their only son, so they're just trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces. It's got an amazing cast. Judy Greer plays the mom, and she's just divine. And Alexander Skarsgård plays the dad, and they both just knocked it out of the park, I think.
Available on digital right now, as you mentioned, and as we are. Here on the Rich Eisen Show. Michael Shannon is here. I've got a celebrity true or false for you that we play with folks with a filmography and a television list of your history, just like you. We're going to right up your alley. Let's go. Celebrity true or false with Michael Shannon. We also have some really slick production value to kick it off. Hit it, please.
Hey.
Oh, boy.
Celebrity true or false?
You can't handle the truth.
That's all we got. We're low budget. That's all we have.
Wow.
Did you ever work with Jack Nicholson?
No, but it's funny. On the flight out to L.A., they had The Shining on the movie selection. So
did you use it? Did you hit it?
I watched The Shining. I hadn't seen it in a while. God, he's amazing in that movie.
You know what all work and no play makes.
So Jack, that's the scene that really sticks out to me, is when she's reading that and he comes in. Oh my God! And she's got the best. She's trying to keep him away. That's one of the best scenes I've ever seen.
Well, I mean that she realizes all the writing that he's done at the typewriter this entire time in the snow.
It's the same sentence. Yeah.
I imagine you would want to work with somebody like Kubrick, or you heard how meticulous he was as a.
Oh, I don't care if you're meticulous to an end, then I'll work with you. Okay. I don't mind meticulousness. I mean, I've heard stories about how extreme it was, but I just think he's one of the greatest filmmakers ever.
I love it. You chose The Shining on a flight. Wow.
Yeah,
that's good. It's better. Would you have chosen that if you were sitting by yourself in a hotel room in the snow, though? Would you have chosen that?
Oh gosh,
you know what I mean?
That's an interesting point. Yeah,
it's fine if you're on a plane. Yeah. All right, here first up, true or false, Michael Shannon. Your first movie was Groundhog Day, and you learned a lot from watching Bill Murray improvise much of his dialogue.
That's true.
That was your first movie.
I mean, it's true to the extent it was the first movie that I was in, which was made by like a studio.
Okay.
I might have screwed around with it because I was in Chicago at the time, like doing non-union theater and making no money. I think I might have made a film with a buddy, like just screwing around, but that was the first like professional film.
You were in the diner scene, right, with him, and then
and then at the end in the dance. Yeah.
What'd you pick up from Bill Murray?
Oh gosh, I mean, because he's improvising, it's not like you can say, oh, I'll use that because that's the whole point of improvisation. Right. It comes and it goes. But I just love improvisation. I came up doing theater in Chicago, and there's a big improv tradition there. And
do you remember any line that he improv'd in the scene that you're like, that was fantastic? No? I'm testing
you're hurting my brain.
Rich. Is it true you were 18 in that movie?
Yeah, I was pretty young.
You were 18 years
19,
old.
Yeah, I'm 51 now, so it was a minute ago.
So that's why I'm testing your memory right now.
Yeah.
By recalling it.
I should have written it down.
That's all right. All right, but that is true. Next up, true or false, you beat out Gary Sinise for the role of Greg in 8 Mile. Is that true?
Oh, did you say that because the character's name is?
I don't know. That's
Gary and Greg.
Gary
what am I thinking of?
Yeah, no.
No, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
All I know is that I played Greg Buell in 8 Mile. I don't know if I was their first choice or their second choice. I think I've gotten the benefit of a lot of other people perhaps passing on things throughout my career. When you get that last-minute call and they're like, yeah, you want to do this like next week? And you're like, whoa, okay. I guess somebody changed their mind.
Is that how you got 8 Mile?
Again, I can't
maybe
remember.
Maybe you beat him out. Who knows, Michael?
I can't beat out Gib. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I mean,
Lieutenant Dan, come on.
He's got magic legs. You're right.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember, like, what?
I mean, Gary Sinise is also a bit older than I am.
Okay.
And I think the whole point of it was that Eminem's mom was going out with like
a younger dude,
a kid from his high school, which is just weird.
Can confirm that is weird.
Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of Eminem on the set?
Sweetheart, total gentleman.
Sweetheart.
Oh my God,
love it.
I just one of the sweetest people, and so respectful and like kind. All the, and. Because he could have easily been like, yeah, this is my town, my story, my set, threw his weight around. Didn't never any of that.
Okay. Next up, true or false, Michael Shannon. You almost missed your chance to be on Boardwalk Empire because Manhattan traffic made you late for a meeting with Martin Scorsese and the writer Terrence Winter.
Wow.
Is that true?
That's some research. Yeah, I was making some really bizarre movie, and we were shooting just north of New York City. What's that town? It's some little town just up the Hudson a little bit. And, they kept me later, and they said they would. And then I got in the car, and it was just bumper-to-bumper traffic. And I knew Martin Scorsese and Terrence Winter were sitting in a hotel room waiting for me to show up. They'd seen everybody else. They were ready to leave. The thing was over, and they just sat there waiting. And they waited like a really long time because it was just a parking lot. I couldn't get it. It was one of the most stressful car rides of my life.
I imagine it would be. I'm sorry to bring it up, but I'm just wondering if it was true or not. So is it true that lengthy car ride kind of got you, for the lack of a better phrase, flustered enough that you thought your character was a good guy, not the guy that you eventually played?
Oh, no, I had my wits about me when I walked in there. I mean, what I thought was based on how Terrence described the character to me. He's like, he didn't quite fill me all the way in. But that's the way it is with TV. Things start and then they change, and then people have ideas and
So you had no idea how dark your character really was when you took the role?
I thought when that started happening that eventually he would have some sort of reawakening or epiphany and go back to. It seemed like it would be that kind of journey of falling and rising back up, but. He just kept falling.
By the way, anybody who watches that show can confirm he kept falling. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Next up, true or false, when Shape of Water won the Oscar for Best Picture, you were watching on TV at a Chicago bar.
That's true, yeah. There's a photograph of that. But I think...
Oh, there it is, actually.
Yeah,
all right.
I think what's important to acknowledge is that I wasn't at the bar because I love beer. I was at the bar because I had directed a play in Chicago, and that was the closing night of the play, and I hadn't been able to see it like the entire run, and I felt my poor cast. It was a really big cast. Mm-hmm. They had been doing a play throughout the winter through very inclement weather, blizzards, ice. I mean, they all got sick. I was like, these people are heroic, so I wanted to be there for closing night and thank them for their service, and it just happened to coincide with the night that the Oscars were.
And so you just went to the bar and just say,
that's where what you don't see in that picture is the rest of the cast.
Okay, so
that was the party after the performance.
Because at present in the national...
I didn't go see the play and then go to the bar by myself. We were all there.
At present in the National Football League, the quarterback Joe Flacco says he used to look at guys by themselves, sitting there eating by themselves, and think it was sad. Now that he has children, he thinks that's actually blissful.
Paradise.
Yeah, that's what he says. He's saying right now. So.
I see.
But that's not what that is.
No, it was just, and frankly, one of the proprietors of the bar was like, it was his idea to take the picture. He thought it would be cool. He thought it would be funny. I didn't think at the time when he took it that I would be talking about it for the next decade of my life. But that's how it is in this business.
That's what I'm saying.
You play generals, you get generals out, you're like, yay, wow, what a great part. And then 10 years later, you're signing Fungo dolls. Like, why did I do this?
All right, finishing up with Celebrity True or False with Michael Shannon. True or false, the cast of Knives Out all had individual trailers but never used them and instead hung out together in the basement in the house between scenes. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, except for, Christopher Plummer, who was significantly older than the rest of us and needed his rest. But, yeah, everybody got along. Oh, my God, we had so much fun.
What are you doing in the basement?
Just talking. They put director chairs around. We all just sit around there. I mean, because if you go back to the trailer, you're just sitting there by yourself waiting. But if you sit in the circle with everybody else, people telling stories. I mean, Frank Oz showed up for a couple of days. I was like sitting there with Frank Oz and shooting the bull.
What do you ask him about? Being Fozzie Bear or being in being in the Blues Brothers? Or what do you ask him about, Frank Oz?
Yeah.
He didn't direct. He didn't direct Groundhog Day. That was Harold Ramis.
No, that was Harold Ramis.
Sure, right.
Yeah, I'd never met Frank Oz before he showed up on that set. But
I hear this and I think maybe you're playing Twister with Daniel Craig or something like that, and like board games in the basement or something.
There were no games. There was a pool table down there. Yeah, there was a pool table.
Who was the best in the cast and pool?
I mean, nobody was.
All right, that's why it's called Knives Out. It's not called Q Sticks Out. Okay, very good.
It's not The Hustler.
Last one for you. True or false? During one of your performances on Broadway, an audience member once vomited from the balcony into the orchestra section.
Yeah, that was the first time I was on Broadway. This play called Grace that I did with Paul Rudd.
Oh.
And my ex-wife, Kate, and Ed Asner. It was the four of us.
Okay. And you're all on stage and something happened?
Yeah, we were doing a scene. There was a scene where me and Paul and Kate are having dinner, and it's a pretty heavy scene, and it's kind of dense, and there's a lot of complicated dialogue in it. It takes a lot of concentration, and there was some commotion going on in the audience. And I started getting frustrated. I was like, what? I'm literally talking about, I have this speech about space and how it's so quiet out in space. And as I'm doing the speech, there's somebody out there like, I'm like, this isn't working. So then I go off stage, and one of the stage managers is right there. And I said, what's going on out there? And he's like, somebody just threw up. Somebody threw up in the balcony. And they went into the orchestra and went down. I was like, oh, my God. And then I felt guilty for getting frustrated.
Yes.
But
you're an actor. You're a professional. And somebody's, that's it.
Yeah. You prefer, the just hushed attention.
Of course. Yes, and then no one's vomiting on top of anybody. I mean, that's a heck of an orchestra seat.
Yeah. But that's a story that we'll all have forever.
That is true. It will stand the test of time. Hey, man, congrats on everything going on with you. Nuremberg is available in theaters nationwide. What a cast on Friday, November 7th. The day before is when you can go to Netflix and begin the limited 4-episode series on the show called Death by Lightning about the assassination of James Garfield. And then right now, available on digital, Eric LaRue, your first ever directing feature film. Great to see you, sir.
Thank you, Rich.
Anytime. Let's not wait another 10 years.
Yeah.
How's that sound?
No, 10 years. I mean, yeah, we gotta make it more frequent.
And yeah, let's do that. I greatly appreciate it. And that was a fun Celebrity True or False with Michael Shannon right here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're back to Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance in a moment.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a lot more.
And I completely agree. That's why I'll pay more for your car at GiveMeTheVin.com. That's the name of our new campaign. I'm worth more. You are worth more, and your car's worth more. And that's why I will pay more. And remember, if I don't beat the price on a CarMax or a Carvana deal, I'll pay you $100 at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
John Renato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Grilling alone? That's a flag on the play. Grab your crew, fire up the pit, and pass around some andouille, cracklings, and a little boudin from the Best Stop Cajun Market with 2 Houston area locations in Katy and Baytown. That's how you turn a tailgate into a party. Keep your grill hot and your plate full. Shop at Best Stop Katy or Best Stop Baytown before game day. Keeping the Cajun playbook never tasted so good.
The Preview College Basketball Exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlineoffer.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty, or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, empowering listeners' sports knowledge since 2007.
Use your sports knowledge for powers of good.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com. Fun show. Game 1 of the World Series tonight, guys. Game 1 of the World Series. Blake Snell is in the World Series. Remember last time he was in the World Series? The Dodgers were happy he was taken out of the game.
Indeed.
Right? That was way back when everyone's like, okay, Dodgers, let's see you do it when it's not half a season.
A third of a season.
Third of a season. COVID year, asterisk. None of those anymore. Been way a long time. They don't shine shoes no more. Go get your shine box. Everyone else has got to get their shine box. They're the defending World Series champs. Looking as good as they've looked all year long. They've got it all straightened out. They got a closer. They got all sorts of everything that they need, and including Shohei Ohtani, coming off of the incredible clinching performance in Game 4, in which he struck out 10 people and hit 3 home runs. And
that's all?
Yeah.
What has he done?
Yeah.
I mean, if he was a real baller, he would hit 4 home runs.
And it's interesting, he's in Toronto. Last time he was in Toronto, I believe, I don't think they've played since then, the Dodgers and the Blue Jays in Toronto, since he's joined the Dodgers. A lot of people in Toronto were hoping he was going to join the Blue Jays because he did go there to see if he wanted to play there. We all know he wound up with the Dodgers. And I guess they gave him a hat and a jacket, like a dog jacket for his dog.
Oh, fine.
And the manager of the Blue Jays, John Schneider, bringing it up here in his pregame one press conference.
You never know. I think when we met with him, you felt good about it, and you felt good about the feedback he was giving about our organization and opportunity here. But you never really know what a player's feeling in free agency, and there's a lot of things that have to line up for them personally too. So you can't really think about what if. You think about the 26 that we have. He's a great player. I'll say it again. I hope he brought his hat, the Blue Jay hat that he took from us in our meeting. I hope he brought it back finally. But and the jacket for Decoy. It's like, give us our stuff back already. But.
Hey, man, the Blue Jays are one. They're a bunch of people to root for. And listen, they eliminated the Yankees. It was really tough to watch them. And, obviously Vlad Jr., you saw the picture of him as a kid standing next to his dad. He wants to give his dad a ring.
Sure.
Dad couldn't do it for Montreal. Maybe son could do it for Toronto.
Yeah, they've been a wagon all year.
And, this is what I love about baseball as well. The young and the old, okay? Let's start with the young here. This kid being a young kid now, being a grown-ass man and trying to win it for his dad. Cooper, my 14-year-old, goes to camp in Maine, told me about a game he went to go see at the AA Portland Sea Dogs game.
Hadlock Field.
Okay, against the Fisher Cats. He went to this game, and he told me about it because Connerly Early, who started Game 3 in the wild card round for the Red Sox, was a starting pitcher for the Sea Dogs that day. He goes, Dad, I saw the starting pitcher for a wild card. A starting pitcher for a wild card Game 3. Do you know who was the pitcher who started for the Fisher Cats that day?
I'm guessing it was Trey Savage.
That is correct. The starting pitcher for the Blue Jays in Game 1 of the World Series tonight. And I said that to Cooper this morning. I'm like, Coop, if somebody came up to you in the stands that day and say, oh, by the way, Game 3 wild card starter is there. Game 1 World Series starter is there. And both pitchers got knocked around in a 10-5 game in AA ball, and here it is in the playoffs, and they are on fire, and it doesn't matter. You catch fire in baseball, you're in. You're in the show. I can't get enough of it.
It's this kid's 7th career start tonight.
And he's starting in the World Series game against the Dodgers, and the first person he's going to face is Ohtani to lead off the World Series. Can't make it up. And then you need to take advantage of this stuff when you are this young, because you never know if you're going to get another chance again. And there are so many who have played this game who've never gotten a chance, and I'm going to get emotional. My favorite player in the history of my baseball existence, Donald Arthur Mattingly, is in the dugout for the Blue Jays. He is going to be in a World Series dugout for the first time in his life, and I am getting emotional about it. My daughter's middle name is Mattingly. Can't make it up, man.
I have a baseball card binder over here with a bunch of Don Mattingly cards in it. Like, I was a big fan, too.
Mattingly is in the World Series tonight for the Blue Jays against the defending champion Dodgers.
Let's go.
Soak it in, everybody.
Your fantasy roster is set, the Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC. NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones. NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at brinkmanquality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com.
Listen up. Are you experiencing ED, weight gain, and fatigue? Get a P-shot, Botox, and stem cells to improve your blood flow. Lose weight with GLP-1s like semaglutide. Improve your energy with low T pellets and peptide therapy. See Dr. Mitchell in the Woodlands. Visit ErectionCenter.com or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. No more excuses. Start living your best life today. 972-355-3771.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know, I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713, call now. That's 713, call now.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by
Hello, Houston. He's not Joe. He's Will Kunkel. I am Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Will.
Hey, pasta, amigo.
You doing all right?
Yeah, buddy. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to talk some football today. I got some things to get off my chest.
I can tell. You were typing in all caps in the Google Doc. That always
what
startles
a weird
me.
font, by the way.
Yeah, that was inherited from way back in the day. Ryan's behind the glass. He's filling in for Brian. Have you ever met Ryan? Ryan Morrow? We try to find him dates. He's
really?
Yeah, I don't think he's really excelling
What's
there.
your type?
So we try to help. Well, that's a good question.
Where do we start?
Short brunettes.
Short brunettes.
See, here's the issue, Ryan. You're being picky. You're not good looking enough to be picky.
I'm very good looking for you.
For me? I'm married with
brunette.
kids. Take it easy. I am a short brunette.
Well, you know what? Let's switch spots. It sounds like you already had a partner.
I'm Ryan's type. Ryan's he's growing up right before our eyes though, because not every now and then. There was one time where he came in to do a show and he was wearing a tank top. Just a tank top in a professional setting. We made fun of him. Yeah, he hadn't worn a tank top since. He likes to show off the guns, I guess. He also now, for the first time, I saw him yesterday for the first time in a little while, he has shaven his face. He used to, be very, bearded and kind of, unprofessional, unkept even. And he shaved it. So, he's wearing sleeves now. He's shaving his face. I think he's growing up.
I can't get past the tank top.
Yeah.
You walked into a business, a place of business, and were like, I'm here for work.
Yeah.
And it didn't involve a weed whacker?
Brian called me at the gym to come in with no notice.
That is true.
So you wore tank top to the gym. We can talk about that, too. We can also break down that decision. It's fine.
No.
What were you working at? Buys and tries? It's fine, man.
He didn't know what that meant.
Yeah. So more of an elliptical guy, I see.
He's going to the gym to look for short brunettes is what's happening. But lots to get to. We'll talk some Texans. They play a critical football game coming up on Sunday against the 49ers. They're favored in this football game.
By 1.5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
You hammered it?
Yeah.
You're already on the other side?
The other way.
You know what terrifies me about it? Because the Texas defense is good. That's one thing that I think we're kind of losing sight of in the first 6 games of the season, the first 7 weeks of the season, because the offense has been categorically bad in a lot of different ways, maybe even incompetent. It stinks because their defense is really good. Their defense can be one of the best in the NFL, but their offense is putrid.
I mean, we're going to look back on this at the end of the year. I genuinely believe that in 5 years, 10 years, you'll look back at what was wasted, because not all these guys are going to stick around. Not everyone's going to be here for the entire run. And you're going to look back and be like, man, you remember in 2025, that defense we had. We had Daniil Hunter. We had Azeez Al-Shaair. We had Henry To'oTo'o, Will Anderson, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, Derek Stingley Jr. You're going to look back and we went under 500, didn't make the playoffs, and it is the story of our lives.
Yep.
That's what it's going to be. This is the first team in NFL history to lead the league in scoring defense. They're allowing 14.7 points per game and have a losing record after 7 games. They're always making historical, making history in the worst way. And here we are again.
I mean, I do like it when my professional football team makes history, though. I think it's a silver lining, I think. No, it's people are like, oh, they're wasting the years of Stroud. I look at it differently. They're wasting years of what could be one of the top defenses in the NFL and might be one of the top defenses in the NFL, despite having bad offense, which leads to bad complementary football and all of that. But like this disjointed talk, identity talk, we'll get into that. There's some betting props too on these the next athlete to get busted by the FBI, which is hilarious. We'll talk about that a little bit later too. But did you catch any Thursday night football yesterday? Vikings, Chargers. Chargers looking pretty good.
Yeah, I took the over on 3.5 field goals. That hit the last.
Did you really?
Couple minutes. So that kept me entrenched in that game. Although I shouldn't have, because that game sucked.
Yeah, wasn't the most pleasing of games. Like, there's two ways to look at it. Like, the Chargers, I don't think the Vikings are any good. So, like, I don't even want to say an impressive win, but I guess context matters. Like, you beat anybody in the NFL by 27 points, you're doing something right. Thursday nights are quirky and weird.
Texans did it against the Titans, 26 points.
Yeah, but the Vikings are a playoff team last year. Like, not the same category. You know, I mean, they're 3-4. They were 3-3 going into that game.
They're clearly a worse team than last year.
No doubt.
Because of the quarterback position.
What do they do at quarterback?
And the offensive line. That's such a good – I mean, JJ has to be the guy. Because if JJ's not the guy, they don't have a guy.
Yeah.
And they spent a lot of picks on him.
They were blasting O'Connell for leaving Carson Wentz into the game. Like, oh, you shouldn't be getting him hit. You should be playing this Brosmer guy. Why? Carson Wentz is like an antiquated veteran that is only there to be the bridge until J.J. McCarthy comes back. Who cares that he's getting hit?
He's literally the pinata.
Yeah. Like, that's his job. That's like the job of a mop-up reliever. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. You got to go take some of the abuse there. I have a theory on J.J. McCarthy. It's a little out there. It's a little conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat here. I'm not sure that he was ever hurt, J.J. McCarthy.
That is, go on.
Not sure he was ever hurt.
What do you think? Who is he, Terry Rozier?
Maybe he might be Anthony Richardson. He might be Anthony Richardson. Like, the game that he got hurt, quote unquote, there's zero evidence of him being hurt. It was a high ankle sprain. So you're thinking, okay, well, if there is a high ankle sprain, there would be evidence of you injuring the ankle and like hobbling on it and limping on it. Whenever you have a quarterback who has a sprain that didn't land him on the IR, by the way, isn't that something where you usually see where you land later in the week? Like, let's see where we land on Friday. Let's see what it looks like on
high ankle sprains usually like a month. We know.
Right, which, I mean, didn't land on the IR, though.
To your point.
Didn't land on the IR. So it's like, didn't have any evidence in the game. Didn't get placed on the IR. They ruled him out on Monday. Like, before he even went to see the trainers, he was already ruled out. It's a really, really weird time to rule somebody out that you later did not place on the IR. Just saying.
I don't buy it.
Okay.
But I hear you.
He wasn't ready. They said, we're going to protect the kid, and we're going to make up an injury.
In that second half of the Bears game.
Yeah, the season opener.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
I mean, that was the last game he played, or did he play week 2?
Week 2 was the game he got
injured.
Hurt.
Yeah, whether he's ready or not, he's better than Carson Wentz.
I don't know.
I do. I watched last night. Despite my desires, I watched last night in order to see field goals.
I don't know. J.J. McCarthy might be terrible at football.
I don't know if he's the guy. Like, I don't disagree with. We can have that argument. I don't necessarily think he is, but he's better than what Carson Wentz is. And they screwed up that whole ordeal because Carson came in late. Like, they picked up Carson late, and they had options to get other guys, and they didn't do that, and they moved on from Sam Darnold.
See, I don't think that was the miss. I don't think Darnold was the miss. Because Darnold's making a good amount of money. You probably didn't want to pay Darnold after drafting a quarterback number 10 overall. The miss was a 1-year contract on Daniel Jones.
See, I disagree. Only because I don't know that there's a quarterback with this line that's actually going to be good. Because I think the line is worse than it was last year. Hilariously, they got rid of Ed Ingram, who was terrible there, and he's actually pretty good here, and the line here is terrible. I just think it's one of those situations where the quarterback, you have to have one of the 3 guys in the NFL that can overcome a bad offensive line. Now, granted, they have Kevin O'Connell, which the Texans don't have, so that's where they're missing. If the Texans had Kevin O'Connell, like, we probably have a competent offense, despite the line.
We had this conversation a few weeks ago, I guess. Who would you rather head coach your football team, Kevin O'Connell or DeMeco Ryans?
Kevin O'Connell.
Only a game better than DeMeco right now, or a win more.
I think you have to have an offensive mind on your team. Like, it's a must. Whether it's your head coach or a great OC, it doesn't matter. You have to. I think you can get away with not a brilliant mind defensively when it comes to scheme and schematics if you have great players. Like, I think a bad defensive coordinator, not a bad one, but a less than average defensive coordinator is going to have at least some mild success with the roster that the Texans have on defense.
Yeah.
I think you need to be able to scheme offensively. Like, it's an absolute must.
You saying league-wide or specifically in Houston?
Well, I think generally speaking, like if you have the Texans roster anywhere on defense, they're going to have success.
Sure.
Who's ever calling the plays. I think offensively, this defense is going to be a top 10 defense no matter who's coaching it. I firmly believe that.
I guess I'm asking you like just a generic roster. Like if are you talking about it from like an owner of a random NFL team with a generic roster, or are you talking about this from the lens of the Houston Texans?
I'm generic, but I think specifically to the Texans, like anybody can coach that defense, and that's the roster they have. That's the only reason I'm using that. Now, offensively, you can coach your guys to be better.
Yeah.
You can get guys open and make them look. Look what Kyle Shanahan has done for years. It doesn't matter who the running back is. It doesn't matter who the wide receivers are. Doesn't matter. They would like to have Trent Williams. That's the one guy I think he would pick to have healthy every single time. And it doesn't matter who his quarterback is. Mac Jones leads the NFL in passing yards per game. Number 2, Brock Purdy. It's not because they're crazy good. It's because Kyle's that dude.
Yeah. No, I mostly agree, but you said that it could be an offensive coordinator. Like, it doesn't have to be your head
Who's
coach,
ever
right?
scheming.
Yeah.
No, I firmly believe that you have to have an offensive mind on your staff.
Just a staff.
Yes.
Because I do think that we overrate, like, X and O guys and scheme guys when it comes to the head coach position, and I think we underrate leadership. Because you see like a McDaniel in Miami, like he's quirky, he's an X and O wizard, like he knows what he's doing on the offensive side, but he can't build a culture. He's a terrible leader, and nobody takes him seriously.
Which is why he's a perfect offensive coordinator for the Texans. That's the scary part, though, that the hire this offseason, if it comes to fruition, is obvious. And I don't trust that the Texans are going to make that hire. Because the obvious decision this past offseason, whether you got rid of Bobby or not, was to bring in a veteran to either coach him up or to bring in a veteran to be your OC.
Yeah.
Or to bring in Nick Caley, fine, but also bring in a veteran to coach him up. Because
Bill
then you're
Lazor's
starting
there.
over.
They got Bill Lazor. He's a long-time veteran.
I'm told that all the time.
Long-time veteran.
And Bobby still got fired. And they still can't get on track now.
Yeah, I agree with like 95% of what you're saying. But like to nitpick, I guess, I don't need the obvious hire. I don't need it to be obvious. I need it to be correct. I need it to be right. I need that. Like people are right now, it's the first-time play caller, veteran play caller. I would lean veteran too. That's why I'm not dying on this Tal's Hill. But I'd rather it be right than veteran. You know what I mean?
1,000%. I couldn't agree more, which is why I didn't criticize the hiring of Nick Caley himself in the moment.
Yeah.
I have to at some point say DeMeco and Nick Caserio know what they're doing. At some point, I have to say, hey, what they're doing, they know more than I do. I readily admit that. So I have to say, if I agree that they know more.
Do you know what a window is? Do you know what a drafting by need is?
Yeah, that's coming back around. Oops. But jokes aside, if you're going backwards in resume, which you're doing with Nick Caley from Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick had a year of calling plays. Whether you liked it or not, he actually had 2 years. He had one good year, one bad year.
Going into this season.
Right. Nick Caley had 0 years, so you didn't know what you were getting. So the problem with that is if you don't know what you're getting, then you have no way to pivot if you have no veteran in the building if it goes bad. And it has gone badly. Very bad.
Did you think Caley was who do you think hired Caley?
I think I genuinely believe, as much as I rip Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans for what's going on right now and at least hold them accountable for the negatives, I do believe they have a good working relationship. I think they did. I don't know how long that's going to hold because I do believe the rubber's going to meet the road this offseason. And the McNairs are going to say, who's to blame?
Yeah.
You tell me. Someone point the finger because someone has to be accountable, and it's not going to be both of you. That's not the way this necessarily works. We're not going to clean house. Someone's staying. Y'all tell me who's at fault.
Yeah. It's been reported that DeMeco has the final say on his coaching staff, which is a report that I believe. But I also could see DeMeco, who I don't know how well networked he is. I don't know. I have no idea. He's only been 2 places.
Should you have to be well networked to get a guy to be your OC at a team that's competing for a Super Bowl?
No.
I never buy that. There's 32 OC jobs in the world. Everyone wants it. All the good guys are going to come out of the woodwork to be like, I don't want to do it for the Panthers, the Browns. I would love to go to a team that is on the cusp, and all I have to do is not suck.
Yeah, they might limit your hiring pool though. Which, if you look at the hiring pool, it wasn't fantastic. I also have a theory.
But how is it? Because if you put it on Monster.com,
sure.
Like you're gonna get resumes from everybody in the NFL.
But go look who they interviewed last year.
Well, that's their problem,
Sure.
not because they were limited in who to talk to.
So my theory is, whenever they hired their first offensive coordinator, there was a little bit of a disagreement. Not that it's unhealthy. Like, everybody has disagreements. We're going to disagree the whole entire show. We're going to like each other at the end of it. Ryan, maybe not. But they probably had a healthy disagreement on who they wanted as the first OC. And it's like, okay, D'Amico, you pick your guy, your first-year coach. You know, pick your guy that you're with there in San Fran. You shared an office with. We go with Bobby Slowick. And then you realize after the end of last year, okay, we want to fire the offensive coordinator. Let's revert back to maybe my guy this time, Nick Caserio, saying that. Let's strongly recommend Nick Caley. We have this interview process where we're bringing in a bunch of different guys that really don't have any chance of getting the job, and that we know that it's Nick Caley the entire way, which was a heavy recommendation from Nick Caserio, and D'Amico Ryans just didn't push back.
I think here's the one. I don't know who did or did not say something. I find it very hard to believe that everyone in that building that was involved in that conversation wasn't like, are we concerned that he's never called a play before?
That doesn't bother me.
It does, because this is not a learn on the job. Yes, if you catch it and you're right, like, hell yeah, you look like a damn genius.
Well, what if it's Shanahan? You know, like, what if it's baby Shanahan, who had never called a play before, but you get him.
He
he's
was
like
an
one
OC
of the best
with the
offensive
Falcons.
Right, no, but I'm saying, like, the new Kyle Shanahan. Because Kyle Shanahan, once upon a time, had to call plays for the first time in his professional career.
Right.
Same thing with McVay. Like, those guys had a first time. And if you catch one of those guys on their first time, you're fine.
One of those guys is two.
Well,
Out
no,
of all,
that's
but
not
also,
true. Every
when they're
good
calling
OC had a first time.
When they're calling plays, they're not calling plays as a new hire on a team competing for a Super Bowl. Like, they're in a rebuild situation and it works out. Like, it's different. This was not every CEO is created equally.
Well, that's not true with Shanahan. Shanahan was with Kubiak, and they were a winning team.
With the Falcons?
No, his first time calling plays was with the Texans under Kubiak.
So he did it before, in conjunction with Kubiak.
No, Kubiak gave him play calling control.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kubiak was there holding hands.
I mean, he was an offensive mind for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, very helpful. I'm not going to deny that. But
Shanahan
did call plays for the Texans.
The problem with hiring someone calling plays for the first time is, to your point, is that this isn't happening in a vacuum. So you have no one in-house that can really help him.
Yeah.
And your head coach is a defensive guy, so he's on an island. So you're not setting him up for success if it goes wrong. And it's going to go wrong at times, unless you just happen to roll the dice and you got exactly what you wanted and you clean house. Like, that's that. But is that really what we're trying to do, is roll the dice and catch lightning in a bottle on a team that just has to have an offense, be competent? Go out and just make an easy, proper, like, run-of-the-mill hire, and you don't screw it up.
See, I think the bigger issue is that they can't identify good play-calling chops than it is
Well, that's
rookie.
another thing.
Right, but I think that's the bigger thing than rookie versus an experienced play caller. Like, a rookie doesn't...
But you don't even have
But
to
your points
identify
are good in terms of, like, you know, it's not an infrastructure that is really suited to help a first-time OC. Totally fair.
But to your point, like, you're right. What was the point you just made?
It was a great one, yeah.
It was
really
a good one. It was a really good one.
That the bigger point is that they don't have the chops to hire a good play caller. It's really irrelevant whether it's a first-time or a veteran play caller.
So you can actually remove that from the equation if you don't hire a first-time play caller. You don't have to try to be the guy that can prognosticate for the future. You don't have to do that. You can go out there and be like, hey, we know what we have in guy X, Y, or Z. Let's just do that because it's smart. Versus, I'm a damn genius. I'm telling you this guy's going to be great. Like, I talked to guys around the league when Nick Caley was hired. They all agreed he had a good offensive mind. They all agreed that he knew the game really, really well. They all agreed he came from a great tree. And then I asked them all, how is he going to be as a play caller? Every single one of them said, we don't know.
Yeah.
Because you don't know.
You don't know.
And this job, this position as OC is not the Browns. It's not a learn on the job. If we catch fire, then hell yeah, we got our guy. This is you've got to be able to be good at your job position right now because of the defense and because CJ's on his rookie deal. Like, all of it. You're on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl if you don't suck. And they suck.
Yeah. They also don't have an identity. Will's been on that one this week. I think I'm going to push back here a little bit. 713-780-3776. Lots to get to today. Ryan's with us today. If you're a female that's short and brunette, might not even be a female. Who knows?
Send in your picks.
But Ryan's looking for things to do this weekend. Plenty to get to. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the Twitter at ESPN975. Will's at Will Kunkel 5. Are you the fifth? What's that there for?
Yeah,
Will Kunkel V.
The fifth.
But you're the fifth?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
That's a lot. I'm at Jeremy Branham.
Family's had a lot of
a lot of Will Kunkles. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston as well. You can find us there. Texans have no identity. Does that matter? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe with Will filling in. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you in the market for a new vehicle? Maybe it's a pre-owned vehicle, just a new car. Well, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. No one likes the dealership experience unless you go to Monument Chevrolet. They're trying to pull a fast one on you, upcharging you, every warranty known to man. That's not Monument Chevrolet. They're transparent with you, and they're not going to hassle you. It's fabulous. That's why Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years and have been a pillar in the community. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles. These families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere, they hire great people, and they have a fantastic culture. This week's vehicle of the week, the Chevy Trax. Uncle Barney has a Trax. He was texting me yesterday during the live read saying, I can attest to the Trax. The Trax is a fantastic vehicle. And Uncle Barney's the wisest man I've ever known. So if it's good for Uncle Barney, it's good for you. But that Trax has modern, sporty style, spacious interior, ample standard tech features, all for a super low price. The Trax is an unbeatable deal. Come check it out at Monument Chevrolet, 225 in Beltway 8. Swing on by, say hello. Get a fair deal, an easy deal, a transparent deal with no tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Check out their full inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. Monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe's not working today. He's
typical.
He's getting ready to go to Louisiana tomorrow. He said he didn't want to work 12 days in a row.
Like, dude,
so soft.
Weak.
What's the most consecutive days you've worked? Probably quite a bit.
Whatever it is in March, typically, because that when I was with Fox, we would follow the Cougs all around the country, and then you kind of throw a little bit of football in prior to that, as well as whatever else is going on. So March is usually wild.
I think I've had a stretch of like 50 days in a row, which is pretty routine, I think.
I remember, and I don't know the numbers, so I'm not. But Pierre McGuire, remember him of hockey coverage from NBC Sports when he was around. He was doing his thing. He would cover a game every single night throughout the NHL playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, excuse me. So he worked like something crazy all across the country every single night, live on air between the benches. But yeah, no, March is always the craziest time of year. But then you get like the baseball playoffs with the Astros, the Texans mixed in, and then kind of like Cougs basketball starting to mix in. So that's always crazy too. And now the Rockets are good.
So we can all admit that 12 days is very,
12
very
is
light.
like a sneeze. Yeah.
It's very, very light, the 12
Joe's
days.
the guy that sneezes and goes to see the doctor.
Yeah, I can't do the 12 days in a row. It's just way too much. It's way too much work.
Please take the kids for a day.
12 days. It might be the softest thing I've ever heard. I'm going to give him so much grief on Monday.
12
I cannot
days
wait for
is
that.
2 5-day work weeks and then a weekend.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot. Come on, Joe.
It's a piece of cake. And I mean, he's not even, he's wearing shorts and a t-shirt, you know? Like, he's not lifting logs. He's not digging ditches. He's doing zero physical labor. Oh, 12 days, just too much. What, is it tough on your body? You can't handle the physical grind of doing 3 hours of radio a day, Joe, for 12 consecutive days? My goodness,
You
how
think he's
soft
listening,
is that?
throwing stuff at the house right
I really
now?
hope
Just
so.
Furious.
It would make this way better if he is.
I can see him right now slamming the door, screaming, mother effing us.
Just out of fury. Would you work 12 days in a row, Ryan? You know, for a job that you really wanted, a profession
you
that
can
you
wear
really
a tank
liked.
top.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, but if you wear the tank top, we're certainly going to make fun of you.
You wouldn't make it to day
Worth
two.
it.
Let's set this up before we have our argument about it. If there is an argument, we'll see. Texans have no identity. So, Will, I thought you asked a very good question to D'Amico Ryans earlier this week. D'Amico, and I'll be the first one to admit, D'Amico was not ready for this question. And, I guess being in a bunch of different speech classes and debate classes through my prep years, one of the first things they teach you is that when people start to repeat the question and say your name, that they're searching for something to say. They're searching for an answer. So that's the first thing that stood out to me. But you asked D'Amico, do you have an identity on offense? And D'Amico eventually gets to something. All right, so what stood out to you whenever he gave you that answer?
So as I'm sitting there front row and he starts repeating what I said twice, I'm like, oh no.
He's not ready.
Oh no, because I like D'Amico and I'm like, this is going to go badly. And it went badly because your identity is not that we move the football. Your identity is how you move the football. The goal is to move the football, and you use your identity to do so. Your identity is what you do when you need to gain those 4 yards, and everyone in the building knows you're going to do that, and you still have success doing it. No one knows what the Texans are going to do, and it's not because there's some creative geniuses on the offensive side, and they got everybody fooled every single time it's 3rd and 4. It's because they don't know what they're doing. And it's important to have an identity because then your players buy into that identity and you form your identity of your offense around that and you can lean into it. But if your players don't know what it is, we don't know what it is, the fans don't know what it is, no one knows who you are, that includes you. Hence, you don't have an answer as to what your identity is.
Okay, those are good. Those are good points. I think those are very good points. Here's C.J. Stroud was asked about the identity a little bit later. He went swarm.
Somewhat. I agree. Bro, it's week 8. Bro, it is week 8. We are 2 months in the season. This is more of a knock on D'Amico because he's the head coach, but he's never going to throw Nick under the bus and be like, I have no freaking clue. Like, I have no idea. And CJ's not going to do that either. Both these guys are kind of left out to dry by Nick Caley because Nick Caley hasn't created an identity. And the offensive line plays a role in that. But you should still have an identity. Or you just have no talent and ability to create one.
See, I think it's more that, actually. Because I think that like Caley has talked about an identity. We want to be multiple. We want to be able to attack where the defenses are weak. Right.
Sure,
but, I mean, it's tougher. It's easier said than done to be able to, like, impose your will on another defensive team. Because, like, what would you want D'Amico to say there? Like, what if you were in charge of the Texans and you were head coach or your quarterback or your offensive coordinator, like, how would you have answered that question?
First of all, if you have an identity, you answer it with confidence and you answer it kind of quickly because that's what you've built it all around. If I asked him that same question about the defense, you know exactly what you're going to get. We are a fast, physical, aware defense that talks to each other and swarms that football, and you're going to be sore by the end of the game. Offensively, we heard their answer. What you should have said, well, the problem is if you're just contriving an answer, then you're kind of lying because you don't have an identity, and we all know it. But what a good answer would have been is that we are aggressive at the point of attack. We want to run the ball, and then off of the run, we want to play action, get CJ out of the pocket, and get guys open. Whether it's deep or whether it's out of the backfield, we don't really care how we have success in the passing game. We want to create our success early in the downs on the run game. That's your identity, if that's your identity.
And that's why I would argue that it's easier to say that than actually do it. Because I think Caley would have answered it very similar to that. I think Caley would have had a very similar answer to that. Cater to your team, run the ball, build off of that. And he said that like in the offseason. I remember like the introductory press conference, he was saying those things. So I think Caley knows the identity. I think that they really, really struggle to actually pull off the identity because I don't think that they're capable of doing it for a lot of reasons, whether it's personnel, whether it's bad protection, whether it's bad run blocking, whether it's Nick Caley's incompetent as an offensive coordinator.
See, I disagree. I think he knows what he would like the identity to be. That's one thing. It's another thing to have that identity and have that be your identity. Mm-hmm. I mean, why is Braxton Berrios getting 47% of the snaps? Why is Jalen Noel? Why is Darium Goombawale back in the game against the Seahawks? Like, if your identity is what it is, these players are not playing. Like, you're not setting themselves up.
I don't know if I would go snap count being like impacting identity.
Well, it is if the answer is putting our best players in position to have success. Yeah. The guy that was inactive for 7 weeks isn't the guy that's going to put you in position to have success in Braxton Berrios.
Right.
So then if your identity is like, hey, it doesn't really matter, our best players are out there. Well, that's not even happening.
Well, I mean, I would say that Caley thinks that Berrios gave him a better chance.
Maybe.
I think though. He's giving us his answer, right? Like, hey, why is Berrios playing more plays than Noel? Because he thinks that Berrios gives him more opportunity to find success offensively. We all disagree. I'm not pushing back at that.
Like, I just don't think you can be. I'm so hesitant to always be like, this is what you should do. That's what you should do. Because, like I said earlier, they know more football than we've forgotten. At least ideally. But I just don't think you can be this wrong about something and then just be trusted in who should be playing. Like, if he's so much better than Jalen, why was he inactive for 7 weeks?
Well, he's not. He's playing a different position, the adjuster. He's playing Christian Kirk's position.
So now that a guy is hurt, he's now skipping over 3 other guys in the depth chart because one guy's hurt?
I think you're overlooking one critical thing. Listen. Braxton Berrios' girlfriend has been starring on Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
He's been distracted. He finally was able to focus on football. Make the main thing, as they say.
Is it hot in here?
It is a little bit. Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah, it is a little warm in
Get
here.
all
Ryan, can you
fired
do
up.
something about that? Can you do more than just push buttons and turn knobs, Ryan?
My elbows
Can you
are
lower
sweating.
the AC? Can you fix the text line? That's not working right now. 713-7. I don't know why I'm giving the number. It's not working. 713. I guess you could call 713-780-3776. I thought what you said about the identities, like the good answer, like how you described what the identity would be. I'm going to have a counter response to that on the other side because I see some flaws in it. And it's not really your fault or you cosplaying the role of OC and head coach. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Will Kunkel in for Joe George. He can't work 12 days in a row. 713-780-3776. So I like your idea. I like your identity idea. Like, this would be my identity. The thing that I would say, though, is that I think it's harder to do than just say. Like, you said you want to run the football. Oh, cool. Like, you're not going to run the football against Seattle. Like, Seattle's defensive line was physically better than you. Like, you were never going to win that matchup. You're fighting out of 3 weight classes. So I think a lot of times we overrate identity and probably underrate execution and talent. Is the pushback that I have. I'm not saying that identity is like unimportant. I just think sometimes we value identity more than other tangible stuff that matters more,
such as leadership,
talent, execution. Like, would you rather be Seattle's defensive line without identity, or would you rather be the Texans' offensive line with identity? Like, give me Seattle. Seattle's going to win that battle no matter how poor their identity is and how good your identity is.
Well, I think identity matters more offensively than defensively, because defense, you're reacting. Offense, you're attempting to oppose your will a little bit more. Now, if you have a really good identity on defense, like the Texans do, you can then impose your will. Like, you can then play, you can force the offense a little bit out of their comfort zone. But I also agree with you entirely that culture and leadership matters a ton more than people think, which is why I'm not out on D'Amico, because he has created a great culture and is a good leader. It just stops on the defensive side of the ball. He's the head coach. And now we can get into this probably a little bit later in the show, but when the McNairs are going to inevitably get involved this offseason, they're going to get more involved than you would probably like your owners to. But I think it's actually warranted, because the general manager and head coach have failed to do what they're supposed to do from a hiring standpoint. But when they get involved, if they want this offense to be good, there's one of 2 things to do, and one of them includes D'Amico not being here next year.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But I still don't know why identity would matter more than, like, skill.
It doesn't. Well, it doesn't. I don't think identity necessarily matters more than skill, but you've got to have both if you want to be, like, good. Like,
I think
good.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, if you want to maximize what you have, it helps to have both.
Yes.
But which of the 2 would you rather have? Like, that's I guess my pushback to the whole, like, you know, the blowing up of identity this week. And look, D'Amico didn't have a good answer at all. Be the first one to tell you that. Neither did CJ, which is alarming that your head coach and your quarterback don't have a very good answer for that. But if you told me this offseason you could have one of those 2 things, you could have top 5 skill, or you could have top 5 identity, give me the skill.
Yeah, I listen, you need to have both. Like, we're trying to parse these out as if, like, I'd rather have one or the other. You have to have both.
Sure.
But also, I rather have you have an identity from the standpoint of we are doing this or we are wanting to do this, versus if you don't have one, you're just lost. Like, I think the downside, if you have talent and you don't have an identity, that's also bad too. Look at the 49ers, for instance. They've lost so many guys. You could say that their roster is less than the Texans, and yet their identity makes them look better as a unit, because it doesn't matter. Like, we would all agree that C.J. Stroud on the 49ers, that offense is way better than it is, because C.J.'s better than Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. I think he's at least equal. Like, so they have an identity, and it doesn't matter who's in there. They're going to do what they do well, and they have a guy that creates that. Now, it's his skill in Kyle Shanahan. It's his identity, and the guys are obviously good enough to execute the identity. You got to have the whole package to be good.
That was former Rocket Montrezl Harrell. I don't know what that means. The text line just got up and working. Thank you for that. Whoever fixed it. 713-780-3776. Somebody said the bookie's a good show too. These texts are not right now. You know what's happening right now?
You're reading really old texts that are populating.
They're populating, but they're sending us a time step of right now, because like none of this stuff makes any sense. They're all coming out.
They're
now.
talking about shows. It's definitely a Lance. And
shout out to Jersey Mike. Go Cougs. What is that? Shout out Jersey Mike. What is up? What is up? I disagree is not what Branham likes to hear, Will. We agree with everything he says on this show. There you go. Everybody agrees with me. Actually, I hate that. I hate agreement. I hate, yeah, you're right. I hate it. I like conversation. I like talking about, that's my least favorite thing. Like, if you're having a drink with somebody, I want to talk to somebody who views things differently than I do.
I 100% agree.
Because that is the best conversation.
Then that means I know where you lean politically, if that's how you think.
Yeah. I don't think anybody knows where I lean politically, though. Because, like, I have people. No, I don't think so.
No, there are some people that hate conversation.
People
Just saying.
Yeah, I think you took it in a way that I didn't mean it.
Right, but I'm still right.
People blame me for being too liberal and too Republican.
That means you're.
I've been roasted on both sides of the aisle, which is fun, which is exactly where I want to be. All right, 713-780-3776. Did you hear the word disjointed this week? Some areas that the Houston Texans have been disjointed. D'Amico said that they were disjointed. They're not teaching them things. I noticed the whole Derek Stingley, D'Amico Ryans thing is blowing up. We're going to have a conversation about that. But I also noted a little bit of a disagreement just through the media, not that they're like mad at each other, between D'Amico and CJ Stroud that happened over the weekend as well. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about the greatness, and I mean greatness, that is Underdog. Underdog is the absolute best. I love me some Underdog. I'm on Underdog all the time. You know how you get that Sunday usage report on your iPhone, which apps you've been using the most? Mine are always Underdog because I love Underdog, whether I'm tracking my 500 best ball drafts that I did or I'm making some picks on my favorite teams and my favorite players. You got a little San Francisco and Houston coming up on Sunday. Maybe you want to get some picks in for that. That's not mad at you for it. Playing Underdog is so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats. You can pick teams on Underdog now, too. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Christian McCaffrey, higher or lower, 66.5 rushing yards. What's the Texans defense going to do to him? CJ Stroud, 200.5 passing yards. You like the higher or lower there? Mac Jones, one of the best in the NFL yards per game. His passing yards, 225.5, higher or lower there. Do you know ball? Well, go prove it on Underdog. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks and win money.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Will's filling in for Joe. He's Will. I'm Jeremy. Getting bombarded with texts now because they're all filing in. You guys wear basketball shorts and hats every day to work. LOL. Hashtag professionalism. Yeah, but we have standards, man. You got to at least have some sleeves. Some sleeves. I don't wear basketball shorts either. I've never worn basketball shorts to work.
Who was the worst? Old school baseball writers or radio people?
Oh, radio people.
Because baseball had to institute a dress code because people were so sloppy.
See, I never was really in a press box until that rule was instituted.
Yeah, same.
So I
was also mature enough to.
But I imagine they weren't wearing gym shorts.
There were some,
really,
for sure. The overweight newspaper writer curmudgeon guy wasn't exactly, putting on the suit every day for 162.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it was wild. You still see some of it, and you're like, dude, what are we doing here?
My dad gets mad at me whenever I don't wear a polo.
Yeah, so my mom, on Kicking It with Kunkel, I'll have a hat on sometimes because I just didn't have my hair ready to go. And she'll be like, can I ask you a question? Why do you have your hat on backwards? It's not part of who you are.
So she's like Colin Cowherd.
Yeah,
who doesn't like his quarterbacks wearing backward hats? So identity is really just strengths. What does the Texans offense do extremely well? I think that's what we were both kind of saying, though.
Yes, it is your strengths. Obviously, your identity, you lean into your strengths to have success.
But my argument would be I'm not sure they're capable of having strengths.
Yeah.
Which makes it impossible to have an identity.
And that's obviously another conversation. And that goes into the offseason. That goes to D'Amico and Nick Caserio and their ability to build a roster, especially on the offensive side of the ball. All of this really is part of the offensive side of the ball, although I would argue we're starting to see some discrepancies and chinks in the armor and cracks, if you will, on the defensive side of the ball, too. And I had a conversation with Laken Tomlinson this week that says there's some issues there. Like there's a communication issue of what your why is. And players need to know what their why is. They may not need to be in on every decision and agree with it, but they need to know why they're doing something in order to buy in. And I think that's everything in life.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. We're going to hear from some of those players here in a little bit. Get to the drama that's going on right now between the Texans, which is starting to add up. You can't deny that. Texans' general identity isn't the problem. The specific problem is Kaylee having a playbook where the wide receiver routes are either 30-yard go routes or 2-yard screen passes. Nothing is ever in the soft spots between the linebackers and safety, 7 to 15 yards down the field. Yeah, I agree. I think he's incompetent. I've been trying to not say that. Not that I'm happy with Kaylee, but I've been trying not to say that. But the way that they handled the clock when they were down by 2 possessions prior to the 2-minute warning was embarrassing. I went back and there were 6 different plays where they could have said I was conservative and I was very nice to them. They could have easily saved a minute of game time prior to scoring. There was one play specifically where they got the play off with 1 second on the play clock. And you got to go, man. There's 4 minutes to play. You're down by 2 possessions. You got to go. And there were 6 different instances where it's you could have went way faster than that, where they could have easily saved 10 seconds an instance. There you go. 10 times 6, 60 seconds, an additional minute. And that was being conservative. They probably could have saved up to a minute and a half, minute 45.
This is where my issues lie with the offense. And people are on the YouTube chat right now because I'm going back and forth with them and they're because oh no, Will, you're a CJ apologist. No, I'm not a CJ apologist. He has not been very good this year. I think there's been moments where he's shown that he can overcome some bad. He's just having to overcome too much bad. And so to your point, my issue with the offense this year is they're not prepared. And that starts with Nick Caley. When a good team walks into a building, they know exactly how they're going to attack a defense. They know exactly what they're going to do. And if they have success doing that, they're going to win. It seems with the Texans, it's a little different of a plan. Just to try something new every week. And they kind of close their eyes and be like, man, I really hope this works. And then the defense better kick some ass and drag us across that finish line. It seems like that's the identity of this team of hope, wish, pray. Let's hope it happens this week. There's no clear attack. And so CJ's left out to dry. The receivers, the running backs, whatever it might be, they're all failed before they even hit the field.
Yeah, I just don't think they're any good. The Texans' identity is a really bad offense and a really good defense. Yeah, it's like the media perspective of them. Like if you're an outsider looking in on the Texans, that's certainly their identity of like what we would say: bad offense, good defense. We're just talking more from like a game plan point of view. Can't identity be a negative also? Like the Texans' offensive line isn't good as the identity. I think that's yes. The answer is yes to that, but I think that's more of a narrative than like their identity and what they want to do.
Identity is like how do you want to achieve your goal? That's your identity. Your identity isn't that you have an bad offensive line and that's how you're going to achieve your goal. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense. Your identity is how you move the ball. So to D'Amico's point, when I asked him what your identity is, it's that we move the ball. First of all, no, you don't. Second of all, that's your goal. The identity is how you achieve your goal. I don't care how you do it. You could be the Bengals. You could be pass first, throw it all over the yard, and then if you get Chase Brown going, then you're a really good offense because you have two facets. It doesn't matter if you're run first, if you're pass first, if you're throw deep, over the middle, if you're inside the tackles, outside the tackles, play action, RPO. It doesn't matter what the identity is. You just need to know what you go to, what you lean on when you need it most. That's it.
Could it change week by week? Like if I'm playing chess playing chess against you and I'm playing chess against Ryan, I'm going to have two different game plans. I'm going to have two different identities.
Then yes. Yes, it could. Like the Colts right now. Their identity is run first, get Daniel Jones out of the pocket, let him be pretty damn good right now because you got a great offensive line. Now, if that doesn't work, then can you lean on Daniel Jones? They've shown that can happen as well. So yeah, it can change, but you also have to have the ability to change. The Texans don't even have an identity, let alone a game plan that is successful week in and week out, let alone a counterpunch. That's my issue with not having a veteran play caller in the building, is you don't have the ability to counterpunch. We saw it last year, and we see it this year as well.
713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Wayne, you're in with Jeremy and Will. What's up, Wayne?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, my thing is, when CJ was a rookie, we had Floyd. Okay, we had our little, uphill climb at times. And then the second year, we wouldn't let CJ change plays at the line. So my thing is with Nick Caley, like, you're giving him the range to call his own plays or change the plays. But what plays, when you call in, that he can change to, that can, be an answer to this blitz or something like that, because it's like when he changed the play or if he don't change the play, it's not working. I don't know if Caley don't know how to game plan. I don't know if he just, find something, pace this hill, play, okay, we're going to try to run this hill. He looks lost.
Yeah.
In all aspects, he looks lost. I know our line is not good, but you got to make up with it. Like, roll CJ out the pocket. When we was rolling CJ out the pocket, we was having success. When you just say drop back, the protection breaks down. You got to move CJ, move the pocket. So I sit back and listen, guys.
And so I agree entirely. And that's what's so frustrating is that, no disrespect to you, but to me too, if you and I can notice that, how the hell can't anyone in the building notice it? And they talk about it after the game. They'll say, like, yeah, we had success moving the pocket. Well, why'd you do it 3 times then? Like, why not a little bit more? I don't understand that. It's almost like they came into the season with a goal of what they wanted to be, and they're trying so hard to achieve it. They can't achieve it, and now they can't do anything. And then,
see, my argument with that is because they can't do anything.
Because they can't do anything.
Yes.
You're right, to your point. And then D'Amico has the gall to say, what was our identity against the Titans and Ravens? We did whatever we wanted. Yeah, but that's not because you imposed your will on them and you're that good. That's how bad their defense was. The identity question, you impose your will. You do what you do best. You could do anything against the Ravens. They're historically bad. That's why you had great success. Not because you were great, but because they allowed you to do anything.
Yeah, you can't point to those games as like, look at us, we're really good. Also, identity equals strengths. What is the strength of the Texans' offense?
Dude, none. There is no strength.
I don't think there's a strength.
But I think there's the problem with me isn't that there isn't a strength as much as there seems to be so much left on the table of what they're not trying. And when they do have success, they don't do it enough. Why is Woody Marks not getting the ball out of the backfield more? Why is Woody Marks not getting more snaps and plays than Nick Chubb? Why is Braxton Berrios getting more snaps than Jalen Knoll? Like, find your identity with your best players in the best situations. That's what everyone said during OTAs and minicamp. That's what everyone said Nick Caley was so good at, was putting guys in position to have success. That's what everyone was so excited about. And it flew in the face of how they spoke about Bobby. But now it's the same. No one's in position. No, the right guys aren't even on the field. I don't get it.
I'll make it easy all up for Caserio. He's done some good, but he's gone as far as he can. Time to hand off the baton. Go with someone else. Let's get to the disjointedness. Hear from D'Amico about the being disjointed. I think disagreement between D'Amico and Stroud. Lincoln Tomlinson with some interesting things that he said in the locker room. And then this whole Stingley D'Amico thing. You want to get hands on JSN, but we were never in press coverage. What about that? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Show started over an hour ago. Will Kunkel in for Joe George. 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. 713-780-3776. So D'Amico Ryans earlier this week talked about how things have been disjointed. He says he's going to figure it out, though. Here was the captain. You're disgusted over there.
It's just
I can hear it in you.
That's coaching, is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, if your players aren't doing what you're telling them to do, you're obviously not making it clear enough for what they need to be doing. If you need to take extreme ownership of that. If they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, it's because they don't understand it, or they don't give a damn what you're saying.
And then you're allowing it on top of that. I think it's probably more the former than it is the latter, but to play out both scenarios.
Or is it even true, do you think? Do you think Derek Stingley said in the locker room this week that he did what he was supposed to do from what he was told to do in the Seattle game when it came to either bump and run with Smith and Jigba or to play off of him? And then after the game, D'Amico said the plan was to bump and run.
Yeah.
Stingley said, well, I did what I was told to do, which is why I was 10 yards off. So, who's lying?
I don't think that
Someone's
either one
lying.
has. No, I don't think so. You can have a game plan going into the game, and then something you see early in the game takes you out of it. That happens all the time.
Then why would D'Amico say the plan was to? Then is he throwing Matt Burke under the bus?
No, I think no, not necessarily. I think the way that I read this with D'Amico saying the game plan was for us to get hands on JSN, which can mean a lot of different things. We think it means to kind of be chucking them at the line, maybe being physical with them, bump and run. It can mean a lot of different things.
You can't get hands on them past 5 yards?
It could also mean don't let them run after catch. It can mean a variety of things. It is pretty vague.
Well, here's the indictment to me is when I remember last year distinctly, and I said this going into the game. My biggest fear at stopping Jackson Smith and Jigba was the fact they let Justin Jefferson run all over the field last year. They didn't have safety help. They didn't let Derek Stingley Jr. get on top of him.
Yeah.
They did the same exact thing, and the same exact thing happened. That was my biggest, what the hell?
Yeah, they don't do a lot of that in general.
There's guys you got to do it on, though.
JSN's really good against it, though.
You're not stopping them.
The numbers are actually better for JSN against that coverage than not that coverage. The way that I read this, and look, maybe I'm making excuses for them. Maybe I'm looking at it from their lens. I think that their idea going through the week in preparation for their game and their game plan was we want to be handsy with JSN. We want to be physical with him. And I think something probably happened early in the game where we're like, shoot, we can't do it. I actually went back.
You can't say afterwards, why didn't you do it? Well, that was the plan.
Well, he said it was the game plan. He's not. That doesn't mean he's wrong.
That's a worthless answer then. Because why would you say what the game plan was if you threw it out the window? Versus, well, that was the plan. However, this happened, therefore we couldn't.
He doesn't want to give away too much. They're very.
It was all given away. You got your ass kicked.
But they don't talk specifics. They don't. They don't talk about scheme. They don't talk about injuries.
You got to be aware of what your answers are doing to other people.
Well, he's not great at that. Let's not forget the whole injury thing with Stroud and his shoulder, and then saying he didn't want to answer the surgery question when you asked him. He hadn't talked about Mixon. A lot of times they say things. A lot of times they're so coy and hidden that it actually gets them in more trouble. So it is their MO to kind of be pretty secretive of it. I didn't really see the whole D'Amico Stingley thing the way that others did. I think that something happened early in that game where they went out of what their game plan was. Also went back and watched the first couple of series this morning actually because I had a feeling that this was going to come up. Seattle was very good And I think identifying what Houston was going to do to them, and then also identifying what Houston was going to go to if they motioned a receiver from different sides of the line to the other side of the line. If you go back and watch the first couple of series, you see a receiver, I forget who it was. I wasn't watching that closely on the player. I know, right? But they were motioning like the slot receiver on the left side to the right side where Stingley was at, and the moment that they were doing that, Stingley would back away and Petrie would come forward. So I think that they're actually scheming the Texans out of some of that stuff that they wanted to do.
So why do you allow that to happen then?
That brings up a different entire conversation while allowing for this excuse. But
if you're as good
that's my belief.
If you're as good as you are defensively, do your thing.
The other problem that I have with this though is the defense wasn't bad.
No, it wasn't.
At the end of the first. So, we're nitpicking the D'Amico-Stingley battle when the defense was pretty dang good second quarter through fourth quarter. So, it's why is this a talking point? And this goes to, my bigger underlying theory and take that I have with you media guys is that
says the guy on the radio with his own show.
Right. But I feel and I'm just talking generally speaking, obviously, while having a little bit of fun, poking you a bit. I feel like the media, a lot of time, and fans and the entire narrative, it doesn't matter what is being said. It matters your feelings and your attitude towards the team at that moment. Because if D'Amico and Lakin and Stingley were all saying and CJ and identity talk, if they were all saying the exact same words, nothing changes. They give you the exact same quotes. They give you the exact same words. You're asking the exact same questions, but we flip the record and they're coming off a win. How differently is that being received? Night and day. So a coach and players that are on winning teams and they're winning at a high level with the attitude is great about the team and the perception about the team is great, they could say the worst things in the world and they would be excused. Whereas if you have a losing team that's losing every game and our attitude towards them and our feelings towards them are terrible, they could say the perfect words and we're still going to find a way to critique it. I don't think that the press conferences and the words actually matter. I think it's our attitude towards the team based on their play that matters.
So I think you're so wrong because I don't think the questions would be necessarily asked, and if they were,
but why not?
Well, because I think the narrative would change. Therefore, the questions wouldn't really be asked. But if you we obviously talk about what the fans want us to talk about, things get certain traction, and then you lean into it for sure. Obviously, your feelings matter. But that doesn't mean that it's going to get the shine and the light because people care. At some point, you talk about what people want to hear about and what they talk about. And so to last year's point, we never really had this last year because everyone answered on the same page. Everyone said the right thing.
No, we bashed Slowick with his identity question. Football is football.
No,
we still play
I'm talking
that
about
drive.
defensively.
Okay.
Defensively. But there wasn't I think that we're starting to see an overarching view. I think we're starting to see, and Tomlinson answer the way he answers it. Nick Caley not knowing what the identity is. D'Amico Ryan's not knowing what the identity is. C.J. Stroud not really knowing. And then not really knowing what was happening with Derek Stingley. And then D'Amico Ryan's throwing Kaimi Fairbairn under the bus and what he was told to do and what he didn't do. So I think that's kind of actually where it started, was D'Amico's
Kaima. Always throwing players under the bus, though.
Well, he's always
D'Amico's always talked about we got to execute better. That has not changed.
Yes, execute better.
Uh-huh.
Henry To'oTo'o is a bad tackler. He needs to be better. The whistle was a little late on the Aziz Al-Shaair tackle.
She's talked about Stroud.
He
needs to get rid of it quicker and stuff like that. He's
a little bit.
If the Texans,
he called Kaimi out by name directly, aggressively.
Do you have an issue with that?
No, I'm just saying why the kicker. Out of all the guys you've called out over the years.
Well, he was asked directly about him. That's why.
But he's been asked directly about a lot of things that we don't get answers on.
Yeah, well, that one talked about his strategy, though.
Coy.
No, they are coy. But
this was strategy. This was strategy about kicking the ball out of bounds.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this was strategic, and he was trying to save his face.
Well,
he was trying to cover his butt.
Talk about strategic and what the game plan was in other ways.
What was his defense?
Okay,
it was his defense. This was more game management versus game plan. I think it's apples and oranges.
But it's also over.
Sure. Now, the thing though about going back to Seattle,
everything's more disjointed this year. Not to cut you off, I just think everything is more disjointed this year. We're getting more answers that just don't align.
But if let's say this week everything happens, but they get the 3 and out before Tim Settle's called for a flag for jumping on the huddle before the whistle blew. They force a punt. They score a miraculous touchdown. They get the 2-point conversion. They force overtime. They win in overtime. All of those problems that we just discussed still exist, but the narrative and the view of the team are totally different based on that. It's the same thing if like a team makes a game-winning field goal at the end. We're like, yay!
Yeah,
and our
winning's
view
the
is
best deodorant.
It changes everything. It changes the entire outlook for everything. The problems are still there. We all saw it, but they finished strong in the final minute and a half and stole victory from the jaws of defeat.
So
those all exist, but our narrative is totally different.
Here, I'll answer from my perspective and how I handle it, because I can't speak for all media.
Sure.
What I do in those moments is I kind of sit on it. Like, I'll get an answer. I'm like, all right, that's interesting. And I'll kind of put that in the back pocket. Now's not the week to hammer D'Amico and Derek Stingley. Everyone wants to celebrate.
But why not?
Well, because I'll tell you why. Because we all want to celebrate the win after the Titans. We all want to lean into the fact that the offense looked good.
Soft,
and we talked about the offense.
Soft.
Dude, we got 18 weeks to do this crap. And then we started talking about the Titans game, and it was like, well, yeah, the offense looked good for one quarter.
Yeah.
And then it looked good for 4 quarters against the Ravens. But then we also said, but is this a product of the team they played? And I said, here's the problem with that win. Yes, the offense looked good, but it's not a measuring stick game. It's not an elite defense. So there were those caveats.
Yeah.
So that was the conversation that week. So I pocket some of the conversations you have in the locker room, and like, I'll use this later when it's more pertinent, because I don't think I'll be able to talk about how the offense looked good again. So let's do it now while I can, and then I'll save this topic for the next week.
See, I think our jobs are very different. I think it's very important for what I do to be consistent with what I see in the moment. Like, even though they're winning, okay, let's point out the flaws. Even though they're losing,
we do.
Right.
Which I did.
Sure. And look, I'm not pointing a finger at you. You know that.
And we have this, right. And even on the Swarmcast, which we do here at 97.5, me and Joe George, we said in the beginning that team at the bye could have been undefeated. But the conversation's kind of still the same.
Sure.
Like, maybe you're not as aggressive in the manner of, like, throw it all out, burn it down because they're undefeated. You can't really do that.
Sure.
But at the same time, we're like, the offense kind of sucks, and they're getting rescued by the defense.
See, I like to be consistent with what I see, even if things are going well, because it starts to lay the groundwork of what you're seeing and what eventually could come to life. So
I agree.
That's kind of my mantra on things. Like, I was bashing D'Amico's game management last year whenever they were winning games. I'm like, this is bad. This is bad clock management right here. Here's what I'm seeing. This is why it's bad. And people are mad at you because at the time they're winning football games. And why are you worried about that? Because I'm storing it, and you want to record this and put it on the record. That way, when it comes back to life, you're like, boom, it's right here. Here's what I'm seeing there, and you're taken more seriously because of the consistency of it. DJ Bieniemy is getting roasted today. He sent out a
hold on. Before you get there, I want to point out one thing. I agree with you. Like, point those things out. But I do think that doesn't become the narrative. Like, the time management last year, when they're winning, isn't the narrative. It's something to discuss, something to have a segment on, but it's not your entire show.
No.
Well, that's right. So that's kind of like my point. Like, the narrative now is because it's so bad, overarching, that's the narrative.
Right.
There are still some goods that we're not talking about.
Sure. Oh, I think we talked about him some. But, like, Kaylee was questioned heavily yesterday. I think Landry did a good job of, like, kind of, asking him some hard questions about, like, clock management and the final possessions whenever they weren't moving the ball fast. Like, if the Texans pull off a miraculous win against Seattle where that still existed, we probably don't even hear him answer that question this week. It'll be like, oh, that was great in the final 2 minutes. So I think we overrate a lot of times the words that are being said based on the feeling and the attitude towards the team. I think that coaches who are always winning can basically get away with anything at all. And I think coaches that are losing could say the perfect words and it's not going to matter. They're going to get nitpicked.
Yeah,
it's more of an underlying take, not specific to the Texans.
From a narrative standpoint, I think you're right. But I also do think that there are a lot of questions that are asked that sometimes don't make it out of the press conference, if you will. Like, you have to kind of go search for them just because it's not the narrative. Like, I think there are still some tough questions asked that just don't get really shined on. Like, y'all don't pull those to run them on your radio show because it's not really kind of the show narrative that you're running with that week.
That happens.
Yeah, exactly.
That absolutely
I'm saying there
happens.
are some questions that are asked that when you say, like, they're not going to get asked if they're winning. Well, I think sometimes they are asked, but it's just those sound bites don't catch.
But the tone holistically is always softer after a win than a loss.
For sure. But to be fair, yes, you're right. Because there is a relationship there.
That's why
we're in the building all the time, and you want to be respectful at all times. So, yes, and just to your point, just to your point, well, because you're not trying to burn bridges and be like, all right, you guys just won 26-0. What the hell happened in the third quarter?
You see the flaw in that, though, right?
But you can get there eventually. There are those questions. For instance, I was at Rockets yesterday, right? And the first questions from everybody was, there was only like a few people there, by the way, but the first questions were about the first game and what's it like playing with KD. And then eventually, no one else asked it, and I did. I was like, oh, also the whole gambling thing just hit. So you get the kind of the soft stuff, the basketball stuff out of the way, and then you get to the harder stuff. There's a way to go about it respectfully versus, hey, Ime, what's going on? Oh, by the way, what do you think about the league crumbling in front of you right now? Is that good?
Reed Shepherd unable to handle the point guard position in the
early.
NBA. I mean, it's the whole Brian Kelly thing. I mean, Brian Kelly won a football game, and the journalist, what's wrong with your offense, which was a pertinent question because their offense has been atrocious, and he's losing his mind because the first question is about their struggling offense when they won a football game.
Yeah, and I think, but that's an overarching, that's overarching. So, for instance, if this weekend the Texans win, they beat the 49ers, and they win 9-0 because of the defensive touchdown, it's kind of, the questions are going to be, so the offense still sucks. It's well, we won the game. The goal is to win the game. No doubt, D'Amico. I know that. But so you're good with scoring 3 points offensively and getting one defensive touchdown? No. Clearly, you're going to go back and watch film and be like, what the hell happened for 4 quarters? Those questions will be asked because that's the narrative of the team.
Let's get to the Laken Tomlinson thing. You in the locker room, and then DJ Bieniemy being roasted today. He tweeted something and deleted the tweet, and people are DJ, and people are giving him some grief for deleting the tweet. So we'll speculate on that. 713-780-3776.
Do we know what it was?
I have the tweet. Yeah. Yeah, I'll read you the tweet. Nothing can be deleted on the internet.
I was about to say someone screenshot this, right?
Yeah, I have the tweet. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you a struggling offensive coordinator who's fighting for your job? Well, you might be looking for something to do soon. And if you are, go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape a poor offense. Escape having no identity and go enjoy the great outdoors. The best weekend idea for you. The best Monday through Friday idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. They got open green spaces out there without a defense. They have wildlife. Beautiful, majestic trees and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. They got the two creeks that run alongside their property. They got a big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great to teach the kiddos how to fish, quite frankly. You can't beat it. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. You don't have to worry about going to the airport, messing with TSA. You don't have to worry about driving 6 hours with a family. Nah, you're there in an hour and a half. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property in no time. Maybe you're a kayaker. Do that. They got pickleball courts if that's your lane. Or you can just hang out by the pool with a drink, too. They got glamping out there. That's all the rave these days. Cabins that are right on the creek. They got the tree house, which is awesome. It's the house inside the tree, basically. Or you can just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. And also, they're always doing things for their visitors. Take tonight, for instance. They got a Frozen Friday going on, which I think I know what that is. They got bonfire and s'mores, an outdoor family movie. Fall festivals going on this weekend. Stuff for the kiddos tomorrow, a little live music. And they got your college football on at Swampers, so you're not going to miss a down. You're going to love your time there. Get on out there. 20% off right now through October. Act fast, though. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Will Kunkel in for Joe George. So DJ Bieniemy covers the Texans for ESPN. He tweeted, has anyone ever noticed that when Steven Nelson went on his rants about DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio on social media that no Texan publicly went at Steve? And he has since deleted it. See, this kind of goes into my narrative earlier, too, that, like he doesn't send this tweet if they're 4-2 and coming off a win.
Well, yeah, I agree. Emotions run. I get that.
And it's also not new, Like, this is something that happened 2 years ago, and you're saying it now when momentum is bad when you're 2-4. Like, it's not something you would say from 2 years ago when you're 4-2 and momentum is good.
No, but I do think if you do say something hot like that, you want to make sure that there's a good runway of evidence as to that being the case versus, like, saying it real quickly and be like, wait, now there are a lot of inconsistencies going on with some stuff right now, and what people are saying. So I do think that if DJ tweets that, like he's aware that he's got a pretty good idea of why he's tweeting it now, and it takes a while to collect evidence.
Yeah.
Versus popping off right away. You don't have that thought initially.
Yeah.
Like initially you're like, Steven, what the hell's going on here? Like, how bad could it possibly be? You're winning. Everyone's happy. There's nothing wrong. But then over a course of a period of time, you collect a little bit more evidence. You talk to guys in the locker room. You're like,
It was also weird, the timing. Like, he put the vest emoji, then re-signed a contract, was actually a captain the following season, and then called DeMeco Ryans a candy after that following season. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that
it's a weird thing.
Steven Nelson is the guy that you want to look at as to how it's going.
Yeah.
Like, he could be wrong and a little butthurt over how it ended. It doesn't mean everything he says is wrong either.
No, yeah. It's just the timing of it's kind of weird. Also, don't think that players would go publicly at a player. Like, okay, he's sending like an emoji and a candy reference when talking poorly about a general manager and a head coach. Would players go at him publicly over that? I don't think so.
Listen, this is what I'm about to say is not something I would necessarily say if things were going well. There's definitely players in that locker room that don't love the way DeMeco coaches. They don't love the hard practices day in and day out in the grind. They don't agree with everything, but that's also to be expected. But the public loves DeMeco. The public thinks that DeMeco turned around the franchise. Things are hitting a little bit of a bumpy road right now. The perception is that everything is hunky-dory and it is all love. Like, it's not. It's not for any coach, to be honest.
Right.
But there's definitely more friction there than one would anticipate or think. Now, maybe we're starting to see a little bit more of that as the frustration hits, which also, I predicted this weeks ago because I thought that if the defense continued to be pretty damn good and the offense was trash, they got away with being on the same page, saying the right things to the media last year. I thought that would run its course this year. I thought that the defense would start to slip up and be like, yo, you know what? F them fools. Like, we're busting our ass out here every single week. We're doing our job. They're terrible. Now, no one's going to say that, but you're going to start to get a little bit more from the defensive guys of their frustration. Yeah. They just went through a season of having to carry the offense. Now it's even worse. You're going to have to carry them more. The offense can't even suck enough to get a win, and they should be undefeated based on what the defense is doing.
I mean, it should get a DeMeco too, though, because I mean, DeMeco is in charge of that side of the ball, and maybe was, I'm not going to say forced, but maybe ushered to sign Nick Caley, which, I would be frustrated if I'm a defensive-minded head coach and I was told this offensive coordinator is going to fix all your problems, and he's not. Another junkie on the text line. You guys like DeMeco coach platitudes. He's over his skis on the offensive side, and no one in Houston media is brave enough to say it. I think we've said it.
Who's not brave to say that Nick Caley's over his skis?
No, DeMeco.
Oh. So that's okay. I think that's an interesting conversation because I agree in a sense that I don't know that, okay, honestly, I don't know that over the skis is the right phrase because I think he's more than just a DC. I think he's a decent head coach. I think he obviously can create a good defense. But there's more to being a head coach than creating just a good defense, which is why he is very much on the hot seat. Just because if the owners, Cal and Hannah, say, we need an offense, you are not the guy to get us an offense. Yes, you are an excellent defensive guy. Yes, you are a good leader. Yes, you are a good culture guy. We acknowledge all of that. And this kind of goes for Nick Caserio too, because I think they work hand in hand. If you're going to talk about D'Amico, you got to talk about Nick, because D'Amico probably has the last say. And if he doesn't have the last say, he certainly has a strong enough opinion and say in the building to get the guy he does or does not want. So if the McNairs get involved and they want an offensive guy, it's very clear D'Amico is not their guy to be an offensive guy. So if you want an offensive guy, that means you got to hire an offensive head coach, because you're not pulling away Joe Brady from the Bills to be your OC. You got to rehire a failed head coach, or you got to hire Joe Brady to be your head coach. The only way to get Joe Brady is to fire D'Amico Ryans.
I'm gonna have I have pushback to that on the other side, and from a McNair point of view.
Good.
From the McNair point of view. 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel in for Joe George. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
4447 says, great job, guys. Really enjoying the show. We don't like kiss-ups around here. Don't send
Keep
us
them coming.
compliments.
I need that emotionally.
Is that one of your love languages? I think my love language is hate.
Words of affirmation.
No, I don't hate anybody.
Hey, Dan,
You're
not that guy.
No, not hate. But I'm not a huge. I don't really need positive feedback.
Well, because you know you're great. You don't need people
I think
to pile on.
I am very mediocre. The fact of the matter is, D'Amico, like Gary Kubiak, will have success at his next job, and that this organization has a ceiling he's already reached. Why? Why does this organization have a ceiling? Like, give me your definition of that. Why? Why would this organization have a ceiling?
Well, you kind of see that around the league. I'm not necessarily agreeing with it. The Browns have a ceiling, just the way they're run. The Jets have a ceiling based on the way they're run.
But, they went to the AFC Championship game.
There's outliers. I'm not saying
ago,
that there's. Consistency is the hardest thing in sports. An outlier of a year. Shoot, we're seeing it with the Texans how hard it is to be good with the NFL. They were right there, and now they're at the bottom of the league. Like, they were right there, and that's every decision. The owners, Cal and Hannah McNair, went from pariahs to absolutely loved because you're one or two good hires away from being loved. And it's not that you're necessarily doing anything great. You just every owner or coach will tell you'd rather be lucky than good. You got a little lucky with D'Amico. He was good. Now can he go to the next level? You got to grow in that job. And that's kind of the debate we're having now. Is he growing or has he hit his ceiling?
3338, you guys are awesome. Stop with the compliments.
Keep them coming.
Do not want that. Another junkie on the text line. The owner set the ceiling. So, is that the question? Do the McNairs limit the ceiling of this organization?
I don't think so.
I don't either. Like, they're willing to spend. Yeah. Like, you talk about the Browns. They've been pretty cheap. Bengals have been cheap in their lives. I don't know what the issue is with the Jets. They just can't get out of their own way. I don't think that Cal and Hannah lessen the ceiling of the Houston Texans. But the pushback that I do have with you.
Just to pause, they had the whole Jack Easterby thing. So, they did have a ceiling based on that decision.
See, that's where I'm at. I don't think it lowers their ceiling because if they get everybody in place, stars align. Maybe it's going to take a miracle. But I think you can get the stars to align and win in this organization. They just
that's everywhere, right? If everyone gets the stars to align, then they're going to win too.
I think there's some ownerships that prevent it. I don't think that Hannah
then I
and
guess
Cal
not
are
all.
that.
The stars aligning is also spending, to your point with the Bengals. That's part of the stars aligning.
But they were, a few minutes away from winning the Super Bowl too, to your point. Now,
outlier year.
Outlier year. It's easy to have
again, Joe Burrow covers up a lot of BS.
And Chase and all that.
They have a horrible offensive line.
Yeah. They you can have a good season. It's hard to build a good program. I think that's the way that I would view it.
Thank you, Calvin Sampson.
Maybe that's where it came from subconsciously.
It's just so true, though. It's so true.
He teaches all around him. So, whenever you mention D'Amico and people have had this conversation with Caserio, and maybe this is me arguing the side for this organization might have a ceiling. My stance on this is I don't trust them. I don't trust the McNairs. I don't trust them to get it right. Certainly don't trust Cal. Hannah seems to be a little bit sharper than Cal, obviously, but I think she kind of likes the focal point. I think she kind of likes the light, so to speak. I think she loves winning, which is going to be interesting to see how she handles losing. She might be falling asleep in a suite here pretty soon like she did in Indy once upon a time. I don't trust them to get it right. Maybe they do move on from Caserio, but do we trust Hannah and Cal to hire a general manager who's better than Caserio? I think D'Amico's odds of being fired are very low. I would handicap it at plus 750, maybe even higher than that. But if they do move on from D'Amico, do you trust them to hire a better coach than D'Amico? You brought up the point about Easterby. They give Bill O'Brien general manager power.
Yeah, I don't know that I trust them or not, but I will say this, that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are forcing their hands to get involved in a decision-making way that you don't want your own owners to be involved in. You want your owners to sign checks willingly, which they've done. They've paid 4 coaches at a point at a single time. That's what you want from your owners. You want them to get out of the way from the football standpoint. However, Nick and D'Amico are being like, hey, we can't do this. Anyone know? We need some help. And if they want the offensive line figured out, if they want the offensive mind figured out from an OC standpoint, then that's where the owners come in, because D'Amico has proven that he can't find an OC tandem with Nick Caserio.
That's I don't disagree with that, but I don't necessarily trust them to get it right.
Yeah, I don't know whether I do or don't. I think, wouldn't you agree that they got D'Amico right initially?
Sure, yeah.
And same thing with Nick Caserio?
Jury's out on that.
I think he did a really good job building the defense in conjunction with D'Amico. And he did a great job moving to get Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, making that move. Like I try to be intellectually honest.
I mean, we're talking about a bad offense. If they don't make the Will Anderson
but it's not
trade,
because
they
of
could have
C.J. Stroud.
No, but it could be because they traded up for Will Anderson. Like if you don't trade up for Will Anderson, you have the 12th pick.
But then
which
you don't
was
have the
Jahmyr
best
Gibbs.
defense.
Right. So it's which do you choose?
Well, what you do is you get the OC hire right.
Sure.
Because then we're not having this conversation.
But if they're also a lack of talent, like the best offensive coordinator in the world, if their talent is not very good, and their talent's one of the worst in the NFL on the offensive side of the ball, and their offensive line's one of the worst talented offensive lines on the offensive side of the ball, McVay could come into here and get the most juice out of the squeeze, but it's still not going to be great.
No, and I agree. But that's why my motto all offseason was suck less. Don't be great. I'm not asking for points. I'm asking you to kick your field goals, but win the field position game at the least.
Yeah.
Just win the field position battle. Put the defense in a good position to where they're not exhausted at the end of the game. At the very least, that's all I was at. They're not even doing that. And I think Sean McVay coming in could do that. Not that that's the goal. That's not the goal. And also, when things are this bad offensively, it's not just one thing.
Your personnel is going to limit what an offense coordinator can do. And I don't disagree that the McNairs could be forced to make a decision with their front office, coaching staff, whatever. Like, hey, even if you don't fire either guy, it might be, hey, we're going to do a completely revamped look at our offensive coordinator spot where, okay, we're going to hire an OC and then he can build his entire staff. Like, it doesn't even have to be a firing involved for them to flex their ownership power. I guess the domino effect of that is really where my point's at, is that I don't trust the McNairs in that role. I certainly don't trust Cal. Hannah's got a better shot, but even then I'm not like super confident that she's going to nail any sort of decision at that magnitude.
No, and I think you have to do something that you don't want being done. Your owner's making decisions on the football field, or they hire a search firm.
Sure.
Like, neither one of those is what you want. You want to have competency from your football people, but they've proven that they don't have the competency to build the offensive line or to find an OC. And those are the two things you got to have to start. Like, that's why people get on me about defending CJ. It's not that I'm defending CJ. It's that there are bigger issues before we even hit the field. The problems start right now. Like, you hear it all the time from coaches. You don't win games on Sunday. You win games on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday during prep, when you practice, and during the offseason, when you're working out. That's when you're winning games. They're failing at that point. They're failing at the game prep standpoint. Yeah. That's why I just don't have the time. If we had a 10-hour show, then we'll get to CJ. We got 4 hours, and there's a lot to talk about before we even get there.
Well, you're always going to talk about quarterback.
We talk about it, but
you're always going to talk about quarterback.
You know what's funny is we haven't really talked about CJ today at all.
Yeah.
And we've talked all about the offense. That's how bad the problems are before you even get to CJ. If you're on a totem pole, it's Nick Caley, and it's Nick Caley strongly. It's Nick Casterio and DeMeco Ryans and building the offensive line, or lack thereof. Like, it's so bad that we haven't even gotten to the fact that CJ Stroud hasn't been great, or the fact that you're signing Christian Kirk and we knew he was going to miss time, and you're relying on rookie wide receivers, or the fact that I said this earlier on the Swarmcast with Joe George. The funny thing is, we haven't really not at least ad nauseum, has been mentioned, the missing of Joe Mixon. The offense isn't good enough to where you're actually missing Joe Mixon. If it was good, then you're like, damn, imagine if we had Joe Mixon. It doesn't matter who your running back is right now. You're not even putting your running backs who you have in the best position. So it's irrelevant. You haven't gotten to the point where your running back matters.
Can't argue with that. Here's your little back and forth with Laken Tomlinson earlier that you wanted to bring up.
Whatever the team needs for me, I'm all for it.
Have you ever been a part of anything quite like that?
Anything the team needs, I'm all for it. I've always been that type of guy.
So with that, how do they tell you this is like the best way to approach it? Like, what's the? Not that it's a sales pitch, but like, what are they saying? Why this is the best?
Tell me to do something, I do it. What else? I mean,
I'm saying, do they explain anything, or like no?
That's my job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not questioning like, why you're doing it. I'm asking like if they explain why they're deciding this is what's best.
It's my job. I don't understand. I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Does it make the job more difficult not being in there for the whole game?
I just care about anything I can do for the team. That's what I care about.
All right, you can cut it there. I mean, that's the point of He understood the question. He knew what I was asking, but he's left in a position to where he doesn't want to say, this is so stupid. Pick one and let's roll with it.
I actually don't care too much about this. Like
I do because it's not smart.
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, my outrage over this is non-existent compared to others. It wouldn't work either way. Like,
but
Juice
your
playing 100%
lack of
the
outrage
snaps,
doesn't mean it's good.
But your outrage doesn't mean it's good.
It means it's not good because they're not. Lakin Tomlinson shouldn't be on the. You know, it's interesting. Like the weeks 1 through 3, they had their kinks, and Lakin Tomlinson was one of them.
Sure,
they got that kink out, and then they went to the bye week, and they were like, put it back in.
I'm not going to argue how bizarre it looks. Like,
he shouldn't be on the field.
His snaps were going away. Like he went from like 50-50 to like 25% to 0 in the Baltimore game. And then you come out of the bye, and you're like, hey, let's play them back again.
Yeah.
And it seemed like that was their model with like everything across the board. Like, we're going to go to the bye, and then after the bye, you know what we're going to do? We're going to hit the reset button on the season and go right back to what we were doing ahead of week 1. And look, I'm not even going to argue that like Juice Scruggs isn't better than Lakin Tomlinson. My eyes tell me that Juice is better than Lakin. But my eyes also tell me that neither guy's that good.
I agree.
And you said that like doing the split isn't good. Well, neither's playing Juice Scruggs 100% of the snaps.
It's better.
I don't know that it is.
I think so. Here's what it feels like. It feels like, just from an equal number, just an even number standpoint, it feels like there's 100 snaps in the game.
Sure.
And they're like, well, this guy's not good enough to give us 100 good reps. So
Boom.
we're going to try to
Bingo.
kind of piecemeal it. But that's not how it works. It's just not how it works.
This isn't unprecedented. This has happened.
No,
This
but
stuff
if you
has
have 2
happened in the
left
NFL.
guards, you clearly don't have one.
No doubt. I said that yesterday, in fact. But they don't have one either way. That's my point.
No, but
And,
let's lean into what your best option is. And I don't think this is not the best option. Lakin Tomlinson is lesser than Juice. So why are we trying to make Lakin's half reps better when his reps aren't good?
Yeah, but Kevin Durant's better than Reed Shepard. Kevin Durant's not playing 48 minutes. Like, fatigue comes in play. Like, and I know that offensive line is a position.
Okay. But so then when I ask Lakin, why are they telling you this? Maybe the coaches should tell them, you know what?
Well, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't think that a coaching staff has to tell the player that, hey, we think that you at 100% is better than Juice Scruggs at 90%.
Just say, hey, you don't need to be
snaps.
like, we don't think, just there's a lot of honest conversations in that building.
And there should be.
And there are. So they can say to them, I think our best chance to win is with you guys being fresh to give us your best.
Sure.
And
I think that's what's happening.
Okay. They clearly weren't told that. Or Lakin's super uncomfortable with saying, I think we're better when we're both fresh. It's not a hard answer.
But I don't know why the coaching staff would have to tell the
so they understand why they're doing
it.
it.
But you don't tell that to receivers. Like, you don't tell, hey, Juice, you don't say, like, hey, Jalen Noel, Braxton Berrios, you're going to be 50-50 whenever we're in an 11 personnel.
Well, because that's a very different position.
And they were told this Saturday that you're rotating.
Three wide receivers don't play 100% of the snaps.
Sure.
Like, Nico doesn't even play 100% of the snaps. Your offensive linemen play 100% of the snaps.
Most of the time, yes.
Okay, so if you're not, there's obviously something's different happening. Therefore, I believe there should be an explanation to the players as to why we're altering what normally happens.
Yeah, see, I don't know if that needs to happen.
Well, why keep the players in the dark? What the hell's the point of that?
They were told Saturday that you're rotating. They don't have to be told the reason.
Sure. No, you don't have to be. You should be. Just so that you can kind of get behind it, believe in it, understand it, and go out versus being all confused. Am I going to get 40%? Am I going to go in next round?
I don't think they were confused. I mean, I think.
Well, I think if you're not, what if you're not getting every other rep, but you're getting every 2 reps or 3 reps, or like, why do you always have to be on guard of like, what am I going in next? Am I not going in next?
Well, they split series. I mean, they were rotating series.
Is it every other series all the time?
It was against Seattle.
So, all right. So then there is a plan at least told to them.
Yeah, they were told the plan. They just weren't told the reason. And I don't like. I think that's where we draw the line. Personally, if it's me, I would communicate that. Like, hey, we're going to split series. This is why.
Should you be splitting reps 50-50 in that manner versus riding the hot hand?
I would ride the hot hand.
I agree.
I would ride the hot hand.
To Nick Caley's credit, I think he did that in the Ravens game with Nick Chubb. But I think anybody who went first had the hot hand.
But the reason that I'm not up in arms about it as many as most is because I think both guys are giving you below average left guard play. I would go with the hot hand because I think that's a way for me to optimize the position, but it doesn't necessarily have to be 100% for one guy and 0% for another guy for me. Like, because if I think, like if I'm just putting them on a scale of 1 to 10, Juice Scruggs, you're a 4. Lakin Tomlinson, you're a 3. But if Juice Scruggs, whenever he's a 4, that's whenever he's perfectly conditioned, not fatigued at all. And then all of a sudden that tank empties and he's at 75% fatigue, and now he's at 2.5. Why wouldn't I play the 3? Like, I don't mind the split as much as obviously most people do. Now, the communication could be a factor. Do I agree that Lakin's equal with Juice? No. All of those things. But that's why I don't really care about it as much.
But also, something we haven't mentioned yet, there is, and I think you would firmly believe, there is a positive to having a unit together and the same 5 guys together. And it impacts, whether if Lakin's out there or Juice, it impacts the guys next to them.
I don't disagree most cases. But if they're both not that good, what difference does it make?
Well, I think just maybe comfortability. Like, just in having talked with offensive linemen in general over the several years in the league.
Yeah, it's a unit for sure.
They like having consistency next to them. Whatever that best option is, just give me that consistency. That helps. By the way, injury report just came out. You want to know who's out?
Nico
is out
Kirk
for Sunday. Kirk is out on Sunday.
I thought there was a chance that Kirk could land on the IR.
Yeah.
That's not great. They're not going to be able to move the ball. I wonder if that impacts
hell
the line.
no.
But
That's why
that should have already been known, though.
I think that was
It should have been known.
I would think so.
I did see that the Niners they've already ruled out Brock Purdy, too. So Texans get Mac Jones on Sunday.
And I don't think it matters because they have an identity.
The same guy.
Yeah, I think they're the same guy, and I think Mac Jones is pretty good.
But is their identity just Christian McCaffrey? Like that's what I would argue. Like, if the Texans had Christian McCaffrey, you know what my identity would be? Christian McCaffrey.
If the Texans did, because you don't have Kyle Shanahan, you don't have a decent offensive line, and you don't have I think he's part of the identity.
He gets the ball a ton.
Yeah, no, for sure. But they're not like a run downhill with Christian team. They're a get the ball to Christian and space team and have your wide receivers just get open.
Different ways for sure. The D'Amico CJ Stroud, I heard a little bit of disagreement. That might even be too strong of a word, but a little bit of disagreement throughout the week. First, this was D'Amico talking about how the quarterback and the wide receiver have to be on the same page when it comes to getting rid of the ball quickly.
Encompassing?
All right, there you go. There's D'Amico's look at it. Stroud was asked, because it was on the same day, it was Wednesday. Stroud was asked a little bit later if he agrees with D'Amico about the hot routes. All right, so a little subtle disagreement there, just a little.
Here's a topic that's going to get people either riled up or happy, and something that we would not talk about if things were going well. How coachable do you think CJ is?
Oh, dang. I hadn't thought about that. I think he's pretty coachable.
Because reports were that he wouldn't talk to his OC at Ohio State. He would only really talk to D'Amico or to Ryan Day.
Yeah.
He apparently, according to Lance Zierlein, got into it with Bobby Slowick on day 1.
Yeah.
That obviously festered that relationship. They weren't super tight. And now, what are we doing?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you about how he feels about
there
either
is
guy.
no way that CJ Stroud thinks that Nick Haley knows more than him and knows better than him.
Well, CJ Stroud should be coachable, because he's nowhere near the caliber of
I
player
agree
where
with
he
that.
shouldn't be coachable.
I agree.
But I also think he is coachable, but it takes the right type of guy. Like, it takes a little fire and brimstone. It takes a little tough coaching. I don't think he likes any softies, but I think you have to coach him hard.
I agree with that, but I also think that you have to know what you're talking about.
Facts.
So is CJ always the smartest guy in the room guy?
No.
Sure. I'm not saying he is.
Are you asking me if I think he thinks he is, or
Yeah.
if I think he's the smartest guy in the room?
No, does he think he's always the smartest guy in the room?
Potentially, yes.
Is that coachable?
Depends on the coach. It depends on the coach. Like, if you have a respected coach that you look up to and you think he knows ball and he's helping you, yes, I think you can be coachable in that way.
Yeah.
But if you have a guy who you don't trust, who you don't think's intelligent, which, like, I don't know how he feels about Caley. I don't want to throw out, like, rumor and innuendo. I don't think he's happy about this offense, though. I think that's very clear. Where maybe he kind of I don't want to make that comparison. I think he has to respect you. I think he has to respect you.
I agree.
Now, I see your point, though. Like, if you're not, taking coaching from every coach in the world, does that make you, lack of being coachable?
And to
if
be
you don't
fair,
respect some
the
guys?
last two OCs haven't been great, so
No.
maybe he's right in not being like super thrilled and wanting to be coached by them.
He used to talk up Slowick. Maybe that was just a public thing. Maybe
And he
it
was
just a behind the
younger,
podium
probably
thing.
didn't have his feet underneath him from a
Yeah.
confidence standpoint and speaking out at the podium.
Look, he's regressed, though. Like, I don't think a lot of it is him. I think
that's the thing.
He's
It's
being kind
such
of
a-
conditioned to some bad habits.
It's a super nuanced conversation with his regression.
And
Because
just the position.
if he's standing behind the Colts offensive line, like, dude, let's not act like he's not looking pretty damn good.
Or if he was coached by McVay.
Exactly. We do this all the time in the NFL, man, where we say the NFL's the best. It's the ultimate team sport. Damn the quarterback. Like, okay. I mean, you can't have both be true. You need everything working together for a guy to have success.
Just swap the quarterbacks this weekend. Like, what would the San Francisco offense and Stroud look like in the San Francisco offense versus Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, and the Houston Texans offense?
Mac Jones and Brock Purdy aren't getting that extension here.
You said earlier that Mac and Brock are the top two in the NFL in yards per game passing. Do we think that Stroud wouldn't be in that offense?
Exactly.
He would be.
100%.
In fact, he was with a Shanahan disciple and Bobby Slowick in his rookie year.
And now people will be like, y'all are CJ Stroud apologists. No, we're not saying that he's been perfect. That's not the argument. The argument is that he's not the problem.
No.
He's being failed before we even get to his issues. And sometimes his issues are caused by other people.
It's there. It's there. It's just it's not being exported out of him, for lack of a better word. Here's another one. D'Amico basically says that he didn't really mean to say this, but he basically says this. D'Amico basically says that CJ Stroud isn't good against pressure. Okay, if you are identifying the pressure, but then you're having a terrible job post-snap, that's not a great look on the quarterback.
So that was my question. I asked because there's been a whole bunch more put on CJ's plate this year, so we were told, in regards to doing what he's doing at the line. So I asked him, how's he growing in that? So the question was, how do you think he's doing pre-snap? So his answer was, I think pretty well in identifying the pressures. I think the lack of execution of what they're identifying is the problem.
That's totally fair.
Yeah.
Totally fair.
So I don't think his answer was actually a knock on CG. I think it's a knock on.
But it could be. It's plausible that it is, because especially he's talking about hot routes and where to go with the football if you're in the face of pressure.
Yeah. But I guess specifically to that question, it seems like, well, if he's identifying the pressure, then he obviously knows where the pressure is coming from if you're identifying it. The execution are the people up front picking up the identified pressure.
But shouldn't a quarterback have the wherewithal and already before the snap,
Well, maybe
even post-snap as it's happening, a check out, like they call it a hot route, but a check down, a hot route, somewhere to go with the ball under the worst case scenario.
Well, I think that's what he's saying, is that sometimes they're not running that route. That route isn't being...
That's okay. Well, that's an indictment on Caleb.
And he said that. And we're back. I agree.
I think it could also
That's
be on
what
the
he
quarterback,
said, though.
though.
That's what he said. Sometimes the wide, I don't know if it was in that bite or not, but he said sometimes the route's got to be run. The hot route's got to be there. Like, that's not happening. Dude, that's, again, to go back to what we've said all day. When it's this bad, it starts foundationally. Like, the foundation of this house is built on sand, dude. It's everywhere. It's sometimes good, sometimes bad. It's all over the place, though, and it's broken.
Here was Stroud on the handling stuff post-snap. See, D'Amico was like pretty hey, yeah, we're doing stuff pre-snap good, where CJ Stroud's like, we need to be better pre-snap. So again, maybe not necessarily a disagreement, but certainly not the same perspective.
I think the perspective is that there's so much on CJ's plate pre-snap where it's not really on D'Amico's plate. So when you ask CJ that, he's like, yeah, man, like this whole process that I go through every single play, it starts pre-snap. I think that's all he's saying there. And then
D'Amico's saying they're doing good pre-snap.
Yeah, and I don't think that
saying we're not doing that good.
I don't know if he said we're not doing that good as
Said
much as he's saying it all starts there.
Right, but then if they're not doing good post-snap and it all starts there, he's saying they're not doing good there.
What do you think? I think it's everything. I don't think it's great pre-snap. I don't think it's great post-snap.
I think it's systematic failure.
100%. The whole it's a nuclear meltdown. Like the red light's going off. It's not a little room that's got a problem. It's the whole damn thing.
You've been in this game forever. I've been in this game a very long time. When we see good coaching, you know good coaching.
Dude,
when you see bad coaching, you know bad coaching. I look at the defensive side of the ball for the Texans, I think is well coached, and I think they're good. And certainly they're more talented, and that helps. The offense does not. They look worse than they did last year when they fired the offensive coordinator. Go to a college basketball practice, and you're like, well, that team's well coached. Go to a college basketball practice that's not well coached. You're going to tell like that. It does not take much, and it does not take long.
I mean, you're 100% right, and we don't know a ton of ball. We know enough ball to know when the offense is like, dude, what the hell did I just watch? Like, there's no I said this on my show, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. Go subscribe. Thanks. There's no, like, design. When you look at, like, abstract art, you're like, what the hell is that? Like, what is that? Versus if you look at something carefully designed, it's like that has a designer behind it. That has a creator. I'm watching this Texans offense. I'm like, is there a creator behind this? Or is this like a 7-year-old finger painting?
That's a good comp. I like that comp. 713-780-ESPN. Let's move off of the Texans for a little bit. Should legalized gambling happen across the country after yesterday's events with the NBA and the FBI? Just a casual Thursday. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Well, they call me the Huntington Bank bad boy.
What does that look like physically? You go into the bank and...
I don't know. There's not much there.
Hello, ladies. I'd like to make a deposit, if you know what I mean.
Ryan plays this song every time he does our show. Which I like the song, though. It's a good
Is that
song.
the Alien Ant Farm version?
That's always the conversation afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Which do you prefer better?
One-hit wonder.
Yeah, true.
The original.
Yeah,
The Michael Jackson.
I prefer the original as well. But that one is very good.
Yeah.
That is a very good rendition of that song. We're going to give away tickets to the preview college basketball exhibition a little bit later. A&M, Arizona State, first game of the doubleheader. Houston and Mississippi State, the second game of the doubleheader. So make sure you're hanging out with us over the next hour. We're going to give away those at some point. I won't tell you when, but at some point. All right, yesterday, NBA, FBI, quite the Thursday morning in the sports world. Where are you on legalized gambling?
Love it. Dude, so, so many people are saying, this is what happens. This is what happens. But first of all, this has been going on forever in professional and college sports. Like, guys have been shaving points, throwing games forever. I mean, this happened in the World Series famously with the Black Sox. And if you think it hasn't happened since then, I assure you, you're wrong. We just don't know about it. And the more you legalize it, the more you have DraftKings and FanDuel and things like this, the more it's computerized. You can flag weird bets. That's what it allows you to do, is catch the bad guys, catch these cheaters. And don't make no mistake about it, I want all these sons of a guns caught. Like, I want them done. Not only because it ruins the league in the watching process, but you're stealing money. Like, you're stealing my money if I'm putting bet money on that game. Like, that's so grimy. You're dirty. You're a thief. These poker games, getting victims, fish as you call them, to go to the game knowing it's rigged, like, it's so grimy. That's separate, but legalize the game. The more it's legalized, the more you can monitor it and you can catch it.
Yeah, and they've done a good job of doing that. I mean, you were able to flag. I mean, they flagged Terry Rozier. And the NBA is like, no, he's good. They cleared him. They flagged him. That old Alabama baseball coach. They flagged like one of his friends for making unusual bets on college baseball. Emmanuel Clase was flagged because of a first pitch that he throws prop. Is it going to be a ball or a strike?
Everything.
So I think this. I agree with you. I think that it brings it more to the forefront, to the focal point. They're doing a good job of catching it. I mean, back in the day, you're getting whacked. You're getting killed if you turn against the mafia. Now, this junkie on the text line brings up a good point. He says, I don't think gambling is the issue. It's the fixing of games that's the problem. It loses the integrity in the game.
I mean, yeah, that's
I think
gambling.
it's a great point. But I mean, how can you trust it?
Say it again.
I don't think gambling is the issue. It's the fixing of the games that's the problem. It loses the integrity of the game.
Well, yeah, that's gambling. I mean, are you saying gambling
he's talking about the players. No, he's talking about the players. He's talking like Rozier. Like, Rozier fakes an injury in the first half, so it hurts the integrity of the game.
That's them gambling on it.
Right, but that's bad. I mean, you're never going to eliminate the gambling. I see your point.
Well, I'm talking about the gambling from. So hold on, gambling from the fans or gambling from the players, like.
He's talking about it from just gambling in general, legalizing it universally.
Yeah, the problem isn't me putting $45 on a game. That's not the problem. The problem is the players putting $200,000 on the game and then impacting it.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, why are you even worried about $200,000 when you've made $100 million in your career?
I would like to know that too.
That's is it worth it, dude?
No.
Like, what happened?
I don't know.
And you think this is just the tip of the spear. If you think it stops here, you're wrong. And if you think it's just in basketball, we've already caught guys doing it in the NFL. It's happened. By the way, let's not forget the NBA investigated Terry Rozier and cleared him of any wrongdoing.
Right.
So did baseball and Ohtani.
Yeah, where you at on that?
Did anyone ever believe it, that it was the trainer that was like, I'm doing all of it?
So
I never believed it from the start.
The bookie that was responsible for what was his name? Ipe or whatever.
Yeah.
He's been doing the podcast circuit. I've been listening to some of them, and they're fascinating. He doesn't believe it was Ipe. He thinks it was Shohei. Yeah. He said that they all met in a poker game. Maybe it was fixed by Chauncey Billups, but they met in a poker game whenever they were with the Angels, and he's like, those guys were, they were tight. They were closer than brothers, he said. And he said that it started off like three $5,000 bets, which, okay, that's a lot for a translator, right? Three $5,000 bets. He said he got in the hole like 50 grand. So like, hey, you got to pay. He said he paid immediately. So they increased his credit to like $1.5 million, and he started making six-figure bets. Got in the whole $5 million. As for a wire, immediate send with Shohei Ohtani's name on it.
Yeah, dude.
Like, come on.
Like, no, man. When we're not stupid, we don't want to maybe sometimes believe that this is happening, but when we see something like that, we know damn well what is happening.
Yeah.
This is not far-fetched. And let's also keep in mind, like, Ohtani's not from America. He doesn't know maybe the gambling culture and how bad it is, like how anti-America is in having that gambling in our culture, and the Pete Rose story and the Black Sox. Maybe he doesn't know all that, and maybe it's different where he's from. So like that plays a role in it too. And being so brazen with the bats, like that, it's pretty aggressive.
I love the irony of this, though. There are betting props on the next arrest for a betting gambling scheme. I got this in the mail today, the email. Who will receive a longer sentence, Chauncey Billups or Terry Rozier? Chauncey Billups is minus 200 here. Rozier's plus 150. Which side of that do you like the most?
Yeah, I think Billups, because it's tied with the mob and it's like the poker thing and it's the Costa Nostra families.
Yeah.
Like I think that's worse. But I also don't think either one of them are, because they're going to be like, bro, this ain't me. This ain't my life. I am not going to prison for this. They're going to lean on those guys because they're not going to be able to lean on the mafia.
Oh, they're going to
guys.
rat them out?
Hell
They're
yeah.
going to be the informants?
Because th're not they don't live that life. They're not the part of the mafia. They just got sucked in, and now they're like, oh no, like I'm not built like this. I'm an NBA head coach, dude. Like I am a multimillionaire. I want to stay that way legally. So they're gonna rat out. They're gonna lean on Damon Jones. They're gonna lean on those guys because they can't lean on the mafia guys.
No.
That's the life they live. They don't rat. They serve sentences willingly for the families.
Well, Billups or Rozier receive a lifetime ban from the NBA.
Hell yeah.
Yes is minus 2,000. No is plus 800. So, I mean, it's kind of
course
already
they
baked
are.
into the line. Now, it does have some props on the next player coach arrested for illegal gambling. And I did see a report from Pablo Torre that Kevin Garnett was playing in these games, but it didn't say if he was.
I think he was the victim.
Okay, I was wondering.
I believe he
I
was the
didn't know if
victim.
he was part of it or if he was a victim. I didn't see any clarification one way or the other. But the odds-on favorite to be the next player or coach arrested for illegal gambling, Malik Beasley, 5-1. So he's the favorite. Michael Porter Jr. is second, 6-1. LeBron James is third, 7-1. I mean, he knows Damon Jones. Go Cougs. And then fourth is Rick Pitino, 8-1.
That's
I think I think they're profiling Rick Pitino because he's Italian. And
He's been known to be a little dirty.
he has been known to get his hands dirty. I think this is profiling on Rick Pitino.
Something I found interesting, because I watched the entire FBI press conference, was Kash Patel said, I know this is going to be unpopular. And I thought immediately, dude, I don't think you understand the people. Yes, these are heroes to some. They're not that big of names. They're big names. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's Michael Jordan, LeBron James, or Derek Jeter. It's not someone like that. I don't think Kash Patel understands that gamblers are like, yo, these dudes stole my money.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be very popular. Very popular.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that it was unpopular at all. Next Hall of Fame player to be arrested for illegal gambling, Kevin Garnett was 2-1. I think that I saw this
How about
email.
Paul Pierce?
Paul Pierce is third on the list.
There you go.
5-1.
I'm trying to think.
I think I heard that poker player say that Pierce plays in these games too.
I believe it. How about Antoine Walker?
I don't think he's got the bankroll. He went broke.
Did he?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah. Why'd you say Antoine Walker?
I'm just thinking of dudes.
Why'd you throw Antoine Walker out there?
How about Gilbert Arenas? Just guys with sketchy.
I think Gilbert Arena might have been the rat. No, he's not on this list. For the second guy though is Allen Iverson.
Watch Antoine Walker get arrested in about 45 minutes. Dude, what did you know?
You should place the bet
My
first,
source.
though. Place the bet. Have
10,000 to 1.
Jordan 6-1 and Barkley 7-1 to be the next.
How
Hall
about
of
Phil
Famer
Mickelson?
arrested. Yeah,
He's a
he should be pretty
gambler.
high.
He's a
Yeah, is he
gambler.
throwing live events?
I mean, who cares if you are? Why not?
Does anybody bet on the live events?
Exactly.
Legalizing doesn't protect integrity. It normalizes the shenanigans. Sports betting is super legal in a lot of England and Europe, and multiple coaches have gotten busted who get new jobs. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are going to be bigger names being arrested. Count on it. If Billups goes missing, who made him disappear? The NBA
And that's
or the mob?
cultural. And I think Listen, these guys, these commissioners right now they're not going to be able to sleep. Like they know this is coming. They know their league's involved in it. They've had guys involved in all of the sports leagues so far. And if the FBI is involved, and now they've got guys that they can lean on, dude, they're nervous as hell.
I mean, how bad does it look for the NBA though that they cleared Rozier? Like this.
That's my point. That's the biggest thing that no one's talking about.
He was already flagged for this. And then the NBA said, oh, no, he's good. And then he literally got arrested by the FBI in a team hotel on the eve of an NBA game.
What if, and this, we just don't know, so I'm just putting this, what if the FBI was like, hey, clear him, we got this?
No, I think it's a bad look.
Like, drop your investigation. I agree, it's a bad look.
Terrible look for the NBA.
I agree.
Like, I don't think you could, it shocks me that they allowed him to play.
But it's like the internal investigations are like, none of us buy that crap. Like, you know what, honey? I looked at my actions today and I found no wrongdoings.
Crazy.
Like I internally investigated myself, hon.
I wonder if SNL is going to make fun of this. They have to, right?
Yeah,
I think they would make fun.
But
of this.
NBC now is in bed with the NBA.
It's a good call. Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
That's a great point. Let's see what happens there. Now, what doesn't get talked about enough in sports? Because there's been a lot of scandal. We've had scandal in our city. We saw scandal yesterday. We brought up Shohei Ohtani. What are things that have happened in sports that doesn't get talked about enough? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in all the action all season long. You're in Texas. Texas is the best place to make picks and win money on Underdog. Playing Underdog is so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. And also on Underdog, you can pick teams. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Multi-sports, too. You got Rockets tonight, their home debut. Which picks do you like there? Texans, San Francisco on Sunday. Probably no Nico Collins. Actually, no Nico Collins has already been ruled out. So how do you like these skill position picks for the Houston Texans? Jalen Noel coming off a big game. 35.5 receiving yards. You like the higher or lower there? I like the higher. Xavier Hutchinson, 28.5 receiving yards. I don't know how much he's going to get the ball. You like the higher or lower there? You think I don't know ball? Well, go fade me. You like what I said? Well, go tell me. Get your picks right. You can go up to 5,000 times your cash. Download the app right now. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
The NBA knew Rozier was going to go down. They didn't have access to the same investigation techniques the FBI had, says a junkie. They were only allowed to ask for Rozier's phone. They knew it was coming, so that's why even though Rozier's been on the bench for games, they told the Heat he can't play. Well, then why'd they let the Heat trade for him? He was an off-season trade. Yes, you can't have that theory and be like, well, they told the Heat not to play him, but they totally allowed him to trade for him.
Imagine if they got involved of like they're about to make the trade and they're like, oh, hey, guys, he's about to go to prison forever.
I mean, that's the same thing as telling him not to play.
Rockets are now -6.5, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, it was just 5.5.
I'm glad I got it when I did. Maybe I moved the line.
I moved
the line.
Did your $20 move it?
I told Kunk, because I'm betting every Rockets game this year, Kunk. I'm going to see how my record against the spread stacks up with the Western Conference.
I like
I'm 1-0. Rockets might be 0-1, but I'm 1-0. I had they were whenever I got it, they were plus 7.5.
I took the plus money.
Yeah, so I got that.
Oh, so you took plus.
I took Rockets plus 7.5 against OKC.
Yep,
so I'm 1-0, and you're 1-0. So
Yeah.
I'm on the Rockets tonight. I gave 5.5. What did you say it was now?
It's now 6.5.
Man, I didn't realize I was going to move the line like that. That's insane.
One Alexander Hamilton at a time, ladies.
Another junkie. It's a bad look. NFL at least suspended Ridley, and that's not really talked about anymore. It also wasn't football, or it was college football, right? Or was it props? What was Ridley betting?
He was betting like in the lot. So the thing with the NFL, the rule is if you get on a website on team grounds, you're in trouble. So you're not even allowed to get on your phone and place a legal bet on team grounds.
It wasn't on the NFL, was it? Oh, it was parlays on the NFL.
Yeah,
including games involving his own team. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get more than a year.
That's what I mean. It's all like it's bad, man. You can't have it because you're playing with billions of dollars if you're the NFL, NBA, or Major League Baseball. Because if the fans lose trust in your product, like forget it's over. It's all over. And good luck, man. People will, and that's where you're going to see that people might still watch just from a, gambling standpoint. But if they don't trust the gambling, then forget about it. Because there's certain leagues that may not. Fantasy football plays a big time role in interest in the NFL. Yes,
no doubt.
Football is loved, but fantasy football is really loved.
So what doesn't get talked about enough in sports? You mentioned Ridley, which is a good point. I think we'll be talking about the FBI, NBA thing forever. We'll probably always be talking about the Astros sign-stealing scandal as well. But what doesn't get talked about enough in sports? Some scandal, whatever, in the past that doesn't get talked about enough anymore. 713-780-3776.
You can kind of make the point that there's enough scandals to where we move on from the last scandal, whether it's Bountygate or the Calvin Ridley situation or the Tim Donaghy. Like, there's enough scandal to where we just kind of move on from the last scandal because there's always something going on that's not like up to par with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think that there's certain ones that will always resonate and will always like
Lance Armstrong.
Yeah, that. I mean, PEDs in baseball, specifically Barry Bonds, McGuire, Sosa, Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah,
like that one's always going to be pretty high. I think the NBA FBI thing's always going to be a butt of a joke for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you had an NBA ref cooking games. Now you have players cooking games. It's really, really bad, and it's a matter of does it hold? Do fans? How much do fans care? Does pop culture allow that? Because that's where it kind of like if SNL does something with it, if it creeps into the meme game now, like the memes kind of drive a lot of the narrative of society for better or for worse. And if it starts overcoming that and it's everywhere, that's where you're in trouble.
Yeah,
because that's the narrative.
I think it'll happen.
I agree. I mean, I saw a whole lot of funny ones yesterday.
Did you?
Oh my gosh, dude!
Not enough talk that Alex Cora was the brains behind the trash can and the Apple Watch scandal. Notably, one former Astro seems to hit better when Cora is in his dugout. Oh, taking a little shot at the old third baseman. A couple of junkies say the Ray Lewis murder. Allegedly.
Nancy Kerrigan.
It's a good call. With
Tanya Harding.
There was a podcast on the Ray Lewis activity. It was really, really good. Really, really good.
Yeah, I talked to people that were involved in that investigation years ago. They said it was bad.
Yeah. I think it was bad police work. honestly.
That will, yeah. That
Really
hence
bad
the
police work.
result that we had.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, it's like the OJ situation. Like, that was bad, but it was really bad police work in order for it to get to where it got.
And then the deal that he got was sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
Sweetheart deal.
The Kobe case. That's my answer. One that's not talked about enough. Because God
probably.
rest his soul.
Yeah.
He was beloved. But the Kobe rape case was a very real, serious thing. And then he changed his number and was like, wait, who?
He kind of like got away with that.
Yeah.
Like in terms of the court of public perception.
100%.
Because that's not even really brought up about him a ton anymore.
I agree. And to be fair, respectfully, once he died, no one wants to like bring that up.
No.
Because then that's where like
you're the jerk.
Yeah, and that's where when Kash Patel, the FBI director, when he says this is going to be unpopular, I thought he was wrong because I think people are going to love these arrests. Now, if someone mentions what Kobe did in the rape case, that's when people are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, well, did he not? How about Mike Tyson? How about Mike Tyson? Convicted rapist.
In his prime.
Yeah, and now
prime.
he's beloved in American society, beloved in pop culture.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Like, man, how about Ray Rice? Now, that ran him out of the league, and I'm not saying he didn't pay his dues. Like, that definitely cost him.
Sure.
But it's not really brought up anymore.
You know, a local one, though.
How about Joe Mixon?
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Like, it's local, but he did the same thing.
How about Tyreek Hill?
That was brutal.
And this is my point. There's so many of them to where the last one gets, like, forgotten about.
Going all the way back to the greatest defender of all time, Lawrence
Taylor, man, became beloved and had a line in a movie. Cocaine's a hell of a drug, kids. Like, LOL, it did a bunch of blow. Like, okay.
That's kind of idolized, though, a bit.
Definitely that. It's the 80s. It kind of was what it was. It's like, that was a bad man.
Yeah, that's like trivial compared to a lot of like the criminal stuff.
Well, definitely compared to some of the stuff we mentioned where there is a victim in this crime. And not to say that, that's a victimless crime, if you will.
Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
I just watched the documentary on the Cowboys. I had forgotten that he threatened to stab a teammate with scissors because he had his barber chair, or he took the seat in the barber chair when it was his turn to get a haircut. And what do you think he was doing in the White House? I mean, Michael Irvin's up there too. 713-780-3776. What are those sports stories, scandals that just don't get talked about enough? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Twitcher, Virginia, says, in all seriousness, the Pat Tillman story does not get talked about enough. That's probably a good one. Going to Tempe tomorrow, actually. Mad Max fighting Gary Payton and injuring Horace Grant, but jumping into the crowd to fight a fan. Yeah, that one does kind of get lost in the shuffle. Like, you think Malice in the Palace, Vernon Maxwell did that.
Yeah, with Malice in the Palace. Whenever you bring up fans, you're like, well, it wasn't Malice in the Palace, so whatever.
That was nuts. I was watching that game live.
Malice Palace?
Yeah. That was wild.
What year was that? 2003?
Somewhere around there. I would watch. I think it was 2003, because I was
2004, November 2004.
Okay, so I was a freshman in college.
Yep.
And back then I was watching like every single sporting event that came on TV. Yeah. So I watched every
without
TNT
gambling,
game,
by
every
the
ESPN
way.
game. Says who?
You were gambling back then?
Says who?
How could I didn't know. I wasn't that deep into it yet.
Yeah, I mean, just not much though. But I was playing.
You know what? I lie. My sophomore year, that's when the Bovada thing got me.
Yeah, I think that's what I was on.
When I found myself up at like 1 a.m. once watching like Hawaii Air Force white kids trying to rain threes, and they didn't do it, and I was furious. And it's like, I think we might be good. By the way, if anyone's out there who's ever cashed out from Bovada, has anyone ever gotten paid by Bovada? Ever?
I don't think so.
I think everyone just deposited, redeposited, redeposited. Because trying to get it, I remember once was like,
impossible.
No, you got to call this guy. No, you got to call that guy. Good luck. I go, do you have this account? Like, wait, what?
Those were like the party poker days too. Those were great days. Rigging professional fishing
First
tournaments.
Moneymaker. Oh yeah,
we got weights and fish.
Weights and fish. Remember that? Those guys went to prison, right? Because it was something to do with. I mean, the
I don't remember if they did.
The money that they won was so much that it was stealing.
Yeah,
like a big chunk. Like it was with grand larceny or whatever. Versus,
I don't remember what happened to him.
Something not good.
They should have looked into MJ's dad getting murdered.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who think that.
Yeah,
a lot of people think that he did get murdered.
I mean, conspiracy theories are batting pretty well right now.
Mine's the Mookie Betts one. Like Mookie Betts flat out said, "Yeah, we were cheating in Boston, and everybody was doing it, and like we don't take him seriously. Like, why doesn't Mookie Betts get booed?
Wait, what did he
everywhere
say
goes?
over there?
Like, why don't we take Mookie Betts seriously? Because he went to L.A. Like, he won a World Series doing the same thing that the Astros were doing in 2017, and like, oh yeah, everybody was doing. Yeah, we had a system. Everybody was doing it. Why doesn't he get booed everywhere he goes? Why do the Dodger fans going to boo Springer? And
It's
they're not
all
gonna boo
about
Betts?
the video evidence. I mean, we all know that's why
I
the
don't think
Astros
so.
get. Yes, it is. It's because you could see it. You could hear the trash can. So like, it's for a lack of a better comparison, seeing the Ray Rice video was like, oh damn.
Yeah.
And you hear about other ones, you're like, well, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Like you see that the breakdown by John Boy was like, oh damn.
But if they were bad, I don't think anybody cares. If they went 72
No,
and 90
for
that year,
sure, for
that,
sure.
Like, I think the element
They'd be
winning
the
mattered more
butt
than
of
the video
jokes
evidence.
versus the butt of hate.
Like there was a team using a Theragun. I think it was the Brewers or the Rockies. I can't remember. They were using a Theragun. We could probably go listen to
What is
their
that?
games. The little massage thing.
What do you mean they were used for
They were
what? Oh, to
stealing
make
signs.
sounds.
Yeah,
I see,
they
I
were
see, I see.
stealing signs and they were banging the Theragun against
Yeah, but no one cares
the
because
bleacher.
they didn't win.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like
And
you
you know-
didn't take anything away from anybody.
And the truth of the matter is that everybody knew that stuff was going on back then, that every team was taking like measures to prevent them from doing it. There was only several teams who were not. And they were usually the bad teams, like the White Sox and the Blue Jays at the time. The Brewers in 15 were cheating. They were stealing signs that they wanted in 15. Or not the Brewers, the Royals. The Royals in 15.
Were they?
Yeah.
I never heard that.
Yeah, I had a player tell me that.
How were they doing it?
I don't remember the semantics. They didn't tell me the semantics. Just that they were doing it.
That ALDS or ALCS was one of the best.
DS.
One of the best series. I covered the Royals that year in Wichita, Kansas. And that run by them was one of the best baseball runs I've ever seen because of the way they played the game. The games were like wildly entertaining. And that series against the Astros was nuts.
Astros were up 2-1.
Yeah.
Had a lead late.
Like eighth inning,
Yeah,
and then that
maybe
ball
not-
down the right corner.
Yeah, I think that was the big hit that inning.
Yeah.
Tony Sipp was pitching. There was a ground ball up
Mhm.
the middle that a Correa filled cleanly, double play out of
Yeah.
the inning.
That
Sipp did
series
deflect
was
it.
so much fun.
Correa did hit 2 home runs in that game, though. 713-780-ESPN. Things in sports that don't get talked about enough. Jose Canseco says somebody, Big Ben's case. That's
Big Ben's a good one.
Big Ben kind of did get kind of away with that. Kareem Hunt says somebody else. He's kind of gotten forgiven about that.
NFL running backs don't have a great history.
Nope. Nate Newton, Joe Paterno. Yeah, that was a bad one.
But, I mean, when the question is, if someone says these, it's like, yeah, that was really bad. I mean, it's not like we're going around talking like, hey, man, remember that Sandusky thing? Like, what's up? How you been?
Yeah.
Hey, man, how you been? You remember that Mike Tyson rape case? Like,
Yeah.
It doesn't just come up in conversation.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're forgotten. But if you talk about the biggest ones, there are certain ones that don't get mentioned when you do mention the biggest scandals in sports, like the Kobe Bryant one.
Hunter Atkins' fall from grace at the Houston Chronicle doesn't get talked about enough.
I mean, Tiger Woods stuff is like a little kind of swept under the rug, although it was more personal versus there were some legal things.
More morals, really, with Tiger.
It was just grimy and dirty and scummy.
Tiger's career is so weird, man. One of the more
What
fascinating
a
athletes
wild
of all
life.
time. I know.
Like his up and down and greatness and what was squandered, and then it just crazy. And
I think his dad messed him up.
I think the loss of his dad messed him up.
I think his dad messed him up. I think he was because he was micromanaging his life. Like there's the HBO documentary where he was like micromanaging him in high school, like forced him to break up with his high school girlfriend. Like I don't think he ever had like a real childhood. Almost similar to like Michael Jackson a little bit. Like Michael Jackson, I think got screwed up because his parents made him a child star as soon as possible.
Yeah, I can't speak on it. I mean, maybe his dad allowed him to become Tiger Woods.
Well, I think he groomed him to become Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was two different. I think it was Eldrick Woods and Tiger Woods, and then Eldrick felt the pressure of being Tiger, and it led to him just like a spiral.
Well, there definitely was that like mix of two human beings. Like there's Eldrick, and then there's for sure. And then we played a role in that in society, of course, and building this kid up to be like the greatest thing. And he was the greatest thing. And then the expectation, I do not wish that for myself as much as I want to like gain success in this business and the fame and notoriety comes with it. I definitely want like a limited amount of fame. Not that I would ever come close to something like that. It seems bad, like way worse than it is good.
I have zero interest in fame and notoriety.
Did you ever hear about Brad Pitt was talking like, yeah, I was at home watching Netflix, and they're like, oh shoot, you watch Netflix? He's like, dude, that's like all I do. I can't. What do you want me to do? Go to the store? Like you can't leave your house. You can't leave your home. You can't travel in commercial. You can't go to the grocery store. You think Taylor Swift is even allowed out? I mean, it's not fun. That's not fun.
No, I wouldn't. I don't want fame and notoriety. I would actually hate it.
I want the perfect amount.
I want zero.
That leads to free things, a lot of money, and just like a good, like, hey man, you're the best.
So you want handouts and wealth?
Yeah. That's the irony behind it. Is that I grew up with the son of a really famous actor, and we were talking to him one day, and he had all these TVs in his like kind of in boxes. In the as soon as you walk in, you're like, where the hell did you get all these TVs? He's like, they just send them to me. He's like, 10 TVs. Like, dude, the richer you get, the less you pay for anything.
Yeah, that is true. Like everything just kind of hands things out to you.
Like that's what I want. But I don't, I just want also everyone to think I'm great.
Also, I don't love people giving me things for free though, because I always feel like I owe them something.
If it's a corporation or someone sending them, I'm cool.
A little different. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's someone like giving me a gift, I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah. You feel like you have to.
Yeah. Reciprocate.
Yeah, exactly. Brian Kelly got a video guy killed at Notre Dame.
And that's a tough one. Did he? Was there a bad judgment call? Did he get him killed? It might be strong.
Every Major League Baseball team cheating and sign stealing, minus the Astros. Astros were the scapegoat. CP3 voided the Lakers trade. That's a good call.
That's a very good call.
They weren't owned by like anybody, just the NBA, and they stepped in and voided the trade. Cam Newton college scandal.
Bro, if that dude wasn't a good-looking guy with a great smile and funny, that whole scandal definitely doesn't get swept under the rug the way it did.
Yeah.
For sure.
Not sports, but Britney Spears' dad. I'm not sure I don't know enough about that to really comment, but do I think that she needed a conservatorship?
Based on every video she's made since.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if he was in the wrong there.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably screwed her up, too, because of childhood fame and, being a pop star and all that.
100%.
But I don't know if that was the worst thing for her.
What childhood stars have made it out well?
Very few.
Justin Timberlake's the one that comes to mind because he was in there with Britney. That have kind of come out like as far as we know from a public perception, normal. Like the rest of them are.
Would you say Miley Cyrus?
I probably wouldn't say that.
She's not. I mean, she's kind of crazy, but she's not like illegally crazy. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you're putting a caveat on the, we all know you're nuts, but haven't killed anyone, so
she's like Hollywood crazy, but not like crazy.
How about Amanda Bynes? Whoa.
Yeah, she was a childhood star.
Oh yeah,
I don't know enough about.
That's
her.
who she was. Well, she's certainly not famous for being. She's now famous for being crazy.
What did she do?
The All That, I believe.
And then what did she do in adulthood?
Just I mean, type in her name and.
Like I never knew what Amanda.
Well, let's
Bynes
just
did.
here. Let's just look at a picture. That
I just
was
know
her. That is. I mean, there's
just like drugs and stuff.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot going on there.
Like I knew she was like in like a down point of her life, but I never knew the reason or like why or what. Oh man,
that's what I'm saying. Just look at a picture, you'll get it.
Poor girl, man.
So I don't laugh like, oh, these are people's lives. That's kind of what sucks when you talk about these people as if they're not human beings and like there's not a whole lot of, you get it. How did we get in this? Golly.
Who was the beast from Baylor who had his career ruined by a girl lying? I forget his name. I know what you're talking about.
Well, how about the punter, the punt god from Arizona State? The punter that went
Ariza.
Matt
Ariza.
That was wrongfully accused.
Yeah.
And like he wasn't drafted, was cut from the Bills.
Yeah.
Had to redefine his entire career because of some nutcase.
Putting for the Chiefs still?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he got signed by the Chiefs. I think he replaced Tommy Townsend.
False accusers should get what the punishment would be if the accused were
It's a good way to
sentenced.
stop it.
God, it's gross. I hate that song. It's so bad.
Miley's not crazy. Justin Timberlake just had the DUI and alcohol abuse thing.
Yeah, but to be fair, do you not have a friend that has a Dewey? Have you not had a friend? I'm just saying, everyone's kind of knows that guy. That's a pretty good dude.
Yeah, it's pretty tame on the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, I am not saying that DUIs are like fine. They're not. Don't do them. They're really, really, really stupid, especially when you have money and it's easy to get an Uber. But like, everyone knows someone that's gotten a DUI.
Maybe the Angels thing, the whole the pitcher that was that overdosed. That's going on in court right now. Skaggs, Tyler Skaggs.
Yeah, Tyler Skaggs, yeah.
And the clubhouse attendant and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Victoria Justice, Selena Gomez, childhood stars. It turned out okay. Yeah, I guess so.
Selena Gomez turned out okay. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, she's not bad. I don't think. Kendall Jenner and Kylie Jenner. I guess so.
I mean, they seem to have some daddy issues with their decisions in their dating life. The fact that everyone's in play.
Yeah.
Everyone gets to the paint.
Sheesh.
Everyone's dribble, drive, penetration.
I don't know enough about their dating life. I know that.
I know way too much. We all know way too much. The fact that
I just know about Kylie. That's all I really
haven't
know.
They all dated everybody?
I thought that was more the older ones.
I don't know.
Kendall Jenner. I know she dated Devin Booker. Has she dated any other people?
Who was the Tristan Thompson one?
Tristan Thompson was Chloe.
Okay. Well, they're all. Listen. You're all kind of the same.
Yeah, that was Chloe. They have a baby together. Yeah. What did you say?
Half the NBA.
Yeah, exactly. Like that can't be normal.
Why are we taking shots at the Jenners / Kardashians?
Back to sports. Jameis Winston.
Crab legs.
Travis Scott was the one who dated Kylie. But I don't know anything else than that. I mean, crab legs wasn't the worst that Jameis Winston did.
No, it wasn't.
I love Jameis Winston, though.
How do you not?
He's my favorite.
How do you not adore that personality?
He's my favorite backup third-string quarterback in the history of the game. Well, besides Case Keenum. He's second behind Case.
Have you seen all the memes with Jameis Winston and with him acting as Donkey and like Shrek and Donkey just annoying the hell out of Shrek? And it's like, that's what it's like to sit next to Jameis on the bench of just him sitting there singing and like, what the hell are you talking about right now, dude? What a weirdo. But hilarious.
The John and Lance hot mic incident doesn't get talked about enough.
What was that?
I can't say.
Oh, come on, play it.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. I was told not to talk about that. Junkie of the day Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what today is? Of course you know what today is. It's a Friday. You know what you like to do on Friday? You like to have a drink. And if you're going to have a drink, you need to have Higgins Boat Rum. It's rum on a mission. Higgins Boat Rum is known as the Texas Bourbon Drinker's Rum. It's bold, it's smooth, it's steeped in history too. Honors the greatest generations. Perfect to sip neat, on the rocks, or a big rock like me. Higgins Boat Rum is excellent for crafting your Texas-inspired cocktails. Try your old-fashioned with it. The classics, too. Pina Colada, Mai Tai, maybe. It's perfect with all of them. Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage, too. It's named after, you might know this, the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope to support our veterans. So you're honoring heroes with every pour. Higgins Boat Rum uses the Persado craft technology that we've all grown to love, makes it smoother, enhances the natural flavors and aromas, and gets rid of all the bad stuff. It removes the harsh elements. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their socials. You're going to get tasty cocktail ideas, live updates, behind-the-scenes stories, but it is fantastic. Do yourself a favor and get your hands on Higgins Boat Rum, a top premium shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle now, higginsboatrum.com. Shipping to 48 states across the U.S. at higginsboatrum.com. Sip, savor, salute.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Well, Kunkel in for Joe George today. Enjoyed it. The preview college basketball exhibition doubleheaders coming to the Fort Bend Epicenter this Sunday. Catch high-level college hoops featuring Texas A&M and Arizona State at 4. The second-ranked Houston Cougars, last year's national runner-up, taking on Mississippi State at 6:30. Going to give away a pair of tickets right now. If you can name the preseason defensive player of the year in college basketball, according to CBS yesterday, you're going to win a pair of tickets. 713-780-3776. You're the first caller to call in. Defensive preseason player of the year, according to CBS. You're headed to the preview college basketball exhibition. If you didn't win, well, you can get your tickets right now at etix.com. Going to be a great time. Dress rehearsal for the season and some very, very good programs, top-notch programs there. What are you more interested in tonight, Will? The World Series, which you can listen to right here on ESPN 97.5 that follows us, or the Houston Rockets' home debut?
I got YouTube TV, so I can do the split screen.
Okay. Can you pick what is on the split?
Yes.
Okay, I was unsure. I don't have YouTube TV.
No free ads, but yes.
You might lose ESPN though.
I'm more interested in the World Series just from an overarching, like the World Series in general, but I'm definitely interested in tonight's game of the Rockets.
I'm more interested in the Rockets game
because you bet on them.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have mattered. I would have been more intrigued with the Rockets game tonight. Than
if you put $100 on the Dodgers tonight, would that change?
No, not really. I'm pretty good at separating church and state. I'm not much of a I don't really sweat games much. It's in the books. I'll find out later.
You're not betting enough then.
Probably not. But I also don't want to, because then I end up like Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier, where I'm fixing games somehow. I'm throwing water on the floor to get somebody to slip.
I wish you had that pull. I wish you were. I wish.
Honestly, my interest, and I'll keep an eye on it for sure, but my interest in the baseball playoffs died the moment the Mariners died. Once they were eliminated, that was the peak of my playoff baseball, and I'm kind of disinterested in the World Series.
I forced myself to be interested. I think I'm one of those guys that if it's not in front of me, and if my team's not playing and then the game's not in front of me, I'm good. I don't. But if it's in front of me,
sure, I'm
definitely interested, especially with that. What's the Rogers Center? Is that where the Blue Jays, that building, that creates an atmosphere of fun. It is crazy. That George Springer home run was absolutely insane. And you kind of, for some people, that's a where were you type of moment. Certainly Blue Jays fans, but I was crossing paths people. There was an event in the Heights called Booze and Brews or something on 19th Street. And people were walking down the street, and someone came up to me and was like, bro, did you see that George Springer home run? My wife and I, we had it on, and we didn't really care about the game, but we saw it, and it was crazy. That whole scene was nuts. And that's kind of what makes this World Series at least some much fun, is that the atmospheres are pretty fun. And then, of course, the star power with the Dodgers and the hate that so many fans have with the Dodgers, and especially around here, is good.
I do want the Blue Jays to win. I'm pulling for the Blue Jays.
I guess the Dodgers. Me too. I agree. I don't love the Blue Jays, but I do love their roster construction, and I love the way they play the game. I think it's the way that you're supposed to play it, with the ability to play small ball, hit the ball line to line, get the job done. I just hate the way that analytics have ruined baseball. Not that they don't use analytics, but they play the game 1-9 properly.
Yeah. Bichette's active, too, for the Blue Jays. He's hitting cleanup and playing second base, position he hasn't played since the minors, which is hilarious. All right, going to do it for us. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to Ryan for doing all the hard work. He's Will Kunkel. I'm Jeremy Branham. We'll talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks, boys.